transcending into a realm of formidable martial prowess. The mighty tread upon stars and shatter moons, while the feeble are relegated to mere ants. Lu embarks on his journey with the activation of a divine replication system. With but a touch, one can replicate and ascend. What? You possess exceptional talent? Replication initiated. Congratulations to the host for evolving to an SSS grade talent. Do you flaunt your divine artifact before me? Replication. Ding. Congratulations to the host for replicating and upgrading to the divine artifact, the Fuxi Sword. As Lu continually replicates and ascends, he ultimately breaks through to an unprecedented realm. At the moment the Celestial Beast Clan descends upon the starry skies, it is undeniably a cataclysm for humankind. Yet, a sword cleaves through the void, fiercely striking down the Celestial Beast Clan. Chapter 001. System Binding Replication Talent. The college entrance examination mobilization is imminent. Today we are graced with the presence of the strongest genius in the entirety of Yuanwu City, student Liu, to showcase his talents to the classmates. What does a true prodigy look like? Blue Star, Yuanwu City, Yuanwu number 5 Middle School. At this moment, the atmosphere is exuberantly lively as countless young men and women, under the blazing sun, gaze fervently at the speaking platform above. Upon the stage stands a youthful lad, his face adorned with an unrestrained smile, gazing down with an air of pride. Yet, this pride incites not a trace of resentment. Goodness, did you see that? On the stage is our current number 1 genius of Yuanwu City, Liu. It is said he possesses an A-grade talent. I'm utterly envious. I'm merely a C-grade. With an A-grade talent, securing admission to a martial academy is more than assured. He might even be able to attend the foremost martial academy of Blue Star. Let me divulge a secret. It is rumored that Liu has already been granted admission to the foremost martial academy of Blue Star. Yes, countless young men and women below engage in hushed discussions. Amidst this scenario, a youth clad in white stands, wearing an expression of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Was I not just on my way home from work? Liu surveys his surroundings, voicing the existential queries of life. In the next moment, he is besieged by searing pain in his head. A torrent of memories floods into his mind, and in an instant, Liu comprehends everything. He indeed was on his way home from work. He had merely transcended into a high martial world known as Blue Star, inhabiting the body of an ordinary third-year high school student. Had he not met an untimely demise, the opportunity for such a transcendence would likely never have arisen. It is rather amusing to consider. In this world, the strong seize stars and capture moons, possessing unparalleled capabilities, while the weak are condemned to a life of exploitation. The hierarchy is distinctly defined. Warriors reign supreme, while ordinary individuals merely serve them. Everything exists to serve the warriors, including the college entrance examination. Indeed, in this world, the college entrance examination incorporates a mandatory martial examination. If one succeeds in the martial examination, even with poor academic performance, they may still carve out a successful future. However, if one fails the martial examination, no matter how stellar their academic achievements, they are destined to serve the warriors. Such is the cruelty of this reality. As for how this came to be, the memories of the original host provide some clarity. The fabric of space was torn asunder, and a multitude of celestial beasts descended upon Blue Star, wreaking havoc and destruction. Humanity discovered the star essence within the air, giving rise to warriors who rose to combat the celestial beasts. Although technology has advanced, it pales in comparison to the flourishing of martial arts. Further specifics of the matter remain obscured within the memories. Damn it, the talent of this body is the weakest E-grade talent, and I am expected to succeed? After scanning through the memories, Liu found himself utterly perplexed. Logically speaking, the talents of ordinary individuals hover around the C-grade level. A C-grade talent, with sufficient effort, could still gain admission to a mediocre martial academy. With a stroke of luck, one might even become a warrior and enjoy a decent life. After all, the Blue Star Federation places immense importance on martial artists, offering astonishing subsidies. Yet now, could it be that I will be destined to work for others and serve the martial artists in the future? It is no wonder that the original host practiced tirelessly day and night. Alas, due to a lack of talent, he ultimately worked himself to death through sheer effort. That individual on stage seems to possess an A-grade talent. Liu mused to himself, hiding the envy that surged within. Talents are classified into SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, and the unprecedented E-grade talent. An A-grade talent, such as Liu on stage, has not emerged in Yuanwu City for over a decade. It can be confidently asserted that those with A-grade talents are virtually guaranteed to become martial artists, with the potential to ascend through several realms. Becoming a city supervisor is not beyond the realm of possibility. That would truly be a soaring leap into the heavens. Yet for me, with an E-grade talent, I am undoubtedly a waste. Observing the splendid Lu on stage, Lu felt a profound emptiness wash over him. Just as he was engulfed in anxiety, a sudden voice echoed forth. Ding! The divine copy system is loading. Loading successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack 1. Host, Lu. Realm none. Copy points, 100. Talent, E. Strength, 100 kilograms. Speed, 10 meters per second. Neural reaction, E. Martial skills, none. Weapon, none. Upon gazing at the system panel that had abruptly manifested before him, even Lu understood that his system had arrived. Indeed, the essential artifact for time travelers. The author does not deceive me. Lu was overwhelmed with excitement. However, amid his elation, he promptly sought to comprehend the function of the system. System, please introduce your capabilities. Ding. This system is known as the divine copy system, capable of replicating the attributes of all things at will. The system's declaration was succinct, yet it caused Lu's eyes to widen in astonishment. This statement is easily comprehensible. To replicate means to take what another possesses and create a duplicate for oneself. Moreover, the system clearly stated it can replicate all things. All things. System, can I replicate? Lu's talent. Lu's heart raced. He was uncertain whether the system would reject his request. Ding. Replication is possible. Contact between the host and the subject is required. The system will automatically deduct copy points. The system's words resonated again, nearly causing Lu's heart to leap from his chest. Talent can be replicated? It is essential to note that this phenomenon is intangible. Never mind. I must give it a try. Lu took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward the stage. There, Lu was passionately delivering a speech. In truth, there is no need for concern. Aside from the first talent assessment, there will be a second evaluation during the college entrance examination in 10 days. As long as everyone can reach the preparatory martial artist level before the exam, what does talent matter? Many individuals with mediocre talents have still become martial artists. Effort, in the end, is far more important than talent. Lu proclaimed loudly, his face beaming with joy. His words undoubtedly stirred excitement among countless young men and women below. Lu is right. What does talent matter? As long as we strive diligently, anything is possible. Let's ace the college entrance examination. We must be admitted to martial arts school. The entire senior class, numbering in the thousands, erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Lu nodded in agreement, smiling. A large group of school leaders wore smiles as well, though they privately harbored skepticism. Talent is unimportant? Has the Federation wasted millennia in vain? While effort is indeed beneficial, talent determines one's upper limits. Without talent, the upper limit will not be high. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. Encouragement must still be offered. Just as the principal stood to conclude the assembly, a voice suddenly rang out from below. Lu, I would like your autograph. At these words, the entire playground fell silent. Many turned their gazes in search of a source, ultimately resting on Lu, who stood at the back. The principal was equally astonished. Lu, the student with the worst talent in the senior class, was well known. How could anyone not recognize him? While all were taken aback, Lu had already stepped out of the crowd. His heart raced, and he forced an expression of adoration as he approached the stage. Lu, could I please have your autograph? Lu eagerly inquired. Lu paused for a moment. His talent was indeed exceptional, yet he never expected to attract a devoted fan. Without hesitation, Lu swiftly signed his name in the notebook and handed it over. Classmate, keep it up. Lu smiled, completely oblivious to the fact that her hand had brushed lightly against Lu's. System, replicate the talent. Chapter 002. SSS level talent, system tasks. System, copy talent. Ding, copying talent. Congratulations, host, you have acquired A-level talent. Ding, talent is upgrading. Congratulations, host, you have obtained SSS level talent. The voice of the system rang out swiftly, causing Lu's eyes to widen in astonishment. What is happening? It can upgrade after copying? Directly ascending from A-level to SSS level talent. This is incredible. One must understand that SSS level talent is a legendary ability. It is said to exist only in the theoretical realm of the Federation, and not a single individual within the Federation has ever possessed such a talent. The pinnacle is merely SS level. This is a tremendous windfall. Lu immediately clasped Lu's hand. Thank you so much, Lu. You are my savior. When we meet again, I shall certainly treat you to a meal. Lu was overwhelmed with excitement. Without giving Lu a chance to respond, he dashed away. Lu gazed at Lu's retreating figure, a look of confusion crossing his face. Why does this person seem so peculiar? However, he quickly had no time for further contemplation. Due to Lu's lead, a throng of individuals surged forward, seeking autographs from Lu. By the time he regained his composure, Lu had already vanished. System, open personal panel. Outside the playground, Lu pretended to return to class while speaking aloud. Soon, a transparent panel materialized before his eyes. Host, Lu. Realm, none. Copy points, 50. Talent, SSS. Strength, 100 kilograms. Speed, 10 milliseconds. Nerve reaction, SSS. Martial skills, none. Weapons, none. Upon seeing the large, golden SSS emblazoned on the panel, Lu almost leaped for joy. He struggled to contain his emotions, yet inside, he was elated beyond measure. This is simply astonishing. A mere touch, and I transform from A-level to SSS level talent. The system has concealed such wondrous capabilities from me. Ding. Host. I apologize for not mentioning this earlier. When utilizing the copying ability, there is a certain probability of upgrade. The system's user-friendly response only deepened Lu's joy. However, amidst his happiness, a hint of confusion began to brew. Just how high is the probability the system speaks of? Before Lu could voice his inquiry, the homeroom teacher arrived with a group of people. Everyone returned to class and prepared diligently for the college entrance examination. Lu, come here. With that, everyone made their way back to the classroom. Lu followed closely behind the homeroom teacher, fully aware of the reason for his summons. It was undoubtedly related to the college entrance examination. As expected, upon entering the office, the first words from the homeroom teacher were about this very issue. Lu, with your talent, it will be quite challenging for you to gain admission to a martial arts school, Zhang Mingshan remarked with a slight sigh. The other teachers in the office looked at Lu, astonished. It was a fact that E-level talents were not entirely absent. But Lu was the sole individual in this cohort. It was almost certain that he had no chance of being admitted to a martial arts school, let alone becoming a martial artist. I'm aware of this, teacher. I will become a preparatory martial artist before the college entrance examination, Lu replied earnestly. This was a sincere declaration. After all, he now possessed SSS level talent. Gaining admission to a martial arts school should not be too difficult. However, Zhang Mingshan was unaware of this. Seeing Lu's determination, he felt increasingly helpless. Lu, it's commendable to be ambitious, but what are your plans? Your talent is already fixed. Moreover, the path to becoming a preparatory martial artist before the college entrance examination is exceedingly difficult. You must reach a strength of 300 kilograms. I'm not trying to discourage you, Lu, but you should confirm your school options soon. Attending an academic school can also yield a good future. If your family cannot afford the consequences of failing the exam, it will not be what your parents wish to see. Zhang Mingshan spoke candidly. After all, Lu's usual performance had been satisfactory. As his homeroom teacher, he was merely considering Lu's best interests. Lu understood his homeroom teacher's intentions, but shook his head resolutely. Teacher, trust me, I will surely succeed. Lu's firm words made Zhang Mingshan let out a slight sigh. Very well, it's good to strive while young. The college entrance examination is in 10 days. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask your classmates, or you can come to me. Zhang Mingshan patted Lu's shoulder, not blaming him for anything. After all, who hasn't been young? He himself had a poor talent, which is why he chose to apply to an academic school. Seeing Lu now felt like a reflection of his younger self. Yet, he could not foresee how the outcome would unfold. Don't worry, teacher. I will not let you down, Lu smiled confidently. With the system at his side, he couldn't fathom failing to gain admission to even one martial arts school. With that, Lu returned to class. After Lu departed, the teachers in the office began to chatter again, the topic naturally revolving around him. Ultimately, all the teachers unanimously concluded that Lu would undoubtedly not pass the examination. Sigh, this child. I shall talk to him again later. Zhang Mingshan shook his head and sighed, thinking of Lu. At the same age, their differing talents would undoubtedly lead them to entirely different lives. While the teachers were discussing, Lu had already returned to class. However, his thoughts were not on the lesson. Once class was over, he left the school. Lu's home was situated on the outskirts of Yuanwu City. Here, the housing prices were low, a place where ordinary citizens resided, and the environment was inferior to the towering skyscrapers in the city center. As he disembarked from the vacuum supersonic train, Lu glanced around, feeling a sense of nostalgia. In a world where technology was highly advanced and space travel was commonplace, this peripheral urban area resembled the Earth he had known before his arrival. Returning home, Lu immediately opened the door to his bedroom and locked himself inside. Lu's family was quite unique. Both of his parents were ordinary working-class citizens. Due to years of overexertion, they had passed away early, leaving behind only a dilapidated house and a small pension. Recalling these memories, Lu let out a sigh. In this era, ordinary people faced challenges far greater than those on the Earth he once inhabited. The strong enjoyed boundless resources, while the weak were exploited to their demise. I must become a martial artist. Lu squinted his eyes and opened his panel once more. Host, Lu. Realm, none. Copy points, 50. Talent, SSS. Strength, 100 kilograms. Speed, 10 milliseconds. Nerve reaction, SSS. Martial skills, none. Weapons, none. As he examined the panel, Lu noticed a detail he had previously overlooked. The copy points had decreased from 100 to 50. Ding. Any copying action will reduce copy points. The system responded again. This left Lu perplexed. How could he obtain more copy points? Ding. The host can earn copy points by completing system-issued tasks or achieving certain accomplishments. The system prompted. This statement made Lu nod slightly. Then system, please issue the first task. Random task in progress. Current task: achieve martial artist certification within 10 days. Reward: 500 copy points. The system's voice rang out swiftly, but the outcome left Lu Yu astonished. Martial artist certification within 10 days? This seems quite challenging. What is martial artist certification? It involves reaching the body refining realm and then proceeding to the martial artist center established by the Federation for certification. Once successful, one is registered as a certified martial artist and enjoys various benefits. However, becoming a martial artist is exceedingly arduous. Even with SSS level talent, it is barely feasible. The reasons are simple. The air is woefully devoid of stellar essence. Even if I were to remain awake for 10 consecutive days, relying solely on the meager stellar essence in the atmosphere, I would be unable to make a breakthrough. This is not merely a matter of talent. A skilled cook cannot create a feast without ingredients. What I require is source crystals. Source crystals are crystalline entities formed from the condensation of stellar essence, imbued with an extraordinarily rich power of stellar essence. Yet, even the most inferior of source crystals commands a price exceeding 500,000. How could I possibly afford such an expense? If I fail to complete my task, the reward will slip away. As Lu Yu pondered these thoughts, the sudden chime of the doorbell interrupted him. Brother, I'm back. Chapter 003. A beautiful younger sister and the replication of source crystals. Brother, I'm back. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Yu momentarily froze. The memories of the original owner quickly flooded back. It turned out that he was not alone in this household. He had a younger sister. However, she did not attend the same school as him, and their class schedules were different, which explained her late return. Reflecting on the memories, Lu Yu was about to rise when he heard the door swing open. Brother, are you not home? Just as Lu Yu stepped out, the door opened, revealing a charming young girl. You startled me. I thought you hadn't returned yet, she exclaimed, a delightful smile illuminating her face as she set down a tote bag. The market had a sale today, so I bought a week's worth of groceries for a steal, the girl declared cheerfully. Lu Yu gazed at this scene, feeling a wave of emotion. The girl's name was Lu Ling, his younger sister. Ever since childhood, she had been obedient and well-behaved. According to the original memories, their parents had passed away, and it seemed that she had taken on the role of cook at home. Most importantly, if there were a grading standard for women, Lu Yu was certain his sister would score above a 9. A true beauty. Lu Yu remained silent, prompting Lu Ling to glance at him quizzically. Brother, I heard that the city's top prodigy, Li Yu, came to your school today. Did you meet him? An A-grade talent. He is bound to achieve great things. Lu Ling's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her talent was slightly superior to Lu Yu's, yet it was still only at the C grade. Although she had a chance of becoming a martial artist, it remained slim. Lu Ling's words, though innocent, caused Lu Yu's teeth to ache. What am I to do? I possess an SSS grade talent, which is commendable, yet talent without resources is still a burden. I certainly do not wish to miss out on my first system reward. In that moment, Lu Yu once again felt the weight of financial constraints. Noticing Lu Yu's silence, Lu Ling assumed he was upset and quickly spoke up. Brother, don't be angry. It's just an A-grade talent. I believe you must possess the legendary SS grade talent. Look, what is this? She said, carefully producing a small black box from her belongings. Lu Yu's attention was drawn to the box, and he could keenly sense a rich power of stellar essence emanating from within. Source crystal? Lu Yu ventured tentatively. Correct. The girl replied with a triumphant smile as she opened the box. Inside lay a deep purple crystalline chunk, approximately 5 centimeters in diameter, resembling a magnificent gem. Brother, you are about to take your college entrance examination, right? I believe with this source crystal's assistance, you will surely gain admission to your desired martial arts academy. The girl beamed, her eyes wide with anticipation, seemingly awaiting his encouragement. Initially delighted, Lu Yu was about to reach for the crystal when he quickly regained his senses. Where did you get the money to buy this? He asked, astonished. Even such a small source crystal would cost no less than 500,000 star coins. How could their household afford such an expense? Faced with Lu Yu's stern inquiry, Lu Ling hesitated to respond, eventually lowering her gaze. I purchased it with my allowance. But don't worry, brother, I will work part-time to support myself, she added, flashing a reassuring smile. Lu Yu felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Glancing at the inexpensive vegetables they had bought from the market, his heart aching. Rest assured, I will become a martial artist, Lu Yu replied with a smile, accepting Lu Ling's goodwill. Indeed, he desperately needed this source crystal. Lu Ling nodded, gently nudging Lu Yu towards his room. Since you've agreed, please don't let me down. Brother, go absorb the source crystal. I'll prepare dinner, she said, closing the door behind her. Lu Yu stared at the source crystal in his hand, taking a deep breath. I must become a martial artist. For the sake of Xiaoling, I must become one. Gazing at the crystal, Lu Yu quickly inquired, System, how many replication points do I have left? Response to host, current replication points remaining, 50. 50. How many source crystals can that replicate? 5 times, the system replied. This revelation caused Lu Yu to feel a pang of frustration. That would not suffice. Even 5 source crystals would likely be insufficient for his needs. But the replication points were limited. Ding. The host still has 1 novice gift pack yet to be opened. Would you like to activate it? As Lu Yu grappled with his dilemma, the system's voice chimed in again. In that moment, he recalled that he had previously overlooked the existence of a novice gift pack. Without hesitation, Lu promptly replied, "Activate." Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained 8 free replication opportunities, any range. Congratulations. Host has obtained 1 double drop rate card. The system's announcement filled Lu with delight. 8 free replication opportunities. Moreover, these could be used without regard to the cost of replication points. Excellent. But what was this drop rate card? Response to host. The drop rate card can yield items of superior quality compared to the original replicated item. This explanation was clear to Lu. For instance, if the system replicated an item and subsequently upgraded it, there would be a probability involved in the upgrade process. Not every replication would result in an upgrade. The double drop rate card simply increased this probability. For example, if the original probability was 50, using the double drop rate would raise it to 100. Wonderful. After a moment of contemplation, Lu quickly made a decision. System, replicate the source crystals. Ding. Replication successful. Congratulations. Host has obtained 2 inferior source crystals. Replicate again. Lu commanded, unfazed. With 8 free replication opportunities at his disposal and the drop rate card usable only once, he aimed to maximize his benefits. He would replicate until only 1 opportunity remained, then use the drop rate card to upgrade all the source crystals in one go. Congratulations. Host has obtained 4 inferior source crystals. Congratulations. Host has obtained 8 inferior source crystals. Congratulations. Host has obtained 16 inferior source crystals. Time swiftly passed, and soon Lu had used up all but one of his replication attempts. The total number of source crystals had risen to 128. This quantity astonished even Lu. System, use the drop rate card. Ding. Drop rate card successfully used. Current drop rate, 101. Lu was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. 101. Did that mean his initial drop rate was actually 505? This realization clarified his initial confusion. However, he was uncertain about what the additional point would yield. Logically speaking, a drop rate of 101 should not exist. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Let's take a chance. Lu squinted and quickly commanded, System, replicate. Ding. Replication in progress. Chapter 004. Premium source crystals acquired. Breakthrough. Refining the body to the 2nd level. Ding. Replication in progress. Congratulations. Host has obtained 250 medium quality source crystals, 5 high quality source crystals, and 1 premium source crystal. All source crystals have been stored within the system space, allowing the host to extract them at will. The voice emanating from the system left Lu momentarily stunned, only to be followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. Astounding. The presence of 250 mid-grade source crystals was within Lu's expectations. However, the acquisition of 5 high-grade source crystals and 1 supreme-grade source crystal was utterly unexpected. It is important to note that, at present, the market price for a high-grade source crystal exceeds 2 million star coins. A supreme-grade source crystal, even more so, commands a price of 5 million star coins per unit. Without mentioning anything else, the mere value of these high-grade and supreme-grade source crystals amounts to tens of millions of star coins. Not to mention, he still possesses 250 mid-grade source crystals. This is a monumental windfall. Lu was beside himself with excitement. As for whether to use his remaining 50 replication points, he did not dwell on it. There was no need. 50 replication points would certainly be insufficient to replicate such a multitude of source crystals even once. It would be wiser to conserve them. Moreover, with this considerable sum of star coins, he would have more than enough for his needs. With a plan forming in his mind, Lu took a deep breath, grasped a high-grade source crystal, and commenced absorption. Source crystals, as the condensed essence of stellar energy, are formed by powerful warriors. A single low-grade source crystal contains energy equivalent to 1 cubic meter of pure stellar essence, immensely rich. The high-grade source crystal in Lu's hand is comparable to 10 low-grade source crystals. As he began the absorption process, the advantages of his SSS-grade talent became evident. The absorption speed was incomparably superior to what his previous E-grade talent could muster. If the E-grade talent was such that it was deemed unworthy of even the stellar essence, then the SSS-grade talent possesses an unimaginable allure to it. A torrent of stellar energy surged into Lu's body, washing and refining it. Every single cell seemed to be reborn, as old cells perished and shed. His bones grew denser, and muscle definition became increasingly pronounced. Within a mere span of minutes, the high-grade source crystal, which would typically take an ordinary talent several days to fully absorb, was completely consumed by Lu, leaving behind a gray stone. He cast a couple of astonished glances at it before discarding it. Astonishingly, just a single high-grade stellar source crystal had augmented his strength by 100 kilograms and increased his speed by 10 ms. Lu marveled at the transformation. It is no wonder that some say, the rich are martial, the poor are literary. Even those with exceptional talent cannot compete with the wealthy if they lack sufficient resources. The affluent can simply throw resources at their problems and forge high-ranking warriors. How can one even compare? With a mere moment of reflection, Lu resumed the absorption of source crystals. This time, he did not limit himself to just high-grade source crystals. Instead, he absorbed dozens of mid-grade source crystals all at once. An immense tide of stellar energy flowed into Lu Yu's body like a cascade of starlight. His form seemed to morph into a black hole, voraciously devouring this stellar energy. 240 kilograms. 280 kilograms. Breaking through 300 kilograms. Lu Yu's strength continued to escalate. One source crystal after another was consumed, only to be immediately replaced by new ones. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. Others utilize source crystals sparingly. Even the wealthy are reluctant to squander them recklessly. Using them is akin to indulging in rare delicacies. Occasional consumption is acceptable, but overindulgence is simply unaffordable. Yet Lu Yu was different. He treated source crystals as mere stones. In the blink of an eye, dozens of source crystals had been completely absorbed. Under such circumstances, the night slowly faded away. By the time dawn broke, Lu Yu opened his eyes to find the ground littered with discarded source crystals. 200 mid-grade source crystals had been entirely consumed by him overnight. Meanwhile, his strength had ascended to an astonishing level. System, open personal panel. Lu Yu commanded, and a panel materialized in the air. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, preparatory warrior. Replication points, 50. Talent, SSS. Strength, 1,500 kilograms. Speed, 150 ms. Nerve response, SSS. Martial skills, none. Weapons, none. Gazing at the figures on the panel, Lu Yu felt as though he might just bleed from the eyes. Logically speaking, with a strength of 1,500 kilograms and a speed of 150 ms, he should have long since reached the realm of body refinement. The standards for a preparatory warrior are 300 kilograms of strength and 30 ms of speed, while a true warrior requires 1,000 kilograms of strength and 100 ms of speed. Given his current status, he had already surpassed the threshold for warriors. Logically, he should be on the verge of a breakthrough. Lu Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Initially, he had no intention of using that supreme-grade source crystal, but now it appeared inevitable. Grasping the deep blue supreme-grade source crystal, Lu Yu took a deep breath and began to absorb the stellar energy within. The moment he commenced absorption, he felt an overwhelmingly potent force of stellar energy surge into his body. Indeed, this was a resource meant for high-ranking warriors. Splendid. Lu Yu chuckled as he sensed the shackles binding him beginning to shatter. Absorption. Lu Yu closed his eyes and diligently absorbed the stellar energy from the supreme-grade source crystal. An entire morning slipped away in a blur, and when Lu Yu finally opened his eyes again, the supreme-grade source crystal in his hand had quietly transformed into a grayish-white powder. Simultaneously, a transformation had taken place within Lu Yu. His body erupted with a resounding crack, and he inexplicably grew a few centimeters taller. Even his hair had grown a few centimeters. His entire being expelled a foul, black sludge. Upon opening his eyes, they sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, sharp and electrifying. He had ascended to the body refinement realm. Suppressing the exhilaration swelling within him, Lu Yu once again opened the system panel. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, second stage of body refinement. Replication points, 50. Talent, SSS. Strength, 3,300 kilograms. Speed, 330 ms. Nerve response, SSS. Martial skills, none. Weapons, none. What a remarkable endeavor. Lu Yu gazed at his personal panel with deep admiration. Breaking through to the body refinement realm had been exceedingly challenging. It took the absorption of 200 mid-grade source crystals, 1 high-grade source crystal, and 1 supreme-grade source crystal to achieve this. If this were to be disclosed, the entire Blue Star populace would likely be shaken to their core, exclaiming in disbelief at the extravagance. After all, even the wealthy would not squander resources so recklessly. Wouldn't it be more prudent to conserve and gradually absorb stellar energy? Of course, while the expenditure was considerable, the rewards were equally bountiful. The strength at the second stage of body refinement reached an impressive 3,300 kilograms. His speed was also 330 ms. Although it appeared that the threshold for his breakthroughs had risen, this was merely a manifestation of his superior talent. It is worth noting that the typical strength for a second-stage body refiner is only around 2,000 kilograms. He had directly eclipsed 3,000 kilograms. He could easily overpower them. Lu Yu estimated that despite being merely a second-stage body refiner, his actual combat prowess could rival that of an ordinary third-stage body refiner. Wasn't that simply invincible? Filled with excitement, Lu Yu contemplated other matters. Since he had now achieved the strength of a warrior, it was time to pursue warrior certification. Warrior certification is advantageous and harmless. It not only grants system rewards, but also allows one to become a certified warrior and receive federal subsidies. Chapter 005, Pursuing Warrior Certification. The youngest certifier. With his current strength, obtaining certification would be a breeze. As Lu Yu thought this, he prepared to rise from bed and dress, only to realize that he was already exuding a rather unpleasant odor. Was this the consequence of entering the warrior realm? Lu Yu chuckled and shook his head. The martial arts system, in essence, is a relentless pursuit of unlocking the body's latent potential. The realms of body refinement, mountain moving, ocean expansion, profound understanding. And even the celestial origin level, not to mention the celestial sovereigns beyond that, epitomize the ultimate development of the physical form, grounded in the essence of the stars. This forms the foundation of martial arts. Cleansing the bones and purging the marrow is merely the initial step. True powerhouses are those who temper their physiques within the crucible of the sun. Such formidable beings are beyond the reach of the Federation. Of course, these aspirations are but thoughts for now. Lu firmly believes that one day he will ascend to such heights. After refreshing himself with a shower, Lu promptly emerged from his room. It was the weekend, and there were no classes to attend. However, Lu Ling had already left early. A glance at the table revealed a prepared breakfast and a small note. I've gone to school for extra lessons. Remember to eat breakfast, brother. Evidently, Lu Ling had not anticipated Lu's late emergence, causing the breakfast to go cold. Nevertheless, Lu paid little mind to it. After entering the body refinement realm, his appetite had naturally increased. This was a normal demand of metabolism, unless one reached the mountain-moving realm, wherein sustenance from the essence of the stars would suffice, allowing for days without food. Devouring the lavish spread before him in a ravenous manner, Lu changed into a clean set of clothes and set out. Although Yuanwu City was merely a fifth-tier small city, it still boasted a branch of the Martial Artist Association, conveniently located in the city center. Upon arriving, Lu felt somewhat out of place amidst the futuristic skyscrapers and various flying vehicles surrounding him. He longed for the comfort of his quaint garden community and the familiar ambience of his small room, reminiscent of Earth before his transmigration. With a slight shake of his head, he proceeded towards the Martial Artist Association. Just as he approached the entrance, he was halted by a staff member. Sir, entry is restricted here. The employee wore an apologetic smile as they regarded Lu, not deriding him for his ordinary attire. Lu nodded in acknowledgement. I am here to certify as a martial artist. Certification as a martial artist? The staff member was momentarily taken aback, eyes widening as they scrutinized Lu in disbelief. You're quite young, surely still in school, and you wish to certify as a martial artist? Confused yet intrigued, the staff member nonetheless opened the door. Welcome to the Martial Artist Association. I hope you achieve successful certification. Though unsure of Lu's circumstances, the staff member adhered to their duties, mindful that offending a martial artist could have dire consequences for an ordinary person. Lu nodded and stepped inside the association. Upon entering, he couldn't help but marvel at the advanced technology of Blue Star. An aerial robot promptly scanned his entire body. Lu, federal citizen, purpose, martial artist certification. Please proceed to the certification area. Best of luck on your certification. An arrow appeared on the robot's display, directing Lu's attention to a distant area. There, dozens of individuals stared at him, equally astonished. What did we just hear? This kid is here for martial artist certification? Isn't he a bit young for that? The group, primarily composed of individuals over 30 years of age, regarded Lu with incredulity. The reasoning was simple. Without substantial resources, an ordinary person could only gradually attain the martial artist realm. Becoming a certified martial artist by 30 was considered remarkably young, and for most, the opportunity to become one in their lifetime was non-existent. Entering the body refinement realm would extend one's lifespan to 150 years. The expressions of those present were peculiar as they scrutinized Lu. He may be young, but why is he dressed so ordinarily? Many shook their heads, dismissing him as a presumptuous high school student aspiring for martial artist certification. Dream on. He doesn't even possess a battle suit. How could he hope to succeed? While some scoffed, they remained silent. Lu, undeterred, stood aside, observing the spectacular attire worn by others, which exuded opulence. Battle suits cost a minimum of 500,000 star coins each, enhancing a martial artist's combat capabilities while providing various auxiliary functions. Generally, possessing a high-quality battlesuit significantly increased one's chances of success during certification. However, Lu neither owned one nor felt the need for such embellishments. Before long, the examiner arrived. A circular opening appeared in the ground, and a robust man emerged. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze settling upon Lu. You don't have a battlesuit? He inquired, his tone laced with astonishment, particularly at Lu's youthful appearance. Report to the examiner. I do not, Lu replied calmly, noting the surprise flickering in the examiner's eyes. Very well. The examiner nodded and began outlining the assessment rules. The martial artist evaluation consists of 2 parts. The first part assesses your strength, speed, and adaptability. Upon passing the first phase, the second part will involve a direct engagement with me. Rest assured, I will regulate my strength to ensure your safety. His final statement held a weighty emphasis, causing the expressions of some individuals to shift uncomfortably. Many were ill-prepared, yet had hoped to take a chance at becoming a martial artist. The examiner's keen observation caught the varying reactions, but what piqued his interest was Lu's unwavering demeanor, calm and composed. Interesting. You all should know that you only have 2 opportunities to participate in the assessment throughout your lifetime. If you fail both times, even if you become a martial artist, the Federation will not recognize you. Several individuals visibly altered their expressions. They had not anticipated such a stipulation. Examiner, I wish to withdraw. Me too. I'll return another time. Consequently, a few stepped forward, departing with their tails between their legs. Yet, Lu remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. The examiner's brow furrowed deeper. Well, I've made my intentions clear. If you wish to proceed, so be it. The first phase will likely filter you out anyway, wasting your opportunity. Dismissing the thought, the examiner's gaze swept across the room. Excellent. Those remaining have the confidence to pass the martial artist assessment. Please introduce yourselves. I am Luo Sha, your examiner. The moment he announced his name, the expressions of all present shifted. Some of the weaker individuals turned pale. Luo Sha? He is infamous as the strictest examiner in Yuanwu City. The pass rate is unlikely to exceed 3 today. Many internally lamented, while Lu remained unperturbed. Let the assessment commence. The first participant, number 1, stepped forward. Luo Sha fixed a penetrating gaze on Lu before issuing the command. In the next instant, a colossal measuring device materialized in the center of the hall. A man in his 40s approached, his physique robust and exuding confidence, clad in a striking red battle suit. After inhaling deeply, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The measuring device resonated as a string of numbers flashed. Participant 1, strength 1,120 kilograms, martial artist level 1. The man's expression transformed into one of ecstatic joy. This was his second attempt, and he had initially thought he had lost his chance. Yet here he was, meeting the strength requirements. Others were equally envious, gazing at the strength tester, each one attempting to bolster their own spirits. Lu observed the silhouette of the man before him, his expression contemplative. How should he proceed? Currently, he was at the second level of body refinement. With a strength of 3,300 kilograms, a casual punch from him would likely leave them all utterly astounded, wouldn't it? A smile crept across Lu's face as the others began to take their turns. Within a mere span of 10 minutes, dozens had completed their tests. Yet only 3 individuals achieved the standard for the first level of body refinement. The rest had all failed. Luo Sha furrowed his brow. The caliber of participants today seemed to fall short of his expectations. His gaze shifted towards Lu. Number 46, it's your turn, Luo Sha announced, prompting the attention of everyone else to turn towards Lu. Their interest quickly waned, however, for he appeared to be merely an unassuming youth, lacking even a combat uniform. Did he genuinely believe he could pass the assessment? It was a fanciful notion. Had they not witnessed how only 3 had succeeded amidst so many? Despite this, as Lu stepped forward, a number of onlookers focused on him, their motives clear. They simply wished to see him fail. After all, even if their own performances were dismal, at least they wouldn't be outshone by him, right? In the midst of the disdainful gazes directed at him, Lu lifted his head to scrutinize the strength tester. Excuse me, assessment officer, if my strength reaches 2,000 kilograms, can I be classified as a second-level body refinement practitioner? He inquired before the test commenced. After all, should he attain that level, institutional regulations would only categorize him as a first-level practitioner. It would be wiser to conceal his true capabilities. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to play the part of an underdog and surprise them all? What do you mean? Just exert your strength, Luo Sha replied, increasingly disillusioned with Lu's demeanor. Here was a teenager, boldly claiming aspirations to reach the second level of body refinement? Was he jesting? After all, he himself had only just attained that level. Lu's statement elicited scoffs from many, some even unable to restrain their derision. Honestly, young man, your confidence is quite audacious. Us older folks have trained for decades without claiming we could pass the certification, and you think you can become a second-level practitioner? Indeed, young man, temper your expectations and remain grounded. Don't reach for the stars. Cut the bravado. I've seen many like you who overestimate themselves. Last time I was here for testing, I encountered someone who wasn't even a preparatory practitioner. Laughter and jeers echoed around him. Yet, Lu paid them no mind. Very well, instructor, I shall simply exert my strength, he retorted, suddenly breaking into a grin. In the next moment, he unleashed a punch that resonated like thunder. Boom. Lu's fist struck with astonishing power. The 5-meter-high strength tester quivered momentarily, the digits on the screen fluctuating wildly. 100 kilograms. 500 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms. The power of a first-level practitioner. All who bore witness to this spectacle gasped in astonishment, including Luo Sha, who was utterly flabbergasted. Just when everyone thought it was over, the numbers surged once more. 1,500 kilograms. 1,500 kilograms. A collective shock swept through the crowd. Was this not a clear indication of a first-level martial artist? However, they were mistaken. This figure appeared for but an instant before being eclipsed. 2,300 kilograms. Wow. Those who witnessed this spectacle instinctively took a step back, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the strength tester, their expressions a mixture of horror and incredulity. How could this be? 2,300 kilograms. This was unequivocally the strength of a second-level martial artist. This must be a mistake. He could not possibly be a second-level practitioner. It seemed too surreal. Is this some kind of joke? A second-level martial artist at such a young age? The potential for greatness is unimaginable. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Luo Sha stood frozen, rendered speechless. It was not until someone below spoke up that he snapped back to reality. "Excuse me, Assessment Officer Luo Sha. Could there be a malfunction with the strength tester?" The voice belonged to the first participant who had passed, feeling overshadowed by Lu Yu's display. Was he not the most remarkable among them? Luo Sha frowned at this remark. It was indeed astonishing, according to the records. Lu Yu was merely 18 years old and did not seem to hail from a wealthy family. It was implausible. Perform a self-check on the strength tester, Luo Sha instructed. Not elaborating further. This only heightened the anticipation among the spectators, who believed the device must be faulty. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained unfazed. A malfunction? Huh. I haven't even exerted my full strength yet. His composure only served to irk the onlookers further. Once the results were revealed, this brat would surely be humiliated. At long last, the self-check results emerged. The tester was undamaged and ready for use. As announced by a computerized female voice, the arena fell silent. All eyes fixated on Lu Yu, as if he were some kind of monster. A mere 18-year-old at the second level of martial arts? A prodigy, an absolute prodigy. Chapter 007. Crumbling Spirits, Truly Encountering a Monster. This was undoubtedly a freak of nature. Countless gasps filled the air, their astonishment palpable. What kind of talent could yield such achievements? Beyond imagination. Lu Yu was undoubtedly the youngest second-level martial artist in the history of Yuanwu City, without a doubt. Luo Sha's gaze remained locked on Lu Yu, despite his reluctance to believe it. He had no choice but to accept the truth. Lu Yu had indeed reached the level of a second-level martial artist in terms of strength. Silence. A martial artist's evaluation encompasses a comprehensive range of skills, not merely one aspect. Luo Sha declared. Had he not spoken, the others would surely have been demoralized to the point of losing all confidence. What could be more disheartening? After decades of hard work, this young man had achieved what they could only dream of at the tender age of 18. Luo Sha's words resonated, prompting an air of quiet reflection among the crowd. Indeed, becoming a martial artist was not simply about excelling in one area, it required a holistic level of competence. Otherwise, when faced with the ferocious and brutal star beasts, a single weakness could lead to certain doom. In that moment, everyone settled into a contemplative silence. The way they regarded Lu Yu shifted. No longer did they view him with disdain. After all, for someone of his age to possess such strength was already a remarkable feat. If his speed and reflexes surpassed those of the rest, that would truly be extraordinary. To this, Lu Yu could only smile. Speed and reflexes? Apologies. But I excel in those areas as well. Of course, he would never voice such thoughts aloud. He understood the value of humility in speech and the importance of demonstrating his abilities through action. The second round of testing commenced, which was also the final round. This was because the speed and reflex tests were conducted simultaneously. The so-called reflex test gauged one's response speed to sudden situations, a vital skill for any martial artist. The testing method was straightforward. Sprint the length of a 1-kilometer track at maximum speed while dodging high-speed objects that would emerge from the walls, with the ground unexpectedly dropping beneath them. A single misstep would result in immediate elimination. This second round boasted the highest rate of attrition. The first round had already culled half the participants. In the second round, it would be considered commendable if 20 individuals managed to survive. The test commenced, and number 1 took the stage. Luo Sha cast one last glance at Lu Yu before slowly speaking. The man designated as number 1 stood at the starting point of the track, diligently stretching his body in an effort to achieve optimal condition. Though this was not his first test, he still felt an undeniable sense of nervousness. Lu Yu observed the scene beside him, curiosity etched on his face. He had conducted a brief assessment of his own neural response speed on the way here, yet he remained uncertain about the level he could attain in the actual test. A mere observation would suffice to reveal the answer. Just as the thought flickered through Lu Yu's mind, the man sprang into action. His figure vanished like a bullet, hurtling towards the finish line with reckless abandon. Theoretically, a martial artist of the first rank, or the first stage of physical refinement, should complete a kilometer sprint in merely 10 seconds. Clearly, the man possessed such speed, covering over 100 meters in just 1 second. However, the true test began here. High-velocity objects began to shoot forth from the walls on either side, while the ground sank, revealing gaping holes. Remarkably, the man's reaction speed was astonishingly quick. He narrowly evaded each obstacle the moment they appeared. 115 seconds. This was his final result. Upon seeing his score, the man jubilantly knelt on the ground. Just 0.05 of a second shy, he laughed heartily. The spectators, well-versed in the rules, were simultaneously stunned. Incredible. He was now just 1 step away from becoming a certified martial artist. Envy abounded. Congratulations in advance. I hope to succeed as well. Numerous voices expressed their astonishment. The man approached, a proud expression on his face. Haha, you all can do it too. Just maintain your focus. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Lu Yu. However, compared to the others, his gaze towards Lu Yu was tinged with jealousy. This fellow's strength was indeed intimidating, yet his speed and neural response did not seem to surpass his own. The man mused as he returned to his position. Meanwhile, the testing for number 2 commenced. Yet, Lu Yu chose not to watch. Did 12 seconds count as an overrun? Lu Yu's expression turned peculiar. To be frank, based on what he had just witnessed, he was confident he could compress his time to 3 seconds. A smile graced his face once more as he began to wait silently. The tests of the preceding dozens had taken nearly half an hour to complete. Luo Sha glanced back at Lu Yu. It's your turn. His tone carried a hint of anticipation. To be honest, he was not feigning his expectations. Previously, he had assumed Lu Yu was a fraud. But Lu Yu's prowess had certainly slapped him in the face. Could he succeed once again? If he could meet the standards of the second stage of martial arts, Lu Yu would undoubtedly become the most brilliant new star in the entire Yuanwu city. Lu Yu was not the only one. Others also turned their eyes towards him. Some were hopeful, while others shook their heads. There was no way he could possibly reach such heights this time. Perhaps he was a once-in-a-century genius. A genius? It was impossible for anyone at this age to attain such a level. If he succeeds, I'll eat my hat, many remarked. At this moment, Lu Yu had already arrived at the starting line. With 30 seconds remaining before the start, he made no movements whatsoever. This fellow isn't going to warm up at all? The crowd was astonished. Luo Sha could hardly contain himself and shouted, "Number 46. Warming up in advance can enhance your performance." Their words reached Lu Yu's ears, and he merely smiled in response. The next moment, the time had arrived. Lu Yu's figure quietly vanished. Without a sound, not a soul witnessed how he exerted his strength. What the heck? Where did he go? Someone exclaimed in astonishment after scanning the area. Holy cow, he is already in the middle. Another pointed towards the center. Indeed, in the middle. High-speed obstacles had begun to emerge. Yet, these obstacles had delayed by several dozen meters in relation to Lu Yu. As soon as the obstacles were launched, Lu Yu was already dozens of meters ahead. This spectacle nearly caused the spectators' jaws to drop. Not only that, but the ground pits had just activated, and the steel doors had yet to retract. Lu Yu had already soared over them. Hurry! This singular thought raced through everyone's minds. By the time they processed the moment and sought to track Lu Yu's figure, he had mysteriously appeared at the finish line. Tester number 46. Speed, 220 ms. Neural response level A. When the mechanical voice echoed, everyone felt as though darkness had descended before their eyes. Their minds were consumed by a singular thought. Unbelievable. Today, they had truly encountered a monster. Chapter 008. The Absolute Genius, Second Stage Testing. Today, they had genuinely encountered a monster. Each person's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit an egg. Their eyes threatened to pop out. Gazing at Lu Yu, they seemed as if they had seen a ghost. A speed of 220 ms? This was indeed the standard of a second-stage martial artist. Even more terrifying was the neural response. Level A. What does this signify? Neural response is inherently linked to innate talent. With Lu Yu's neural response rated as A, it meant his talent was at least A grade. It could even be higher. Everyone gasped in shock. Just moments ago, they believed Lu Yu could not possibly be so well-rounded, yet now, they were forcefully smacked in the face. He was undeniably a polymath. None of the 3 metrics showed any weakness. At this moment, no one dared to express disdain any longer. Even a fool knew that Lu Yu had secured his status as a second-stage martial artist today. Moreover, given his trajectory, he was bound to become a force capable of moving mountains. There was even a faint possibility he could reach the realm of Tuahai. It would be more feasible to seek his favor now. The man designated as number 1 stood frozen in place. His countenance drastically altered. He felt as though his mentality had been severely wounded. We are all human. Why can you be so exceptional? At 18, what was he doing? Chasing girls? Playing games? Or sneaking into internet cafes? One cannot compare people to one another. In an instant, nearly everyone bowed their heads, too intimidated to even glance at Lu Yu. Luo Sha, too, was gripping his notebook, having nearly dropped his pen. Just then, Lu Yu strolled over leisurely. So, how was it, assessment officer? Lu Yu inquired with a smile. In truth, he had concealed some of his strength. There was no alternative. He had to hide it. At 18, being a second-stage martial artist, although astonishing, was not unprecedented in the annals of federal history. However, if he were a third-stage martial artist at 18, that would be genuinely terrifying. Even the excuses he had prepared would be hard to justify. He merely sought to acquire resources and did not wish to be treated as a laboratory rat for study. Luo Sha, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, swallowed hard. His gaze was fixed intently on Lu Yu, seemingly searching for any signs of abnormality. Yet, the result was that Lu Yu's gaze remained as calm as ever. Luo Sha simply could not fathom it. Why on earth would someone this strong be present in his midst? The results of the first test revealed 5 individuals at the first stage of martial arts and 1 at the second stage. As Luo Sha's words fell, the entire hall fell silent. No one paid attention to how many were at the first stage. All eyes were on Lu Yu. Now, the second test was to commence. The second test was straightforward. Engage me in combat for 1 minute. I will do my utmost to control my strength. Those who can endure for 1 minute will pass the test. Luo Sha suppressed his inner astonishment and addressed everyone. The first test assessed overall quality, while the second test was the most crucial. Would one be able to withstand for a minute under his assault? If one could not endure, they would possess no means of defending against the star beasts. Certainly, Luo Sha would never resort to lethal measures, otherwise. Even if he possessed the strength of a first-level warrior, he would stand no chance of enduring even a minute against his subordinates. Upon hearing this, 5 individuals stepped forward simultaneously. They were among the few who had just passed the first level of testing, which had initially included over 40 participants, including Lu Yu. Only 6 had successfully navigated this first trial, resulting in a staggering elimination rate of nearly 90%. As for the second level of testing, those who managed to remain would consider themselves fortunate if only 5 were left standing. In essence, from these 6, it was expected that only 3 would advance. A remarkable feat indeed. The intermission lasted a total of 30 minutes. The other 5 individuals were palpably anxious. In fact, the second level of testing was notorious for its exceedingly high elimination rate, contrasting sharply with the clearly defined standards of the first level. Numerous candidates, despite possessing the strength of a warrior, were disqualified due to a lack of combat experience. This reality had initially sent ripples of anxiety through the crowd upon realizing that Luo Sha would be the examiner. He was infamous for his strictness. While some might have passed under different examiners, facing Luo Sha could easily result in being incapacitated within a minute and subsequently carted off to the hospital. Although the Federation would cover medical expenses, the stakes were undeniably high, in stark contrast to the mounting tension experienced by the others. Lu Yu chose to close his eyes and meditate. Both he and Luo Sha were at the second level of body refinement. Yet Lu Yu's true strength was commensurate with the third level. Thus, it was imperative for him to achieve certification as a warrior today. As time swiftly passed, the 30-minute respite concluded. The 5 candidates rose simultaneously, their gazes fixed upon Luo Sha. He too gathered his thoughts and directed his attention towards them. Shall we proceed in order, or will you take the initiative? Luo Sha's voice was devoid of warmth, and an intangible aura emanated from him, instilling trepidation in the onlookers. Amidst the palpable tension, it was the first candidate who bravely stepped forward. Examiner Luo Sha, I shall go first. His robust figure exuded strength, and his eyes were firmly locked onto Luo Sha. The examiner nodded in approval. Well done. You possess more courage than the rest. As a reward, I shall have the pleasure of administering a sound beating. Luo Sha flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth, and in the next instant, he unleashed a punch towards the man. The force sent the man hurtling backward, knocking out a tooth in the process. The other 4 candidates watched in horror, their scalps tingling. While it was now possible for teeth to regrow, the severity of Luo Sha's strike was undeniable. Yet, the man seemed undeterred, roaring defiantly as he charged forward once more. Today, I shall become a warrior. Take this. He lunged at Luo Sha, only to be effortlessly kicked away. Not bad. You have spirit. Keep it up, Luo Sha remarked coolly, a hint of appreciation glimmering in his eyes. The man took a deep breath and rose again, only to be sent flying by another swift kick. Throughout the entire ordeal, Luo Sha remained firmly planted in place, allowing the man to charge at him repeatedly. Yet it was always the latter who was sent sprawling. This spectacle showcased the true terror of a second-level warrior's prowess. What astonished everyone was that, despite being battered to near unconsciousness, the man stubbornly struggled to his feet, advancing towards Luo Sha once more. Just as Luo Sha prepared to deliver a finishing blow, the bell rang. Congratulations, you have become a warrior, Luo Sha remarked with a smile. At last, the man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yet a smile remained etched on his face. He had successfully gained his certification. The other candidates were taken aback. Witnessing someone earn their title right before their eyes was indeed a tremendous source of motivation. Luo Sha nodded in acknowledgement. This individual may lack strength, but his tenacity is commendable. Turning his gaze back to the remaining candidates, Luo Sha spoke with a calm demeanor. Now, who among you will step forward next? At his words, the other 4 fell into a state of indecision, none daring to volunteer. However, at that moment, Lu Yu suddenly stood up. I will go. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. Chapter 009. Striking Luo Sha, replicating martial techniques. This fellow is taking the initiative? The others regarded Lu Yu with astonishment, unable to believe he possessed the audacity to step forward. In contrast, their own hesitation left them feeling somewhat ashamed. Luo Sha observed Lu Yu and nodded. Very well. Come forth. Without uttering a word, Lu Yu approached the testing platform. The surface of the platform was constructed from a special material capable of withstanding attacks from warriors of up to the 5th level of body refinement. As Lu Yu faced Luo Sha, a smile crept across his lips. I hope you won't mind if I don't hold back, he declared. His delay in stepping forward had been strategic, allowing him to assess Luo Sha's capabilities. Had he miscalculated his strength and inadvertently injured Luo Sha, the repercussions would have been quite awkward. Unbeknownst to Luo Sha, his gaze remained fixed on Lu Yu. Make your move. The moment his words left his lips, Lu Yu nodded. In the next instant, before anyone could react, Lu Yu vanished from his position. Boom. When he reappeared, he was at Luo Sha's side. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. Luo Sha, taken aback by Lu Yu's astonishing speed, quickly attempted to defend himself. However, his reflexes proved insufficient, and Lu Yu's fist struck him squarely in the chest. Thud! A dull sound resonated as Luo Sha was propelled backward, soaring several meters before finally halting at the edge of the testing platform. Luo Sha was at a loss for words, feeling a flush of embarrassment. After all, he was an examiner. How could he be so thoroughly bested by a candidate with a single blow? The surrounding spectators were equally dumbfounded. What just transpired? Did Luo Sha just get knocked back by Lu Yu's punch? Surely, the examiner had simply underestimated him. This time, there was no way he would let Lu Yu take advantage. Indeed, Lu Yu had seized the initiative, but this time Luo Sha would be prepared. He would not allow himself to be caught off guard again. The crowd of dozens remained, captivated by the unfolding drama, whispering among themselves. Excellent. Your performance is commendable, Luo Sha declared, rising to his feet, his tone now grave. There was no room for leniency. Should he fail to take Lu Yu seriously, he risked humiliation. The thought of losing face in front of the Martial Arts Association in Yuanwu City was unbearable. With this in mind, he fixed his gaze on Lu Yu. Prepare yourself to receive my punch. As he spoke, Luo Sha's figure vanished from sight, transforming into a shadow that rocketed towards Lu Yu, his fist raised high. Martial technique, mountain-cleaving fist, he announced as he launched a powerful strike towards Lu Yu. The onlookers were struck with awe. The mountain-cleaving fist? This was dire. It was a mid-tier martial technique of the ordinary grade. Ha ha ha. Martial techniques enhance a warrior's strength. A mid-tier ordinary technique could amplify one's power by at least 50%. Look at that. Boasting and provoking the examiner is never a wise choice. Many spectators couldn't help but revel in Lu Yu's impending doom. If moments ago they had viewed Lu Yu with respect, his subsequent bravado now mirrored the reckless behavior typical of a high school student. Impudent. He seemed utterly oblivious to the need for restraint. Provoking the examiner like this would surely lead to his disqualification. Unless, of course, he possessed extraordinary prowess capable of besting the examiner. But such talent was hardly expected from a high school student. Many scoffed at the notion. Meanwhile, on the platform, Luo Sha's fist was hurtling towards Lu Yu. Sensing the overwhelming force, Lu Yu initially contemplated evading the strike. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lu Yu's mind, prompting him to boldly confront the situation head-on. Why not test the potency of this martial technique? Its power seemed formidable. Perhaps he could replicate it? It is worth noting that within the Federation, martial techniques are exorbitantly priced. A mere ordinary low-grade martial technique commands no less than 5 million star coins. The medium-grade techniques are valued at 10 million or more. To forego replication would indeed be a pity. This thought flitted through Lu Yu's mind as he raised his hand to meet the challenge. Bang! The clash of their fists resonated, and as anticipated, Lu Yu was forced to retreat. 3 steps back he took, each footfall leaving a mark upon the ground. This fellow was indeed no match for the assessment officer. Luo Sha? A wave of satisfaction swept over many onlookers. Witnessing Lu Yu's arrogance being subdued was a source of great comfort to them. However, in stark contrast to their glee, Luo Sha's brow furrowed in concern. What on earth was happening? This felt amiss. With a strength of 2,000 kilograms as a second-tier warrior, augmented by martial techniques, he should have achieved the power standard of a third-tier warrior, specifically 3,000 kilograms. Yet, this individual had only retreated 3 steps. Moreover, why was he smiling? Luo Sha was utterly confounded. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was secretly reveling in his good fortune. In that fleeting moment, he had successfully replicated Luo Sha's martial technique. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, second-tier body refinement. Replication points, 30. Talent, SSS. Strength, 3,300 kilograms. Speed, 330 ms. Nerve reaction, SSS. Martial technique, mountain shattering fist, ordinary high grade. Strength augmentation 70, upgradable. Weapon, none. Gazing at the figures displayed on his system panel, Lu Yu was filled with elation. Fortune favored him, as he had fortuitously triggered a 505 replication rate, upgrading the martial technique by a minor tier. An ordinary high-grade martial technique. A strength augmentation of 70. It is noteworthy that such a technique commands a price exceeding 20 million star coins. The spiritual grade techniques are even more astonishing. However, that was not something Lu Yu could contemplate at the moment. For now, the ordinary high grade was more than sufficient. As Lu Yu basked in his delight, Luo Sha suddenly spoke up. Are you concealing your true strength? Luo Sha's gaze bore into Lu Yu. After much contemplation, he could only conclude that the possibility of Lu Yu hiding his strength was the only explanation. Otherwise, a typical second-tier body refinement warrior could never withstand his punch so effortlessly. In response to Luo Sha's inquiry, Lu Yu appeared unfazed. Not at all. Just this single remark caused Luo Sha's frown to deepen. Just as he was about to speak again, the bell rang. Luo Sha sighed and turned to Lu Yu. Number 46, you have passed the assessment. His words left the surrounding spectators in disbelief. He passed just like that. While others had to grit their teeth and endure punishment, Lu Yu had the audacity to strike the assessment officer. This was astonishing. All gazes were fixed on Lu Yu, who now seemed to inspire a sense of reverence. Yet, Lu Yu remained unaffected, smiling as he nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, assessment officer. With that, he turned to leave, but Luo Sha called out to him. Wait, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 010, Luo Sha's Invitation. Emergence of the main quest. Luo Sha's words caused Lu Yu to furrow his brow slightly. It was evident that the other party harbored suspicions regarding his strength. However, considering Luo Sha's position as an assessment officer, Lu Yu could only bide his time. The next 4 individuals soon began their assessments. Yet, in comparison to Lu Yu, their trials were decidedly lackluster, as they were systematically overwhelmed by Luo Sha, seemingly venting his pent-up frustrations. This spectacle only deepened the fear surrounding Luo Sha's name among the onlookers. Ultimately, the results were revealed. Only 2 individuals passed the assessment. One was Lu Yu, the other was number 1. Number 1, please come with me. Luo Sha cast one last glance at Lu Yu before entering the Warrior Association's premises. Shortly thereafter, number 1 emerged, visibly injured and limping, yet with a complex expression on his face. Hello, number 46, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hope to fight alongside you in this year's hunting competition. With that, the man turned and left, leaving Lu Yu in contemplative silence. Before he could ponder further, Luo Sha reappeared. Come in. He gestured towards the interior. Lu Yu entered confidently, unperturbed. In a room adorned with elegant gray decor, Luo Sha sat across from him. After scrutinizing Lu Yu for several moments, he finally spoke. What concerns do you have? Luo Sha's inquiry was unmistakable. Lu Yu examined the fierce countenance of the man before him and shook his head. I have no concerns. Playing the fool. Who couldn't he do that? Luo Sha, seeing Lu Yu's demeanor, said nothing further and instead rose to retrieve a document. Those who come for the warrior assessment are certainly not content with mediocrity. Given your accomplishments at such a young age, it is likely you share similar ambitions. Moreover, I've just looked into your background. Your family circumstances seem rather modest. You must be in need of the Federation's support, correct? Luo Sha's words caused Lu Yu's eyes to narrow. What was he implying? Was this a veiled threat? You may interpret it as a threat, as it pertains to your future achievements. If you seek boundless wealth and resources, I have an opportunity for you, the Genius Warrior Competition. I trust you have heard of it. As he spoke, Luo Sha tossed a document across the table. Lu Yu glanced at the text and quickly grasped Luo Sha's intention. The Genius Warrior Competition, hosted by the Federation, aims to identify talented warriors and concentrate resources for their cultivation. The entry requirements are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, age. One must achieve the second-tier warrior status before the age of 22. This alone would eliminate countless candidates. Secondly, the competition environment. The entire tournament takes place in the Star Beast Zone without any protective measures. Throughout the event, aside from live broadcasts, no one will intervene to assist the participants. Only true talents will survive and receive the Federation's substantial backing. Others will merely become prey for the Star Beasts, mere casualties. As Lu Yu pondered these implications, he suddenly looked up at Luo Sha. You want me to participate? Your strength is undoubtedly beyond what you have displayed. I have high hopes for you. Do not let your talents go to waste. If you are interested, the Yuanwu City hunting competition is just 3 days away. If you can secure a top 3 position, you will earn a qualification for participation. At that point, the entire Yuanwu City will rally behind you. Luo Sha spoke with a calm demeanor. He neither threatened nor coerced Lu Yu. He simply laid everything out plainly. For someone of Lu Yu's caliber, it would be a tragedy to see him falter due to a lack of information. Lu Yu pondered the proposal, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Ultimately, he chose silence, nodding before departing. If you decide, feel free to seek me out. Additionally, here is a personal sponsorship of some star coins. Luo Sha added. And Lu Yu then noticed a sudden influx of 1 million star coins into his account. Lu Yu smiled, refraining from further conversation, and turned to leave. After Lu Yu exited, Luo Sha returned to his office. If he could participate in the hunting competition and advance to the genius contest, it would undoubtedly dispel the previously weak image of Yuanwu City. However, the thoughts of these prodigies are truly inscrutable. Luo Sha felt a throbbing headache as he pondered over this, and he sent a message to his superior, the president of the Yuanwu City Martial Arts Association. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who had already left, was completely unaware of the immense stir his test results had caused within the Yuanwu City Martial Arts Association. At this moment, he had returned home, having received 1 million star coins, yet he chose not to use them. He was uncertain whether he should participate in any genius contest. Such an event was too ostentatious. If some discerning individuals were to take notice of him, someone who had previously tested as an E suddenly evolving to an SSS, it would likely invite scrutiny and dissection. Of course, there was already a slight commotion, though it was not overly significant. Reflecting on this, Lu Yu returned home to find Lu Ling already there, engrossed in watching television. Upon seeing Lu Yu, she greeted him with a smile before returning to her studies. Lu Yu retreated to his room to practice martial arts. System, request task rewards. Lu Yu stated calmly. The next moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task. Reward, 500 copying points. The system's prompt quickly followed. Lu Yu glanced at his remaining points. 530 copying points? Without hesitation, he retrieved the 3 high-grade source crystals he had previously set aside. Copy 4 times. Ding. Copying in progress. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 47 high-grade source crystals and 1 premium source crystal. The system's notification echoed swiftly, and Lu Yu discovered that it had deducted 400 copying points. It seemed that the better the item being copied, the more points were required, which left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. He had obtained 47 high-grade source crystals and 1 premium source crystal. Surely, these would be sufficient to help him elevate to a minor realm, he thought. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu began to absorb the star source energy contained within these crystals. The night passed in a blur. The following morning, Lu Yu abruptly opened his eyes, a substantive brilliance glinting within them. He had broken through to the 3rd stage of body refinement. Lu Yu exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to take a shower, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding. Host detected to have broken through to the 3rd stage of body refinement. Main quest issued. Chapter 011. Accept the quest. Dare you spar with me, Lu Yu? Main quest issued. As a child of destiny, one cannot fade into the masses. Main quest. Make a name for yourself. Please participate in the Yuanwu City hunting competition 3 days hence and secure 1st place. Task rewards. 1,000 copying points and 10 free copy opportunities, any range. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the system would present him with such a task. I merely wish to keep a low profile. What have I done wrong? Host. The growth of a powerful individual necessitates vast resources. A true child of destiny would never shy away from minor dangers. If there are obstacles, then sweep them away. The system's voice returned, delivering a substantial dose of motivation to Lu Yu. Coupled with the generous rewards on offer, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel intrigued. Indeed, participating in the competition would yield an abundance of resources. More importantly, he should have the opportunity to encounter other prodigies, whose talents and treasures might benefit him. Lu Yu smiled broadly. System, I accept this quest. He proclaimed. Ding. System acknowledges. We eagerly await the host's performance. With that, the system fell silent. At this moment, Lu Yu was brimming with excitement. A hunting competition? He thought to himself, I'll obliterate everything. Lu Ling's voice rang out from outside. Brother, wake up. Finish breakfast and head to school. Her cheerful tone reached him. Lu Yu quickly exited his room and took a seat. As Lu Ling poured him milk, she scrutinized him closely. Wow, brother, you seem to have gotten more handsome, she exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, after entering the body refinement stage and undergoing a transformation, Lu Yu appeared even more striking than before. However, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. His sister seemed to have a rather delayed reaction. How did you only just notice? Your brother has always been dashing, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly, causing Lu Ling to stick out her tongue. Got it. You're the most handsome. Super handsome. With that, she began her breakfast. Lu Yu looked at his sister and felt a slight headache coming on. How would he explain to Lu Ling that he had become a martial artist? Never mind, he thought, dismissing the concern. Breakfast passed quickly. It was Monday, and both siblings had to go to school. However, Lu Yu attended Yuanwu 5th High, while Lu Ling went to Yuanwu 1st High, a reflection of her slightly superior talent. After giving Lu Ling a few parting words, Lu Yu boarded the vacuum supersonic train to school. Due to a minor issue with the train, they arrived at school at 9 in the morning. Late, Lu Yu gazed at the tightly locked iron gates and the vigilant security guards in the guardhouse. Feeling a wave of frustration, there was no choice. He exited the school premises. However, he certainly had no intention of abandoning school altogether. He merely sought a less populated wall. Tossing his backpack over, Lu Yu exerted force through his legs, leaping over the wall without even touching it. No one in the school witnessed this feat, but an elderly passerby did. Are all high school students martial artists now? The old man mused, feeling a surge of youthful vigor despite his advanced age. Haha, if that's the case, then the federal eradication of star beasts is just around the corner. The old man's words went unnoticed by Lu Yu, as this was merely a minor interlude. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and recalled the day's schedule. It seemed they had martial arts class today. The martial arts class was akin to the physical education classes of the past. Yet it taught essential skills related to martial artists, holding far greater significance than the replaceable physical education classes of his previous life. In Blue Star, martial arts instructors often replaced teachers of other subjects. Bringing in a physical education teacher from Earth would undoubtedly be treated like a godsend. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Yu soon arrived at the playground. Lu Yu, why are you late? The martial arts instructor was a robust man with a somewhat fierce demeanor. Many students who witnessed Lu Yu's tardiness couldn't help but revel in his misfortune. Other classes might overlook tardiness, but this guy dared to be late for martial arts class? This was a disaster. In response, Lu Yu remained calm. Teacher Zhang, there was a sudden issue with the train on the way, he explained candidly. Teacher Zhang furrowed his brow, but chose not to pursue the matter further, gesturing for Lu Yu to enter. As soon as Lu Yu stepped inside, numerous gazes were directed at him. Oh, look who it is. Lu Yu late again? Poor thing, I guess his family can't afford a car. A boy in front remarked mockingly, prompting laughter from several boys around him. Lu contemplated, recalling a few details. He recognized He Yuanming, a wealthy scion with considerable talent. He had previously taken an interest in Lu Ling, but due to his questionable character, Lu had advised Lu Ling against pursuing a relationship with him, resulting in this individual harboring animosity toward Lu. So now, he took the opportunity to mock him for being late. An amused smirk played on Lu's lips as he raised an eyebrow, but chose to remain silent. He Yuanming, sensing Lu's indifference, grew emboldened and was about to retort when a stern voice interrupted. Silence. Today, we will be assessing your fundamental boxing techniques. This matter was addressed by me last month. Pertaining to your college entrance examination, I sincerely hope your performance today meets my expectations. Zhang Hai bellowed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd. He Yuanming, upon witnessing this, cast a fierce glare at Lu before retracting his gaze. Lu regarded He Yuanming with a nonchalant smile. I was actually prepared to deliver a slap to this fellow just moments ago. How curious he has chosen silence now. Up front, Zhang Hai continued to vociferate. Yet not a soul dared to meet his gaze, all appearing somewhat intimidated. Although the foundational boxing techniques were ostensibly simple, their execution was fraught with significant difficulty. The assessment today would inevitably involve penalties. Many lamented, and indeed the first to step up was swiftly reprimanded. Lackadaisical and devoid of strength. What do you consume daily? Zhang Hai exclaimed furiously. A frail young man did not even dare to lift his head. He Yuanming could not restrain a hearty laugh. This scrawny wretch is always like this. There's no need for the teacher to be enraged. He Yuanming spoke with palpable pride, as he himself possessed a robust physique. Zhang Hai frowned at this, but, upon reflecting on He Yuanming's background, chose not to comment further. Very well, I shall demonstrate the techniques once more. Should any of you fail to perform adequately afterwards, do not blame me for the consequences. With that, he gradually executed a set of punches. Though his movements appeared sluggish and lacking vigor, a closer inspection revealed numerous variations and substantial force behind each strike. Even an adult man would struggle to withstand the impact of such punches. The essence of foundational boxing lies in its steadiness and grandeur, slow yet powerful. Who will step up now? Zhang Hai inquired after completing his demonstration. Still, no one replied, but He Yuanming suddenly smiled. Teacher, I have an idea. May I spar with classmate Lu to practice the foundational boxing techniques? Rest assured, classmate Lu, I will not harm you. He Yuanming said, casting a provocative glance at Lu. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to Lu. It was evident to all that He Yuanming was indeed challenging Lu. The enmity between the two was well known throughout the class. Lu had consistently yielded to He Yuanming in the past, and this time would likely be no different. After all, He Yuanming's talent and background were formidable. Leveraging resources and innate ability, he was already a prospective martial artist, boasting a strength of 300 kilograms. Would Lu not be inviting humiliation upon himself by engaging him? Many shook their heads. He Yuanming's confidence grew, and he gazed at Lu with a smug smile. Lu, I know you wish to refuse me. How many times have you turned down my challenge? As men, we should confront each other. I accept. Just as He Yuanming began to immerse himself in the moment, assuming a condescending posture to instruct Lu, to everyone's astonishment. Lu wore a radiant smile as he spoke. Accepted. The crowd gasped, their expressions filled with disbelief. Could this fellow truly be daring enough to engage him? My word, what audacity! This was not merely a matter of courage. How could one endure such bullying from He Yuanming without responding? Even so, what could be done? Ultimately, one would still be subjected to a beating. Many began to express their concerns, some of whom were slightly closer to Lu, already attempting to dissuade him. It was clear to all that Lu was bound to face punishment. Even Zhang Hai's brow furrowed slightly. Lu, are you certain? Absolutely certain, teacher. Lu replied nonchalantly, silencing Zhang Hai. Others were at a loss for words. It appeared Lu was resolutely determined to endure a beating. He Yuanming laughed uproariously. All right, Lu, today, I shall regard you as a man. Tell me, how many punches are you prepared to endure before you fall? He Yuanming swaggered over to Lu, looking down at him with disdain due to their height difference. Lu chuckled in return. I was just about to ask you the same question. How many punches do you intend to take before you collapse? Lu's gaze was laced with mockery. A prospective martial artist? Strength of 300 kilograms. Was this not akin to offering oneself as a human punching bag? Just moments ago, he had lamented that this fellow had narrowly escaped a slap. And now he was presenting his face for a beating. To refrain from striking would be a disservice to him. He Yuanming could hardly fathom that Lu would speak with such bravado. He immediately sneered. Pathetic, your words are impressive. But do you not recall how I bested you last time? He Yuanming narrowed his eyes. Lu recalled some unpleasant memories. His current incarnation had indeed been bullied by He Yuanming on numerous occasions, often without recourse for redress. However, that was of little consequence. This fellow's arrogance would soon diminish. How do you wish to fall? Still trying to act tough? He Yuanming looked at Lu with incredulity. I ask you, how do you wish to fall? Lu's tone had turned frigid. He Yuanming, unfazed, scoffed. TSK, still with a little temper, are we? One punch from me will extinguish that. He Yuanming coldly chuckled, launching a punch at close range. As he struck, the surrounding spectators tensed, and some girls began to shield their eyes. Zhang Hai's expression immediately sharpened. As a martial arts instructor, he was well aware that He Yuanming was unleashing his full strength. He was a prospective martial artist, capable of delivering 300 kilograms of force. Coupled with his proficient foundational boxing skills, he intended to incapacitate Lu Yu. Stop. At this distance, Zhang Hai could not intervene in time and could only shout in anger. However, He Yuanming was resolute in his intent. If he dies, so be it. A nobody, orphaned and powerless. What of it? Will the Federation punish me for eliminating a bottom-tier waste? He sneered at Lu Yu, his disdain palpable. Yet what puzzled him was Lu Yu's remarkably calm demeanor. Was he truly smiling at him? Indeed, Lu Yu was smiling. Did He Yuanming truly believe he could kill him without consequence? Such audacity, relying on his privileged background. Disregarding human life? Lu Yu's smile gradually turned cold. He could almost envision the dire consequences had he not acquired the system. But alas, I am no longer the original self. You wish to bully me? Lu Yu's eyes suddenly turned icy. He extended his hand, moving with a speed that surpassed everyone's expectations. Their visual nerves barely had time to relay the image to their brains before Lu Yu had already grasped He Yuanming's fist with one hand. Not a step backward. As if he held a mere feather, He Yuanming found himself frozen in place, gripped by Lu Yu, experiencing an overwhelming sense of inescapability. More shockingly, why could his 300 kilograms of strength not even cause Lu Yu to flinch? At that moment, everyone finally grasped the situation, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. What transpired? He Yuanming was being held by Lu Yu. Just as the crowd stood in stunned silence, Lu Yu finally moved. He Yuanming, I wish to impart a lesson. Not only your life holds value. A mocking smile graced Lu Yu's lips. At that moment, He Yuanming finally sensed that something was amiss. He desperately attempted to break free from Lu Yu's grip, but even as he struggled, it felt as though his hand might snap. Yet Lu Yu remained utterly unyielding. Instead, one could only witness Lu Yu gently raise his arm, and the next moment, He Yuanming was sent flying several meters, crashing against a row of railings. Puff! He Yuanming spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Lu Yu. All around them, others stood in stunned silence, including Zhang Hai, who was utterly dazed. How on earth did Lu Yu accomplish this? Not only had he countered He Yuanming's punch, but he had also sent him and others flying? What immense strength must he possess? A shiver ran down everyone's spine, and He Yuanming found it impossible to accept the reality. How could this be? You, a mere waste. How could you possibly defeat me? This is inconceivable. That last punch I threw should have been your demise. If you perish, I would have the chance to claim Lu Ling for myself. He Yuanming's words only deepened Lu Yu's expressionless demeanor. He casually strolled to He Yuanming's side and glanced at him, before delivering a decisive kick directly to He Yuanming's chest. Puff! This time, He Yuanming spat out another mouthful of blood, his chest collapsing inward. It's all right. Don't court death, Lu Yu remarked, offering no further regard to He Yuanming, who lay there like a dead dog. He turned to Zhang Hai with a broad smile. Teacher Zhang, our sparring session has concluded. Everyone remained frozen, and Zhang Hai mechanically nodded. Good. Chapter 013. He Yuanming's background embarrassed Lu Yu. Good. Zhang Hai himself was bewildered at how he managed to utter that word. It truly was a good thing. Lu Yu's ability to defeat He Yuanming indicated that his strength was at least above that of a preparatory martial artist. However, the fact remained that he had engaged He Yuanming. The trouble was monumental. Given He Yuanming's injuries, he would undoubtedly be bedridden for at least 10 days to half a month. Yet the problem lay in the fact that the college entrance examination was merely 7 days away. The injury to He Yuanming was trivial if he missed the exam. Setting aside the loss of a potentially college-bound student for the school, He Yuanming's father would never consent to such a thing. It must be noted that He Yuanming's background was anything but simple. Zhang Hai fell into a contemplative silence and, after arranging for He Yuanming to be taken to the hospital, resumed his class. However, his thoughts were entirely elsewhere. Lu Yu, appearing at ease, continued with the lesson, while others regarded him with a mix of awe and fear, particularly a few beautiful girls who could hardly tear their gazes away from him. Although Lu Yu was handsome, he had previously been rather unremarkable, garnering little attention from the female students. Yet now, his sudden display of strength had undeniably captured a significant amount of interest. Nevertheless, Lu Yu paid little mind to it. Before long, the class came to an end. Just as Lu Yu intended to leave, Zhang Hai approached him. We need to have a discussion. Zhang Hai initiated. Lu Yu nodded in response. Surely, Teacher Zhang intended to address the matter of He Yuanming, correct? Yes. It is regarding He Yuanming. You are aware of his background, correct? Zhang Hai looked at Lu Yu, his gaze filled with helplessness. He was uncertain why Lu Yu had suddenly become so powerful or if he had been concealing his true abilities all along. However, inflicting such harm upon He Yuanming would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Lu Yu was well aware of Zhang Hai's thoughts and immediately waved his hand with a smile. Teacher, I understand you are concerned that He Yuanming's family might cause me trouble, but I assure you, I am not afraid. Indeed, Lu Yu had little to fear. If provoked, he would retaliate. Why should he suppress himself? He possessed a system, a golden finger, and had traversed realms. Just because he Yuanming had a bit of status meant he should be bullied? Did that render him less than human? A true genius would never cower before minor dangers. If they existed, they would simply be swept away. Lu Yu recalled the words imparted by the system and spoke them aloud. Zhang Hai had intended to say more, but upon hearing Lu Yu's words, he was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Yes, exactly. This is the spirit of a martial artist. These factions are far too murky. I have witnessed far too many promising martial artists being suppressed over the years. Your kick today, while reckless, also serves as a form of catharsis. I will assist you with the school, but as for He Yuanming's family, I cannot intervene. Zhang Hai chuckled, patting Lu Yu's shoulder. Lu Yu had not anticipated such generosity from his teacher, and he too smiled. Teacher, I am somewhat curious. What is He Yuanming's family background? Background? Ah, you may not be aware, but He Yuanming's father has a friend who is an examiner at the Martial Artist Association. With such connections, the He family has managed to establish themselves quite well in Yuanwu City. As Zhang Hai spoke, his expression grew serious. Becoming a martial artist is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Even in Yuanwu City, with its population nearing 10 million, only about 10,000 individuals successfully attain certification as martial artists. This is in light of the systematic education currently in place. And here I am, merely hovering near the level of a martial artist. This underscores just how formidable a connection to someone working within the Martial Artist Association truly is. However, Zhang Hai failed to notice that Lu Yu appeared somewhat astonished upon hearing this information. An examiner at the Martial Artist Association? Lu Yu inexplicably thought of Luo Sha. Could it be him? Lu Yu quickly dismissed this possibility. That would be far too coincidental. Yet he felt no concern. An examiner was merely an examiner. His true strength had already reached the third stage of body refinement. Even if one were an examiner, so what? Engaging in normal sparring, sustaining a few injuries, was that not entirely natural? Zhang Hai remained oblivious to Lu Yu's expression and spoke solemnly. Regardless, the college entrance examination is only 7 days away. Lu Yu, although I am unsure how you have grown so powerful, everyone possesses their own secrets. I hope you perform well on the exam and secure admission to a reputable martial arts school, striving for an early ascension to the ranks of martial artists. After giving Lu Yu's shoulder an encouraging pat, Zhang Hai departed. Lu Yu could not help but chuckle softly to himself. Early ascension to a martial artist? Teacher, I am already a martial artist. Of course, this was a thought best kept to himself. The element of surprise was best reserved for the day of the examination. With that thought, Lu Yu's spirits lifted, and he hurried back to class. The morning classes swiftly concluded, and lunchtime presented a 2-hour respite. However, during this interval, Lu Yu did not return home, but instead made his way to the Martial Artist Association. Since he was preparing to participate in the hunting competition, he certainly needed to inform Luo Sha. After all, registration was imperative. Boarding the vacuum supersonic train, Lu Yu journeyed toward the Martial Artist Association. Yet upon his arrival, he found no sign of Luo Sha. I apologize, but Examiner Luo Sha is out today due to personal matters. You may contact him through his private number. A receptionist respectfully informed. She held a deep impression of Lu Yu, knowing he had successfully passed the examination last time, having directly achieved the rank of a second-stage body refinement martial artist. At such a young age, his future was indeed bright, warranting her respect. Lu Yu thanked her and exited the Martial Artist Association. He possessed Luo Sha's contact information and quickly dialed the number. Hello, is this Examiner Luo Sha? Regarding what you mentioned last time, do you have time to meet? Lu Yu got straight to the point. Luo Sha was taken aback that Lu Yu would approach him with such confidence. You succeeded? Excitedly, Luo Sha responded, no problem. I'm currently in a bit of a predicament, but if you can, please come to Yuanwu City First Hospital. Luo Sha began, only to reconsider midway. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu did not dwell on it and nodded. All right, I'll head to the hospital to find you. After concluding the call, Lu Yu felt a twinge of guilt. He hoped he hadn't inadvertently injured Examiner Luo Sha with that last punch. After all, having copied someone else's martial arts techniques and accepted their payment, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt at the thought that Luo Sha might have been injured by his actions. As Lu Yu made his way to the first hospital of Yuanwu, outside the VIP intensive care unit, Luo Sha approached the door once more. What is it, Brother Luo? Inquired a portly middle-aged man, his brow furrowed in confusion. Luo Sha smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Just waiting for a genius martial artist who has recently passed the assessment to meet me. A genius martial artist? I shall require your assistance in introducing me to him later, the man replied eagerly. Let us continue our discussion regarding Yuanming. That rascal from the school was far too ruthless. He outright broke 5 of Yuanming's ribs. Chapter 014. Kill the Heart, Blue Star Genius Tournament. To have broken 5 of Yuanming's ribs. The man's expression darkened with fury, his gaze icy. I hope you can lend a hand when the time comes. After all, you have watched Yuanming grow up since childhood. You surely cannot bear to see him bullied in such a manner, can you? He Yuan Chu was playing the emotional card. Luo Sha's brows furrowed slightly. To be honest, he was reluctant to help with this matter, regardless of who struck first. It was utterly excessive for a martial artist to bully a student. Actually, Brother Luo, you need not take direct action. We could simply ensure that he is not scheduled for the martial arts examination during the college entrance exams, and that would suffice, He Yuan-Chu proposed, noticing Luo Sha's hesitation and quickly backtracking. That's still not quite right. Luo Sha was about to speak when his intelligent assistant rang, glancing at the caller ID. He saw it was Lu Yu. Hello, Officer Luo Sha, I have arrived at the hospital. Where are you? On the 12th floor, room 4. Luo Sha replied after checking the door plate. Once Lu Yu acknowledged this, he ended the call. Before long, Lu Yu appeared at the elevator's exit. Officer Luo Sha. It is good to see you again. Lu Yu greeted, a broad smile illuminating his face. Luo Sha stepped forward. Ha ha ha, no need to call me officer. Just refer to me as Brother Luo. He laughed heartily, already surmising Lu Yu's purpose for the visit, which brought him joy. He Yuan-Chu initially felt displeased that Lu Yu's arrival interrupted his conversation with Luo Sha, but upon scrutinizing Lu Yu's youthful appearance, he froze in place. So young. Hadn't he just heard Luo Sha mention that a certified martial artist was coming to see him? Gasp. This meant that the youth before him was indeed already a martial artist? He Yuan-Chu's surprise quickly transformed into keen perception. This was someone he must befriend. With such talent at such a tender age, this individual's future was bound to be boundless. If he could forge a friendship, wouldn't the He family ascend to greater heights? With that thought in mind, He Yuan-Chu promptly extended his hand toward Lu Yu. Ha ha, I have long heard of Brother Luo's friend coming. I never expected you to be so youthful. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. This boldness left both Luo Sha and Lu Yu momentarily speechless. Allow me to introduce you. This is a friend of mine, Luo Sha said with an awkward smile. At that moment, Lu Yu glanced at He Yuan-Chu but felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing his rotund visage. Suddenly, a voice erupted from within the room. Dad, I'm dying of thirst. Pour me some water. Inside the patient room, He Yuan-Ming, wrapped in bandages, voiced his dissatisfaction. Hearing this, He Yuan-Chu chuckled heartily. Ha ha, this young man seems to be about the same age as my son. How old are you this year? 18, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. This revelation left He Yuan-Chu astounded. 18? That's precisely the same age as my son. What a pity that my worthless son pales in comparison to you. He Yuan-Chu sighed, genuinely envious of Lu Yu's talent. Luo Sha nodded in agreement. Lu Yu's prowess was indeed the most extraordinary he had ever witnessed. Since you are of the same age, I am certain you have much to discuss. Shall we step inside? After expressing his admiration, He Yuan-Chu extended an invitation. He had resolved to cultivate a connection with Lu Yu, recognizing the potential benefits for the He family. Such accomplishments at such a young age, what heights could he reach in the future? If he could align himself with Lu Yu, the He family's prospects would be bright indeed. Yet, He Yuan-Chu's words elicited a genuine chuckle from Lu Yu. How amusing. What a coincidence to run into that fellow, Yuan-Ming. And to think, Luo Sha was indeed the He family's support. This was turning out to be quite entertaining. He wondered what expression Yuan-Ming would wear upon seeing him enter. With that thought, Lu Yu's smile grew even more radiant. All right, I too wish to meet him. Lu Yu's response sent He Yuan-Chu into a state of elation. No problem. Please, come in. He gestured invitingly and led the way inside. Yuan-Ming, sit up. There is someone of your age here to see you. He is only 18 and already a certified martial artist, so mind your manners, He Yuan-Chu announced, his voice carrying no attempt to conceal its excitement. Yuan-Ming could hear every word clearly. Instantly, he was taken aback. A certified martial artist at 18? Gasp. If he could befriend him, wouldn't that mean he could easily overpower Lu Yu? Just as Yuan-Ming was becoming thrilled, Lu Yu finally stepped into the room. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Lu Yu enter, Yuan-Ming's body froze instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief. He Yuan-Chu sensed something amiss and frowned. Yuan-Ming, speak properly. What do you mean by who is who? He Yuan-Chu was displeased and felt an urge to reprimand his son. This was an opportunity for the He family to soar to new heights. How could he speak like that? However, it was evident that He Yuan-Chu had misjudged the situation. Yuan-Ming's body trembled, pointing at Lu Yu in panic. Dad, it's this guy? He is the one who put me in the hospital. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent. He Yuan-Chu turned to Lu Yu, disbelief etched on his face. Meanwhile, Lu Yu wore a bright smile. I see now. My apologies, I mistakenly targeted the wrong person before. Though Lu Yu spoke words of apology, his expression was merely playful. Instantly, He Yuan-Chu felt as if the ground had crumbled beneath him. What on earth? How had his worthless son gotten entangled with this genius? It was worth noting that Luo Sha had just displayed an exceptionally warm attitude towards Lu Yu, clearly indicative of Lu Yu's talent and promising future. Just moments ago, He Yuan-Chu had been calculating how to forge a connection with Lu Yu, and now he was met with this shocking reversal. At once, He Yuan-Chu found himself at a loss for words. Luo Sha's brow furrowed. He had a favorable impression of Lu Yu, and given Yuan-Ming's previous actions, his expression darkened. Yuan-Ming, did you conceal something? You instigated the trouble, did you not? I didn't. Yuan-Ming began to defend himself, but Lu Yu interrupted. Why shy away from the truth? Lu Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as he walked past the rigid He Yuan Chu and approached Yuan Ming, placing his hand on Yuan Ming's face. He began to pat it. So now you realize your backing is Brother Luo. I almost regret not having killed you outright. As Lu Yu spoke, the murderous intent was almost palpable. He had no fear of Yuan Ming, but he did fear that this fellow might set his sights on Shaoling. Yuan Ming was already trembling in terror, his lower half dampening beneath the sheets. With Luo Sha watching coldly, what could he possibly do? Lu Yu, Brother Lu. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Grant me another chance, and I shall never dare to oppose you again. Yuan Ming pleaded desperately. He truly feared that Lu Yu might kill him directly. Luo Sha remained silent. His relationship with the He family was tenuous at best. There was no need to offend the potentially rising Lu Yu for the sake of saving a mere He Yuan Ming. He Yuan Chu was utterly flabbergasted, at a loss for words and contemplating whether to abandon the pawn to protect the king. However, at that moment, Lu Yu suddenly broke into laughter. Well, haven't you always enjoyed looking down on people like me from the lower echelons? Perhaps it's time for you to experience what it feels like to be at the bottom. With a cold and indifferent gaze, Lu Yu swiftly severed He Yuan Ming's spine. Instantly, He Yuan Ming let out a blood-curdling scream, his face turning ghostly pale and beaded with cold sweat. Seeing this, He Yuan Chu sighed in relief. This is good. Since Lu Yu has vented his anger, at least I'm safe. Worst case scenario, I can just support He Yuan Ming as a useless person for the rest of his life. Yet, what he contemplated, Lu Yu had surely anticipated. Brother Luo, do you think there might be any issues with the He family, perhaps violations of federal law? Lu Yu inquired, feigning confusion. Upon hearing this, Luo Sha wore a bitter smile. He had thought the matter was settled, only to realize that this young man was not only exceptionally gifted but also possessed a profound level of cunning. Killing He Yuan Ming was trivial compared to this. It was a matter of striking at the heart. He Yuan Chu's heart sank, and with a thud, he knelt down. Brother Lu, please give me a chance. This incident has nothing to do with me. It's all the mess created by my useless son. He Yuan Chu was nearly in tears. Yet, how could Lu Yu possibly pay him any heed? He simply exited the hospital room. TSK, what is the point of killing He Yuan Ming? This guy relishes mocking those less fortunate than himself, so let us turn him into one of them. Paralyzed for life, his family reduced to poverty overnight. By then, with He Yuan Chu's mercantile nature, he wouldn't even be able to sustain himself, let alone care for a useless son. The father-son relationship would be utterly severed, leading to their downfall on the streets. Perfect. Far more torturous than death. And it would eliminate any chance for this fellow to use his family's influence to take revenge on me. Of course, these matters were to be handled by Luo Sha, and he was confident in his ability to persuade him. Brother Luo, I believe we can discuss participating in the Blue Star Genius competition now. Stepping out of the hospital, Lu Yu turned to Luo Sha. Chapter 015. Lu Yu arrives, combat gear in hand. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Sha turned around, his expression brimming with excitement. It seems you've made up your mind. He chuckled. Lu Yu did not deny it. Indeed, he had made a decision to strive for more resources. That's the spirit. We martial artists are all about striving upwards. There's no need for secrets. Luo Sha remarked, glancing around before lowering his voice. Since no one is around, why not share with Brother Luo what your talent actually is? He was thoroughly intrigued, prompting a smile from Lu Yu. Brother Luo, the talent you've witnessed is indeed my talent. Fine, you clearly lack sincerity, Luo Sha retorted, rolling his eyes as he led Lu Yu to the flying car, heading towards the Martial Artist Association. At that moment, within the upper echelons of the Martial Artist Association in Yuanwu City, several elderly men gathered. Among them was one with graying hair, all of whom held significant status as the association's decision-makers. President Wang, I have a strong feeling that this young man is still concealing his true strength. How could they possibly withstand Luo Sha's punch so easily? One man clad in a black uniform spoke up. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, he must be hiding his capabilities. But what could his motive be? I don't know. It seems unnecessary. The Federation is in dire need of geniuses. The men engaged in a spirited discussion, while Wang Chongming shook his head. Regardless, this genius belongs to our Yuanwu city. I've already sent Luo Sha to persuade him. It would be best if he could participate in the genius competition, but if he refuses, we cannot force him. This statement left the others silent, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Here lay a piece of exquisite raw jade, waiting to be polished, yet it seemed this gem was unwilling to be refined. How could one not feel vexed? Just as they wallowed in their discontent, Luo Sha's voice resonated from outside. President, I'm back. Luo Sha has returned. The men exchanged glances, and Wang Chongming spoke up. Come in. To be honest, they hadn't thought much of it, and didn't expect Luo Sha to bring anyone back. However, when they noticed a young man following Luo Sha, they were taken aback. So young? Instantly, a familiar face surfaced in their minds, gradually merging with Lu Yu's features. They had all seen the live footage and swiftly recognized Lu Yu. Good heavens, he really brought him back. Luo Sha declared with a smile. Allow me to introduce. This is Lu Yu. Judging by their expressions, he could tell that the higher-ups were astonished. Lu Yu maintained his composure, nodding in acknowledgement. I have met several leaders of the association. He adhered to the formalities, as was customary. The Martial Artist Association is one of the most prestigious organizations in the entire Blue Star. In essence, those seated before him were the highest authorities in Yuanwu City. Wang Chongming, seated in the middle, was a figure of immense strength. Wang Chongming had his own legendary tale during the outbreak of the Star Beast Tide outside Yuanwu City. He single-handedly withstood the onslaught, buying time for reinforcements. While Lu Yu contemplated, the men began expressing their delight. "Haha, so this is classmate Lu Yu, right? Please, take a seat." They gushed, genuinely welcoming him without pretense, to the point that Luo Sha felt a twinge of envy. It was clear that having exceptional talent opened doors, as even the higher-ups, who rarely gathered, were now all present. The warmth of their reception left Lu Yu somewhat taken aback. He seated himself, and as soon as he did, Wang Chongming spoke up. "Lu Yu, you're here to prepare for the genius competition, correct?" Cutting straight to the chase. Without any superfluous words, Luo Sha found the directness a bit surprising, but Lu Yu quickly nodded. "I am here to participate in the genius competition." His gaze shifted to the elder, who, despite his cloudy eyes, exuded sharpness and was thoroughly scrutinizing Lu Yu. After a moment, the elder nodded. "Very well. To participate in the genius competition, you must first secure a top 3 finish in the Yuanwu City hunting competition. However, given your strength, there is no need for you to compete. I can directly send you to the genius competition." Wang Chongming smiled at Lu Yu. Indeed, based on Lu Yu's displayed prowess, there was no contender in Yuanwu City known to match him at this age. It would be wiser to grant him a direct entry into the genius competition. Luo Sha shared this sentiment, believing Lu Yu would not decline. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Lu Yu shook his head. "I believe I should still participate in the hunting competition." What a joke. The system task explicitly required him to enter the hunting competition. Lu Yu could easily deduce that he needed to participate in the hunting competition to complete the first task. The second task would likely involve entering the genius competition. If he skipped the hunting competition, he would forfeit the task rewards. Consequently, the second task might not even present itself. In summary, it would be a significant loss. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's refusal, Wang Chongming appeared somewhat puzzled. The genius competition begins in 15 days. During this period, you can adjust your state and familiarize yourself with the rules. Seeing Wang Chongming still asking questions, Lu Yu's mouth twitched slightly. "It's all right, President Wang. I do not require any rest. As martial artists, we must strive for self-improvement. Securing a guaranteed spot would be a disservice to the other competitors. Moreover, as a novice martial artist, I have yet to engage in battle with star beasts, and I seek an opportunity to hone my skills." Lu Yu's words were delivered with a sense of righteous conviction, leaving several high-ranking officials visibly impressed. Even Luo Sha was momentarily taken aback, surprised to realize that he had misjudged Lu Yu all along. The young man was not intimidated in the least. Such words are rarely spoken by ordinary individuals. Truly a genius. Luo Sha silently commended him. Even Wang Chongming couldn't help but nod in approval. "Indeed. Lu Yu, is there anything you require?" he inquired with a smile. "Although your martial artist certification has yet to be processed, I can provide you with private assistance." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu paused to contemplate. Assistance? Did he need any help? He was not lacking in star coins, so what else could he desire? Why be modest? "You lack battle gear, don't you?" Wang Chongming interjected. Luo Sha, present him with the battle suit that the association has designated as a reward. This left Luo Sha momentarily stunned. "President, that A-grade battle suit is worth." "Not to worry, I'll cover the cost later," Wang Chongming interrupted. Luo Sha was left in awe. He had previously gifted Lu Yu 1 million star coins, and now, with a mere wave of the president's hand, a battle suit worth tens of millions was being bestowed. Yet, this was rather uncharacteristic of the president's usual demeanor. Puzzled, he soon procured the battle suit. "Lu Yu, try it on and see how it feels," Luo Sha said with a grin, handing over the portable safe. As Lu Yu gazed at the silver and gray safe, a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. An A-grade battle suit. Quite extravagant. Lu Yu could only marvel at the grandeur. The starting price for an A-grade battle suit was at least 10 million star coins. And this was the minimum. The Martial Artist Association would surely not select the lowest tier as a reward. Thus, this battle suit must be of at least a respectable standard among A-grades. As expected, once Lu Yu opened the safe, his spirits lifted. The battle suit was crafted entirely in a sleek silver gray, exuding an aura of elegance and grandeur. Touching it, the material's self-heating properties provided a remarkably comfortable feel. "Put it on and give it a try," Wang Chongming encouraged with a smile. Without hesitation, Lu Yu donned the battle suit. The silver gray fabric fit him perfectly, featuring an automatic adjustment function. Before him appeared a pair of glasses, which, as his gaze shifted, began to display various metrics analyzed by a mini-intelligent brain. Holographic glasses. This was one of the unique features of the A-grade battle suit, capable of real-time battlefield data analysis and offering optimal strategies. After experiencing its capabilities, Lu Yu bowed slightly to Wang Chongming. "Thank you, President Wang." He did not refuse, as he genuinely needed a set of battle gear. He had intended to purchase one, but now it seemed he had saved a significant sum. Wang Chongming nodded with a smile, and, after observing Lu Yu for a moment, inquired, "What weapon do you use?" I might be able to provide you with one. This statement caused Luo Sha's eyes to widen. He had sensed something was amiss earlier. The usually frugal president had given away a battle suit worth tens of millions, and now he was offering a weapon? One must realize that the value of weapons would only surpass that of battle suits. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, President Wang, but I have yet to find a suitable weapon. Perhaps I will explore that later. His words were sincere. He truly had not yet located an appropriate weapon. Is that so? Very well. Should you find yourself in need next time, feel free to seek me out. Wang Chongming replied, though he seemed somewhat regretful. This left Luo Sha in a state of increasing bewilderment. What was happening? The president was behaving unusually today. At this rate, it felt as though he was eager to bestow all his treasures upon Lu Yu. Could it be that Lu Yu held a special place in President Wang's heart? Suddenly, an astonishing thought crossed Luo Sha's mind. His gaze darted back and forth between Lu Yu and Wang Chongming until the latter spoke once more. Since you have agreed, Lu Yu, there is nothing more to discuss. You may return to prepare. The hunting competition commences in 2 days, and all martial artists below the second level of body refinement in Yuanwu City will participate. Ensure you are ready. Luo Sha, if Lu Yu has any questions, you may assist him. Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, President Wang. Haha, no need for thanks. Seeing young individuals like you brings me great joy. The future of Yuanwu City rests upon your shoulders, Wang Chongming stated, which stirred something within Lu Yu. Regarding the Martial Artist Association, he could only express one sentiment. It is indeed devoid of humanity. Luo Sha escorted Lu Yu out of the Martial Artist Association, and at this juncture, Lu Yu signaled that no further escort was necessary. Prepare well. I look forward to seeing your performance, Luo Sha said with a smile. After a brief exchange, Lu Yu departed. Watching Lu Yu leave, Luo Sha returned to the top-level conference room. The high-ranking officials were engaged in conversation and fell silent upon his entrance. Luo Sha, aren't you curious why I've suddenly become so generous? Wang Chongming inquired with a faint smile. However, Luo Sha had already deduced what he believed to be the answer. He had envisioned the entire scenario in his mind. Just as Luo Sha contemplated, Wang Chongming spoke again. Let me inform you, this year's hunting competition will have an inspector visiting. If he recognizes Lu Yu's potential, that young man might just receive a few benefits. Indeed, the data indicates he is E-grade. One would hardly believe it. He's at least S-grade. The others chimed in, and Luo Sha found himself momentarily bewildered. Had he been mistaken? No wonder their president had become so extravagant. There was a deeper motive at play. It seemed he was concerned that Lu Yu might not perform well. In an instant, he felt a twinge of envy towards Lu Yu. Inspectors held a prestigious position within the Federation, typically at the realm of the Sea of Expansion. If Lu Yu were to encounter such an individual, even a minor reward could yield unimaginable benefits. Of course, if Lu Yu were aware of this, he would likely be too excited to sleep. An existence from the Sea of Expansion? Surely their talents must be exceptional, and if not, their weaponry would undoubtedly be impressive, or perhaps they possess some unique abilities. This could lead to a significant upgrade. At present, Lu Yu remained oblivious to these developments as he was en route home. While on the road, he pondered whether he should replicate the battle suit. After all, there was a 50 chance of upgrading with each replication. However, after deliberating, Lu Yu quickly dismissed the idea. He currently had only 130 replication points, which likely wouldn't suffice for a successful replication. How frustrating. Ultimately, it came down to being impoverished. Replication points. Oh, replication points. When will you grant me 1,000 points? Lu Yu mused. Having called in sick, he went straight home. His homeroom teacher, Zhang Mingshan, readily approved his absence due to the circumstances surrounding Zhang Hai and the numerous witnesses to Lu Yu's confrontation with He Yuanming, news of which had spread throughout the entire school. A confrontation with He Yuanming. Undoubtedly, his prowess is that of a preparatory martial artist, perhaps even surpassing He Yuanming. A preparatory martial artist is certainly qualified to enroll in a martial academy. Thus, Zhang Mingshan readily granted Lu Yu a leave of absence, encouraging him to rest adequately as he prepared for the upcoming college entrance examination in 6 days, aiming to secure a spot in one of the top 1,000 martial academies in the Blue Star. In response, Lu Yu felt a touch of helplessness. It appeared that when he initially confronted He Yuanming, he had indeed held back too much. With a wry smile, Lu Yu swiftly returned home. During the following 2 days, Lu Yu remained at home, engaging in no other activities. He still possessed 130 replication points, but chose not to utilize them for replicating source crystals. On one hand, he needed to reserve some points for potential future needs. After all, it would be rather awkward if he encountered something desirable yet lacked the points to replicate it. On the other hand, he had been experiencing a rapid surge in strength lately, almost an explosive growth, which lacked some necessary accumulation and refinement. This was something Lu Yu had also sensed during his martial training over the past 2 days. Fortunately, he recognized this in time and made some adjustments. This realization further fueled Lu Yu's anticipation for the upcoming hunting competition. The entire Yuanwu city would see participation from martial artists below the second level of body refinement, totaling likely in the hundreds. They would face star beasts, which they had never encountered outside the city. For Lu Yu, This was indeed a challenge. However, he felt confident. His true strength aligned with the 4th level of body refinement. Combined with his SSS level talent, he had no doubts. This was a perfect opportunity to hone his foundation. Lu Yu was elated as the 2 days passed. Just as he was preparing to set off, the system chimed. Congratulations, host, for achieving the self-reflection achievement. Reward granted. Chapter 017, Self-Reflection. The hunting competition is about to begin. Congratulations, host, for achieving the self-reflection achievement. Reward, 500 replication points. Mastery of martial technique has reached great perfection. The system's voice momentarily left Lu Yu in a state of astonishment. He merely reflected on his own issues, and yet he was rewarded with 500 points. Furthermore, his mastery of the opening mountain fist had reached a significant level. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, 3rd level of body refinement. Replication points, 630. Talent, SSS. Strength, 4,300 kilograms. Speed, 430 ms. Nerve reaction, SSS. Martial technique, opening mountain fist, superior grade, strength enhancement 100, upgradable, mastery, great perfection. Weapon, none. Gazing at the system panel, a radiant smile spread across Lu Yu's face. Mastery, in essence, is straightforward. It pertains to one's proficiency with a particular skill or item. Both martial techniques and weapons possess mastery levels. Moreover, aside from the technique's grade, mastery can also augment the enhancements of martial skills. For instance, Lu Yu's mastery of the opening mountain fist was merely at the entry level, yet it had already enhanced to 70. Naturally, although it was considered entry level, it was still quite formidable. One must remember that Lu Yu had only acquired the opening mountain fist a few days ago. He had managed to grasp it through sheer talent, without any formal instruction. Meanwhile, Luo Sha had practiced for decades, achieving only minor proficiency. Yet here was Lu Yu, whose mastery had been directly elevated to great perfection by the system, sparing him at least a year of arduous practice. The enhancement had surged to a staggering 100. This meant that under normal circumstances, when Lu Yu unleashed a punch with the opening mountain fist, his strength could be augmented by 100, essentially doubling its power. Lu Yu attempted to execute a set of opening mountain fists. Although he did not exert much force, the energy of his punches was incomparably stronger than before. It was as if he had trained for years, akin to a seasoned expert. Even Luo Sha would be left bewildered. Why did Lu Yu, this fellow, practice this technique better than himself? And with greater power? Lu Yu was immensely satisfied. However, he was curious if there were other achievements to unlock. System, may I view the achievements available for unlocking? Lu Yu pondered. If he could understand how to complete achievements, he could rapidly accumulate them. Currently, achievements can only be viewed if they have been unlocked. The system promptly responded, leaving Lu Yu somewhat exasperated. He glanced at the achievement he had already obtained, self-reflection, bronze achievement. By reflecting daily, one can earn 100 replication points, cumulatively over 30 days, to promote to silver achievement. Silver achievement. Reward, 1,000 replication points. Lu Yu stared at the system's displayed text, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Is it truly possible to do this? Reflecting daily could yield 100 replication points. In 10 days, that amounts to 1,000, and in 30 days, 3,000, plus the rewards. A total of 4,000 replication points. What a windfall. Lu Yu rejoiced. Nonetheless, he did not forget his current objective, to participate in the Genius Martial Artist competition. The reward for this task was 1,000 replication points, along with 10 free replications of any range. Contemplating these rewards, Lu Yu was immediately engulfed by visions of impending wealth. His confidence for the hunting competition soared. With actual strength at the 4th level of body refinement, SSS level talent, and the superior grade martial technique at great perfection, he felt invincible. Without further hesitation, Lu Yu made his way to the Martial Artist Association. Yuanwu City Martial Artist Association. During midday, the hall was already filled with numerous martial artists not typically seen. By the time Lu Yu arrived, it was nearly at full capacity. A cursory glance revealed at least 200 to 300 individuals. Most of these martial artists appeared to be at the 1st or 2nd level of body refinement, all gathered to participate in the hunting competition. The reason was simple. The hunting competition was primarily designed for lower-tier martial artists, aimed at honing their combat spirit while gaining experience battling star beasts. Additionally, there were abundant participation rewards, regardless of whether they achieved a ranking, offering numerous benefits. Lu Yu did not seek out Luo Sha or any connections. He simply found a spot and sat down. Although the hall was crowded, surprisingly few were conversing. Everyone was a competitor, and unless they were friends, little conversation occurred. However, Lu Yu's presence attracted considerable attention. The reason was straightforward. He appeared exceedingly young. He looked barely over 20. Lu Yu remained unfazed by the gazes upon him, lost in thought about the rules of the hunting competition. Yet, before long, a man approached him. Young brother, we meet again. I forgot to introduce myself last time. My name is Zhuang Jinan. The man had a distinctive appearance, with a long scar across his face. Lu Yu recognized him instantly. This was the very individual from the day he certified as a martial artist. I am Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled as he extended his hand. Since the man bore no ill intentions, Lu Yu was open to forging a connection. The man's straightforward demeanor made him slightly embarrassed. I apologize on that day. My jealousy led me to speak ill of you. Zhuang Jianan candidly apologized, displaying a refreshing honesty. After all, who would be foolish enough to harbor jealousy against someone they could never hope to surpass? Lu Yu had not anticipated such directness and chuckled lightly. It's quite all right. I have a big heart. Well then, we shall meet again inside. Just don't take any action against me. Zhuang Jianan laughed before departing. As Zhuang Jianan left, a figure appeared on stage. It was none other than Luo Sha. Luo Sha surveyed the crowd below and, upon spotting Lu Yu, spoke in a calm voice. Silence. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. Many turned their attention to him, and only then did Luo Sha continue. The rules of the hunting competition are likely already familiar to you all, especially those who have participated multiple times. However, I must emphasize a few points. We shall escort you to the outskirts of the Star Beast region. While the majority of the Star Beasts there are not particularly formidable, primarily ranking at the first and second tiers, there are certainly third and even fourth tier beasts lurking about. We will mark their locations on the map. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, it is advisable to maintain a safe distance. Should these creatures decide to engage, timely rescue may prove exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, this hunting competition will employ a point system. Slaying a first-tier Star Beast earns you 10 points, a second-tier 30, and a third-tier 60. The top 3 participants under the age of 22, who are at the second level of physical training, will be granted the opportunity to compete in the Blue Star Talent Competition. Luo Sha spoke, though the last statement went unnoticed by most. Under 22 and at the second level of physical training? Not to say it's impossible, but as of now, there are none in Yuanwu City. Yet, everyone remained indifferent. Except for Zhuang Jianan, who suddenly had a thought. Wait a moment, isn't Lu Yu only 18 this year? An 18-year-old at the second level of physical training, participating in the hunting competition. Could it be that this fellow intends to enter the Blue Star Talent Competition? Zhuang Jianan couldn't help but cast a startled glance in Lu Yu's direction. Just as he was about to approach for further conversation, Luo Sha had already spoken again. Now, everyone proceed outside to board the flying vessels. In 15 minutes, you shall arrive at the Star Beast region. With this proclamation, all rushed toward the exit. The hunting competition was about to commence. Chapter 018. The hunting competition begins. The Crimson Flame Tiger. The hunting competition is imminent. With Luo Sha as command, all began to disperse outside. Numerous flying vessels awaited, numbering in the dozens at first glance. Lu Yu casually selected the nearest one and leaped aboard. Within mere minutes, the vessels were filled to capacity. As the flying craft ascended to several hundred meters, they transformed into streaks of light, heading toward the outskirts of Yuanwu City. In just a few minutes, they had exited the city, and within a short span, Lu Yu could no longer discern the outline of Yuanwu City. Looking down, he beheld a vast expanse of greenery, a forest seemingly untouched by human interference. Lu Yu shook his head. Ever since the arrival of the Star Beasts, human activity had been severely restricted. It was only in the last 10 millennia that things began to improve. However, there still remain areas of Earth dominated by powerful Star Beasts. Within those territories, spatial rifts persist, continuously allowing Star Beasts to emerge from unknown origins. This is also why the Federation places such significance on martial artists. Only they possess the strength to contend with these formidable creatures, while technology proves to be of little consequence. As Lu Yu pondered, the flying vessel came to a halt. A robust male voice resonated, announcing their arrival at the Star Beast region, with 3 minutes remaining until the commencement of the Yuanwu City hunting competition. I am the referee for this event, Zhao Ming. Accompanying his voice was a holographic projection. Lu Yu recognized him instantly. Wasn't he one of the high-ranking officials he had encountered at the Martial Artist Association? Today, he was serving as the referee. The hunting competition is traditionally marked by fairness and impartiality, with strict regulations limiting participation to those below the third level of physical training. The Star Beasts in this region predominantly belong to the second tier or lower, though third and even fourth tier beasts are not uncommon. These creatures pose a lethal threat and may even incite a wave of Star Beasts, so I urge all participants to take this matter seriously. I need not elaborate on the other rules, as your smart wristbands will manage everything. Your objective is simply to eliminate as many Star Beasts as possible. The winner of this competition shall receive a reward of 20 million star coins, with the second and third places earning 15 million and 10 million, respectively. I wish you all the best of luck. Now, the Yuanwu City Star Beast competition officially commences. As Zhao Ming's voice echoed, countless martial artists leaped from the flying vessels. Lu Yu was no exception, swiftly disappearing into the forest below. Once the martial artists had departed, numerous unmanned drones were deployed from the vessels. Each drone tracked an individual participant, ensuring real-time monitoring. These feeds would ultimately be relayed back to the command center. At that moment, within a massive floating vessel in the sky, a command room was filled with numerous individuals, all high-ranking officials from the Yuanwu City Martial Artist Association. Wang Chongming and Luo Sha were among them, standing behind a singular figure. In this year's Yuanwu City, Do you have any particularly outstanding young talents? The man at the forefront inquired. He possessed a square face, a thick beard, and donned a long robe adorned with the gilded emblem of the Federation Martial Artist Association, signifying his status as an inspector. His gaze was fixed on the screen. Wang Chongming quickly responded with a smile. Inspector, you might find some interest in contestant number 101. He is 18 years old and currently at the second level of physical training. Oh, an 18-year-old at the second level of physical training? A flicker of curiosity sparked in the inspector's eyes as he turned his attention to the camera focused on contestant 101. Naturally, this camera was aimed at Lu Yu. Lu Yu had long since noticed the presence of the drone hovering above him, though he paid it little mind. His attention was instead directed at his surroundings. The area was eerily quiet, devoid of immediate danger. Yet, he remained vigilant and opened his map. A third-tier star beast is located 5 kilometers from my position? Lu Yu mused, intrigued by the prospect of testing the strength of a third-tier beast. However, considering he had yet to engage in combat with a star beast, it would be prudent to practice first. The reward for first place is 20 million star coins, a substantial sum that could procure several source crystals. Lu Yu muttered to himself, advancing forward. Yet, he had not traveled far when rustling sounds erupted from the nearby thicket. Something was approaching. Lu Yu heightened his alertness, glancing around before leaping into a sturdy tree. In the next moment, a massive tiger head emerged from the foliage. First-tier star beast, Crimson Tail Tiger. Attributes, Fire-type star beast. Capable of utilizing the skill Crimson Flame, with a scorching temperature exceeding 500 degrees. Danger rating, 7, as the great tiger head protruded. A series of data appeared on Lu Yu's combat goggles. This was one of the features of his A-grade combat suit, which analyzed battlefield data in real time and provided it to the user. After a quick glance, Lu Yu was astonished. Well, he encountered an exceptional first-tier star beast right off the bat, the Crimson Flame Tiger. It was quite renowned in the star beast compendium taught at school. Lu Yu recognized it at first sight. Truly, this creature was strikingly captivating. Unlike ordinary star beasts, the Crimson Flame Tiger not only possessed a massive physique, but also boasted a remarkably vibrant coat. Its fiery red fur seemed to blaze as it moved, a dazzling sight. Its strength was exceptional, ranking among the top 10 in first-tier star beasts. Most critically, it possessed the innate ability of Crimson Flame. The bone-burning fire is exceedingly difficult to extinguish. Any material that comes into contact will ignite fiercely, burning until reduced to ash. Should any other martial artist face this creature, even a second-level practitioner would likely flee in terror. It's a formidable opponent. Star beasts inherently possess greater strength than humans of the same tier, not to mention a genius among beasts such as this. Yet, Lu Yu was different. He stared at the Crimson Flame Tiger. His eyes ignited with a fervent desire for battle. Such a renowned first-tier star beast, it would indeed be a pity not to practice on it. Just as Lu Yu was preparing to leap down and make his move, suddenly, a voice resonated. Ding! Detection of the first-tier star beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger. Detection of the Crimson Flame Tiger's innate ability, Crimson Flame, is available for replication. At the moment the system's voice echoed, Lu Yu, who was about to strike, was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Is the system meddling again? I can replicate the Crimson Flame Tiger's innate ability? Yes, host. You can replicate the Crimson Flame Tiger's innate ability into your own extraordinary power. The system discerned Lu Yu's confusion and began to elucidate. This revelation made Lu Yu's breath quicken with excitement. The innate abilities of star beasts can be transformed into one's own extraordinary powers. This is astounding. Let's do it. An instant decision formed in Lu Yu's mind, and his gaze towards the Crimson Flame Tiger turned remarkably benevolent. Chapter 019, S-Class Extraordinary Power Acquired. What is this fellow doing? Lu Yu's gaze towards the Crimson Flame Tiger brimmed with affection. The reason was exceedingly simple. The innate abilities of star beasts can actually morph into one's own extraordinary powers. What constitutes extraordinary power? Extraordinary power is the ability that some martial artists among humans have mutated. For instance, the elemental powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The fire attribute extraordinary power can conjure flames at will, augmenting the might of martial techniques, or serving as a direct means of attack, all of which exhibit formidable prowess. The enhancement is at least above 30. The better and higher the grade of the extraordinary power, the more terrifying it becomes. However, obtaining such extraordinary powers is exceedingly challenging, if not outright impossible. These abilities are innate. If one is not born with it, one will never acquire it in this lifetime. This makes those with extraordinary powers increasingly precious, as theoretically, only one emerges from 1,000 martial artists. The odds are staggering. Yet now, the system astonishingly informs me that I can replicate the innate abilities of star beasts into extraordinary powers. Does that mean that while others possess one extraordinary power, I can wield a plethora? Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. All could be within my grasp. It is indeed highly plausible. With this realization, Lu Yu's spirit soared. Observing the Crimson Flame Tiger, which was currently sniffing around a large tree, Lu Yu settled into silence. What he needed to do now was to wait until the Crimson Flame Tiger approached within the closest distance. Then, he would venture forth to touch it and replicate its innate ability. Meanwhile, in the command center high above, tension enveloped the atmosphere as everyone grew anxious for Lu Yu. Wang Chongming felt a pang of discomfort. He had just anticipated Lu Yu unleashing his kingly aura, ready to pummel a weak star beast to impress the inspector. However, he never expected Lu Yu to encounter the Crimson Flame Tiger head-on. Although it was a first-tier star beast, its strength was far beyond that of an ordinary one. Moreover, judging by its size, it was nearing the dimensions of a second-tier Crimson Flame Tiger, evidently not far from that classification. Its power was certainly sufficient to rival an ordinary second-tier star beast. And one must remember, Lu Yu was merely at the second level of body refinement, and he had yet to engage in any real combat. Do not confront the Crimson Flame Tiger head-on. Just evade and retreat, Wang Chongming internally chanted, as he certainly did not wish for Lu Yu to clash directly with this formidable creature. It would be best for him to hone his skills against a few weaker star beasts first before tackling this heavyweight. Standing at the forefront, the inspector finally spoke, his approach not being erroneous. Without practical experience, it is indeed wise to avoid direct confrontation with a powerful star beast like the Crimson Flame Tiger. The inspector's words eased Wang Chongming and the others' anxieties. They had feared that Lu Yu's previous actions might displease the inspector, but it appeared that Lu Yu was far more mature and composed than they had initially thought. Just as a hint of relief crossed Wang Chongming's face, the screen lit up with Lu Yu's sudden movement. He leapt directly towards the Crimson Flame Tiger on the ground. What is this fellow doing? Is he intending to strike? Luo Sha could not contain his outburst. The others shared expressions of astonishment. What does Lu Yu mean by this? Is he not planning to flee? Instead, does he aim to take down the Crimson Flame Tiger with one decisive blow? Such confidence. The inspector could not help but commend him. It turned out that they had all misjudged Lu Yu. He was not timid, but rather biding his time for the right opportunity. Ha ha ha. I've had my eye on this lad for quite some time. He is quite calculating indeed. Wang Chongming chuckled in support of Lu Yu. However, in the next moment, he was met with a slap to the face. As Lu Yu jumped towards the ground, he seemed to miscalculate, grazing the body of the Crimson Flame Tiger instead of landing directly on it. A hush fell over the command center. Wang Chongming's expression stiffened, and the inspector's brow furrowed. Objectively speaking, a martial artist, even at the lowest level of body refinement, should not make such a grievous error. As expected, the Crimson Flame Tiger noticed Lu Yu. It let out a furious roar, lunging to bite at Lu Yu. In the footage, Lu Yu appeared startled, retreating up the tree. He even seemed dissatisfied with his height, climbing all the way to the treetop. This spectacle rendered the entire command center silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Wang Chongming wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. How embarrassing. Utterly humiliating. Just a moment ago, he had praised Lu Yu, and now his face was stinging from the slap of reality. Luo Sha's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. How could Lu Yu exhibit such behavior today? Could it be that he was overly nervous facing a star beast for the first time? The others shared similar thoughts, sighing in resignation. This is it. Lu Yu's image in the inspector's eyes has crumbled. It was evident, as the inspector's brow was now furrowed. Have you all noticed something peculiar? The inspector inquired. Peculiar? The others were momentarily taken aback by the inspector's words. He wasted no time, directly instructing them to rewind the video. Yes, right here, stop. The footage paused at the moment Lu Yu leaped downwards. It showed Lu Yu descending towards the Crimson Flame Tiger, raising his fist as if preparing to strike. The group watched in puzzled silence. What is it, esteemed inspector? The inspector, clad in a long robe, shook his head at their confusion. Observe more closely, from the perspective of muscle exertion. Number 101 did not apply force, but merely activated his muscle power. His intent was likely not to attack the Crimson Flame Tiger. The inspector's analysis sent a chill of astonishment through the group, their gazes towards him filled with increasing reverence. Truly, a being of the Takai realm. Noticing even the minutest details. However, they were left wondering, what was Lu Yu's purpose in doing this? On sight, Lu Yu was oblivious to the fact that his actions were being scrutinized and replayed by several men above. A cheerful smile adorned his face. S-Class Fire Attribute Extraordinary Power acquired. Ha. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, 3rd level of body refinement. Replication points, 600. Innate ability, SSS. Extraordinary power, Crimson Flame, S-Class Fire Attribute. Strength, 4,300 kilograms. Speed, 430 ms. Neural reaction, SSS. Martial technique, Mountain Opening Fist, Common Grade, Upper Tier, Strength Enhancement 100, Upgradable, Mastery Level, Great Accomplishment. Weapon, none. Lu Yu was immensely thrilled. After jumping down and successfully touching the Crimson Flame Tiger, he replicated its ability. Moreover, due to this being his first replication of a star beast's innate ability, the system elevated his extraordinary power from B-Class to S-Class. With this singular S-Class extraordinary power, this hunting competition is already a tremendous gain. To comprehend the S-Class abilities is far more arduous than acquiring an S-Class talent. The enhancement to 1S prowess is undoubtedly akin to adding wings to a tiger. To speak candidly, Lu's strength has at least doubled compared to before. With a heart brimming with delight, Lu gazed at the crimson flame tiger below, its countenance reflecting amusement. Thank you for your contribution to my talent. As a reward, I shall now deliver a single punch to end your life. With a subtle smile, Lu suddenly leapt down. His speed this time was as swift as lightning. Simultaneously, a fist enveloped in flames hurtled forth. With a superior martial technique of the common rank and an S-class fire ability combined, this strike would undoubtedly spell doom for the Crimson Flame Tiger. Chapter 020. Instantaneous defeat of the Crimson Flame Tiger, triggering the Star Beast Tide. As the fist struck, the Crimson Flame Tiger was doomed. Lu unleashed his punch with lightning speed. The Crimson Flame Tiger, quick to react, roared in fury, expelling a torrent of crimson flames directly at Lu. Had this been before, Lu might have hesitated to evade, but now, such caution was unnecessary. An S-class talent is not something a mere B-class could rival. Without the slightest pause, Lu's fist pierced through the flames. He emerged unscathed from the inferno. In the constricting pupils of the Crimson Flame Tiger, Lu's fist descended upon its head. Crack! The sound of bones shattering resonated. As Lu's punch obliterated the tiger's skull, a gaping wound the size of a basin appeared, crimson mingling with white, spilling forth from within. The scarlet flame beast stood frozen for a moment before trembling and collapsing. Its massive form, measuring 7 to 8 meters, caused the ground to tremble slightly, raising a cloud of dust. Congratulations to contestant number 101 for slaying a Crimson Flame Tiger, earning 10 points. The voice of the intelligence system rang out, prompting Lu to casually check the leaderboard. 51st place? This ranking is rather disappointing. Lu furrowed his brow. He had come here to secure the top position. This pace was unacceptable. He needed to accelerate his progress. Lu pondered deeply. Meanwhile, this scene had already been relayed back to the command room. Wang Chongming, who had previously been in despair, now wore an expression of shock. Luo Sha instinctively gaped, his gaze filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? A single punch to annihilate the Crimson Flame Tiger? Everyone gasped in astonishment, overwhelmed by the revelation. Only the inspector's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, this little fellow is not so simple. The power of that punch is exceptional, even among those of the second tier of body refinement. Crucially, he possesses a fire ability. Moreover, it seems his talent is not to be underestimated. Why didn't you inform me earlier about this ability user? The inspector's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Wang Chongming felt as if he might collapse. An ability user? That rascal Lu is an ability user too? I had no idea. Wang Chongming glared fiercely at Luo Sha, reproaching him for not having disclosed this information. After all, if he were an ability user, it would have been evident during the initial tests. Luo Sha, under Wang Chongming's scrutiny, wished for nothing more than to vanish. Blame me. How was I to know that Lu was an ability user? If he didn't mention it, how was anyone to know? That crafty fellow is keeping secrets from me. Luo Sha resolved in his heart that upon returning, he would make it a point to give this rascal a thorough beating to vent his frustration. After all, he had been open-hearted with Lu. Yet the boy had remained wary of him. Had it not been for encountering a troublesome foe like the Crimson Flame Tiger, Lu might have continued to conceal his abilities. Luo Sha mused, yet at that moment, Lu was once again in motion on screen. Hey, what is that rascal Lu doing? Someone watching nearby inquired, perplexed. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the scene, collectively bewildered. Lu had jumped atop the Crimson Flame Tiger, unhesitatingly tearing open its belly. Blood gushed forth, creating a nauseating spectacle. Yet, Lu showed no signs of revulsion as he extracted the tiger's innards, hanging them from the surrounding branches. What is he trying to accomplish? Does he have some peculiar obsession? Luo Sha frowned, struggling to comprehend. But the inspector's brow furrowed deeply. Haven Tu informed him that the scent of the blood and flesh of star beasts would attract the attention of other star beasts, potentially inciting a star beast tide? The inspector's words left Wang Chongming momentarily dumbfounded. He turned to Luo Sha. Luo Sha quickly responded, "We had discussed this before and specifically cautioned him about it. But could it be that this fellow didn't heed our warnings?" Luo Sha was utterly bewildered. Lu's actions were tantamount to courting disaster. This star beast region is not devoid of beasts. There are certainly hundreds present, predominantly of the first tier, but second, third, and even fourth tier beasts abound. Should Lu attract such creatures? Hiss, the situation is dire. Instantly, the others began to panic, rushing to intervene and stop Lu. However, the inspector gestured for them to wait. Hold on, let us observe a bit longer. I believe this lad is vying for a higher rank. The inspector pointed at the rankings. Lu currently occupied the 51st position, with 50 individuals ahead of him. The first place was leading all others with a score of 50 points, indicating they had slain at least 5 first-tier star beasts. Wang Chongming understood the implications. Yet he interjected, even if this lad seeks to improve his ranking, he cannot proceed in such a reckless manner. What if he incites a star beast tide? If third or fourth tier beasts arrive, he won't even be able to escape. Wang Chongming spoke urgently, but since the inspector had suggested waiting, he could only suppress his impatience. Tension hung in the air as everyone remained on edge, while only the inspector's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Lu's recent performance instinctively suggested that an exciting spectacle was about to unfold. Today might well yield unexpected fortune. In the forest, Lu toiled for quite some time, finally extracting all of the crimson flame tiger's innards. Now, with a mere sniff, he was assailed by the stench of blood. Exhausted yet triumphant, he thought that this should enable him to accumulate points rapidly. Upon checking the leaderboard, he discovered that he had inadvertently dropped 2 places without moving an inch. Nevertheless, Lu remained unfazed, for he understood the magnitude of star beasts he would soon attract. His instructor had mentioned in class that the blood and flesh of star beasts possess a deadly allure for others of their kind. It's time to cast the bait. Without concern for the filth clinging to him, Lu dusted off his hands and returned to the trees. What remained was to wait in quiet anticipation. Lu focused intently. As seconds turned into minutes, he began to feel uncertainty creeping in after 7 or 8 minutes of silence. What is happening? No star beasts have appeared? Could it be that my location is too remote, devoid of any nearby star beasts? Or is it possible that all the beasts have been slain by that band of ruffians? That seems implausible. Lu's mind raced with doubt. Just as he pondered whether to venture out and search while there was still time, a thunderous rumble resonated from afar. Lu looked up, and in the distance, dozens of star beasts of various forms were charging toward him, kicking up a cloud of dust with each thunderous step. Among them, Lu spotted a third-tier star beast. Chapter 021. Excessively savage, the power of poverty. Dozens of star beasts were approaching, and Lu even recognized a third-tier star beast among them. The Earthwood Wolf. This is an exceptionally unique star beast. It possesses 2 innate abilities, earth and wood. Because of these talents, the Earthwood Wolf far surpasses other third-tier star beasts, ranking among the top 5 in the third-tier beast leaderboard. This scene was, of course, transmitted back to the command room. Everyone's breathing quickened. No, this time, we truly need to go rescue him. The Earthwolf ranks among the elite within the realm of third-tier star beasts. Thus, Lu stands no chance of fending it off. This fellow has truly incited a wave of star beasts. Dozens of first and second-tier beasts, along with a lone third-tier beast. My esteemed inspector. We cannot afford to wait any longer. All eyes turned to the inspector, and Wang Chongming's smile was tinged with bitterness. Lu, that rascal, seems intent on keeping me on edge. He has stirred up such a commotion right from the start. The inspector furrowed his brows as he observed Lu on the screen. This young man remains unfazed. Why should you all be in a panic? As everyone looked on, it became apparent that Lu was devoid of any anxiety. Instead, he wore an expression of fervor. How could Lu not be fervent? These were all readily available extraordinary powers, especially that Earthwolf, possessing dual talents. He simply had to test it. A plan began to formulate in Lu's mind. Just then, the first star beast charged forward. It was a common first-tier star beast, a primate, frantically climbing a tree. Without hesitation, Lu raised his hand, mountain-cleaving fist. Boom. The creature's skull was shattered like a ripe watermelon, blood spraying forth as it toppled to the ground. Points, 10. A prompt quickly appeared on his combat goggles. Simultaneously, Lu's ranking ascended by 10 places. What a thrill. Lu focused intently and leaped into the throng of star beasts below. This time, he concealed none of his strength. The crimson flame ability ignited, engulfing him in flames. Like a deity of fire, he charged forward, heading straight for the third-tier star beast. Points, 10. Points, 10. Points, 10. Ranking, 30. Ranking, 25. Ranking, 19. Lu surged ahead, dispatching nearly every first and second-tier star beast with a single punch. Those beasts attempted to swarm him, but Lu nimbly leapt and then descended, annihilating 5 first-tier star beasts with a single blow. Points, 50. Ranking 4. In the command room, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. They witnessed Lu charging in, a veritable force of destruction. In mere minutes, the number of star beasts falling to his might approached double digits. Even the inspector was momentarily stunned. He had high hopes for Lu, yet he had not anticipated such ferocity. Second-tier star beasts were utterly no match for him. 2 punches were all it took. How excessively formidable. Not only was the command room in disbelief, but many within the star beast zone were equally perplexed. The reason was simple. Most had searched for a considerable time, yet had not laid eyes on a single star beast. Could it be that they had all been slain? Just as they pondered this, the leaderboard suddenly shifted. What? How did I drop a rank so suddenly? A warrior who had just dispatched a first-tier star beast wiped his brow, satisfied, and opened the leaderboard to check his new standing, only to find that not only had he not risen, but he had actually fallen a place. The entire ranking list was rapidly changing. A certain Lu was ascending with astonishing speed. 40th, 30th, 15th, top 10, 4th, 2nd, until, with a score of 300 points, he claimed the top position. He outpaced the second-place contender by 80 points. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. All the warriors witnessing this spectacle were utterly dumbfounded. Was there a glitch in the system? Impossible. They could only ask one question. Who exactly is this formidable individual named Lu? 300 points. This meant he had dispatched at least 31st tier star beasts. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd, though they found solace in the fact that Lu Yu's score had finally stabilized. In the forest, Lu Yu finally came to a halt. Surrounding him lay a multitude of lifeless bodies. Dozens of 1st and 2nd tier star beasts had fallen victim to him in just over 10 minutes. The ground was drenched in blood, and a faint mist of it hung in the air. Lu Yu, equally bloodied, gazed at a towering star beast before him, a formidable earth wolf. This was his target for the occasion. The earth wolf eyed him warily, having initially intended to attack, but upon sensing Lu Yu's strength, it retreated to the back. As a creature possessing intelligence comparable to that of a human, instinct warned it that Lu Yu was dangerous. True to its nature, it refrained from attacking and instead began to observe him. Warriors expend energy in combat. After slaying dozens of star beasts, Lu Yu was undoubtedly nearing his limits. Thus, the earth wolf chose this moment to reveal itself. Whoa! It howled at Lu Yu, its wolfish eyes filled with derision. Had it approached earlier, the earth wolf might have simply turned and fled. The cunning nature of wolves dictates that they retreat when faced with a potentially superior opponent. Yet now, Lu Yu appeared on the verge of collapse. Not only did the earth wolf think this, but those aboard the ship, who had been stunned into silence, also began to react. This is bad. Lu Yu is in a precarious state. He cannot afford to engage in a direct confrontation. Wang Chongming spoke urgently. Even the inspector hesitated. Lu Yu's displayed strength had already captured his attention. If he were to engage the earth wolf head-on, a mishap could truly occur. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Lu Yu unexpectedly broke into a smile on the screen. Indeed, Lu Yu was smiling. Exhausted? That makes sense. However, Lu Yu snapped his fingers with a grin. In the next instant, dozens of deep purple premium source crystals materialized around him, floating in the air. A torrent of star source energy surged forth from them, which Lu Yu devoured at an unimaginable speed. This sight rendered the earth wolf utterly bewildered. It could sense that Lu Yu's previously waning aura was now surging back with vigor. Meanwhile, in the command room, the inspector, who had just been about to speak, was left speechless. Behind him, everyone stood in stunned silence. Premium source crystals? And dozens of them. The value of a single premium source crystal is at least 5 million star coins, and that is for ordinary quality. The ones surrounding Lu Yu must be the creme de la creme. Thus, the value of these dozens could easily exceed 100 million star coins. This is utterly inhumane. Luosha could not help but gasp in astonishment. Initially, he had thought Lu Yu came from humble beginnings and had given him 1 million as a contingency. Now, reflecting on that 1 million, it seemed as if Lu Yu wouldn't even glance at it if he weren't embarrassed. Wang Chongming was equally dumbfounded. So that's why the boy had such a jubilant expression when he collected my battle suit the other day. He was just playing me for a fool. At this moment, everyone, including the inspector, fell silent. They felt the weight of their own poverty, while others hoarded premium source crystals for cultivation. This young man was using them liberally to replenish his energy. Chapter 022, Slaying the Earth Wolf, an unprecedented genius warrior. In that instant, everyone felt a pang of jealousy. To offer Lu Yu anything would be to demean oneself. This fellow nonchalantly produced dozens of premium source crystals. Amidst the collective silence, Lu Yu soared into the air, reveling in his newfound energy. With a method to rapidly generate points, he no longer needed to be frugal. He had simply replicated the premium source crystals he had initially brought with him for emergencies 8 times, resulting in the current outcome. The premium source crystals were more than sufficient. He felt buoyant. Of course, the earth wolf was not foolish. After a brief moment of hesitation, it quickly regained its composure. Woo! This time, its howl was far more powerful than before. A pair of eerie green wolf eyes fixated intently on Lu Yu. Having absorbed nearly all he could, Lu Yu noted with satisfaction that the precious source crystal showed little sign of depletion. Stowing away the crystal, he regarded the earthwood wolf with a playful curiosity. After vanquishing dozens of star beasts, his combat experience was now quite extensive. His foundation was firmly established, and with the recent absorption of star energy, he teetered on the brink of the 3rd level of body refinement, poised to break through to the 4th level upon his return. In Lu Yu's eyes, the earthwood wolf was merely a matter of putting in a bit of effort to eliminate. Speak, little creature, how do you wish to meet your end? Lu Yu proclaimed with a haughty air. The earthwood wolf, clearly understanding his words, seethed with fury. With a ferocious howl, it charged directly at Lu Yu, its massive form hurtling through the air with astonishing force. Yet, Lu Yu merely chuckled, undeterred by the impending threat. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, targeting the wolf head-on. This spectacle sent shockwaves through the command center. The earthwood wolf excelled in strength, its innate gifts lying in defense and speed, which made Lu Yu's audacious approach all the more surprising. Luosha shook his head, expressing disbelief. A sentiment echoed by others, including the inspector, who nodded in agreement. However, the outcome would soon leave them all astonished. As Lu Yu drew near the earthwood wolf, he refrained from striking. Instead, he cleverly utilized the wolf's own momentum, deftly stepping onto its jaws and leaping to its head. Enraged by this audacity, the wolf attempted to shake him off, but Lu Yu had already nimbly vaulted several meters away. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the A-grade Earth Affinity talent. Earth Spirit Body. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the B-grade Wood Affinity talent. Wood Healing. The system's voice rang out as Lu Yu touched down, overwhelming him with delight. The Earth Spirit Body would enhance his defense by a staggering 100 points, while Wood Healing would accelerate his healing speed by 50 points. Such invaluable assets perfectly compensated for his previous shortcomings. While his offensive capabilities were formidable, bolstered by his mountain-crushing fist and crimson flame abilities, his defense had been reliant solely on his battle suit, which had suffered considerable damage after confrontations with numerous star beasts. Now, however, that vulnerability had been rectified. With a newfound sense of invincibility, Lu Yu turned to the Earthwood Wolf and declared, "Now, you may die." He felt omnipotent, wondering how the wolf might even contend with him. Yet, the wolf remained oblivious to Lu Yu's transformation. Infuriated by Lu Yu's earlier antics, it bared its teeth and charged once more, its gaping maw aimed at swallowing Lu Yu whole. With a cold smirk, Lu Yu wasted no time and unleashed a punch, mountain-crushing fist, augmented by his crimson flame ability. The price of such an audacious move was the complete abandonment of his defenses, making it seem as if Lu Yu was prepared to perish alongside the wolf. In the command center, Wang Chongming and Luo Sha broke into a cold sweat. While the inspector narrowed his eyes, Lu Yu's actions appeared reckless. Unless he possessed the fortitude to endure the wolf's lethal fangs, such an approach was folly. As the inspector shook his head, a shocking turn of events unfolded. The Earthwood Wolf lunged at Lu Yu, its green eyes gleaming with excitement, but to its dismay, upon biting down, its sharp teeth penetrated Lu Yu's battle suit, yet did not advance an inch further. A dense, resplendent yellow aura enveloped Lu Yu, rendering the wolf's teeth ineffective. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the wolf attempted to retreat. But Lu Yu was already prepared and delivered a forceful punch directly to its upper jaw. The wolf's most vulnerable point lay exposed, and it had no chance to emit even a single cry of anguish before Lu Yu's fist penetrated its brain, shattering its skull. The massive body of the wolf collapsed to the ground, sending tremors through the earth. "It's dead." The command center erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Lu Yu would truly slay the Earthwood Wolf. He had endured its strike. No, it was not merely enduring. Did this young man possess Earth Affinity abilities? The inspector rose abruptly from his seat, his gaze filled with incredulity. Others quickly caught on to the realization. Indeed, Lu Yu had Earth Affinity abilities. But wait, did he not also possess Fire Affinity powers? Could it be that this young man was a rare dual affinity talent? The notion struck everyone with a staggering force, leaving them nearly dumbfounded. Wang Chongming's hands trembled uncontrollably. Dual affinities? What did that entail? In the history of the Federation, spanning thousands of years, those with dual affinities could be counted on one hand. Moreover, those still alive were among the most formidable figures in the Federation. Lu Yu had concealed his true nature far too well. Luo Sha felt a numbing sensation wash over him. Yes, he was numb. This rascal Lu Yu had kept everything from him. How infuriating. While the command center was in disarray, countless martial artists scattered across various locations erupted in fervor. My ranking has changed again. What the hell? First place has surged by 60 points. What? 60 points? This guy must have slain a third-tier star beast, right? Look, the red dot marking the Earthwood Wolf has vanished. He actually killed it. ISNT that a dual affinity talent. This Lu Yu is a freak. In an instant, all martial artists were thrown into chaos. Lu Yu was overwhelmingly formidable. Initially ranking outside the top 50, he had single-handedly surged to the pinnacle in just half an hour. Now, the second-place contender trailed by a full 100 points, and the 10th place lagged by an astounding 200 points. Keep in mind, many of the participants were seasoned veterans, some having competed in multiple hunts. Yet, this was the first time they had encountered the name Lu Yu. The implications were nothing short of terrifying. This signified that Yuanwu City had birthed an unprecedented genius warrior. Chapter 023. What reward do you desire? A genius warrior. The shock rippled through the crowd. At that moment, a voice resonated for all to hear. Time's up. The hunting competition has concluded. All contestants, return to the spacecraft. The long-absent spacecraft reappeared, and all martial artists began making their way to the designated gathering point. Naturally, Lu Yu was no exception. As he surveyed his battle suit, he couldn't help but reflect, if only I had copy to spare, I'll have to buy another one. It's exorbitantly priced. Had Luo Sha overheard this, he would have spat blood in disbelief. You treat precious source crystals like mere pebbles and dare to call this expensive? In fact, Luo Sha had already caught wind of it. He descended in a small spacecraft above Lu Yu, his expression devoid of emotion. Follow me. Inspector Luo Sha. I was intending to join the main group. What do you want? Lu Yu queried, puzzled. Luo Sha felt an overwhelming urge to physically reprimand Lu Yu. But considering the possibility that he might not stand a chance against this young man, he could only maintain a stern demeanor. Someone wishes to see you. Stop asking questions and get on board. With Luo Sha's insistence, Lu Yu scratched his head and complied. Upon entering the command center, Lu Yu found himself in a state of bewilderment, encountering several high-ranking members of the Yuanwu City Martial Arts Association, including Wang Chongming. At this moment, Wang Chongming and his companions stood respectfully behind a man clad in a long robe. Wang Chongming was particularly animated, casting furtive glances at Lu Yu. You are Lu Yu, correct? The inspector turned around, scrutinizing Lu Yu closely. The more he observed, the greater his astonishment grew. Lu Yu undeniably exhibited the prowess of a second-tier body cultivator. Yet how could one explain his triumph over a third-tier earthwolf? Lu Yu noted the insignia on the man's chest. A member of the Federation? Although Lu Yu had not specifically studied such matters, the demeanor of Wang Chongming and the others, coupled with the emblem, allowed him to draw certain inferences. Indeed. I am Lu Yu, he replied, his tone calm and collected. The inspector smiled upon hearing this, removing his hat to reveal a close-cropped hairstyle. What a coincidence. I also bear the surname Lu Yushan. After introducing himself, the inspector regarded Lu Yu with keen interest. As the victor of this hunting competition, have you considered participating in the Genius Tournament? Lu Yushan's inquiry elicited a radiant smile from Lu Yu. To be frank, sir, my purpose for entering the hunting competition was precisely to qualify for the Genius Tournament. His words brought a chuckle from Wang Chongming. Truth be told, Inspector, I initially intended for this lad to compete directly in the Genius Tournament, but he insisted on honing his skills first, hence his participation in the hunting competition. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow at this. An inspector? No wonder. He recalled certain details. The position of inspector held significant authority within the Federation, primarily tasked with overseeing the operations of various bases. If any discrepancies were found, they could take decisive action, wielding considerable power. Most crucially, inspectors typically possessed strength beyond the Tohai realm. This meant the inspector before him was likely also of Tohai caliber? A surge of excitement coursed through Lu Yu. The Tohai realm. His innate talent must be remarkable, right? System, what is Lu Yushan's talent level? Lu Yu swiftly inquired, replying to the host. A. The system responded promptly, leaving Lu Yu somewhat disheartened. Only an A? It was hardly surprising, given his own SSS-level talent, which made a talent seem rather unimpressive. Does he possess any special abilities? Lu Yu pressed on, unwilling to concede defeat, as he had no qualms about acquiring more abilities. Replying to the host, no special abilities. This response left Lu Yu thoroughly disillusioned. Just as he contemplated his escape, the system suddenly chimed in. Detected that Lu Yushan possesses an A-grade weapon, the Firebright Spear, which can be replicated. This announcement filled Lu Yu with immediate joy. Well, it seems there are indeed treasures to be found. At that moment, Lu Yu turned his gaze towards Lu Yushan, pondering whether there might be an opportunity to examine the spear more closely. Just then, Lu Yushan spoke up. Lu Yu, as the champion of this competition, is there any reward you desire? His tone was nonchalant. In his view, Lu Yu's resources must be substantial. Wang Chongming shared this sentiment, having considered whether Lu Yu might bring valuable items along. Little did they expect that Lu Yu would actually voice a request. Well, Inspector, might I request the weapon on your back? Lu Yu gestured towards a small box carried by Lu Yushan, smiling as he spoke. Instantly, Lu Yushan's entire demeanor stiffened. Wang Chongming was left dumbfounded, gazing at Lu Yu as if he had lost his mind. You dare to directly ask for his weapon? This is utterly audacious. Having lived for over a century, Lu Yushan prided himself on his worldly experience. He suppressed his irritation and replied, that won't do. Please choose another. If that is not an option, may I at least take a look? Lu Yu suggested. His initial aim was never to acquire the spear, but merely to set a high demand, allowing for some negotiation room. Upon hearing this, Lu Yushan's expression softened considerably as he removed the black box from his back and handed it over. The blade is sharp, be cautious. He feigned indifference, but his gaze remained fixed on Lu Yu's hands. For any martial artist, a weapon is considered the most precious possession, not only for its value but also as a crucial means of safeguarding one's life. Lu Yu, however, boldly opened the box. Upon seeing the spear in its retracted state, he pulled it out with vigor. This action caused veins to bulge on Lu Yushan's forehead. After a flurry of button presses, Lu Yu finally managed to engage the mechanism. With a click, the compartment opened, revealing a long spear predominantly black with dark stripes. An impressive weapon. It measured at least 2 meters in length, adorned in a deep crimson hue, and was truly striking. An A-grade weapon, valued at over 100 million star coins. Astoundingly expensive. All present gazed at the weapon with envy. A weapon can be seen as an extension of a martial artist's being, significantly enhancing their capabilities. This attribute surpasses even martial techniques. Moreover, A-grade weapons are not typically owned by ordinary martial artists. Lu Yu's mind was consumed with a single thought as he beheld the spear. It's incredibly stunning. I want it. System, replicate. Lu Yu whispered. In the next moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully replicating the A-grade weapon Firebright Spear, which has automatically upgraded to Chapter 024, Scrimping and Saving, Deciding to Come Clean. Congratulations, host, for successfully replicating the A-grade weapon Firebright Spear. Now upgraded to S-grade weapon Red Lightning Spear. Red Lightning Spear. S-grade weapon, unique passive skill Red Lightning, with a 20 chance to trigger upon attack. Upon triggering Red Lightning, attack speed increases by 40, along with an added effect of electric paralysis. The system's announcement was accompanied by an introduction window appearing before Lu Yu, filling him with exhilaration. Incredible. This weapon is fantastic. An S-grade weapon. Perhaps it was due to this being his first replication. Moreover, it appeared to possess a skill. Red Lightning, was it? Lu Yu had heard of weapons possessing innate skills, but those were typically reserved for SSS-grade weapons. Now his S-grade weapon had one. Truly a testament to the system's quality. Lu Yu was overjoyed, then exclaimed, "This spear is marvelous. I truly envy you, Inspector. We can only dream of such treasures." With a wistful expression, he returned the box. Lu Yushan's expression grew peculiar. He felt as though Lu Yu was looking down on his weapon. Wang Chongming and the others mirrored his sentiment, their expressions equally strange. You, who treat over 100 million source crystals as mere pocket change, dare to express such sentiments? Hypocritical. They labeled Lu Yu accordingly. The inspector, relieved that Lu Yu returned the weapon, felt a sense of ease. A-grade weapons, even for someone of his status, were considered costly. Since you do not require any rewards, the Genius Tournament will commence in 7 days. I shall come to escort you then, Lu Yushan stated, patting Lu Yu on the shoulder. Lu Yu flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of white teeth. Very well, Inspector. By the way, do you possess any other weapons? When you come next time, do bring them along. I would love to observe them closely. I'm truly too impoverished to afford any. Lu Yu sighed dramatically. This expression caused Lu Yushan's face to darken. You dare say you can't afford it? Is that even a reasonable statement? Without uttering another word, Lu Yushan turned on his heel and left. A practitioner of the Tohai realm could already fly using the power of star sources, albeit briefly. Yet Lu Yushan seemed to disregard this fact entirely, vanishing from everyone's sight in an instant. Lu Yu's lingering demeanor left him feeling quite unnerved. Could this fellow have some peculiar hobby? As Lu Yushan departed, the spaceship gracefully descended outside the Martial Artists Association. Wang Chongming turned his gaze towards Lu Yu. As the victor of this hunting competition, our association was originally prepared to reward you with 20 million star coins. However, since you seem quite affluent, wait a moment, President Wang. I want it. I want it. Lu Yu immediately interjected. Are you joking? I am hardly wealthy. I don't even have 1 million in my bank account. This money is essential. No, you are not in need. This sum should be allocated to those who truly require it. I am indeed one of those in need. I am the one who needs it. I am the one. Lu Yu fervently reiterated, his voice rising in urgency. Ultimately, amidst Wang Chongming's increasingly grim countenance, Lu Yu delighted in the sound of the transfer notification departing from the Martial Artists Association. The Genius Tournament commences in 7 days. You must attend. All right. Lu Yu responded nonchalantly, which left Wang Chongming feeling somewhat uneasy. He added, the first prize is a reward of 100 million star coins. Lu Yu immediately turned towards Wang Chongming, his expression now resolute. Rest assured, President Wang, I will certainly participate in the Genius Tournament. This is not only my honor, but the honor of the millions in Yuanwu City and our Martial Artists Association. Without you, there would be no current Lu Yu. Lu Yu declared earnestly. Wang Chongming felt an overwhelming urge to punch Lu Yu. This lad, upon hearing about money, seemed to lose all sense. You're already quite wealthy. For goodness sake. After leaving the Martial Artists Association, Lu Yu's spirits were buoyant. 20 million star coins. Added to the original 21 million star coins. He was now considered a modestly wealthy individual. Although money held little significance for him, one could never have too much, right? Wait a moment. Why hasn't my martial artist certification arrived yet? Lu Yu pondered briefly, reasoning that he should have received it yesterday. Could it be that Luo Sha forgot to inform him? Should he return to inquire? Just as he turned back, he spotted Wang Chongming guarding the entrance with a formidable expression, brandishing a large knife. Ah, I just remembered I hadn't said goodbye to President Wang. Lu Yu chuckled. Farewell, farewell. Life is but a series of partings. Today's departure paves the way for tomorrow's beautiful reunion. With a laugh, Lu Yu hastily made his exit. It must be said, the pressure of the mountain-moving realm weighed heavily upon him. It was merely 20 million star coins. President Wang was being overly unreasonable. Wait, what about my mission reward? System, please clarify. Returning to the host, the mission reward is still being calculated. All right, the delay is a bit excessive. Lu Yu murmured as he boarded the train home. A few minutes later, he disembarked. Glancing at the old garden community, Lu Yu contemplated. With so much money at hand, perhaps he should consider moving into a villa? First, let us test the waters with that little girl, Lu Ling. Having made up his mind, Lu Yu swiftly ascended the stairs. Upon entering, he found Lu Ling already home, diligently working at her desk. Brother, you're back. Lu Ling exclaimed with a radiant smile, rushing over to grasp Lu Yu's hand affectionately. Seeing that smile, Lu Yu felt a twinge of apprehension. In the next moment, he found himself seated at the desk. Brother, can you help me with this problem? Lu Ling's bright eyes fixated on Lu Yu, brimming with anticipation. Yes, anticipation. However, Lu Yu was not particularly agitated at the moment. The book lay quietly on the desk, awaiting his attention. He could almost hear its soft murmurs of distress. But why on earth is it a math problem? Given an ellipse centered at the origin, with foci on the x-axis and an eccentricity of east equals the square root of 3/2, find the equation of this ellipse. Given that the farthest distance from point P, 0, 3, 2, to the ellipse is the square root of 7. Lu Yu? Geometry again. As someone who graduated years ago, Lu Yu felt he could hardly recall even his university knowledge, let alone high school. He turned to Lu Ling, managing a somewhat awkward yet not shy smile. Sister, let us talk about something else. No, brother, this is homework assigned by the teacher. If I don't turn it in, I'll be called out tomorrow. Lu Ling insisted, tugging at Lu Yu's arm. Didn't you say that although you struggle in martial studies, you excel in all other subjects? Were you lying to me? Remember the bet we made last time? For the next month, you'll be doing the dishes. A sly grin flickered across Lu Ling's face. In an instant, Lu Yu understood. This girl wasn't he asking him for help with homework. She was trying to get him to wash the dishes. What to do? Here I am. A proud third realm martial artist on the verge of breaking into the fourth realm. About to shine in the hunting tournament, and then compete in the Blue Star Genius tournament, ultimately claiming the title of unparalleled genius. How could I possibly wash dishes? Little Ling, let me ask you a question. If your brother is a third realm martial artist, does he still need to wash dishes? Lu Yu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, resolved to reveal his true identity. Chapter 025. Have you lost your mind? Brother, why are you reading such strange things? I'm done pretending. I am the legendary genius martial artist, an SSS level talent, the kind who trains at lightning speed, leaving everyone else in the dust. Lu Yu could almost envision the moment he revealed his identity, picturing Lu Ling's little face filled with despair, tears glistening in her big, helpless eyes. And then she'd end up washing dishes for the rest of her life. Huh? As Lu Yu began to daydream about this splendid future, Lu Ling regarded him with a strange expression. Brother, wake up. What SSS level genius martial artist? Have you lost your mind? Your forehead seems a bit hot. Why don't you lie down on my bed for a while? Lu Ling turned and exited, leaving Lu Yu feeling somewhat defeated. How did I let that slip out? This little girl doesn't believe me. No, I need to find a different way to reveal the truth. A direct confession might shatter her worldview. After all, having such an exceptional brother must be a significant pressure for her. After much contemplation, Lu Yu could only sigh in resignation. It's all my fault. My strength has increased too rapidly, and I'm almost at the fourth realm without even realizing it. Lu Yu vowed that this statement was absolutely sincere. However, this was overheard by Lu Ling as she returned. Brother, how serious is your fever? You're starting to daydream. Let us stay grounded and aim to become a pre-warrior first. Your sister will always support you. Lu Ling spoke earnestly, her words touching Lu Yu's heart. Indeed. My sister is wonderful. It's all right if I can't become a pre-warrior. Once I marry, you can live as a bachelor and feed yourself well. Nothing to worry about. Just as Lu Yu's heart warmed, he was hit with a devastating blow from Lu Ling. Do you not trust your brother at all? Lu Yu no longer wished to argue, simply lying on Lu Ling's bed, awaiting his fate. One must admit, a girl's bed does have a certain allure compared to a boy's. As this thought crossed Lu Yu's mind, a stack of warm towels landed on his forehead. Brother, cool your fever. Lu Yu, nonetheless, despite her words. Lu Yu couldn't help but steal a glance at Lu Ling. Her profile was serious, her facial contours gentle, exuding an air of classical beauty reminiscent of a Jiangnan maiden, entirely different from the popular starlets he had seen before. Sister is truly wonderful. Just as Lu Yu was about to praise Lu Ling, he was interrupted again. Brother, can you go wash the dishes now? Lu Ling blinked her eyes, smiling sweetly at Lu Yu. After half an hour of entanglement, Lu Yu ultimately complied and washed the dishes. As he scrubbed the plates, he sighed. Alas, he still hadn't come clean with Xiao Ling. He feared she might not handle such a blow well. What if she fell into despair? Lu Yu couldn't help but lament. In the next moment, a pair of delicate hands pinched the flesh at his waist. Brother, make sure to wash the dishes thoroughly. All right, Your Highness. After a good 15 minutes, Lu Yu finally returned to his room. Ouch, that hurt. He rubbed his waist, grimacing in pain. Just as he was about to grumble, he suddenly became cautious. Walls have ears. Walls have ears. Lu Yu silently reminded himself as he began to absorb the power of the star source. He was already just a step away from the fourth level of body refinement, and now with the absorption of star power, he felt even closer. Confirming that his foundation was sound, Lu Yu waved his hand, and instantly, dozens of exquisite source crystals floated around him. These, of course, were the remnants from his previous encounter with the Earth Wolf. Lu Yu mused, and at that moment, the system notification chimed in. Detected that the host has secured first place in the hunting competition. Reward, 1,000 copy points. Number of copies in any range, 10. As the system's voice echoed, Lu Yu realized he had almost forgotten about the rewards. System, your delays are quite significant. He sighed again, returning to the host. The rewards will only be granted once the organizers confirm the results as valid. So it seems old man Wang doesn't quite trust my first place, does he? Lu Yu felt a surge of frustration but quelled it when he thought of Wang Chongming's strength. Forget it, I'll confront him after I enhance my power. He reassured himself and soon resumed absorbing the star source power. With dozens of exquisite source crystals at his disposal, Lu Yu considered himself quite affluent. He voraciously devoured the star power, and merely an hour later, his realm broke through to the 4th level of body refinement. The resultant fluctuation from the breakthrough caused a bit of chaos in his room. After feeling the change in his strength, Lu Yu let out a satisfied sound. Brother, why are you watching that again? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's face instantly flushed red. What the heck? He was caught enjoying himself, and she had to comment? Wait, where did this girl hide the surveillance? She could hear that? Lu Yu felt a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, Lu Ling remained silent thereafter, which relieved him. If she misunderstood, it would be a disaster. He would be socially dead. After taking a shower, Lu Yu settled his thoughts. Class tomorrow? That would be impossible. Only 4 days left until the college entrance examination. Perhaps he should stay home and see if he could aim for the 5th level of body refinement? He glanced at the remaining 2/3 of the exquisite source crystals, and a decision began to form in his mind. He would strive for the 5th level of body refinement. Then on exam day, he would dominate the entire city. Either he wouldn't act at all, or he would act grandly. He would make all those who once deemed him worthless regret it. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, 4th level of body refinement. Copy points, 1050, any copy count, 10. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Crimson Flame, S-grade Fire, Earth Spirit Body, A-grade Earth, Wood Healing, B-grade Wood. Strength, 5,300 kilograms. Speed, 530 ms, Neural Response, SSS. Martial Skill, Mountain Splitting Fist, High Grade. Strength increase 100, can be upgraded, Mastery Level, Advanced. Weapon, Crimson Thunder Gun, S-grade. Lu Yu gazed at the system panel, pondering for a moment before reaching a resolution. Calming his mind, he continued to absorb the star source power from the exquisite source crystals. It could be said that he had an abundance of source crystals. He had more than enough copy points. As the night passed, the next day, Lu Ling came to call Lu Yu to school. Brother, what were you doing last night? There was quite a commotion. As she spoke, Lu Ling peered into the room, but due to Lu Yu blocking the doorway, she saw nothing. Where are the tissues? Did you hide the tissues, brother? Wait, that's odd. Aren't you supposed to be listless after that? How come you seem so energetic? Lu Ling exclaimed, her surprise causing Lu Yu's expression to darken. Who told you that? Lu Yu gripped Lu Ling's ear, who retaliated by tugging at Lu Yu's ear in defiance. I heard the boys talking about it, she replied, quickly becoming teary-eyed under Lu Yu's grip. Brother, let go, it hurts. Seeing this, Lu Yu released her. Stay away from those lecherous boys. I won't accompany you to school today. With 3 days until the exam, I need to stay home to study. Studying at home is easily distracted by colorful things. Ow, let go. Lu Ling protested, slapping at his hand that was pinching her ear. But Lu Yu promptly pushed her out the door. Go to your classes and watch as your brother dominates all the geniuses on exam day. You're always boasting. I'm leaving. Watching Lu Ling's pitiful figure as she slung her backpack over her shoulder, Lu Yu chuckled. For someone who had no sister before his transmigration, having someone to banter with was quite delightful. He resumed his cultivation, with just 3 days left to dominate the city. With a focused gaze, Lu Yu began absorbing the star source once again. Chapter 026. Must work hard and set a small goal. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, 2 days passed. And on the 3rd day, Lu Yu, fueled by an abundance of star source power, successfully advanced to the 5th level of body refinement. System, open personal panel. Lu Yu spoke, and soon, a panel appeared before him. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, 5th level of body refinement. Copy points, 1050, any copy count, 10. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Crimson Flame, S-grade Fire, Earth Spirit Body, A-grade Earth, Wood Healing, B-grade Wood. Strength, 6,300 kilograms. Speed, 630 ms, Neural Response, SSS. Martial Skill, Mountain Splitting Fist, High Grade. Strength increase 100, can be upgraded, Mastery Level, Advanced. Weapon, Crimson Thunder Gun, S-grade. Gazing at the system panel, Lu Yu felt immense satisfaction. Although he was now at the 5th level of body refinement, his strength could undoubtedly rival that of a 6th level martial artist. With such power, the college entrance examination would be a mere walk in the park. He felt no pressure whatsoever. Lu Yu estimated that even the most outstanding students from Yuanwu No. One high school couldn't possibly reach the 5th level of body refinement. At most, they would be at the 2nd level. And this was merely his strength from a week ago. So weak. Lu Yu shook his head. At that moment, his phone rang. Hey, Lu Yu, how's your preparation at home? Are you confident about getting into a prestigious university? Zhang Mingshan inquired with concern. He had readily approved Lu Yu's leave of absence earlier. Lu Yu's reason for taking leave was, of course, to study for the college entrance examination at home. I'm doing quite well, Teacher Zhang, Lu Yu replied. In reality, it was more than just quite well. He feared the results would leave everyone astounded. If everything is fine, please come to school shortly to collect your examination permit and undergo a health check. Sure thing, teacher. Glancing at the time, Lu Yu headed straight to school. Yuanwu number 5 High School. As the final day before the college entrance examination, the school had already given the third-year students a break. This was both for health checks and to allow students to rest and prepare for the exam. When Lu Yu arrived, he found the entire third-year teaching building empty. Without a second thought, he made his way to the office. Lu Yu, you've arrived. Zhang Mingshan's attitude towards Lu Yu was evidently not what it used to be. The Lu Yu who had defeated He Yuanming was no longer the same as before. He is undoubtedly a student capable of enrolling in a martial arts academy, perhaps even aiming for a prestigious institution of the highest caliber. In response to the enthusiastic encouragement of his homeroom teacher, Lu Yu beamed with a smile. Teacher Zhang, everyone else has left, yet you remain here waiting for me. Indeed. The other students have completed their physical examinations and departed. Let us seize this opportunity before the hospital empties. I shall escort you there, replied Zhang Mingshan, brimming with warmth. After half an hour, he emerged from the medical room with Lu Yu. Well, the examination is complete. Lu Yu, your vitality is far superior to that of the average person. Zhang Mingshan recalled the doctor's words, his expression one of astonishment. This was indeed the case. Based on the recent examination, Lu Yu's life force was several times that of an ordinary individual. Of course, this was the result of Lu Yu's self-restraint. Otherwise, the numbers on that display would have surely required an additional 2 zeros. Unaware of these nuances, Zhang Mingshan clapped Lu Yu on the shoulder, deeply moved. You, my boy, have concealed your true potential so well. I once thought you were a mere underachiever, yet here you are, staging a comeback. Haha. Whether I can be appointed as the head of the grade this year depends on you. Lu Yu, put forth some effort. Who says students from ordinary classes cannot reach the top tier or even the elite universities? Zhang Mingshan gazed at Lu Yu, pride radiating from him. Had Lu Yu showcased this prowess from the outset, he would undoubtedly have been placed in an advanced class. Alas, this lad had hidden his abilities, managing to best He Yuanming, another aspiring martial artist, with ease. With such an advantage, although his innate talent may be slightly lacking, gaining admission to a reputable university should not be overly difficult. Observing his teacher's fervor, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. Zhang Mingshan was quite commendable. Had it been any other homeroom teacher, they would likely have wished for Lu Yu to depart swiftly, fearing he might lower the class's academic performance. Yet Zhang Mingshan had not given up on Lu Yu. Rather, he continued to offer encouragement. How could Lu Yu not feel touched by this? Rest assured, teacher. The outcome will surely surprise you, Lu Yu replied with a grin. Zhang Mingshan nodded. It would be best if you could astonish me. I am already quite surprised as it is. Time is of the essence. Return home and enjoy yourself, maintaining your composure for tomorrow's gaokao. Here is your electronic examination permit. Take good care of it, Zhang Mingshan announced, and Lu Yu nodded, accepting the permit. After bidding farewell, he exited the school. Standing outside, Lu Yu gazed at the banners hung around, feeling a swell of emotion. Challenging life is my irrevocable choice. Conquering the gaokao is my unwavering pursuit. With determination, I shall not shy away from the hardships endured through 10 years of diligent study. I shall face life with a smile, carrying my parents' expectations, prepared to fight for victory. One must remember the aspirations of youth. Once, I vowed to reach the pinnacle of excellence. These sentiments had been prepared several days prior, just as in his previous life. The gaokao on Blue Star was of paramount significance. How significant? More important than the Spring Festival. Tomorrow, the entire nation would observe a day of holiday. The city would be under lockdown, solely for the gaokao. There were dedicated pathways for examinees to reach their schools, and no one was to obstruct them. Moreover, enforcers would be present to ensure safety. Why go to such lengths? Because martial artists are humanity's hope for salvation. The Federation still exists thanks to the numerous formidable martial artists who have emerged from the gaokao. It can be said that martial artists are the bedrock of Blue Star society. In this world, the status of a martial artist is unparalleled. Observing all of this, Lu Yu shook his head with a sigh. Upon entering the vehicle, he garnered numerous gazes and secured an empty seat due to the emblem of Yuanwu No. 5 emblazoned on his attire. Arriving home, the same scenario unfolded. Brother, you must give it your all in the gaokao tomorrow. Tonight, I will cook and wash the dishes. I hope to see your name on the Yuanwu city rankings. As Lu Yu opened the door, Lu Ling suddenly leaped out from behind it. Her cheeks adorned with 2 small red hearts. Lu Yu chuckled and ruffled the girl's hair. The Yuanwu city rankings? Why not set a grander goal? How about the Blue Star rankings? After chatting with Lu Ling for a while longer, Lu Yu retreated to his room. Pouring himself a glass of water, he sat on his bed, deep in contemplation. With his current prowess at the 5th level of body refinement, he possessed strength comparable to that of a 6th level practitioner. Securing first place in Yuanwu City would be exceedingly effortless. Even making a push for the Blue Star rankings was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, never mind, he thought, feeling too lazy to dwell on it. Shaking his head, he finished his water and promptly fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Yu was jolted awake by Lu Ling's voice. Brother, you cannot afford to sleep in today. Rise and shine. Lu Ling yanked the blankets off Lu Yu with fervor. Startled awake, Lu Yu found himself in an awkward situation. Little Ling, get out of here, he exclaimed, tossing the blanket towards her. Lu Ling scampered out of the room, looking dejected. Watching the door, Lu Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How did that girl manage to get a key to my room? This is rather embarrassing, isn't it? I'll just have to explain things later. Consider it a lesson for her. With that thought in mind, Lu Yu dressed and made his way downstairs. As he opened the door, he spotted Lu Ling standing there. Brother, All right, enough of that. Okay, I'll be quiet. Lu Ling grinned mischievously at him. At that moment, Lu Yu wished he could slap himself. His expression darkened slightly. Lu Ling, watch less Mary Sue literature. He lightly tapped the top of her head. But Lu Ling pouted defiantly. I must look stunning, right? You just don't want to admit it. She insisted, pursuing him relentlessly. Lu Yu rubbed his forehead and scoffed. With that flat figure? Your brother wouldn't even glance in your direction. He chuckled. Lu Ling grew indignant. No wonder you're still single. A fairy stands before you. And you remain unmoved. Off to school with you. I want to be home for breakfast today, Lu Yu retorted. Lu Ling's expression turned glum. The martial arts examination starts at 10 a.m. If you don't get into a university, that source crystal my sister gave you will be wasted. And you'll be stuck eating synthetic food for 2 years. Hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry. Who do you think your brother is? A genius martial artist. Just watch how I revitalize humanity. Bragging. If you don't believe me, fine. Lu Yu ruffled Lu Ling's hair messily, and amidst her cries of despair, he grabbed his backpack and dashed out. At Yuanwu number 5, even before arriving, Lu Yu could sense the atmosphere of the Gaokao. The third-year students were assigned an entire train carriage to themselves, accompanied by 4 armed enforcers for protection. Remarkably, the train speed was limited to below 1,000 km/h. Upon reaching the school, the number of enforcers only increased. Above and below, Lu Yu estimated there were at least several hundred. He even mused, surely, there aren't any lurking underground? Each school served as an examination center, and after presenting his electronic examination permit, Lu Yu swiftly passed through the verification process. Candidate 0739 from Yuanwu number 5, please proceed this way. A flying robot hovered above Lu Yu, displaying an arrow on its screen, though guidance was unnecessary. He knew the examination was set at the school playground. Indeed, as he stepped onto the field, he beheld thousands of third-year students awaiting their turn. Lu Yu's entrance did not attract any attention until he reached his designated area. Lu Yu, you made it. Zhang Mingshan greeted him with a smile, pride illuminating his face. An exceptional student. How could I not be pleased? This year, whether my class produces a top-tier student hinges on you. The gazes of the others directed at Lu Yu were filled with complexity. Who could have imagined that a once E-grade talent, deemed a failure, would stage such a remarkable comeback before the Gaokao? It was likely that he had concealed his strength for quite some time. Such occurrences are not uncommon. A few years ago, a dark horse emerged from Yuanwu City. The least distinguished class from Yuanwu No. 7 High School astonishingly secured a place among the top 10 in the city. Amidst the multitude of gazes, Lu Yu smiled and nodded before swiftly finding his position. Say, Lu Yu, do you have the confidence to compete with those from the experimental classes across the city? As Lu Yu was settling in, a chubby boy approached him. His eyes filled with admiration. This boy, known as Zhongxing, was familiar to Lu Yu. He possessed a C-level talent and was often overlooked in class, seldom drawing attention. The only notable trait about him was his family's considerable wealth. Today, however, he took the initiative to engage Lu Yu, which caught him slightly off guard. Perhaps there's an opportunity to compete, Lu Yu casually remarked, feigning humility while secretly reveling in his own prowess. Wow, Lu Yu, you're quite impressive. I was wondering if you could offer me some guidance? Zhongxing said earnestly. To be honest, I feel I'm just a smidge away from reaching the second-tier threshold. But I can't quite grasp where I'm lacking. I'm counting on you for a favor. After the exam, let me treat you to a grand meal. The pleading look in Zhongxing's eyes made Lu Yu pause for a moment, reflecting on his memories. He recalled that this class was not filled with the typical cliches of self-deprecation. In fact, they sometimes offered support. And Zhongxing had once stood up for him during a confrontation with He Yuanming. Although it had little effect, it was enough to sway Lu Yu's decision not to decline. Channel your star power. Let me observe, Lu Yu instructed. The so-called star power refers to the strength derived from absorbing stellar energy. Without hesitation, Zhongxing activated his entire star force in front of Lu Yu. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yu quickly identified the issue. Your foundation is solid, nearing the threshold of a preliminary warrior. However, there is still a buildup of murky energy in your sea of qi. Attempt to mobilize your star power to break through it. As a 5th-level body refiner with an SSS-level talent, Lu Yu could easily pinpoint Zhongxing's problem and promptly addressed it. Without delay, Zhongxing redirected his star power, forcefully impacting his sea of qi. With a sudden tremor, his aura visibly intensified. Have I just broken through to the preliminary warrior level? Wow, Lu Yu, I'm absolutely in love with you, Zhongxing exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement and bouncing on the spot. This spectacle drew the attention of onlookers, who were astonished that Lu Yu's mere guidance had facilitated Zhongxing's breakthrough. Amidst the astonishment, a stunning girl, a goddess in her own right, nervously approached Lu Yu. Lu Gu, could you possibly offer me some guidance as well? Chapter 028. Unexpectedly caught in the crossfire with Yen Xiaoxiao. Lu Yu glanced at the girl before him, and her identity swiftly came to mind. Yin Xiao, the class monitor, had previously assisted him with his homework and was indeed a school beauty. Perhaps I can offer some instruction, he mused. Channel your star power for me to evaluate. Yin Xiao eagerly nodded, activating her own spiritual energy. To Lu Yu's surprise, she too was close to the preliminary warrior level. Your approach to utilizing star power is flawed. There is no need for such intense muscle exertion. Instead, feel a natural force as if the star power is an integral part of your body, guiding it wherever you wish it to go, he advised. Following Lu Yu's instructions, Yin Xiao focused and, after a brief moment, halted, her expression one of disbelief. Oh my, although I haven't broken through yet, I can sense the threshold of the preliminary warrior level, she exclaimed, her gratitude overflowing as she hugged Lu Yu. The warmth of her embrace caught him off guard, and he wore a peculiar expression. Realizing the impropriety of the moment, she quickly released him. Thank you, Lu Yu. I'll attempt to break through now. After the exam, I'll seek you out privately, don't run away, she said earnestly. Observing her seriousness, Lu Yu nodded in return. I will certainly guide you step by step. His words carried a deeper significance, causing Yin Xiao to blush. Meanwhile, their classmates were left in a state of utter astonishment. Wow, is Lu Yu really that impressive? A casual pointer, and someone breaks through? I want to be taught by Lu Gu too. Lu Gu, can you check my progress? I can even wash the dishes for you. In an instant, a throng of classmates surrounded Lu Yu, eagerly seeking his advice. Lu Yu felt no need to conceal his abilities. These classmates had always treated him well, and with humanity facing the lurking threat of star beasts, each newly born warrior could diminish that peril. He was more than willing to offer his assistance, especially considering the opportunity to enhance his image in the eyes of the girls around him, who were now gazing at him with sparkling eyes. While the commotion in Class 3 drew attention, it did not escape notice. Nearby, a burly boy furrowed his brow. That Lu Yu really knows how to show off. He scoffed. Zhang, it seems that Goddess Yin has taken a liking to that guy. Seriously? Just because he defeated He Yuanming a few days ago. He is acting all high and mighty. Please, wait until I, Zhang, take the stage. Then they'll know who the real deal is. A circle of sycophants surrounded the burly boy, expressing their disdain. He cast a lingering glance at Lu Yu, but said nothing further. As Lu Yu continued to guide his classmates, a sudden announcement echoed throughout the grounds. The college entrance examination is about to commence. All students from the first sequence, please proceed to the testing platform. At this call, 1/3 of the students from various classes began making their way to the center of the field, where various testing apparatus awaited. These devices would comprehensively assess a student's capabilities, akin to a warrior certification, but even more exhaustive, including talent assessments. As students lined up according to their examination numbers, upperclassmen from the first and second years began to appear in the stands to observe. The college entrance examination, particularly the martial arts segment, attracted the attention of the entire school to provide younger students with insights into how their senior peers approached such challenges. The evaluation comprised 4 segments: strength testing, speed testing, nerve reaction testing, and talent assessment. Each participant was required to undergo 3 trials, with the median score determining their final results. The first assessment focused on strength. Candidate number 0001, please step forward. A mechanical voice announced, and the burly boy, known as Zhang, confidently strode onto the testing platform. Standing at over 190 centimeters tall, his muscles were intimidating, resembling that of a beast rather than a human. Upon witnessing his figure, many students gasped in astonishment. No way, it's Zhang Teng. He is our school's top prospect. He is almost on the verge of becoming a warrior. Impressive. The school is likely hoping for a strong start, murmured a group of envious students. If only I had such strength. Zhang Teng is bound to achieve first-tier status. With that, Zhang Teng unleashed a powerful punch at the strength measuring device. 901 kilograms. A chorus of astonishment erupted from the crowd. His strength was just shy of meeting the standards of a martial artist. Indeed, in a matter of months, he was likely to advance into the ranks of martial practitioners. Quite impressive. Many were astonished. A middle-aged, balding man, standing among the teachers, nodded in satisfaction. He was, of course, Zhang Teng's homeroom teacher and the head of the best experimental class in the entire school. The results of Zhang Teng's punch filled him with pride. As the subsequent test results continued to shine, Zhang Teng achieved remarkable feats. 910 kilograms for his second punch, and 905 kilograms for his third. Ultimately, his strength measured at 905 kilograms. This left countless spectators in awe. What astonished them even more was Zhang Teng's remarkable proficiency in speed, neural response, and even innate talent. Candidate number 0001, Zhang Teng, concluded with the following results: strength, 905 kilograms, speed, 90 milliseconds, neural response, B, talent, B. This data was duly archived. The mechanical voice announcing the results generated an even greater buzz. Looking at the previous year's admission thresholds, such scores guaranteed a spot in a prestigious university. Incredible. A throng of envious gazes followed Zhang Teng as he descended from the stage. Yet, Zhang Teng paid them no heed. His eyes were fixed defiantly in a particular direction. He even raised his middle finger. In an instant, Lu, who had been quietly observing, found himself surrounded by an array of scrutinizing glances. Rumors began to circulate. There was no need for whispers. Everyone knew that the top student, Zhang Teng, had a penchant for the school beauty, Yin Xiaoxiao. Moments ago, Lu had publicly teased Yin Xiaoxiao. Did he not realize that Zhang Teng had affections for her? It seemed he had overstepped, and now, with Zhang Teng's achievements laid bare, he was likely waiting for Lu's results to mock him. There was little comparison to be made. Zhang Teng was universally acknowledged as the best in the school. Although Lu had recently come into prominence by defeating the aspiring martial artist He Yuanming, he was certainly no match for Zhang Teng. Indeed, aspiring martial artists varied in strength. A chorus of voices reached Lu, leaving him utterly bewildered. What was happening? I'm just standing here, doing nothing. What is wrong with teasing Yin Xiaoxiao? Is she with him now, or something? Yin Xiaoxiao's delicate brows furrowed as she spoke coldly. Lu, this is none of your concern. I'll speak to Zhang Teng. She strode out of the crowd, only to be halted by Lu's words. Just watch me. Provoking me? Framing me? Sigh. I merely wanted to display a bit of flair. Yet, here comes someone seeking confrontation. Lu lamented. And this scene elicited a cold smirk from Zhang Teng. Still putting on a show? I'll see how you manage once your results are out. Chapter 029. Conning for food and drink. A punch of 5,000 kilograms. Zhang Teng scoffed at this. Meanwhile, the second candidate soon stepped up. His testing results were quite commendable, qualifying him as an aspiring martial artist. As time swiftly passed, it was soon the turn of candidate number 738. As the numbers progressed, the quality of candidates dwindled. By the time they reached the 700s, it became increasingly rare to see an aspiring martial artist. Candidate number 0738, please take the stage. Lu's predecessor was Zhongxing. He was already quite nervous, and upon hearing the announcement, his body trembled. At that moment, a hand patted his shoulder. Relax, your results will be just fine. Lu smiled, which eased Zhongxing's tension. He nodded vigorously before heading onto the stage. Clearly, Zhongxing achieved satisfactory results. Strength, 320 kilograms. Speed, 31 milliseconds. Neural response, C. Talent, C. With such scores, he was assured a place in a prestigious university. After stepping down, Zhongxing was drenched in sweat, but wore a beaming expression. Lu Gu, it's your turn. You're definitely strong, he exclaimed excitedly. Lu remained noncommittal. Around them, many eyes were already upon him. After all, Zhang Teng had just had a minor altercation with Lu. If Lu's scores fell short of Zhang Teng's, it would be quite embarrassing. Although, based on their candidate numbers, it seemed likely. Yin Xiaoxiao looked at Lu, her fair hand making a gesture of encouragement. Lu, go for it. Aim for the prestigious university score. Hearing his class leader's words, Lu smiled. Candidate number 0739, please take the stage. As the voice echoed, Lu gracefully ascended to the platform. The first test, of course, was strength. The force measuring device was already glowing. Candidate number 0739, please strike the force meter with all your might, commanded the mechanical voice. At this moment, the entire school's attention turned toward him. How much strength do you think Lu has? At most 600 kilograms. Impossible. I heard he had been concealing his true abilities. Who knows what his actual strength is? Concealing is one thing. Perhaps he is indeed stronger than us, but he certainly can't surpass Zhang Teng. That guy is simply a freak. Various candidates murmured. Zhang Teng stood not far off, watching coldly. Brother Zhang, what do you think this guy is capable of? A sycophant queried. Zhang Teng scoffed and shook his head. How much can he have? If he exceeds 800 kilograms, I'll eat my words. Zhang Teng's disdain was palpable, his voice devoid of subtlety. Instantly, many heard him, including Lu, who had yet to strike the meter. The remark left Lu with a peculiar expression. Are you sure? He directly inquired of Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng chuckled derisively. What is there to be uncertain about? If you can, I'll eat right here. I'll eat your excrement. His words elicited a flurry of amused expressions from the crowd. What a spectacle. Even during the college entrance exams, this was quite the drama. Lu mused. Why such a gamble? What is the point? Are you here to con me for food and drink? Huh, what the hell? Incredible. Lu's retort sent everyone into fits of laughter, unable to contain themselves. Zhang Teng's expression darkened instantly as he glared at Lu. You better reach 800 kilograms, otherwise you'll regret it. Zhang Teng spoke in a low, menacing tone. Lu merely smiled in response. Outside the stage, Zhang Teng's homeroom teacher's expression grew grim. Zhang Mingshan, your student is quite arrogant. Claiming he can reach 800 kilograms and daring to bet against Zhang Teng? Don't say I didn't warn you. After the exams, if he doesn't achieve anything remarkable, he'll essentially be cast into society, losing the protection of the federal student law. The balding man spoke coolly. Zhang Teng was his pride, and Lu's words seemed to tarnish that pride. An ordinary student dared to speak like this? The other teachers shook their heads. Although Lu had shown some potential recently, he was undoubtedly no match for Zhang Teng. Betting against him was a dead end. If he lost, he would be humiliated before so many people. Not to mention the trouble Zhang Teng could cause him privately later. Zhang Mingshan snorted. We haven't even tested yet. It's not certain, he replied, though inwardly, he lacked confidence. After all, Zhang Teng was the acknowledged top student, while Lu Yu had only displayed the strength of an aspiring martial artist. Now, all he could do was hope that Lu Yu would stand out in some way. Zhang Mingshan silently wished. On stage, the force meter once again announced, "Candidate number 0739, please strike the force meter with all your might." Lu Yu had already retracted his gaze, no longer paying attention to the surrounding clamor. He focused on the meter, a smile playing on his lips. 905 kilograms. And you're boasting like this? Allow me to demonstrate what true strength is. Lu Yu chuckled, and in the next moment, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. With astonishing speed, Lu Yu's fist produced a sonic boom. A layer of white gas enveloped his entire fist. When this punch landed on the measuring device, the resulting sound reverberated so intensely that nearby candidates felt their ears buzzing. This punch was nothing short of astonishing. Everyone was taken aback. The power of such a punch must be measured in kilograms. Curious gazes lifted towards the device, yet what they saw left countless expressions filled with confusion. There were no numbers displayed on the measuring device, only a series of symbols. Was something amiss? Doubt coursed through everyone's minds. However, in the next moment, the data on the device began to surge wildly. 500 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms, 2,000 kilograms, 3,000, 4,000. Finally, the number settled at an astonishing figure that left everyone agape. 5,000 kilograms. One punch. 5,000 kilograms of force. Wow. At that moment, the examination hall was electrified, with thousands of candidates and a multitude of onlookers in awe of Lu Yu's display. Chapter 030, Shocking the Crowd, the fifth level of body refinement. The entire playground trembled. Countless candidates, even younger students who had come to watch, were stunned by Lu Yu's punch. 5,000 kilograms. What does that even mean? That's at least the strength of someone at the fifth level of body refinement. Yet before anyone could fully comprehend, Lu Yu struck again. Boom. Another punch was thrown. This one was even more outrageous, reaching an astonishing 5,200 kilograms. The third punch. Bang. The measuring device was deformed by Lu Yu's force, and the final number left everyone with mouths agape. 5,500 kilograms. Maximum strength of 5,500 kilograms. This is simply unreal. Countless gazes directed at Lu Yu shifted to one of profound respect. Such power inevitably suggested that his other attributes could not be lacking. This meant that Lu Yu was at least a martial artist. A bona fide martial artist. Zhang Ting's eyes nearly popped out, staring at the measuring device. He was at a loss for words. How is this even possible? Even Zhang Teng's homeroom teacher was now bewildered. What on earth is happening? A punch of 5,000 kilograms? Is this some kind of joke? How could such strength manifest in Lu Yu? Zhang Mingshan stared blankly at Lu Yu before breaking into a hearty laugh. Damn it, Lu Yu, I knew you were hiding something. I never imagined you were concealing this much. Continue testing. If you don't get into the top-tier schools today, don't even think of calling yourself my student. Ha ha ha. Zhang Mingshan's face radiated with joy, clearly basking in pride. What teacher wouldn't want to see their students shine? Although he might not benefit directly, the satisfaction was undeniable. Just look at the envious glances from others. It was almost palpable. Even the principal approached, patting Zhang Mingshan on the shoulder. Old Zhang, I have a feeling we're about to witness an extraordinary talent emerge from our school today. Ha ha ha. Principal, we shall see. Zhang Mingshan replied, though he retained a measure of rationality. Indeed, Lu Yu's power was terrifying, but that did not guarantee excellence in other areas, especially regarding talent. One's innate abilities could not be faked. After all, Lu Yu had an E-level talent in the entrance examination. Clearly, others were thinking along similar lines. Zhang Gu, don't be upset. This guy might just have a slightly unique physique, with greater strength, but he may not surpass you in other aspects. Moreover, as far as I know, he has only an E-level talent. He can't possibly compare to your B-level talent. A sycophant beside Zhang Teng chimed in. This remark offered Zhang Teng some comfort. True, Lu Yu likely relied on brute strength alone. Zhang Teng reassured himself. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had already moved to another testing location. Speed test. The fastest time on a 500-meter straight track. If Lu Yu could break the school's historical record of 4 seconds, even with slightly inferior talent, he could still have a chance at entering prestigious martial arts schools in Modu, or even Kyoto. The principal stood alongside Zhang Mingshan, a smile gracing his face. Zhang Mingshan nodded, feeling a bit anxious. Lu Yu, please don't let your skills be too lopsided. Put in some effort, and let your homeroom teacher bask in glory. In class 3, many classmates began to cheer. Lu Gu, go for it. Lu Gu, go for it. Lu Gu, go for it. Their enthusiasm seemed to spread to those around them, who joined in the chant. Lu Yu, go. Go. Senior, go. Go, break the record. All around. Numerous first and second year students joined in the fervor, filling the playground with cheers for Lu Yu. This spectacle darkened Zhang Teng's expression. He smirked, thinking, when this guy's speed falters, he'll be humiliated. A sense of foreboding gnawed at him. On stage, Lu Yu surveyed the eager faces surrounding him, his smile brightening. So much support, huh? I must deliver. Lu Yu turned towards the starting line, as a flying robot approached. Candidate number 0739, you have 1 minute to prepare. No need for preparation. I can start now. Understood. Please pay attention to the countdown. Once it concludes, run at full speed. The robot floated ahead, displaying the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. As the numbers reached 0 amidst countless gazes, Lu surged forward. No one saw what Lu did. They only heard a sonic boom. The next instant, a figure enveloped in mist crossed the several hundred meters in an instant, standing at the finish line. 522 milliseconds. Wow. The moment this number appeared, the crowd erupted in astonishment. 522. Absolutely at the 5th level of body refinement. Even all the teachers were left stunned. Wow. What a monster. With this performance, even if his talent were lacking, he would have no trouble gaining admission to Modu Martial University. What a pity. If he had an A-level talent or higher, he might have entered the Blue Star Genius rankings. Countless teachers marveled, including the martial arts instructors. Many of them were not even martial artists themselves. How could this not be shocking? Among the students, the uproar was even more pronounced. Wow. Lu is this year's dark horse. Incredible. Yuanwu no. One middle school is in for a surprise. Ha. Lu is amazing. Why didn't we notice how deeply he was hiding before? Cheers erupted, further changing Zhang Teng's complexion. While strength might not signify much, speed had emerged, confirming he was at the 5th level of body refinement. Therefore, Lu's overall capability was likely at the 5th level of body refinement. It seemed that he had stepped on a hard surface. As everyone was in shock, Lu nonchalantly approached the next testing point, neural reaction test. At this juncture, Lu hesitated slightly. Neural reactions were linked to talent. Should he suppress it just a bit? After all, to facilitate his guise of a hidden strength, he had already tempered his earlier speed and power. System. Can you mask my talent? Presenting my SSS level talent as SS level talent? Transitioning overnight from E-level talent to legendary SSS level talent was indeed far-fetched. Lu felt it prudent to remain low-key. Otherwise, if subjected to dissection for research, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Returning to the host is feasible. Marvelous. The system responded, and Lu felt a surge of joy. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the neural response testing phase. The testing mode was akin to the martial artist certification, still navigating through an obstacle-laden environment. Ultimately, the rating Lu achieved left everyone utterly astounded. SS rank. What a shock. Just as the crowd was reeling from the revelation, the final test was announced. Candidate number 0739, please proceed to the talent assessment. Chapter 31, Extraordinary Talent. First in the city, the talent assessment. The most crucial segment has arrived. Talent serves as the fundamental measure of a martial artist's ultimate potential. If one's talent is lacking, even if they excel in their martial realm, they will inevitably lag behind others as they progress. However, Lu's talent was expected to be remarkable, considering his divine level response rated SS. At the very least, it should be an A rank. Everyone was filled with anticipation. The principal's gaze was firmly fixed on the testing platform. Whether our school could finally surpass the first high school this year hinges on Lu. His excitement was palpable. Zhang Mingshan was equally anxious, awaiting the outcome. The talent assessment was conducted before a specialized machine, to which Lu needed to connect various devices on his body. These apparatuses could monitor any changes within Lu's physiology and were exceedingly expensive. Aside from the college entrance examination, no private enterprise would invest millions of star coins to acquire such equipment. Lu quickly connected himself to the testing apparatus. The next moment, the assessment commenced. 30 seconds elapsed, and Lu emerged, directing his gaze towards the display panel. Everyone turned their attention simultaneously, brimming with anticipation. SS rank. Soon, the testing results were revealed. At the instant everyone beheld the displayed numbers, their eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. SS rank. Wasn't Lu previously rated E? Even if there was a sudden change in talent, such a drastic leap was unfathomable. Countless individuals were taken aback. Even the principal of Yuanwu 5th Middle School was momentarily dazed. I initially thought he would at most achieve a rank. I never expected him to attain SS rank. Haha. Yuanwu 5th Middle School is destined to produce a future luminary. The principal was overwhelmed with excitement. The reasoning was exceedingly simple. Achieving the 5th realm of body refinement at such a young age marks him as an extraordinary talent, coupled with an SS rank talent. Lu's future is undoubtedly radiant. Around him, a thunderous cheer erupted. Countless voices rose in celebration for Lu. If prior to this moment there were any thoughts of competition with Lu, now only profound envy remained. There was simply no contest. His talent was astonishing. SS rank. Moreover, his overall strength had undoubtedly reached the 5th realm of body refinement. Incredible. Lu had concealed his prowess so deeply. An SS rank at the 5th realm of body refinement. Without a doubt, he could ace any examination in Blue Star, even with his eyes closed. I am utterly envious. Do you not feel that Lu has become exceptionally dashing? It seems so. Wait a moment. Haven't we strayed from the topic? Wasn't Zhang Teng the one who provoked Lu earlier? Now. Haha. Someone's voice brought the focus back to Lu and Zhang Teng. Laughter erupted. Previously, Everyone had been unaware of the true situation, assuming Lu Yu would be unable to hold his ground. But now it was clear that it was Zhang Teng who had suffered the ultimate embarrassment. You, a mere preparatory martial artist with an A-rank talent, dared to challenge someone of SS-rank talent at the 5th realm of body refinement? Is this not comical? How utterly absurd. Many began to laugh. Zhang Teng's face darkened. At that moment, Lu Yu approached Zhang Teng. Observing Zhang Teng's ashen complexion, Lu Yu wore a teasing expression. What was the wager we had made earlier? Seizing the opportunity to tread upon him, Lu Yu would not let it slip away. Sure enough, as Lu Yu spoke, Zhang Teng's expression shifted dramatically. Lu Yu, I concede. After a brief struggle, Zhang Teng ultimately bowed his head. There was no choice. He indeed lacked the qualifications to contend with Lu Yu. Zhang Teng was not foolish. To fight a losing battle would merely be a self-inflicted humiliation, wouldn't it? Witnessing Zhang Teng capitulate decisively, Lu Yu felt a tinge of regret. How dull. I had initially thought he would be a worthy adversary, yet he surrendered after a mere display. I had yet to finish my performance. Next time, I shall bring you along for a taste. After leaving those words, Lu Yu turned and made his way towards his class. Before he could reach them, a throng of students surged forward to welcome him. Lu Gu, you're incredible. Entering the Tohai realm is assured. Tohai realm? I see you as a strong figure in the Xian realm. The Xian realm. Let us cozy up early. A multitude of classmates chimed in. They had benefited from Lu Yu's guidance, albeit briefly, but had garnered significant insights. Their performance exceeded expectations, and they were naturally grateful to Lu Yu. Yin Xiaoxiao gazed at Lu Yu in sheer amazement. Lu Yu, you are simply astounding. You stealthily ascended to the 5th realm of body refinement. And your talent is SS rank. Lu Yu could only smile in response. 5th realm? SS rank? Apologies, but I am actually still concealing my true capabilities. However, since I had resolved to play the role of a pig to devour a tiger, Lu Yu chose to remain silent. Just then, the principal arrived, accompanied by a cadre of school officials. You must be student Lu Yu? I remember you. At the last college entrance mobilization meeting, you sought a signature from Lu Yu. The principal surveyed Lu Yu with astonishment. As principal, he himself possessed the strength of the 5th realm of body refinement, yet facing Lu Yu, he inexplicably felt an inscrutable aura. Zhang Mingshan approached and playfully thumped Lu Yu on the chest. You sly lad, how deeply have you concealed your true self? Speak. What else have you deceived me about? Teacher, I have not deceived you. I stated from the outset that I would gain admission to a university, Lu Yu replied, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Zhang Mingshan then recalled Lu Yu's initial words in his office. At that time, he, along with the other teachers, had uniformly doubted Lu Yu's prospects. Realizing this, Zhang Mingshan burst into hearty laughter. As your teacher, I underestimated you back then. Zhang Teng's homeroom teacher stood at the back, watching the jubilant scene unfold, feeling a deep sense of discontent. This honor should have belonged to him, yet now, due to Lu Yu, such a situation had arisen. It was truly unbearable. His mood soured. Meanwhile, other teachers continued to engage Lu Yu, eager to forge connections with this potential future powerhouse. After all, based on Lu Yu's current performance, entering the Tohai realm seemed a foregone conclusion. However, amidst the chatter, a teacher suddenly spoke up. Principal, once the college entrance examination concludes and the citywide results are compiled, what rank do you believe Lu Yu will achieve? The others turned their curious gazes towards the principal. Without a moment's hesitation, the principal replied, in my estimation, he will undoubtedly be first. His tone was remarkably confident. SS rank talent. 5th realm of body refinement. If this does not warrant first place, then who does? Ha ha ha. The principal overstates. What first place are we discussing? The top 10 in the city will be determined through martial combat. What if this lad Lu Yu lacks practical experience and fails to secure a good ranking? Zhang Mingshan chuckled. His words held merit. The top 10 rankings were indeed established through martial combat, not merely by examining paper data. Let us see how it unfolds. This ranking has long been dominated by the 1st and 2nd high schools. Lu Yu, the outcome rests upon you. The principal clapped Lu Yu on the shoulder. His eyes filled with affirmation. At that moment, across the entire playground, all testing had concluded. 2 colossal holographic projections materialized. One displayed the school rankings, while the other showcased the city rankings. To the astonishment of all, Lu Yu dominated both charts, securing the coveted first place. This spectacle sent shockwaves not only through the entirety of Yuanwu No. 5 Middle School, but also reverberated across every other secondary institution in Yuanwu City. The revelation that the top student hailed from Yuanwu No. 5 was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 32, Lu Ling's Surprise, Martial Arts Competition. At Yuanwu No. 1 Middle School, all students had concluded their martial arts examinations. As per tradition, the data from students across the city would be compiled for ranking purposes. This year was no exception, and a massive holographic screen appeared in the sky. Although the rankings had yet to be revealed, the administrators of Yuanwu No. 1 were brimming with confidence. With Li Yu at the helm, first place is undoubtedly ours this year, declared the vice principal proudly. The students from No. 2 and No. 3 might snag a few spots in the top 10, but it is inconsequential. The top 100 will be dominated by us. The vice principal spoke with an air of superiority, and the other school officials nodded in agreement, acknowledging the obvious truth. After all, Yuanwu number 1 possessed the finest resources, the most exceptional students, and the most distinguished faculty. Thus, superior results were merely a matter of course. Liu, prepare your speech for when you claim first place. The school will need you to represent us, the vice principal said, casting a glance at a young man clad in school uniform, none other than Liu, who had previously made an impression at Yuanwu number 5. Liu chuckled and shook his head. Principal G, the rankings haven't been announced yet. I can't presume to claim first place. Nonsense. If I say you're first, then you certainly are. The vice principal retorted with unwavering confidence. As all the officials awaited the rankings with prideful anticipation, the results finally emerged. Everyone instinctively focused on the top position, but upon seeing the name, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Liu? Was there such a prodigy in their school? As their gazes shifted further down the list, their eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Yuanwu number 5 middle school. The name was boldly emblazoned before them. How could this be? Yuanwu number 5 had achieved first place? Impossible. This was a fabrication. How could a student from Yuanwu number 5 be at the top? A multitude of school leaders stood there, utterly stunned. Even Liu found himself momentarily at a loss. Despite his outward humility, he had internally believed himself to be the frontrunner. After all, it was inconceivable to find an 18-year-old second-stage body refinement martial artist in Yuanwu City. Yet, here was the result. Gazing at that name, Liu felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. In the stands, Lu Ling, who had been dozing off, barely roused herself upon hearing the voices around her. Has the ranking been announced? Who claimed first place for our school? She queried, perplexed. However, a nearby girl quickly shook her head. This year's top student isn't from our school. It's from Yuanwu number 5. His name is Lu Yu, Yuanwu number 5. In an instant, Lu Ling felt her senses sharpen, her heart racing wildly. She turned her gaze to the rankings, staring at that name in disbelief. Could it possibly be her brother? It was unfathomable. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she dialed Lu Yu's number, but her call went unanswered. Lu Yu was currently surrounded by a throng of school leaders. Lu Yu, we have received the notification. It's time to head to Yuanwu number 1 for the final examination. The principal exclaimed with boundless excitement. First place. Lu Yu has actually achieved first place. Regardless of whether he can defeat the students from number 1, he is at least guaranteed a spot in the top 10. That alone will allow our school to bask in glory for years to come. Lu Yu nodded with a smile, and soon, he boarded the principal's flying vehicle, heading directly to Yuanwu number 1. On the way, he noticed that Lu Ling had called him. That little girl probably doesn't believe me. She'll find out soon enough, he thought, almost able to envision her ecstatic, overwhelmed expression when she finally sees him. Wow, my brother is amazing. But wait, if my brother is so incredible, why am I such a failure? Woe is me, I must be a failure. Brother, you stole my talent. A smile graced Lu Yu's face. Meanwhile, at Yuanwu number 1, the expressions of the school leaders were a mix of uncertainty and anticipation, but it was ultimately the principal who spoke up. Liu, do not fret. Although the data indicates you are not first, the true champion will emerge through competition. He may have superior stats, but under equal conditions. You are already capable of battling second-tier star beasts alone. He is surely no match for you. The principal encouraged Liu, who gradually regained his composure and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, principal, I will not let you down. Very well, let us head to the gymnasium. There should be quite a crowd by now. At the Yuanwu number 1 gymnasium, a multitude of spectators had already gathered. The venue, capable of accommodating 20,000 people, was filled to capacity. The martial arts examination was an event of utmost significance to the entire federation. This final round would determine the top scholar of the city. Being the top scholar could pave the way to a promising future, with the potential to become a formidable warrior of the Tohai realm, or even beyond. Moreover, being the top scholar was a coveted honor among nearly every Tohai-level powerhouse. This naturally drew countless spectators, and the ticket prices were not insignificant. As time passed, the top 10 competitors had begun to gather, with 5 from Yuanwu number 1, 2 from Yuanwu number 2, 2 from number 3, and 1 from number 5. However, the name at the top of the data chart had yet to make an appearance. Lu Yu, from Yuanwu number 5. Countless eyes were fixed on the competitor rankings, astonished. For decades, the top 10 had been monopolized by Yuanwu number 1, number 2, and number 3. Now, a dark horse had emerged, directly claiming the top spot in the data rankings. This was nothing short of remarkable. Curiosity about the yet-to-appear first-place competitor surged among the crowd. Finally, Lu Yu arrived at Yuanwu number 1. Lu Yu, you may proceed through the contestant entrance on your own. Give it your all, and bring glory to our number 5. The principal clapped Lu Yu on the shoulder, his gaze filled with pride. Thank goodness Lu Yu concealed his true strength. Otherwise, such a student would have never been part of Yuanwu number 5. Lu Yu nodded with a smile. Rest assured, principal, I won't disappoint you. Very well, hurry inside. And don't miss your chance. Without further hesitation, Lu Yu stepped into the arena. The moment he entered, countless gazes immediately turned toward him. This is Lu Yu, His status as a contestant was confirmed. Yuanwu number 5, Lu. A flying robot swiftly scanned and verified his identity, causing a wave of astonishment to ripple through the crowd. This is Lu. They began to scrutinize him closely. It must be said that after advancing to the 5th stage of body refinement, Lu's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. His sword-like brows were subtle, and his gaze was bright. Though still a youth, he emanated a composure unmatched by his peers. In terms of looks, he could easily be described as handsome. In no time, many girls from Yuanwu number 1 found themselves captivated, especially when they noticed Lu was looking their way, causing their cheeks to flush. In truth, Lu was merely searching for Lu Ling. Soon, he spotted her bouncing in the back of the crowd. "Sister, I'm over here." Lu Ling was jumping up and down, and Lu waved to her from a distance. "Little Ling, I told you your brother is a genius martial artist. Now you believe it, right?" Lu laughed heartily. Lu Ling was already brimming with tears, her hands cupped like a trumpet as she excitedly shouted, "Brother, go for it. Defeat that guy Liu and claim first place." The moment her words echoed through the vast arena of 20,000 spectators, an almost palpable silence enveloped the crowd. It was a curious sight, students from Yuanwu number 1 cheering for a competitor from Yuanwu number 5, urging him to vanquish the top contender from their own school. Laughter rippled through the audience, and at that moment, the principal of Yuanwu number 1 stepped forward. "Silence. I hereby declare the martial arts competition to commence." Chapter 033, A Force to Reckon With. Will he go all out? The competition officially began. The principal of Yuanwu number 1 scrutinized Lu for a moment before continuing. This year, the rules of the martial arts competition remain unchanged. There will be 3 rounds. 10 contestants will draw lots to determine their opponents. With all matches held in the first round, 1 position will be vacant in the second round, and another in the third round, leading up to the finals. The audience, evidently well-versed in these regulations, observed as the 10 competitors stepped forward to draw lots. Lu cast a complex glance at Lu, recalling how Lu had once sought his autograph. "Lu, I trust you're well," he said during the draw. For Lu, there was a strange sentiment towards Liu. After all, his own talents had been replicated from Liu's. Should he go easy on him during their match? This thought brought a radiant smile to Lu's face. "Brotherly, no need for concern. I shall certainly show restraint." This remark instantly darkened Liu's expression. "Restraint? You already act as if you've crushed me before we've even begun." The results of the draw were soon announced, and all contestants were set to compete in the first round. Lu found himself pitted against a student from Yuanwu number 3. Average in stature, yet exuding a friendly demeanor, the student was filled with fighting spirit upon realizing his opponent was Lu. "Lu, you are the dark horse of this year. I eagerly anticipate our match," Jiang Wenxing exclaimed, extending a hand. Lu nodded, reassuringly stating, "We are from the same city. Rest assured, I will hold back." This statement finally illuminated the reason for Liu's sudden change in demeanor. The audacity of Lu was palpable. The audience shared a collective sentiment of disbelief at Lu's arrogance, who casually spoke of restraint as if he were invincible. However, as the match commenced, before the audience could even voice their condemnation of Lu, Jiang Wenxing was sent flying with a single strike. "What level of physical refinement are you at?" Jiang Wenxing gasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, disbelief etched across his face. He had anticipated teaching Lu a lesson, yet his own punch had been easily deflected, nearly sending him out of the ring. "I'm at the first level of physical refinement, you know?" Dazed, Jiang Wenxing clung to the railing, utterly bewildered. The audience mirrored his confusion, witnessing Lu's effortless victory. "You could have spared him a bit more," Lu sighed, addressing his opponent. "If you concede now, you might save on medical expenses." Jiang Wenxing felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation wash over him. "Bring it on. As martial artists, we cannot back down." But before he could finish, Lu was already at his side. Boom. In the next instant, Jiang Wenxing received a powerful punch to the chest, teetering on the brink of being sent out of the ring. Realizing this was excessive, Lu caught Jiang Wenxing just in time, but inadvertently stepped on the red line. Match 5, Lu wins. Before Jiang Wenxing could fully grasp how Lu had rescued him, the robotic referee announced the result. "What the?" Jiang Wenxing stared at the red line beneath his feet, feeling his composure shatter. He was not alone. The entire audience shared in his shock. Is this even martial arts? What kind of martial arts is this? Others battle fiercely, fearing retaliation, while he fights like he's sparring with a child. Jiang Wenxing's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized the gravity of the situation. Lu had only struck him twice throughout the match, while he had not landed a single blow. Had Lu not held back, he would have spent months recovering in the hospital. The humiliation was overwhelming, with thousands of eyes upon him. With a complex expression, Jiang Wenxing looked down and conceded. Jiang Wenxing admits defeat. "That's good," Lu responded, a hint of concern in his tone. "I fear that punch might have been a bit too hard." Suppressing his rage, Jiang Wenxing nodded grimly and walked away. "What a frustrating experience. You fight like this and then check if I'm hurt? You're so nonchalant." A chorus of onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. This guy is ruthless. While others fight to the bitter end, he toys with his opponents. Did you see the look on Jiang Wenqing's face? At just 18. How can he endure such humiliation? The spectators exchanged opinions, astonished by Lu Yu's demeanor. He was perceived as a formidable force, one whose contempt for his opponent was far more intimidating than sheer brutality. As the murmurs surrounded him, Lu Yu's lips twitched slightly. Goodness. I merely thought that since we have no animosity, there was no need to fight to the death. Is this considered ruthless? Am I really disparaging my opponent? At that moment, the other matches concluded, and upon noticing that Lu Yu had already finished, they inquired among themselves. Upon learning the truth, their expressions turned to shock. It's not about being ruthless, it's about messing with your opponent's mindset. The remaining 4 contestants began to speculate about Lu Yu's true strength. As the first round concluded, the second round of draws commenced. The principal of Yuanwu No. 1 cast another glance at Lu Yu and announced, 5 contestants will again step forward to draw lots. This time, Lu Yu drew against a male student from Yuanwu No. 1, while Li Yu was given a bye. As he stepped onto the stage, Lu Yu regarded the robust-looking opponent before him. Typically, martial artists possess a more powerful physique due to their diet and vitality, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. After studying his opponent intently, Lu Yu addressed him seriously. They say I showed disrespect in my last match by not going all out. I wish to ask, do you want me to unleash my full strength? His eyes were filled with sincerity. He genuinely wished to avoid being labeled as arrogant. The boy, straightforward by nature, furrowed his brow upon hearing Lu Yu's words. You can show as much strength as you want. Spare me the theatrics. Clearly, he was not one to tolerate any disrespect and was displeased with Lu Yu's previous conduct. Hearing this, Lu Yu felt a flicker of irritation. What do you mean I am being theatrical? Fine. If you want me to go all out, I shall oblige. With the challenge accepted, Lu Yu decided to put aside his reservations. You may strike first. The boy appeared to concede a move to Lu Yu, but was also eager to gauge Lu Yu's abilities, believing that offense is easier than defense. However, he was gravely mistaken. Offense may indeed be easier, but only when both opponents are of equal strength. Observing his opponent poised for action, Lu Yu shook his head. Second level of physical refinement? That's rather weak. With a sigh, Lu Yu stepped forward, moving with such speed that he appeared before the boy in an instant. Before he could react, Lu Yu's fist descended. Chapter 034. This young man's depths of strategy, Lu Yu's hidden card. With a resounding thud, Lu Yu's fist struck down, and the young man felt an unimaginable force slam into him. The sheer ferocity of this power caused his chest to cave in instantly. Blood erupted from his mouth, and even his star energy dissipated. He was sent flying several meters, landing directly in the audience section. The crowd gasped, all eyes fixed on Lu Yu in shock. No one anticipated that he could dispatch a student from Yuanwu No. 1 high school with a single punch. It was crucial to note that this opponent was a second-level body refiner, a rarity among the senior class of Yuanwu City. In the stands, the principal of Yuanwu No. 1 appeared, surveying the injured boy's condition, his expression darkening. That punch was delivered with remarkable ferocity. Had it been directed just a fraction closer to the heart, Fang Hao would have perished. The principal furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lu Yu. Lu Yu shrugged, his expression one of resignation. What can I say? He insisted I go all out, but I barely exerted 50% of my strength. Besides, I did not truly intend to kill him. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Only 50%? Is that even a plausible claim? You managed to inflict such devastation with less than half your strength. This is what true ruthlessness looks like. Some spectators marveled at the cunning displayed, recognizing Lu Yu's strategic facade of humility before striking with lethal precision. The student from No. 1 high school would likely be incapacitated for months. The audience's astonished gazes were fixated on Lu Yu, their awe palpable. His depth of character was astounding. They even imagined his intricate plan, feigning weakness to lower his opponent's guard, only to unleash a devastating blow that nearly ended a life. Surrounded by an array of remarks and looks, Lu Yu felt somewhat disoriented amidst the whirlwind of opinions. He resolved to remain silent. Otherwise, he would only exacerbate the situation. Yet, even in silence, he noticed the fervor of the discussions grow more intense. Observing his cold demeanor, it was evident that if he survived, the days of hunting star beasts would become perilous. Indeed, despite his youth, his strategic acumen was profound, a true force to be reckoned with. As the other matches concluded, attention turned to Lu Yu, who was again the first to finish. Glancing at Fang Hao, who was being carried onto an ambulance, the onlookers felt a shiver of apprehension. They hoped they wouldn't be next. Even Lu Yu, who had been observing, found himself in a state of uncertainty. What level of prowess did this individual possess? He himself was also a second-level body refiner, yet Fang Hao had been unable to withstand even a single blow. The draw for the third round commenced again. By a stroke of luck or fate, Lu Yu found himself again with a bye. This time, Lu Yu drew a female competitor from Yuanwu No. 1, a bright and youthful girl with a single ponytail. As Lu Yu pondered his approach, the girl, upon stepping onto the stage, cast a deep glance at him before turning to the referee robot. I concede, she declared. Gong Bichin from Yuanwu No. 1 concedes. Lu Yu advances to the finals. At those words, the audience, including Lu Yu, was taken aback. What was happening? She was forfeiting without a fight? Come on, show some martial ethics. Lu protested. The girl, without a glance back, retorted, I'm not foolish enough to step up just to be your punching bag. Her declaration caused an uproar. A student from Yuanwu no. One conceded outright. Truly formidable. Winning without battle. Amidst the murmurs, Lu advanced to the finals. As he stood before Lu, the reason for the girl's concession became clearer. There seemed to be some behind-the-scenes maneuvering at play. Lu had received 2 buys, and the girl forfeited upon facing him. While her decision may have stemmed from his strength, the underlying reason was probably her desire to see Lu defeat him head-on, to maintain her image. Sighing, Lu shook his head. Lu, you say I should go all out. But, honestly, even if I do, I might end up in the hospital for a few months. Lu shook his head. Will I lose? It's possible, but not definite. I have a hidden card. One that none of the school leaders are aware of. The audience had divided into 2 factions. One believed Lu would triumph, predominantly the students from No. 1 high school. The other, a multitude of Yuanwu city citizens, felt Lu had a higher chance of victory. Throughout, no one truly knew Lu's real strength. Among them, Lu Ling was the most vocal, having procured a sign emblazoned with Lu's name. Brother, go for it. Take down Lu. The principal of No. 1 high school appeared displeased, but they were surprised to learn that Lu Ling was indeed Lu's sister. Principal, do you think Lu can win? A school official hesitated to voice his thoughts. In previous instances, he would have been brimming with confidence. But Lu's earlier display had been so astounding that few could withstand even 2 moves from him. After a moment of silence, the principal replied, I allowed Lu to have 2 buys so he could observe Lu's fighting style. Furthermore, Lu possesses a hidden card that none of you are aware of. A hidden card? What is it? The vice principal inquired curiously. The principal smiled. Lu possesses a B-grade fire affinity talent. Gasps erupted. Lu has a B-grade fire talent? Haha. Lu is surely destined to lose. Indeed, even if he is at a higher level, what does it matter? The abilities of an extraordinary talent are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. The top spot is assured. The school leaders erupted in laughter, their confidence soaring. Yet, as they gazed at Lu, who remained innocently unaware, a sense of foreboding crept in. Brotherly, you truly don't want me to hold back? Don't worry. Just unleash your full strength. Are you sure? I fear you may not withstand it. Rest assured, I can endure. I simply hope this contest for the top spot leaves no regrets. Actually, I feel somewhat guilty about this. How about this, brotherly? I'll concede. And you can take the top spot. Lu looked at Lu earnestly. This was a sincere offer. After all, Lu was the first individual he had replicated. Without his A-grade talent, Lu might have been able to replicate an SS-grade talent, but whether an SSS-grade legendary talent could manifest remained uncertain. He wasn't the type to lack compassion. Considering Lu's current state, he felt reluctant to severely injure him. However, Lu's next statement left Lu feeling slightly overwhelmed. Lu, are you trying to set a trap for me? Just go all out. Stop with the nonsense. Lu shook his head, confident after observing several rounds that he had seen through Lu's tactics. It was merely a matter of repeatedly misleading others and then striking at their psyche. In the audience, thunderous applause erupted. Haha, this ruthless person tried to manipulate the mindset, but Lu saw through it. Exactly. Is it really so easy to concede and leave the stage? Do you believe that? I believe a ghost before I believe that. Laughter echoed throughout the crowd. Didn't Lu's expression reveal his bewilderment? His plan had been uncovered. How could he not feel lost? Surrounded by the cacophony of voices and Lu's distrustful gaze, Lu truly felt as if he were caught in a tempest of confusion. Couldn't they trust him just this once? He sighed, a sense of resignation washing over him. Very well, if that is the case, I shall unleash my full strength. Brotherly, when you find yourself lying in the ambulance, do not hold it against me. No worries, I won't, Lu replied. But before he could finish, Lu had already unleashed a powerful punch. Chapter 035. This is a king of show-offs, merely an S-class. Lu's punch came forth with a speed that was almost unfathomable. Lu, having anticipated the strike, attempted to raise his hand to block it. However, the instant his palm made contact with Lu's fist, he understood why Fong Hao had suffered so grievously. With a sickening sound, Lu coughed up blood and was sent flying, nearly being knocked out of the arena by a single blow. Supporting himself on the ground, he looked at Lu, his expression one of sheer shock. What realm are you in? Ah, realms are but illusions. Brotherly, the fact that you could withstand my punch is commendable, Lu praised, for he was at the 5th level of body refinement, effectively comparable to the 6th. Though he had only exerted 50% of his strength in that punch, it was still beyond the capacity of an ordinary 2nd-level body refiner. Lu's ability to endure such a blow was indeed impressive. Hearing Lu's words, Lu's mouth twitched in irritation. Although Lu bore no mocking expression, Lu felt that this fellow was merely showing off. In the audience, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Brothers, what does it mean to show off? This is what it means to show off. I'm stunned. This is a king of show-offs. I can't believe it. P.S. the ultimate show-off. The spectators were ablaze with excitement. Many left awestruck by Lu's display of bravado. Initially, they thought the value of their tickets had been fully realized, But now, they were met with an unexpected twist. Liu was revealed to be an ability user. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. What? An ability user? Liu is actually an ability user. Huh. Now the king of show-offs can no longer maintain his facade. An ability user's powers combined with martial techniques will exponentially enhance their strength. I can't wait to see Liu get thoroughly beaten. Go, Liu. Defeat this king of show-offs. A surge of fervor spread through the crowd. After Liu's relentless pretense, the audience was nearly fatigued. They had assumed the worth of their ticket had been realized, only to discover yet another layer of intrigue. The principal of Yizhong sneered disdainfully. Humph. So what if he has a high realm? When faced with an ability user, he will undoubtedly lose. His tone dripped with contempt, his voice unrestrained. Even the principal of Yuanwu No. 5, standing at a distance, felt a wave of tension wash over him. Liu is indeed an ability user? It seems to be a fire-based ability, and it appears quite formidable. This was troubling. The principal of Yuanwu No. 5 was consumed with anxiety. Meanwhile, in the audience, Lu Ling was left speechless. Liu has concealed his abilities too well. It infuriates me, she shouted, prompting a hush to fall over her fellow students at Yuanwu No. 1. On stage, a confident smile had formed on Liu's face. Liu, it's time for you to go down. In light of our shared connection, I shall spare you. Flames continuously emanated from him, giving him an extraordinary and imposing presence. Yet, Liu's expression was difficult to articulate. Liu, what is the nature of your ability? Liu inquired with curiosity. What is it to you? It's B class, Liu replied proudly, assuming Liu was merely inquisitive. However, in the next moment, Liu's words deflated his pride. Only B class. No wonder the system didn't notify me. This remark, initially meant as an aside, somehow resonated throughout the entire auditorium as a flying robot appeared above Liu, amplifying his words. Wow, so he has just a B class. The term only is quite telling. Such audacity and showing off. I humbly request to be your disciple. The crowd buzzed with excitement, expressing disbelief at Liu's brazen arrogance. Even Liu furrowed his brow in concern. Liu, do you possess an ability as well? Sort of, Liu replied, uncertain if what resided within him could be classified as an ability. Perhaps it counts, or perhaps it does not. His ambiguous response only deepened Liu's frustration. After finally finding a way to potentially surpass Liu, he was now being overshadowed yet again. What is your ability? Liu pressed. Fire-based, of course. Another fire-based ability? What level? Liu's gaze intensified. The entire audience was riveted, eager to learn the caliber of Liu's powers. Liu shook his head. Not B. Then it must be C? Liu was increasingly perplexed. Liu shook his head again. Not that either. Then what level is it? Liu felt an urgency rising within him. The audience too urged Liu for an answer. Surveying the crowd, Liu sighed. Well, it's probably an S-class. He muttered to himself, and in the next instant, a torrent of ferocious flames erupted from his being. The flames radiated an astonishing heat, warping the very air around them. Within the inferno, Liu appeared as a god of fire. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 036, just an S-class. The genius ranking of Blue Star. An ability. This fellow possesses an ability. Countless eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Liu. Liu was no exception. He watched as the flames surrounding him weakened considerably. It was a crushing disparity of levels. Facing Liu's abilities was akin to encountering the sovereign of fire. He felt utterly diminished. This spectacle ignited the audience into a frenzy. What? We're witnessing a suppression of ability levels today. This king of show-offs is serious. This must be at least an S-class ability. S-class ability? Goodness. That's rarer than even A-class talents. The spectators erupted, many leaping to their feet, snapping photos and engaging in fervent discussions. On stage, Liu gazed at the blazing flames enveloping Liu, his astonishment rivaling that of anyone present. Because he himself was an ability user, he could sense that Liu's powers were likely far beyond the simplicity of A-class. Liu, what level is your ability? He asked, taking a deep breath. His eyes locked on Liu. When questioned, Liu could only let out a resigned sigh. Do you truly wish to know? Speak, Liu urged, feeling that Liu was merely posturing. To be frank, Liu was reluctant to admit the level of his ability. An S-class felt somewhat underwhelming. Were it SS-class? He could proclaim it proudly, SS-class. However, being merely S-class left him feeling slightly insecure. It's just S-class, Liu said, attempting to downplay it to avoid appearing lacking in confidence. Unbeknownst to him, this admission inflicted a profound blow to Liu. He stood there, his gaze vacant, as Liu's voice echoed repeatedly in his ears. Just S-class. Just. The words spoken were steeped in uncertainty, almost as if they were unworthy of presentation. The atmosphere in the venue had descended into an oppressive silence. Within, the hearts of the audience mirrored the despair of Liu at that moment. Just an S rank. Damn it. I can't take this anymore. I want to go down and challenge him one-on-one. Wake up. You haven't even stepped into the realm of martial artists. Oh. So I'm merely a prospective martial artist, yet I still cannot bear it. When did S ranks become this pathetic? Just, on stage. Countless individuals were left in a state of bewilderment. Among the school leaders present, confusion reigned supreme, particularly for the principal of First High School. B-rank talent versus S-rank talent. How is this even a contest? Damn it, Fifth High has produced a monster. Is this still a human? Even though the principal of First High had been in this position for decades, he could confidently declare he had never encountered a student like this. Possessing strength beyond the second level of body refinement, and an S-rank ability to boot. How is this supposed to play out? On stage, Lu observed the profound silence around him, his expression lost in contemplation. The atmosphere has turned cold. Is it because my S-rank talent is too lowly? Should I perhaps reveal that I possess 2 additional talents? But that might not be wise, as their levels are significantly lower, and what if they laugh at me later? Just as Lu wrestled with his thoughts, Liu suddenly spoke. I concede. With that, Liu turned and walked away without a backward glance. No matter how Liu called out, he refused to even look back. This guy is a total jerk. He must be a total jerk. Even back when I attended Fifth High, he was laying the groundwork for this display of arrogance. What signatures? What admiration? All mere facades. I want to escape this place of sorrow. Liu's silhouette faded into desolation. Observing Liu's departure, Liu felt a pang of anxiety as he realized he could not call him back. This is bad. I've hurt my brother's feelings. Just as Liu pondered how to remedy the situation, the robotic judge's voice rang out. Liu wins, first in Yuanwu City, entering the Blue Star Talent Rankings. Current rank, 45. The Blue Star Talent Rankings are compiled from the examination results of all graduating students across Blue Star. As the robotic judge announced this, a colossal leaderboard materialized in the sky. Every name on the leaderboard shone brightly, and Liu stood proudly at the 45th position. In an instant, the previously boisterous gymnasium, which had been filled with accusations against Liu's arrogance, fell into a profound silence once more. This silence lingered unusually long. Everyone stood agape, their throats dry. The Blue Star Talent Rankings. What the hell? I can't believe it. 45th place. Incredible. The talent rankings comprise the top 100 candidates in the entire Blue Star's college entrance examination, and Liu has actually secured the 45th position. I'm floored. Yuanwu City is about to produce a significant figure. Indeed, anyone who makes it onto the talent rankings is destined to start at the mystic realm, provided they do not falter. A chorus of astonished voices echoed, filled with disbelief. The prestige of the Blue Star Talent Rankings far surpasses that of a mere top student from Yuanwu City. It is crucial to understand that there are hundreds of cities belonging to the Federation across Blue Star. Each city, even when considering the average population of a medium-sized city like Yuanwu, has around 500,000 graduating seniors each year. That means, regardless of how many graduates there are in any given year, achieving 45th place among such a vast population is nothing short of astounding. Countless eyes turned towards Liu, filled with an awestruck horror, as if beholding a monster. In that moment, everyone felt that Liu's previous demeanor could no longer be dismissed as mere bravado. He is a genuine contender, a true powerhouse. Incredible. What else can I say but incredible? We are only worthy of shouting incredible. This is simply astonishing. Damn it. Why am I only ranked 45th? I shouldn't have hidden my abilities. Just as everyone was abuzz with discussion, their eyes fixed in astonishment upon Liu. A resounding voice reached their ears. It was indeed Liu's voice. Even Liu himself was taken aback. How could my self-talk be so quiet, yet still be overheard? It wasn't he until Liu noticed the hovering robot just a few centimeters above his head that he understood. Mr. Liu, please do not misunderstand. I do not intend to invade your privacy, merely seeking to interview you regarding your feelings as the 45th on the talent rankings. The robot displayed a human-like smile. However, Liu could clearly sense that this contraption had been hovering above him for quite some time. I'm going to dismantle you today. Liu was on the verge of losing his temper. Meanwhile, the audience of thousands erupted in a chorus of expletives. I initially thought he wasn't pretentious, but now it's evident he was just putting on a show. I've learned something today. It seems the essence of pretentiousness is to always showcase only a fraction of your true capabilities, while gradually revealing the rest. Enough already, I'm numb to it. I suddenly wish a certain illustrious figure would step in and give this guy a good thrashing. As the discussion swirled around him, Liu stood on the podium, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 037. Too gracious, the preconceptions of the monsoon. Liu understood that he would likely never escape the label of a pretentious show-off in his lifetime. The crux of the matter is, I truly wasn't being pretentious. No, I can't say that. The principal of First High School in front of me looks like he's about to lose his mind. Liu could only strive to maintain a smile. The principal of First High regarded Liu's beaming face, his emotions a complex tapestry. He was not one to shy away from defeat. The main issue was that Liu. Winning was one thing, but after his victory, the morale of the First High students had been utterly shattered. Can't you see Liu is now in a daze? One has been hospitalized, and another is spiraling into self-reproach. Who can one turn to for solace? Liu. Congratulations on becoming this year's top student of Yuanwu City. Taking a deep breath, the principal of First High placed the medal around Liu's neck. Lu Yu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Principal Ji. I must also thank the students of First High for their graciousness. Otherwise, I would not have so easily claimed this honor. Lu Yu's humble words nearly caused Principal Ji to spit blood. Shin Shangha beside him tugged at Lu Yu's sleeve. That's enough. You're about to ruin the morale of everyone at First High. Shin Shangha spoke, though inwardly he was bursting with pride. First High had believed they would secure the top position with a B-rank ability this year. Who would have thought? Fifth High would prove to be even more formidable. SS-rank talent, S-rank ability. How do you plan to compete? Ha. Shin Shangha's nose was nearly in the air. Respect, Principal Ji. Our Fifth High merely managed to scrape together a first place. And even that is merely 45th on the talent rankings. So low, so low. And to Principal Wang and Principal Mo, your students have been excessively gracious. Thank you. Thank you. Shin Shangha continued, and Lu Yu could clearly perceive the tension rising among the other school leaders. Indeed, the caliber of students often reflects the quality of their principals. Fifth High is filled with pretentious fools. On stage, some audience members murmured quietly. The crowd began to disperse, with many deciding that upon returning home, they would certainly share this incident with those around them, especially emphasizing Lu Yu, including Lu Yu himself. He planned to go down and meet Lu Ling. Just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. Why are the Martial Artist Association members here? This remark drew countless gazes. The members of the Martial Artist Association were easily recognizable, as their attire set them apart from ordinary individuals. Several school principals turned their attention to the entrance simultaneously. They were indeed taken aback. President Wang, what brings you here? The principal of First High was the first to approach, having spotted Wang Chongming. Instantly, the principals of the other schools, including Shin Shangha, followed suit, escorting Lu Yu toward the entrance. Ha. President Wang has come here today. Is it because Li Yu's warrior certification has finally been approved? Ji Feng exclaimed. Given that Li Yu had previously faced such severe oppression from Lu Yu, it was only natural for him to seize this opportunity to regain some dignity. Did you see that? Li Yu has gone to undergo his warrior certification. Wang Chongming nodded in agreement. Indeed, Li Yu's warrior certification had been granted. This revelation only brought more joy to Ji Feng's face. However, Shin Shangha felt a tinge of displeasure, uncertain of how to express it. Only Lu Yu wore a peculiar expression, sensing that President Wang's visit today was not as straightforward as it seemed. Wasn't he just exchanging glances with himself rather insistently? At this moment, Wang Chongming also spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, I suggest you refrain from leaving just yet. The Warrior Association of Yuanwu City has important announcements to make. As a practitioner of the mountain-moving realm, Wang Chongming's voice resonated powerfully, causing many attendees to pause and cast puzzled glances in his direction. Ji Feng, on the other hand, beamed with delight. Such a grand display. Could it be that he intended to publicly announce that Li Yu from their school had successfully obtained his warrior certification? This notion had merit, especially considering that an 18-year-old at the second level of body refinement indeed warranted some publicity. In light of this, Ji Feng was more than willing to cooperate. Students of Yuanwu No. 1 High School, please remain seated. President Wang has important matters to discuss. With this cue, nearly everyone returned to their seats. Intrigued by the Warrior Association's ostentatious approach, Lu Yu observed the unfolding scene with growing bewilderment. Spotting Luo Sha, he discreetly approached and whispered, Brother Luo, what is President Wang up to? Haha, isn't it because you are about to participate in the genius competition? President Wang is here to rally some support for you, Luo Sha replied, clapping Lu Yu on the shoulder. Although he harbored a desire to give Lu Yu a good beating, he moderated his approach, knowing Lu Yu was about to compete. Brother Luo, focus, this is itching. Lu Yu shrugged his shoulder, causing Luo Sha's expression to darken instantly. You'd better know when to stop. Luo Sha huffed before turning away. Lu Yu felt utterly perplexed. What was with these people in the past few days? Their moods were all over the place. Did men also have their own emotional fluctuations? As Lu Yu pondered this, Lu Yu was brought up by Ji Feng, sporting a broad smile. President Wang, look. Principal Ji, I need to attend to some urgent matters. Wang Chongming gestured toward the myriad of spectators around them. Ji Feng's smile only widened. Excellent. This is the perfect opportunity to dampen Lu Yu's arrogance. Just then, Wang Chongming began to speak. Today, I have come to Yuanwu No. 1 High School to share some wonderful news. A genius has emerged from our Yuanwu city. Wang Chongming's voice brimmed with excitement. A genius. Lu Yu is undoubtedly a genius. SS-level talent. Dual abilities. If this isn't genius, then what is? Yet, upon hearing Wang Chongming's proclamation, the crowd remained largely indifferent. What genius? This guy is just a fool. Ji Feng, however, smiled, having already assumed that Wang Chongming was referring to Li Yu. After all, it was unlikely that the Warrior Association would make a special trip just to congratulate Lu Yu for attaining the top score. Their information relay was not that swift. Thus, this genius must surely refer to Li Yu, right? Wang Chongming continued. This genius is someone who has never before graced our Yuanwu city since its establishment. He will become our city's pride. He is an 18-year-old certified warrior. He will represent Yuanwu City at the Blue Star Genius Competition. He is none other than Lu Yu. Wang Chongming exclaimed excitedly, and in the next moment, the lights prepared by the Warrior Association illuminated Lu Yu. In response, Lu Yu felt it was quite expected. The audience shared this sentiment as well. Only Ji Feng was left utterly dumbfounded. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be about Lu Yu? President Wang, have you made a mistake regarding my student? Ji Feng anxiously pulled Lu Yu closer to him. Wang Chongming glanced at the dazed Lu Yu and suddenly recalled something, slapping his thigh. Oh, and there is another piece of good news. Student Lu Yu has successfully passed the warrior certification at the mere age of 18, achieving the second level of body refinement. The audience was left speechless. You'd have been better off not saying that. Lu Yu is already on the genius list and about to participate in the genius competition. And here you are, bringing up becoming a certified warrior. You're merely undermining his confidence. Did they not notice that Lu Yu had turned a shade paler? Indeed. Lu Yu was on the verge of tears. What an ill-timed comment. It wasn't just Lu Yu. Ji Feng was equally bewildered. Wait, so it's not Lu Yu? It's this little brat Lu Yu? He is going to participate in the genius competition. Ji Feng felt his mind blank out instantly. Meanwhile, Wang Chongming appeared perplexed. Ladies and gentlemen, where are your applause? He surveyed the stage, sensing something was amiss. I've just announced such explosive news, yet there is no applause? This is rather unusual. Seemingly in response to Wang Chongming, a sparse round of applause erupted amidst the crowd of over 20,000. Yet, more than applause. Whispers of discussion filled the air. It has begun again. That brother from earlier was right. The essence of boasting is to boast a little and leave a lot for later. Of course, I knew things weren't over yet. Just remain calm. The genius competition? ISNT that held by the Federation once every decade? Lu Yu is actually participating? Does that mean he secured first place in this year's hunting competition? Whoa. Kid, with that tone, you must be new here. Stop gasping. You might suck in cold air. Get used to it. It's Lu Bai Wang after all. I'm already numb from the shock. Voices echoed around, as if they had seen through the mundane. Wang Chongming was utterly flabbergasted as he turned to Lu Yu. What on earth did you just do? Huh. Lu Yu replied, equally bewildered. I just clinched the top spot and got ranked 45th on the Blue Star Genius list. Wang Chongming. All right, you little rascal have some skills. It seems you don't even need my help to garner popularity. You already have a fan base. Lu Yu felt that this was not exactly fans. Rather, it felt like he might get beaten up on the way home. Now that everyone is aware of this news, you may leave. Don't forget to share this information with your friends and family. In truth, Wang Chongming's statement was entirely superfluous. The speed of information transmission on Blue Star was nearly beyond imagination. Moreover, news of entering the genius list at 45 would instantly become one of the hottest topics in all of Yuanwu City. And the fact that Lu Yu was going to participate in the genius competition had already spread like wildfire. In an instant, the entire Yuanwu City was in an uproar. Wow, Yuanwu number 5 is impressively strong this year. Not just strong, that Lu Yu is off the charts. SS-level talent and S-level abilities, it's terrifying. Enough said. I was at the scene, and that guy is the true Lu Bai Wang. How is he a Lu Bai Wang? No need to elaborate. The genius competition will be live-streamed in its entirety, and you'll see for yourself. The genius competition starts in 4 days. I can't wait. The online community of Yuanwu City had completely erupted. Discussions flourished. In this technologically advanced world, connecting to the network was as simple as a mere thought. To express oneself, it only required an inner sentiment. Brainwave receivers could transcribe thoughts into text for transmission. The speed of information exchange was exponentially faster than anything in Lu Yu's era. Naturally, Lu Yu was completely unaware of all this. He is currently following Wang Chongming and the others out of Yuanwu number 1 high school. Lu Yu, I will head back to school first. You should engage more with President Wang and the others, he said. Shen Shanghe, not being a fool, knew that Wang Chongming's intentions were solely focused on Lu Yu, and he felt no necessity to force a connection. Thus, he departed swiftly. Lu Yu, are you prepared for the genius competition? Wang Chongming inquired as they walked. Lu Yu nodded, feeling adequately prepared. Good. If you need anything, just let me know. The Martial Artists Association of Yuanwu City is here to assist you unconditionally. Wang Chongming replied with a smile. Lu Yu was taken aback. Really? Of course not. Wang Chongming's expression fell instantly. He suspected Lu Yu was scheming something grand. Lu Yu's lips twitched slightly. He had been contemplating asking for several hundred source crystals. With that, he could secure 10 opportunities for free duplication, and the larger the base, the more source crystals he could acquire. Reluctantly, Wang Chongming seemed a bit embarrassed to outright refuse Lu Yu. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. Although I know you're not short on money, the association has prepared 10 premium source crystals and 20 high-quality ones for you. I hope you can rise to the occasion. As he spoke, Luo Sha handed over a box. Upon opening it, Lu Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Neatly arranged on the black velvet were dozens of source crystals. This is fantastic. You've even saved me some duplication points. Thank you, President Wang. This truly alleviates my urgent needs, Lu Yu exclaimed excitedly, while Wang Chongming thought he was being absurd. Use them wisely. I would be quite pleased if you can secure a place in the top 1,000. Huh, President Wang, how many participants are there in total? 1,000. Lu, you really don't trust me? His gaze brimmed with skepticism, but Wang Chongming shook his head. The dangers of the genius competition far exceed your imagination. There are even mountain-moving beasts in that star beast region, and you will be required to stay there for 3 days, with no restrictions on combat between participants. I do not expect you to achieve a high ranking. Just prioritize staying alive, Wang Chongming sighed. The genius competition seeks only true prodigies, those who emerge from a brutal slaughterhouse, akin to the nurturing of a deadly creature. Only such prodigies warrant the Federation's investment of resources. Otherwise, it is meaningless. The so-called geniuses on the Blue Star Genius list, in that environment, do not inspire my confidence. He explained, unlike you, many martial artists participating in the genius competition have not even taken the college entrance examination. They have devoted that time solely to preparation, as they do not need the examination to validate themselves. In other words, the students selected by various universities are merely the dregs left behind by the Federation. Regarding Lu Yu's insistence on taking the college entrance examination, Wang Chongming expressed his bewilderment. Of course, that is your choice, and the exam has concluded. No need to dwell further on it. In a few days, come to the Martial Artists Association. Lord Lu Yushan will be there to meet you. Additionally, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly. After delivering his instructions, Wang Chongming boarded a flying vehicle and departed. Standing alone at the entrance of the high school, Lu Yu appeared contemplative. Forget it, I won't think about it for now. I'll wait for Xiao Ling to come home. He glanced at the time. With half an hour remaining until school ended, he decided to wait at the entrance. This caused quite a bit of pressure among students entering and exiting the school. What is this show-off doing squatting at the entrance? Who is he targeting now? Half an hour later, as the bell rang, Lu Ling dashed out of the school gate first. Brother. The girl clung to Lu Yu like an octopus. Lu Yu glanced at the throngs of students spilling out of the school, his face slightly flushed. There are so many people. Let go. Be careful. And you might not get married in the future. I won't. My brother is a genius martial artist. Who would dare not marry me? I'll break his third leg. Instantly, countless male students from the high school lowered their heads, their legs tightening as they fled the scene. Chapter 039. This is my boyfriend. I got him by topping up my phone. On the way back, Lu Ling scrutinized Lu Yu intently. Her gaze made Lu Yu feel somewhat uneasy. Brother, is it really okay for you to keep this from me for so long? Lu Ling's tone was sharp, her hand already reaching for Lu Yu's waist. Lu Yu's face twitched, and he forcibly stifled the impulse to jump away, saying, Xiao Ling, I'm a genius martial artist. I've already laid it all out for you. What do you mean by laying it all out? That was hardly sincere. Lu Ling pouted. I don't care. Now that you're a genius martial artist and participating in the genius competition, if you don't secure first place, you'll be washing dishes for a year when you get back. She extended a slender, pale finger. Lu Yu looked at his sister's smiling face and could not help but tug back. Oh, come on, brother. Don't pinch a girl's face. It will make her ugly. Not a problem. You're already quite ugly, so you won't be getting married anyway. I'll kill you. Don't pinch my waist. Lu Yu cried out, drawing the attention of many on the train. The male students naturally turned to look at Lu Ling, stunned for a moment. Wow, what a beauty. Is she really worried about not getting married? They then glanced back at Lu Yu, but the more they looked, the more familiar he seemed. Hey, I feel the same way. Do you think he might be some celebrity? Impossible. His looks aren't quite up to celebrity standards. Lu Yu thought to himself. 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind. After a while, someone suddenly exclaimed, oh my, isn't that Lu Yu? Lu Yu? The one who topped the genius list and is participating in the genius competition? It really is him. The entire train carriage was filled with expressions of shock. Lu Yu felt quite pleased at this moment. Finally recognized me, huh? However, before he could revel in his triumph for long, Lu Ling promptly pinched his waist tightly. Sorry, everyone, you might have mistaken him. Lu Ling smiled sweetly. Yet, it was evident that the crowd was not convinced. A flamboyantly dressed woman scrutinized Lu Yu intently for a few seconds before sauntering over, flipping her hair. Hello, Lu Yu. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Xin. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, dressed flamboyantly, and exuding an air of sophistication. Upon confirming Lu Yu's identity, she couldn't help but entertain certain thoughts. A genius martial artist like him, not to mention the resources he could acquire, was far beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. If she could establish a connection now, it would be a stroke of good fortune. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the woman, instinctively reaching out to shake her hand. But Lu Ling's hand swiftly shot out, forcefully slapping his hand down. What are you doing? This is my boyfriend. Lu Ling declared as she wrapped her arm around Lu Yu's. This left Lu Yu utterly bewildered. The woman was equally taken aback. Aren't you his sister? Who says a sister can't be a girlfriend? I'm not biologically related to him. Lu Ling retorted haughtily. The surrounding crowd was left in astonishment. Not biologically related? Even Lu Yu could not help but furrow his brow in confusion. He pried Lu Ling's hand away and looked at the woman. Sorry, but I'm not interested. His blunt rejection left the woman feeling quite embarrassed. Oh, okay, goodbye. With that, she walked away in a huff, eliciting laughter from the crowd. I can't breathe. Dressed so provocatively, was she trying to fish for martial artists? Please, with looks like that, did she really think she could catch Lu Yu? Indeed. Lu Yu was now the hope of Yuanwu City. Many laughed heartily. Lu Yu, however, remained expressionless. The train soon reached its stop, and he silently tugged Lu Ling along as they exited. Brother, be gentle, it hurts. Lu Ling's fair arm turned red as Lu Yu tugged at her, prompting him to halt in a secluded corner. Gazing at Lu Ling, his expression turned grave. Xiao Ling, there are certain things that should not be spoken lightly. Lu Yu's demeanor was serious. Lu Ling seemed to have an inkling of what he meant. She lowered her head and remained silent. Acknowledging that his earlier attitude had been overly intense, Lu Yu contemplated an apology. Suddenly, Lu Ling lifted her head, her eyes fixed on him. Brother, you can't possibly believe that our parents were joking, right? Huh, what kind of joke? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. I was adopted, Lu Ling replied nonchalantly. After our parents passed, their two wills stated so. Lu Yu admitted that Lu Ling's words plunged him into utter confusion. After a long pause, he finally spoke, giving her a firm pat on the head. Who hasn't made a joke about being adopted? And you took it seriously. Why didn't they say I was a free gift with a top-up? That's different, brother. I truly am adopted. I secretly tested your hair, she said, pulling out a certificate from her wrist intelligence device. As Lu Yu examined the appraisal report, a wave of shock washed over him, leaving his mind blank. What the hell? This sister is really adopted? Lu Yu was left speechless. Typically, he was the one who shocked others, but today, he found himself in disbelief. Even after returning home and finishing dinner, he remained in a daze as he entered his room. Observing the familiar surroundings, Lu Yu furrowed and then relaxed his brows. Whatever. Whether adopted or biological, it's been so many years, they're essentially the same, he muttered, shaking his head. Technically, he wasn't even the original owner. The original had long since passed away. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he began to accept this reality, not wanting to dwell on it. He redirected his focus to the upcoming genius competition. He made an effort to cast aside these convoluted thoughts and began contemplating the event. The genius competition was set to commence in 4 days, and he had amassed a considerable number of replication points to enhance his strength. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, Body Refinement Stage, 5th Layer. Replication Points, 1250. Any replication chances, 10. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Crimson Flame, S-Rank Fire. Earth Spirit Body, A-Rank Earth. Wood Healing, B-Rank Wood. Strength, 6,300 kilograms. Speed, 630 ms. Neural Reaction, SSS. Martial Skill, Mountain Shattering Fist, Common Grade, Upper Tier, Strength Amplification 100, Upgradable, Mastery Achieved. Weapon, Crimson Thunder Gun, S-Rank. Lu Yu noted the 1050 replication points and the 10 chances for any replication. Excellent. Let us proceed with a few replicates. Without hesitation, Lu Yu swiftly produced all his source crystals. 12 premium source crystals, 20 upper grade source crystals. Among them, 2 premium source crystals were leftovers from Lu Yu himself. They were perfectly timed for use. System, how many replication points are required to replicate these source crystals once? Lu Yu inquired, pointing at the crystals. Replying to the host. 350 points, the system responded, causing Lu Yu's lips to twitch slightly. Let us replicate once, he gritted his teeth and said. A burst of white light enveloped the source crystals, and in the next moment, their numbers increased. 24 premium source crystals, 40 upper grade source crystals. System, employ the free replication chances to replicate 5 times. Lu Yu decisively commanded. In an instant, a dazzling white light erupted. The bed was suddenly strewn with an overwhelming number of source crystals, even spilling onto the floor with a sound akin to clashing stones. Naturally, this caught Lu Ling's attention. Assuming something had fallen, she rushed in to find herself bewildered. Brother, did you rob a bank? Chapter 040. Brother, have you been kept by a wealthy woman? Breakthrough. Body Refinement 6th Layer. Brother, did you rob a bank? Lu Ling's voice was tinged with anxiety as she tried to keep her voice low. If so, we should go turn ourselves in. Perhaps we could negotiate a reduced sentence. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but toss a few premium source crystals her way. This is your brother's reward. I don't believe you. With this many premium source crystals, how much are they worth? Are you planning to use these as hush money? That's too little. Brother, you're so stingy. I'm your sister. Watching Lu Ling's increasingly absurd remarks, Lu Yu could only shake his head in disbelief at her vivid imagination. However, seeing that Lu Yu remained silent, Lu Ling's expression grew serious. All right, brother, it seems you're not robbing a bank. Relieved that Lu Ling had ceased her nonsensical chatter, Lu Yu felt a weight lift. Just as he began to relax, Lu Ling looked at him earnestly again. Come on. Which rich woman is keeping you? You're being too generous. Lu Yu was at a loss for words, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling. Refusing to engage with Lu Ling, noticing his silence, Lu Ling pouted and tossed 2 premium source crystals onto him. Hurry up and cultivate. Or else if you don't take first place, you'll be washing dishes for a year. Don't you want them? Lu Yu asked, perplexed. To be honest, he didn't particularly need those 2 premium source crystals. Lu Ling shook her head. Forget it, brother. Once you win first place, whatever you give me, I'll take. With a slam, Lu Ling shut the door. This warmed Lu Yu's heart. Indeed, This sister was quite considerate of him. However, before he could bask in this warmth for more than a few seconds, Lu Ling's voice floated through the door again. Brother, the genius competition is just a few days away. Don't indulge too much. Otherwise, you'll be lethargic and out of sorts during the competition. Get lost. In response to her words, Lu Yu threw a source crystal at the door. Hearing silence on the other side, Lu Yu finally calmed down. Where did this girl learn to talk like that? Infuriated, he began to absorb the source crystals. Having just replicated a batch, he had acquired quite a significant quantity. Premium source crystals, 768. Upper grade source crystals, an astounding 1280. Streams of star source power flowed from the hundreds, even thousands of source crystals, creating a truly astonishing spectacle. What was crucial was that with his SSS level talent, Lu Yu could absorb this immense volume of source crystals effortlessly, making the scene all the more remarkable. Amidst his astonishment, he couldn't help but exclaim prodigal. Indeed, absorbing such a vast quantity of source crystals simultaneously would undoubtedly lead to some wastage. But that was only true for those with ordinary talents. Endowed with an SSS level talent, Lu Yu absorbed the star source power as if he were a bottomless pit, capable of taking in as much as was available. As the night passed, Lu Yu successfully broke through to the body refinement 6th layer. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, body refinement 6th layer. Replication points, 900. Any replication chances, 5. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Crimson Flame, S rank Fire, Earth Spirit Body, A rank Earth, Wood Healing, B rank Wood. Strength, 7,300 kilograms. Speed, 730 ms. Neural Reaction, SSS. Martial Skill, Mountain Shattering Fist, Common Grade, Upper Tier, Strength Amplification 100, Upgradable, Mastery Achieved. Weapon, Crimson Thunder Gun, S rank. Looking at the data on the system panel, Lu Yu felt quite satisfied. Lu Ling had already gone to school, and after finishing the breakfast she had left behind, Lu Yu indulged in a rare gaming session. By the time Lu Ling returned, he had already prepared lunch. Brother, you actually know how to cook? Lu Ling exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yu chuckled. Among my many past job experiences, I was a chef in a Michelin-starred restaurant. Cooking is a piece of cake. Lu Ling took a bite, her eyes instantly narrowing with delight. Brother, this is simply exquisite. I want another bowl. If I gain weight, no one will want me. Don't worry, sister, I will take care of you. Xiaoling, we are moving. This declaration from Lu Yu left Lu Ling momentarily stunned. Lu Yu summoned a projection from the intelligent brain. The Warrior Association has rewarded me with a sky villa in the city center. Lu Yu spread his hands. However, Lu Ling appeared somewhat reluctant. Noticing her expression, Lu Yu affectionately ruffled her hair. We are selling the house. Whenever you wish to return, you can stay for a couple of days. All right then, brother. Lu Ling nodded, saying no more. After finishing lunch, Lu Yu successfully moved with Lu Ling to the sky villa in the city center, the Cloud Tower. Upon arriving, Lu Ling's expression brightened again. She gazed down at the tiny figures below, resembling ants, and the aerial garden in the backyard, feeling quite sentimental. Still a warrior. Yet it seems I will never catch up to you, brother. Though her words were tinged with longing, her demeanor remained unperturbed. Lu Yu gently stroked her head, choosing not to respond. Can't catch up? It's all right. Your brother has a few tricks up his sleeve. I may be a bit poor now, but when I become wealthy, I will invest resources without restraint. Of course, he kept this thought to himself. After settling in, Lu Ling went back to school, not by train this time, but in a smart flying car, a gift from the Warrior Association, valued at several million star coins. Once Lu Ling departed, the villa fell into silence. Lu Yu, however, did not rush to absorb the star essence. Instead, with a thought, a fiery red spear materialized in his hand. The Chidian spear, an S-grade weapon. He had yet to utilize it since acquiring it. Now was the perfect opportunity to learn its intricacies. Before beginning, Lu Yu opened the intelligent brain to browse various websites, each showcasing a plethora of items for sale. Intelligent brain, search for spear techniques of at least average quality. The search commenced, revealing 354 applicable items. Swiftly, the product page transformed, displaying an array of techniques before Lu Yu's eyes. The prices hovered around 25 million star coins. This was the standard. The cost of average quality spear techniques typically fluctuated around that figure. Lu Yu scanned the product page, seeking a technique to complement his weapon. Without a corresponding technique, the potential of his weapon would remain severely limited. Moments later, his gaze settled on one entry. Jingyun Spear Technique. Price, 24. 43 million star coins. Description, the spear strikes like thunder, tearing through the clouds. The Jingyun Spear Technique boasts incredible speed and lethality. Lu Yu's expression morphed into one of satisfaction. Excellent. The Jingyun Spear Technique meets my needs perfectly. The Chidian Spear possessed a skill that enhanced attack speed and critical hits. With the addition of the Jingyun Spear Technique, the effects would compound, leaving opponents utterly bewildered. Purchase. However, a quick glance revealed that he currently possessed only 21 million star coins, just a tad short. Intelligent brain. Sell 2 high-quality source crystals. Lu Yu commanded. He had no shortage of star coins. Selling 2 of the more than 1,200 high-quality source crystals quickly netted him 4 million star coins. Intelligent Brain purchased the Jingyun Spear Technique. A prompt appeared. The Jingyun Spear Technique is valued at 43 million star coins. Do you wish to confirm the purchase? Given the substantial sum, the Intelligent Brain offered a reminder. Lu nodded without hesitation. Ding. Order successful. Delivery in progress. Upon successful delivery, a robot adorned with a Shunfeng Express label appeared on the villa's balcony. After scanning and confirming, it left behind a black box and departed. Lu opened the box to reveal a black magnetic strip. He smiled, picking up the strip. System copy. Copying. The system responded promptly. Congratulations, host. You have successfully copied the average quality spear technique, Jingyun Spear Technique. The system's reply left Lu feeling a bit frustrated. No explosion. Indeed, it hadn't exploded. The reason Lu had attempted to copy, it was in hopes of a lucky draw that would yield a more advanced version. Copy again. Lu decisively commanded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully copied the inferior quality spirit grade spear technique, Jingyun Spear Technique. This time, the system's announcement brought joy to Lu. It exploded. He had directly obtained an inferior quality spirit grade technique. Although it cost him 400 copying points, Lu deemed it well worth the investment. The inferior quality spirit grade spear technique started at 50 million star coins. Naturally, Lu had no shortage of star coins. He could simply sell a few more source crystals. More importantly, the Jingyun Spear Technique was exceptionally suited to his weapon, unlike others that might not be found. Elated, Lu adhered the magnetic strip to his forehead. In the next moment, he felt a surge of information flooding his mind. Moments later, he relinquished the now inert information storage strip, his expression beaming with satisfaction. Indeed, this inferior quality spirit grade spear technique is exquisite. Lu felt a profound sense of contentment. The technique's description was clear, even at the entry level. It could enhance attack speed by 30. Moreover, it provided a power boost of around 120. With increased attack speed, his combat power would more than double. Marvelous. In the genius competition, I shall dominate. Lu affixed the 2 Jingyun Spear Technique information storage strips onto the Intelligent Brain. He no longer required the average quality version and decided to sell it to recoup some losses. He made his way to the villa's training room. Although the environment here was not as refined as that of the Warrior Association, it was still quite commendable. Immersed in the Jingyun Spear Technique, Lu began his practice. Initially, he struggled somewhat, relying on brute strength. However, as time passed, he became increasingly adept. The effects of his SSS-grade talent began to manifest. By nightfall, Lu felt he had grasped the threshold of entry. When Lu Ling returned and finished dinner, Lu once again immersed himself in practice. He trained tirelessly throughout the night. Sweating profusely, he felt no fatigue. Having reached the 6th level of physical refinement, his physique far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, making extended periods without rest seem entirely normal. In this high-intensity training, as dawn broke, Lu finally sensed he had entered a new realm. An invisible barrier within him had been breached. Upon grasping the spear, a familiar sensation welled up within him. He had entered. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exhaled with relief. Just then, a voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully mastered a weapon, unlocking the achievement of Weapon Master Bronze. Reward, 1,000 copying points. Advanced proficiency in spear-type weapons. The system's notification momentarily left Lu in a daze. His surprise quickly transformed into joy. Is this the reward? He could distinctly sense that his understanding of the spear had instantly elevated. No. 2 levels. The Chidian spear felt as if it had melded into him, becoming an extension of his very being. Simultaneously, his comprehension of spear techniques surged dramatically. In mere minutes, it felt as though he had battled for decades on the battlefield. Incredible. Lu could only praise the system. Host, Lu. Realm, 6th level of physical refinement. Copying points, 500. Available copying attempts, 5. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Crimson Flame, S-grade Fire, Earth Spirit Body, A-grade Earth, Healing of Wood, B-grade Wood. Strength, 7,300 kilograms. Speed, 730 milliseconds. Neural Response, SSS. Martial Arts, Mountain Opening Fist, Common Grade. Superior Quality, Strength Amplification 100, Upgradable, Mastery Achieved. Stunning Cloud Spear Technique, Spirit Grade, Inferior Quality, Strength Amplification 120, Attack Speed Amplification 30, Mastery Achieved. Weapon, Crimson Lightning Spear, S-Class. Observing the system panel, Lu felt a surge of joy. Concurrently, he glanced at the achievements of the Weapon Master. To attain the next achievement, one must possess 3 types of entry-level weapons. The reward was extraordinary, instantly elevating all weapon proficiencies to master level. Remarkable. At this moment, Lu could only marvel inwardly. After practicing with the spear for a while longer, he took a shower. With only a day remaining until the genius competition, Lu decided against further absorbing source crystals. It was unnecessary, as he had not long since broken through to his current realm. Pushing for another breakthrough would likely lead to instability. There would be ample time for that later. After all, He possessed a perfected spear technique. Reflecting on his strength and his unique abilities, he believed he was adequately prepared. Lu Yu smiled. He spent that day in the company of Lu Ling. After taking her out to purchase some clothing, footwear, and daily necessities, their day came to a close. Brother, the genius competition is tomorrow. You must do your best, Lu Ling said earnestly that evening. Lu Yu shrugged. With your brother's talent, won't it be a slaughter at the genius competition? Keep boasting. For now, I'll trust you. But if you fail to secure first place, you'll be washing dishes. Lu Ling's words caused a pang of melancholy in Lu Yu. What if I actually win? Then you'll wash dishes for half a year. Get lost. Go to sleep. Lu Yu promptly departed. The following day, Lu Yu awoke early. Glancing at the sky outside, a smile graced his features. The genius competition was about to commence. After freshening up, Lu Yu made his way to the Martial Artist Association amidst Lu Ling's encouraging cheers. Chapter 042. Merely at the 6th layer of body refinement, he arrived at his destination. The Martial Artist Association of Yuanwu City. Today's atmosphere at the association was much the same as usual, save for a few individuals seeking certification. There were no other attendees. Upon seeing Lu Yu, the receptionist's face lit up with a radiant smile. Welcome, Lord Lu Yu. President Wang is already waiting for you inside. The receptionist recognized Lu Yu and silently felt relieved. Thankfully, she had adhered to the Federation's etiquette. Otherwise, her arrogance might have offended him, leading to a life of unimaginable misery. This was a figure destined to become a super powerhouse of the transcendent realm, perhaps even beyond. And the transcendent realm was already eligible to enter the Federation system. The authority of such a being was incomparable to that of a mere deputy in Yuanwu City. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Yu entered the Martial Artist Association. His belongings were rather simple, just a weapon case containing the Crimson Lightning Spear. After all, extracting it directly from the system space would be quite alarming. When Wang Chongming saw Lu Yu, he was accompanied by two others, Lu Yu and a female martial artist clad in a light purple combat suit. Lu Yu, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce you. Lu Yu, you should already know, and this is another martial artist from the city. You all should get acquainted. Wang Chongming said with a smile. Lu Yu looked at Lu Yu, his expression twitching. Ha ha ha, brotherly, it's good to see you again. I sincerely apologize for that day. Lu Yu spoke apologetically. However, to Lu Yu, this came off as blatant arrogance. Still pretending, Lu Yu thought, feeling dejected. Noticing Lu Yu's silence, Lu Yu chose to refrain from speaking further. However, he was intrigued by the woman in the light purple combat suit. She doesn't seem to be from high school, does she? Lu Yu mused. The combat suit was designed to fit closely, showcasing the woman's alluring figure in all its glory. You are the genius ranked 45th, correct? The woman suddenly spoke, causing Lu Yu to retract his gaze and smile. Barely. Indeed, it is barely adequate. The genius competition lacks standard. The woman nodded in agreement, causing Lu Yu's smile to stiffen slightly. They called him an arrogant pretender, yet this woman seemed to outshine him in that regard. Wang Chongming interjected with a laugh. We are all from Yuanwu City. Lu Yu, and Mei Xian, remember to collaborate while you are inside. The trio fell silent, making Wang Chongming feel somewhat embarrassed. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, and Lu Yushan appeared, still clad in his black robe. Are you ready? Lu Yushan surveyed the group. They all nodded in unison. All right. Then let's go. Lu Yushan uttered, turning to exit without further ado. The three followed closely behind. Wang Chongming accompanied them, offering a warning. Remember, the genius competition is fraught with danger. While rankings are important, do not risk your life for them. Surviving is the most crucial. Understood, President Wang. The other two remained silent, while Lu Yu smiled. All right, let's board the flying vehicle. Wang Chongming patted Lu Yu's shoulder with a grin. The three boarded the flying vehicle, which differed from regular ones. It was a personal possession of Lu Yushan, remarkably swift. Within mere seconds of activation, the outlines of Yuanwu City vanished from sight, and the vessel soared into the distance. Lu Yushan entered the passenger compartment and turned to the three. You all are aware of each other's realms, correct? He inquired, prompting the trio to shake their heads. You go first. Let's get to know each other. Lu Yushan gestured toward Lu Yu. Lu Yu, second layer of body refinement. Lu Yu announced as he released his aura, confirming his status as a second layer practitioner. You. Lu Yushan directed his gaze at Mei Xian. Mei Xian, fourth layer of body refinement. Instantly, a powerful aura surged forth, causing the flying vehicle to tremble slightly. Fourth layer? Lu Yushan's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Yu felt a palpable pressure and scrutinized the woman once more. All participants in the genius competition were under 22 years of age. This meant that this Mei Xian had achieved the fourth layer of body refinement before turning 22. Her talent was undoubtedly formidable. A look of satisfaction crossed Lu Yushan's face as he turned to Lu Yu. Lu Yu, what is your current realm? Realm? Lu Yu pondered for a moment before looking at Lu Yushan. Lord Lu, what realm do you think would suit me best? Think. Lu Yushan's expression darkened. Just speak. No one here will disclose it. All right. I recently reached the 6th layer of body refinement. Lu Yu stated, releasing his aura. Boom. In the next instant, Lu Yu, seated beside Lu Yu, was propelled backward by the sheer force of Lu Yu's aura. Even Mei Xian's complexion paled slightly. This guy is actually at the 6th layer of body refinement. The intensity of this aura was undeniable. Liu stared at Lu, feeling once again that this was all intentional. In truth, Lu had not meant to create such an impact. He had simply released his aura casually, not anticipating it would affect Liu so dramatically. Are you alright, brotherly? I'm fine. I can get up myself. Liu brushed off Lu's hand and reseated himself. Observing Liu's expression, Lu felt a tinge of embarrassment. I truly did not mean to. Lu Yushan's expression transformed from shock to satisfaction. Excellent. With your strength at the 6th layer of body refinement, coupled with your unique abilities, you should at least be able to contend for a spot in the top 10 this time. Lu Yushan expressed his approval, based on the information he had gathered. 6th layer practitioners were exceedingly rare in the genius competition. With Lu Yu's prowess, breaking into the top 10 was indeed a possibility. Upon hearing Lu Yushan's words, Mei Xian's gaze became somewhat intricate. She had initially believed herself to be the most formidable among the group, only to discover that Lu Yu surpassed her. A mere high school graduate had achieved the 6th level of body refinement. What a monstrous individual. Reflecting on her previous statements, Mei Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, the aircraft was now decelerating. We are almost there. Beneath your feet lies the Star Beast region, Lu Yushan remarked calmly. The three of them simultaneously peered down. Below, an expansive forest unfurled, its vastness exceeding the limits of their vision. Scattered throughout were star beasts, including formidable 6th and 7th tier creatures. Lu Yu even spotted a colossal eagle, its wingspan measuring several dozen meters, hovering beside the aircraft. Humph, begone. Lu Yushan evidently noticed the mountain-moving star beast as well and let out a cold snort. In the next instant, employing some unknown technique, the enormous eagle erupted in a burst of crimson, hastily retreating. Is this the application of star source power at the Takuai level? Mei Xian suddenly inquired. Lu Yushan nodded. You all have the opportunity to reach this level. You will come to understand it in due time. Now let us descend. As he spoke, the exit of the aircraft opened. Chapter 043, Eager to Protect the Flower. Water Escape Technique. Only then did Lu Yu realize that they had exited the Star Beast region. Below lay an immensely vast plaza. The square was approximately 5 kilometers wide, teeming with an indeterminate number of people. A cursory glance revealed at least 700 or 800. In the sky, countless aircraft flitted back and forth, evidently transporting participants. Let me share an additional piece of information. The top 10 in this genius competition will receive special rewards. Do your best. Just as the three were about to leave, Lu Yushan spoke again. Liu and Mei Xian immediately understood that this remark was directed at Lu Yu, igniting a competitive spirit within them. However, once they descended, they were utterly taken aback. Goodness, the plaza was packed with people. The crucial detail was that these individuals were not of low caliber. Most were at least at the 2nd level of body refinement, with many at the 3rd and 4th levels. Meanwhile, Lu Yu stood rooted, his mere aura drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. 6th level of body refinement. Many gazes were tinged with wariness, causing them to distance themselves from Lu Yu. Even among the crowd, his level was notably high. Lu Yu, however, harbored no such reservations. He had already abandoned Liu and Mei Xian, beginning to meander through the throngs. What a splendid opportunity. So many prodigies. Surely he must seize this chance. After only a couple of steps, Lu Yu heard the system prompt. Ding. An A-level water ability has been discovered. The moment he heard this, he immediately turned his gaze toward a girl. She was clad in a pink combat suit, exuding an air of youthful charm, her face adorably youthful. Most importantly, she possessed an A-level water talent. Copy. Adjusting his mindset, Lu Yu promptly approached the girl. Hello. The girl had been conversing with a male companion, but Lu Yu seamlessly inserted himself between them. The boy frowned slightly upon noticing Lu Yu, aware that he was evidently more handsome. Is there something you need? The boy inquired with a smile, subtly releasing his aura. Oh, 4th level of body refinement. Not insignificant, Lu Yu thought to himself, noting the boy's protective demeanor. What a pity. I am at the 6th level. Greetings, fair lady, Lu Yu said, extending his hand with utmost ease. The boy's displeasure deepened at this display. Who do you think you are, acting so familiar? This friend you. Before he could finish, a formidable aura, far surpassing his 4th level, surged forth. Under the boy's stunned gaze, Lu Yu successfully shook hands. Thank you, thank you. If you encounter insurmountable troubles after entering, just mention my name, Lu Yu. Overjoyed by the successful copying, Lu Yu expressed his gratitude profusely before vanishing back into the crowd. The boy watched Lu Yu's departing figure, unable to suppress a low remark. This guy is way too familiar. Not at all. I think he seems quite nice. It was just a handshake. With his 6th level of body refinement. We might even collaborate later, the girl replied. The 6th level of body refinement was already a rare talent. In the martial artist-dominated Blue Star, prodigies were always the most sought-after individuals, especially since Lu Yu's looks were quite appealing. The boy felt his face flush with jealousy at hearing such words from a fellow schoolmate. Lu Yu, oblivious to these dynamics, continued to wander. Having just expended 100 copying points to acquire an A-level water ability, He found the name of this ability quite intriguing: water escape. Most who recognized this name likely associated it with a certain anime's ninjutsu. Yet, in reality, it was one of the 5 escape techniques from the ancient celestial lore of the Dragon Ascension Kingdom, alongside gold, wood, fire, and earth. If he could eventually gather all of them, wouldn't he become invincible in flight? Lu suddenly developed a collector's obsession. At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the plaza. All participants, silence. The genius competition is about to commence. Accompanying this declaration was a palpable, oppressive force. Everyone felt a sudden restraint, their gazes drawn upward in astonishment. A middle-aged man hovered in midair, looking down with an indifferent expression. A Transcendence Realm martial artist. The thought crossed everyone's mind simultaneously. Only a Transcendence Realm expert could float in the air. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fuxi, the adjudicator for this genius competition. Your scores and any violations will be under my purview, Fuxi declared, his tone remaining emotionless. All eyes turned toward him with admiration. The status of a Transcendence Realm expert in the Federation needed no elaboration. They were undoubtedly figures of high authority, enjoying resources and power beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Achieving the Transcendence Realm meant one was already superior to 99 of martial artists, and martial artists, in turn, surpassed 99 of ordinary people. Thus, the hierarchy was delineated. Lu too regarded Fuxi, though his expression bore no reverence. Instead, he found himself pondering, Transcendence Realm? Their talent must be considerable, perhaps possessing an ability? If not, I could always replicate an S-level weapon for an upgrade. The more he contemplated, the more desirous Lu became. Meanwhile, Fuxi, floating above, felt an instinctive urge to direct his attention toward Lu. Upon catching sight of him, his brow furrowed slightly. In the next moment, he exerted a portion of his oppressive aura in Lu's direction. The result was that a throng of people surrounding Lu suddenly felt as if they were bearing the weight of a mountain, unable to resist kneeling. Only Lu stood, gazing around in bewilderment. Why are they kneeling? Is such reverence truly necessary? Fuxi, noticing Lu's calm demeanor, was taken aback. 6th level of body refinement? Quite impressive. He appears to be from Yuanwu City. Fuxi instantly discerned Lu's identity, refraining from further comment while retracting his oppressive aura. I trust one need not elaborate on the rules of the genius competition. However, to prevent any rare lapses in memory, I will reiterate once more. The competition will employ a point system. Hunting a first-order star beast yields 100 points, a second-order 200, a third-order 300, a fourth-order 500, a fifth-order 1,000, a sixth-order 2,000, a seventh-order 5,000, an eighth-order 10,000, and a ninth-order 25,000. Fuxi spoke, elucidating the point acquisition system with clarity. The stronger the star beast one hunts, the more points one accrues exponentially. This is primarily due to the fact that higher-order star beasts, in terms of both intelligence and strength, far surpass ordinary star beasts. Typically, an 8th-order star beast possesses intelligence comparable to that of an average adult. As for a 9th order, it can even approach the realm of mountain-moving prowess. This is merely one method of accruing points. Another is rather straightforward, defeating your opponents. Each participant possesses an identity card, and upon being defeated, your points will be plundered by 50. If you are defeated 3 times, you will be eliminated from the competition. Fuxi's voice was cold. In fact, humans are often more formidable than star beasts. One can never be certain if a teammate might betray you at a critical moment. Remember, this genius competition does not concern itself with matters of life and death. This is one of the most perilous aspects of the event. No one will come to your rescue. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. At that moment, a colossal flying vessel appeared in the sky. If all is well, we shall depart now. Chapter 044, The Unconventional Lu, who was actually eating. From atop the massive flying vessel, Lu gazed down at the star beast territory. Every moment, participants were leaping from the vessel with jetpacks strapped to their backs. The aircraft would traverse the entire star beast region, allowing contestants to choose any point along the flight path to descend. Naturally, if one dares not leap, one might find themselves unceremoniously kicked out. Lu surveyed his surroundings and then leapt into the air. He had yet to spot Liu and the others, who had gone missing earlier. There was no pressing need to seek them out. Cooperation in the genius competition is ultimately rare. Unless one possesses extraordinary trust, suspicion prevails, and most participants operate solo. Thanks to the jetpack's inherent endurance, Lu landed alone, devoid of any companions. After discarding the jetpack, he swiftly determined his location. He found himself in the southeastern portion of the Star Beast territory, approximately 20 kilometers from the center. This region spanned hundreds of kilometers of forested terrain, interspersed with other landscapes, though predominantly wooded. Contestants were to remain within this area for 3 days. After 3 days, the competition would conclude, and the remaining participants would be transported back by the aircraft. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lu suddenly heard peculiar sounds emanating from the surrounding woods. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the noise. Given his distance from the central area, he felt no trepidation regarding encountering any high-order star beasts. Armed with his Chidian gun, Lu Yu eagerly approached the source of the sound, only to discover that it was merely a deer startled into motion. The creature stared at Lu Yu for a brief moment before bolting away. Though it was not a star beast, Lu Yu did not let it escape unscathed. He instantly surged forward, launching a precise strike. Skinning the deer, Lu Yu let its blood spill onto the ground. He then built a fire and commenced roasting the venison. With 3 days to survive in this wilderness, Lu Yu could not afford to forego sustenance. A little nourishment now would prove beneficial. Additionally, he sought to test whether the deer's blood could attract any star beasts. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, while he busied himself with his meal, his actions were being broadcasted. In the flying vessel studio, several hosts sat before the cameras. They were responsible for directing the coverage of this event. As a competition held once every decade on Blue Star, the Genius competition was of paramount importance. Every participant was an unequivocal prodigy. We can now observe contestant number 0043 from Tianming City, who has successfully slain a second-order star beast, momentarily securing the top position. Wait. Contestant number 0323 has just defeated a third-order star beast. Currently at the 4th level of body refinement, he holds the lead with 300 points. My goodness. Contestant number 0001 has taken down a 4th-order star beast. The leaderboard has shifted once again. As we can see, in less than 30 minutes since the start, nearly every contestant has slain star beasts to earn points, resulting in what can only be described as a massacre of star beasts. The hosts excitedly addressed the camera. Due to limited energy, they focused on the contestants who exhibited the most compelling performances. However, as they continued to watch, the hosts noticed something amiss. What is contestant number 0100 doing? Let's magnify the footage. When the hosts saw Lu Yu, their expressions momentarily shifted to confusion. Upon enlarging the screen, they were taken aback. Contestant number 0100 was, astonishingly, preoccupied with eating. His current rank was 1000, placing him last. The hosts were stunned by his actions. While others leaped from the flying vessel in a frenzy to hunt star beasts, this individual had chosen to dine instead. Instinctively, they glanced at Lu Yu's profile. Goodness, this contestant was a 6th-level body refinement warrior. Moreover, he had achieved an impressive 45th place in the Blue Star College entrance examination. The hosts exchanged astonished glances, tinged with bewilderment. Logically, such a talented warrior should be seeking to slay star beasts, not sitting on the ground indulging in a meal. Similarly, the atmosphere in the live broadcast studio was rife with confusion. What on earth is happening? He seems completely unperturbed. Indeed, how can he be so relaxed while in last place? I can't shake the feeling that he has given up on the competition. 1. A multitude of viewers expressed their disappointment at this scene. To them, Lu Yu's evident strength was overshadowed by his choice to eat upon landing. Was this not indicative of a defeatist mindset? Not only in the studio, but in the command center, Swichi's brow furrowed in concern. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Lu Yushan, standing beside him, stared at the holographic projection, equally bewildered. What on earth was Lu Yu doing? Everyone was perplexed, and the hosts seemed to find the situation dull, preparing to switch away from the footage. Suddenly, Lu Yu stood up. Contestant number 0100 was on his feet. His expression was notably serious, perhaps a result of having filled his stomach, as he appeared quite cheerful. What was he planning? Would he embark on a hunt? As a 6th-level body refinement warrior, he still had time to act. The moment the host witnessed this development, he promptly resumed commentary. Meanwhile, Lu Yu inspected the stone beneath him. It felt rather uncomfortable. This stone is a bit prickly, he muttered to himself, before finding another stone and resuming his meal. This scene left the hosts in stunned silence. Clearly, contestant number 0100 had some undisclosed strategy. Just as he was about to cut away from the footage, Lu Yu stood up again. What was he up to now? The host sensed a hint of tedium, but at that moment, Lu Yu dashed into the woods. In an instant, he emerged dragging a first-order star beast, which he had felled with a single punch. It was a mutated wild boar. Concurrently, Lu Yu's points increased by 100, still leaving him in last place. However, the host was exhilarated. Contestant number 0100 has achieved his first victory. Could this ignite a spark of determination in him? As one of the few 6th-level body refinement warriors in the competition, he had the potential to close the gap with the leader, who had already amassed 1,000 points. The host exclaimed excitedly. Yet, in the next moment, he was utterly flabbergasted. Truly astonished, Lu Yu, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a knife and began skinning the beast. As he finished skinning it, he proceeded to cut the meat and place it over the fire. The aroma was irresistible. To top it all off, while roasting the meat, Lu Yu voiced a sudden exclamation. What the heck? The host swore that he had never encountered such a zen-like competitor in his lifetime. The laughter within the live stream was incessant. Is this a food channel? I think I might have taken a wrong turn. How amusing. A 6th-tier fighter. Yet here he is, lounging about. Truly delightful. The barrage of comments continued, with many finding the situation ludicrous, while others were desperately battling star beasts. Lu Yu was casually enjoying barbecue. He was indeed a refreshing anomaly in a world often dominated by chaos. Having witnessed countless life and death struggles, many viewers were suddenly eager to see how Lu Yu would grill his skewers. Meanwhile, Lu remained blissfully unaware that he was being broadcasted live. He had not come for the barbecue per se. Rather, he preferred to wait for the star beasts to come to him instead of tirelessly hunting them down. The flesh of star beasts held a lethal allure for their kin. As Lu savored his leisure, heavy footsteps echoed from afar. Chapter 045, The Arrival of Its Father. A sixth-tier star beast. Heavy footsteps resonated in the distance. The scent of a first-tier star beast's flesh had attracted a third-tier star beast. An hour had passed since Lu had touched down. Finally, it had arrived. Lu felt a flicker of joy. In the live stream, viewers began to rise, sensing something amiss. As the camera pulled back, they finally comprehended the unfolding scenario. A towering star beast, over 10 meters tall, approached with measured steps. Its back was adorned with countless barbs, resembling a hedgehog. A third-tier ice spike hedgehog? This creature is quite troublesome. Indeed, the barbs on its back make it exceedingly difficult to handle, even for a warrior of a higher rank. A sixth-tier fighter should be able to forcibly wield stones to defeat it. Numerous voices chimed in. The fact that Lu had been languishing in idleness for so long, only to now confront a slightly higher-tier star beast, sparked a modicum of excitement. The host paused, recognizing that the ice spike hedgehog was a rare star beast and prepared to provide commentary. The purpose of broadcasting the tournament was to allow ordinary individuals to absorb the combat experience of these prodigious warriors. The forthcoming live segment might prove to be exceptionally significant. Those who had yet to face an ice spike hedgehog might consider recording or taking notes. The combat strategies of a sixth-tier warrior could provide invaluable insights. The host spoke. We can see that contestant 0100 is approaching the hedgehog. What measures will he take? Excellent. A viewer noted that the ice spike hedgehog is slow-moving, and we could use stones to crush it. However, there exists another approach. Contestant 0100 possesses a firearm, which, due to its length, can penetrate the hedgehog's defenses. The host rapidly elaborated. These represent the two prevailing strategies at present. Others concurred. Meanwhile, Lu cast a glance at the ice spike hedgehog, slightly taken aback. This is rather vexing, isn't it? I still need you for fishing. If I kill you outright, it would complicate the skinning process. After some contemplation, a brilliant flame suddenly ignited in his hand. In the next moment, this flame hurtled toward the ice spike hedgehog. The creature had long been aware of Lu's presence. Upon witnessing the fireball, it hurriedly turned to flee. Yet, given its inherently sluggish nature, evasion was futile. Whoosh! The flames engulfed the ice spike hedgehog, igniting it in a furious blaze. The potency of one's abilities grows with strength. Lu had previously incinerated a wood wolf with his fiery prowess while at the third tier. Now, being 3 tiers above the ice spike hedgehog, how could it possibly escape? In an instant, the creature was rolling on the ground, ablaze like a torch, its barbs blackened and broken. Moments later, it lay still, emitting wisps of smoke. Is it dead? Countless viewers felt a pang of disbelief. Initially, they had anticipated a display of textbook-like brilliance from Lu. Yet, he simply tossed a fireball, and the ice spike hedgehog was no more. Come on, can it be that effortless? The host was momentarily stunned but quickly took note of an important detail. Wait, contestant 0100 seems to possess an exceptionally high-level fire ability. Audience, isn't that stating the obvious? I can't believe I took out my pen for this. This is utterly outrageous. It was killed by a mere fireball. I'm devastated. I wanted to see how to deal with the ice spike hedgehog. As everyone bled from their hearts, Lu approached the fallen ice spike hedgehog, preparing to skin and butcher it for his next fishing endeavor. The host's eyelids twitched in disbelief, and he awkwardly suggested, it appears that contestant 0100 has other, undisclosed plans. Perhaps we should shift our focus to other competitors. The host had completely given up on Lu. This individual seemed entirely preoccupied with feasting. The leading contestant had already amassed a score of 2,000. As the live stream camera shifted away, only a handful of viewers found the situation somewhat amusing and continued to watch. Meanwhile, Lu was still busy slicing meat for skewers. Just as he was about to embark on his grilling endeavor, he suddenly halted. In the distance, a commotion erupted. Lu leaped atop a tree, and in the next moment, he was astounded. A colossal sphere was rolling toward him, flattening trees along its path. It was utterly terrifying. Lu couldn't help but suck in a breath. What on earth is that? It's a star beast. The ice spike hedgehog. 6th tier. Data rapidly flashed across Lu's combat goggles. He glanced at the downed ice spike hedgehog and then at the approaching sphere, feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This seems to be just its offspring. Its father has arrived. Frankly speaking, Lu felt that this was going to be quite a challenge. A 6th tier ice spike hedgehog was undeniably a formidable adversary. Even a 7th tier fighter would think twice before engaging. Upon reaching the 6th tier, the ice spike hedgehog would awaken its innate skill, the deluge of ice spikes. Once unleashed, its spines would shoot out in all directions, transforming the vicinity into a veritable sieve. The most troublesome aspect was that anyone who ventured too close would be pricked. I have no idea how to tackle this. Simultaneously, competitors in other regions were evidently drawn to the commotion caused by the ice spike hedgehog. What has stirred the 6th tier ice spike hedgehog? Wasn't it supposed to be resting? Wait, where did its offspring go? No way. Ha ha ha. Which fool went and killed its child? The ice spike hedgehog is notoriously protective of its young. Whoever did this is in for a world of trouble. As a 6th tier ice spike hedgehog is a daunting presence that even 7th tier warriors avoid. An entire throng of fighters noticed the ruckus and began to chuckle. Who is so oblivious as to slay a star beast without confirming its territory first? Now they've stirred up a major problem. On this side, Lu watched as the ice spike hedgehog barreled toward him, letting out a slight sigh. 6th tier beasts yield 2,000 points. But the ice spike hedgehog is certainly at least a match for a 7th tier warrior. What a loss today. Lu lamented. The ice spike hedgehog was indeed a nuisance. But for Lu, it was not a cause for retreat. Within the 7th tier and below, he was invincible. This, Lu held absolute confidence in. Moreover, the ice spike hedgehog seemed to possess a rather intriguing skill. Lu's mind began to whirl with possibilities. Gazing at the approaching ice spike hedgehog in the distance, Lu exhibited no hesitation as he brandished his weapon and charged directly forward. Chapter 046. The next grand strategy. He intends to face it head-on. In Lu's live streaming room, a small number of viewers remained. Initially uncertain, they were utterly taken aback as they witnessed Lu not retreating, but advancing instead. Goodness. That's a 6th tier ice spike hedgehog. Is he really going to confront it head-on? Incredible. I had a feeling the streamer, no? The contestant number 0100, was orchestrating a grand strategy, and it appears to be true. It makes sense. This is indeed a grand strategy. If he can subdue that ice spike hedgehog, not only will he secure first place, but he will undoubtedly vault into the top 3. The remaining viewers in the live stream engaged in fervent discussions. To them, Lu's earlier nonchalant behavior was merely a facade for his clandestine plotting. What was Lu up to? He had deliberately entered the territory of the ice spike hedgehog, luring its offspring to him. After slaying them, he would provoke the ice spike hedgehog to seek him out. Once a star beast strays from its familiar terrain, its combat prowess is inevitably diminished. Especially for a creature like the ice spike hedgehog, which is accustomed to a sedentary lifestyle. What an exquisite strategy. Everyone watched with bated breath. If Lu were to comprehend their thoughts, he might very well spit blood in exasperation. I'm just here to fish for an ice spike hedgehog. Battling a 6th tier beast with the effort of a 7th tier? What a futile endeavor. Of course, even if Lu were aware, he had no time to respond. He was now less than 1,000 meters from the ice spike hedgehog. The creature had halted, its tiny, green bean-like eyes fixed on Lu, seething with rage and sorrowful howls. The scent of its offspring lingered on Lu. He had slain its progeny and now sought to consume them. Fixing his gaze upon the ice spike hedgehog, Lu steeled himself, suppressing any hint of carelessness. The ice spike hedgehog charged toward him. And although it was said that these creatures moved slowly, that only applied to lesser-tiered hedgehogs lacking intelligence to exploit their physical advantages, the ice spike hedgehog before Lu was, astonishingly, not only running but also rolling forward to gain momentum. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance to Lu. If it struck him, evading injury would be a near impossibility. The livestream viewers were equally unprepared for the speed of the 6th tier ice spike hedgehog, and their concern for Lu escalated. Yet, to their astonishment, as the distance dwindled to a mere 100 meters, Lu showed no inclination to evade. On a distant mountain peak, 7 or 8 martial artists were scattered, observing with expressions of surprise and disdain. How is this guy still not fleeing? Is he merely a product of resource accumulation at the 6th tier? They speculated. I feel he is too intimidated to react. The speed of that ice spike hedgehog is indeed formidable. As they conversed, the group suddenly noticed that Lu was making a move. Still refusing to dodge, he charged directly at the ice spike hedgehog. The red lightning spear, executed with masterful technique, was thrust forth. What astonishing speed. Everyone's thoughts converged on a singular notion as Lu's spear struck the ice spike hedgehog squarely on the head. With a piercing sound, Lu's strike drove the spearhead deep into the creature's skull. This elicited a wretched roar from the ice spike hedgehog, its quills standing on end. This was dire. The ice spike hedgehog was about to unleash its innate ability. Ice Needle Storm. Those witnessing this scene were utterly shocked. No one anticipated the ice spike hedgehog would be so decisive. In its quest for vengeance, it immediately resorted to using Ice Needle Storm. At such a close range, Lu had no chance to evade. Lu himself was taken aback by the creature's determination. He even perceived a glimmer of human-like hatred in the ice spike hedgehog's eyes. Heh! Lu let out a cold chuckle, observing the ice spike hedgehog prepare to unleash its Ice Needle Storm without flinching. Instead, he executed a powerful stomp on the tail of the red lightning spear. Crack! A crisp, resonant sound echoed as the ice spike hedgehog's skull fractured. The force behind Lu's kick was undoubtedly over 7,000 kilograms, concentrated in one point. Even a star beast's physique could not withstand it. However, merely fracturing its skull was insufficient to bring about the ice spike hedgehog's demise. Its quills had all fully risen, each resembling a lance of ice. Any average 2nd-tier martial artist struck by even one of those quills would undoubtedly perish. Even a 6th-tier fighter, if bombarded by such a multitude of quills, would struggle to survive. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Lu Yu. Given the gravity of the situation, why was he not attempting to escape to a safer distance? To everyone's astonishment, Lu Yu not only refrained from fleeing, but instead grasped the handle of the red lightning spear. He withdrew it, and, in a frenzy, aimed it at the ice spike hedgehog below. The spectators were left bewildered by Lu Yu's audacious maneuver. What was he attempting to accomplish? Was he truly prepared to endure this assault? Confusion reigned, yet Lu Yu alone understood his intentions. He triggered the passive skill of the red lightning spear. With each successive shot, a surge of crimson light enveloped the spear, arcs of electricity dancing about. Lu Yu could distinctly feel that his speed with the red lightning spear had increased exponentially. At that moment, the ice spike hedgehog finally unleashed its innate ability. Ice Needle Storm. Countless quills shot forth rapidly from the ice spike hedgehog. Under its deliberate control, a multitude of quills soared toward Lu Yu, all gazes fixated intently on the scene. Such an overwhelming barrage of quills was hurtling towards Lu Yu. And the critical factor was that the ice spike hedgehog's rank was not inferior to his own. How could Lu Yu possibly evade? If evasion was impossible, he would have to endure it. Simultaneously withstand over 1,000 quills? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. While everyone pondered, they were stunned to see Lu Yu continuing to fire. However, the speed at which he fired was astonishingly swift. The red lightning spear seemed to transform into a red phantasm. One shot after another pierced through the air, creating an invisible barrier around Lu Yu. Within this domain, the ice quills could not breach. This technique. From the distant mountain peak, the onlookers' expressions turned to shock. Although they could not discern the specifics of Lu Yu's shooting technique, it was evident. To defend against such a dense barrage of ice needles, he must have struck the very tips of each quill with pinpoint accuracy. What a daunting requirement. Not only did he need to fire several shots per second, but he also had to ensure utmost precision. Masterful marksmanship. A singular thought echoed in everyone's mind, leaving them in awe. Masterful marksmanship. How old could Lu Yu possibly be? Certainly not over 22. A 6th-tier martial artist below 22, possessing masterful marksmanship and an exceptionally high-level fire-based ability. Even among geniuses, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of amazement. Lu Yu's qualifications were undoubtedly those of a prodigy among prodigies. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the excitement reached a fever pitch. I'm utterly astounded. This is a slacker? You call this a slacker? Incredible. I traveled from afar to witness how he slacked off. And he opens with such high energy. Masterful marksmanship. This is undoubtedly masterful marksmanship. A masterful marksmanship at under 22 years old. Amidst the astonishment, Lu Yu finally managed to fend off all the ice needles. Shaking off the fatigue from his arms, he turned his gaze toward the now exposed ice spike hedgehog. Chapter 047 Halt. Robbery. Call me daddy. If one were to consider who was most bewildered, it would undoubtedly be the ice spike hedgehog. Its intelligence had approached that of a human, thus it recognized that Lu Yu's strength was comparable to its own. Without uttering a single word, it immediately resorted to its innate ability, intent on eliminating Lu Yu. To his astonishment, every attack was thwarted, blocked directly by someone wielding a weapon. The ice hedgehog's gaze filled with sheer terror. In that moment, it sensed the imminent approach of death. The vendetta against its offspring was entirely forgotten. It curled into a ball and swiftly darted away into the distance. Yet, now that Lu Yu had taken action, how could he allow it to escape? With a decisive leap, he landed atop the ice hedgehog. Squeal. The hedgehog, stripped of its spines, felt as though it had lost its armor. As Lu Yu's foot descended, it emitted a wretched cry. System copy. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu expended 100 copy points to initiate the duplication. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying and upgrading the SS-level talent, Torrential Ice Needles. The system's voice brought Lu Yu immense joy. What luck! To obtain an SS-level talent right off the bat. Incredible. Observing the ice hedgehog beneath him, Lu Yu felt an overwhelming satisfaction. Excellent. Indeed, thank you for your contribution. With that, he thrust his spear. This strike pierced the wound on the hedgehog's head, plunging directly into its brain. Instantly, the ice hedgehog trembled violently, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Congratulations on slaying a 6th-tier star beast, earning 2,000 points. With the addition of 2,000 points, Lu Yu's ranking soared, catapulting him into 2nd place. As a consequence, the leaderboard shifted. Apart from the 1st place with a 5,000-point lead over Lu Yu, all others slipped back one position. This naturally caught the attention of the host. It seems a formidable contestant has slain a high-tier star beast. Let us observe the leaderboard. He gazed at the rankings. Momentarily stunned, the 2nd position bore a serial number, 0100. What? Wasn't that the previously unassuming contestant? The host quickly recalled Lu Yu and opened his live stream. Inside the stream, numerous viewers were fervently discussing. They had originally come to witness Lu Yu's mundane existence, only to be astounded by his sudden slaying of a 6th-tier star beast. After a brief glance, the host found himself utterly bewildered. It appears I owe an apology to contestant 0100. He was not being passive in this competition. From the very beginning, he had devised a plan. His target was solely this 6th-tier ice hedgehog. After reviewing the chat logs, the host excitedly spoke up, causing a stir among the viewers. Is he really that powerful? While others focus on low-tier star beasts, this individual directly targets a 6th-tier star beast. Did you catch the stream replay? If not, do so. It's bound to astonish you. Truly remarkable. Countless comments flooded in, and viewers rushed to watch the replay. After all, the 6th-tier ice hedgehog was an exceptionally formidable foe. How had Lu managed to defeat it? Perhaps it could offer valuable insights to others. The host, quick to react, led the way in opening the stream replay. Within the replay, it was evident that Lu did not flee when confronted by the ice hedgehog. Instead, he boldly faced it head-on. The ice hedgehog unleashed its talent ability right from the start. Yet what astonished everyone was Lu's response. He did not retreat. He chose to stand firm and confront it directly, creating an absolute domain with his spear. The ice hedgehog was utterly helpless against him. Mastery of spear techniques. He had achieved mastery at under 22 years of age. Had he been training since birth? This is mind-boggling. I have practiced for decades and have only reached minor proficiency. I never knew mastery was like this. What an eye-opener. You call him unambitious? He has no interest in hunting low-tier star beasts. The live chat erupted with disbelief. Meanwhile, within the star beast region, some had noticed their sudden drop in rankings. Moreover, aside from the first place, everyone else had fallen behind. As they glanced over, they saw a strange serial number, 0100. Why hadn't he been seen in the top 10 before? Everyone quickly realized that Lu must have slain a high-tier star beast, propelling himself upward. Their expressions shifted to one of shock. On a distant hill, 7 or 8 warriors observed their declining ranks, unable to contain their shudders. A fierce individual indeed. Slaying a 6th-tier star beast and leaping to 2nd place. Instantly, they all contemplated fleeing the area. Better to escape than linger near such a powerhouse. In the arena, Lu stood atop the ice hedgehog's corpse, glancing at his ranking with slight dissatisfaction. Why was he still 500 points short? He pondered, noticing the group of warriors on the distant hill. They had been watching him for some time, and he was well aware, but he had chosen to ignore them. However, now what were the rules of the competition? It seemed one could plunder points from other contestants, yes? A grin spread across Lu's face, and the next moment, he sprinted toward the hill. As the 7 or 8 warriors spotted Lu approaching, they nearly lost their wits and fled in panic. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to Lu's. The fastest among them was merely at the 4th level of body refinement. Before long, several were injured and returned, subdued. Fate brings us together, does it not? Why the hostility? Lu said, his expression feigning helplessness. The group sat on the ground, their faces displaying disbelief. Fate? Huh? Lu eyed them, a playful smile creeping onto his face. All right, let us be candid. I intend to rob you. He pointed at them, shaking his spear. Upon hearing this, their expressions turned sour. Brother, we truly have no points. Why not rob someone else? No points, you say? Intelligent brain, how many points do they possess? 0242, 1100 points. 0245, 800 points. 0442. The intelligent brain reported their points, leaving them looking as though they had just consumed something disgusting. Lu sighed lightly. Why go through this, my friends? If you hand over your points voluntarily, you won't be injured. Otherwise, his meaning was clear. The group exchanged glances. And a burly man spoke first. Intelligent brain, I concede. 0242, 50 points. Upon hearing this, the big man felt as though he might spit blood. Lu allowed him to leave. And you all? Lu asked cheerfully. The others approached with grim expressions. Finally, only one woman in a light purple combat suit remained before Lu. He glanced at her, momentarily stunned. Wasn't he this Meishin? Good heavens. Truly, life is full of surprises. Meishin had been hiding at the back, not wanting Lu to notice her, but now, she had been seen. What a coincidence, Meishin. You understand, don't you? The smile on Lu's face was unmistakable. Yet, Meishin bit her lip. Is it possible not to pay? Not pay. Do you truly believe that as an option? Lu replied with a teasing smile. Meishin sighed, about to speak when Lu suddenly felt a spark of mischief. Actually, it's not impossible. If you call me daddy, I'll let you go. How about that? Lu noted that his points had already surpassed the previous first place by 1,000 points, and for now, he felt no pressure. Thus, he boldly stated, weren't you quite arrogant before? Seeking points? Call me daddy first. Naturally, this statement was heard by everyone in the live stream. Instantly, they erupted. Wow, he knows how to play the game. This strategy is monumental. You won't believe it, but upon closer inspection, those 2 chess pieces are genuinely enormous. Why do I sense something amiss with the 2 of you upstairs? If it feels off, that's precisely the point. I too find these chess pieces rather extraordinary. A throng of spectators surged with excitement, eagerly anticipating Meishin's words. Instantly, her face flushed with a deep crimson. Her originally enchanting eyes now displayed a hint of panic. Meanwhile, Lu remained composed, patiently waiting. At long last, after a brief moment, Meishin finally spoke. Chapter 048, A Well-Behaved Daughter, Thrift and Diligence from Lu. Daddy. The moment Meishin uttered those words, her charming visage turned beet red, as if overwhelmed by embarrassment. In stark contrast, Lu Yu felt an elevation in his life upon hearing her address him thus. "Ah, a daughter has graced my wondrous existence." This brought immense satisfaction to Lu Yu, who had never before savored the experience of fatherhood. "Come along, my dear daughter. I shall not seize your meager points. Oh, by the way, should anyone dare to bully you, just remind them who your father is, and I will come to your defense," Lu Yu proclaimed with grandiosity. After all, with just this one daughter, who else would he cherish? Initially overwhelmed with shyness, Meixin's expression shifted to one of mild surprise upon hearing Lu Yu's subsequent remarks. "Really? Have you ever witnessed a father deceive his daughter? Ah, let me add a condition. Assist you once, and you must call me daddy each time." Lu Yu replied with a beaming smile. "I help others, and in return, I shall plunder their points." Upon hearing this, Meixin bit her crimson lip and nodded. In the next instant, her figure vanished from sight. Watching her graceful silhouette recede into the distance, Lu Yu could not help but marvel. Indeed, my daughter possesses a splendid figure. While Lu Yu indulged in his thoughts, unbeknownst to him, the live stream had erupted in fervor. "I can't take it. That daddy melted my heart. Ah, daddy, good boy upstairs. Get lost. Indeed, I too find my daughter's physique quite admirable. It appears she is acquainted with contestant 0100, suggesting she has received ample guidance. I sense something peculiar." As the live chat buzzed with frenzied discussions, Lu Yu began to strategize. Having vanquished the ice spike hedgehog and pilfered others' points, he had propelled himself to the first place, leading by an impressive 500 points. This was quite a substantial margin. This was also the rationale behind Lu Yu's decision to have Meixin call him daddy. The little one had been rather arrogant before, and to shield her from future discouragement, this father had to impart more wisdom. Alas, the burdens of fatherhood are often heavy. With a tranquil demeanor, Lu Yu cast a glance at the corpse of the ice spike hedgehog and activated his intelligence core. Intelligence core. Search for star beasts of 6th rank or higher in the vicinity. He had little interest in lower-ranked star beasts. The points were paltry, and time would be wasted. Moreover, it appeared that the star beasts in this area exhibited no reaction to the remains of their kind. This rendered the hunt rather uninteresting. Contestant 0100, 30 kilometers northwest. There is a habitat of a 6th-rank golden horn rhinoceros. Avoidance is advised. Avoidance? What does that entail? I require its detailed information. Lu Yu continued. Golden horn rhinoceros. 6th rank, innate ability, golden holy light, metal affinity. A line of data soon materialized on the intelligence core. Lu Yu's brows arched in surprise. Goodness, a metal affinity? This is no trivial matter. As one knows, metal governs slaughter, particularly among extraordinary beasts. Furthermore, if memory serves, the Star Beast Guide indicated that the golden horn rhinoceros possesses the innate skill of golden horn charge. Has it suddenly transformed into golden holy light? Contestant 0100. The golden horn rhinoceros has undergone an innate mutation. Proceeding is not recommended. The intelligence core, seemingly discerning Lu Yu's contemplation, issued another alert. Unbeknownst to it, the instant Lu Yu read this, his eyes lit up. What? An innate mutation? Golden horn charge is already an A-grade ability. If it has mutated, wouldn't that elevate it to SS grade? That's the one. Little rhinoceros, I am coming for your horn. A smile graced Lu Yu's face, yet he chose not to act immediately. There was no urgency just yet. With the golden horn rhinoceros innate skill having evolved to S grade, he needed to prepare adequately. Lu Yu's figure veered towards an entirely opposite direction. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's live stream had amassed an uncountable audience. Some had tuned in after witnessing Lu Yu's ascent to first place, while others hurried over after hearing news in different streams. Of course, the majority were drawn by the host's commentary. From the recent information, we can observe that contestant 0100's target is none other than the golden horn rhinoceros, a 6th-rank star beast. Wait, let us take a glance at its introduction. This is a star beast with an innate mutation, an S-grade ability. Goodness, an S-grade metal ability, combined with the physical strength of the golden horn rhinoceros, undoubtedly reaches the level of 7th rank. Our contestant 0100 has pondered for quite some time, evidently aware of this issue, and has wisely refrained from venturing into that region. It must be said, he exhibits remarkable rationality. He has not become arrogant or complacent due to his victory over the ice spike hedgehog, a quality we should all strive for. The host, observing Lu Yu's actions on camera, had already constructed a coherent narrative in his mind. Who in their right mind would challenge a star beast of the same rank that has undergone an innate mutation? One must understand that the golden horn rhinoceros possesses formidable strength. As a top-tier 6th-rank star beast, it boasts thick skin, swift movement, and immense power. Few would dare to set their sights on it. Slaying it would be less advantageous than targeting a weaker 6th-rank beast, as the points acquired would be identical. The host's reasoning was evidently sound, and the audience had little cause for further contemplation. Indeed, maintaining rationality is paramount. Defeating this creature is less prudent than pursuing other star beasts. Exactly, I don't see contestant 0100 as a thoughtless brute. Of course, a thoughtless brute could not orchestrate such a grand strategy. Hey, what is contestant 0100 up to now? Why is he heading towards the outer regions? This remark captured the attention of many. From the map, it appeared Lu Yu was indeed making his way towards the outer areas of the Star Beast territory. This seemed rather unusual. Given Lu Yu's prowess, he could traverse other locations with impunity, save for the central region. While everyone was puzzled, Lu Yu finally discovered a reasonably suitable location. After ensuring the vicinity was devoid of others, he sighed softly. Once again, it is time for arduous training. There's no alternative. To confront the golden horn rhinoceros, enhancing my strength is imperative. Moreover, after the fierce battle with the ice spike hedgehog, Lu Yu felt confident in his stability at the 6th rank of physical cultivation. There was no need to linger further. Others, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, expressed understanding. Oh, so he is training. That makes sense. The star source energy in the Star Beast territory is indeed denser than elsewhere. It seems so. I hadn't realized contestant 0100 was so frugal. I see others using source crystals for training. How down to earth. Those affluent individuals are so callous. Using mid-grade source crystals for training. One block costs a staggering 1 million star coins. Training within the Star Beast territory is quite advantageous. The star source energy surpasses that of the outside. As everyone engaged in discussion, they eagerly watched the screen, eager to learn how Lu Yu would train. Subsequently, Lu Yu opened the large black box he carried with him. In the next moment, hundreds of deep purple source crystals cascaded forth. Is this truly all there is? Lu Yu pondered. Unbeknownst to him, this statement struck a severe blow to the countless viewers watching the live broadcast. Chapter 049, Wealth Beyond Measure. He even possesses the grand completion fist technique. Is this truly all there is? Everyone stared at the screen, lost in profound contemplation about life. What is this? Premium source crystals. What is the price? 5 million star coins each. How many are on the ground? Over 100. So you dare to call this little? Why do I always feel that this contestant 0100 is constantly showing off? After a brief silence, the still screen displayed the first barrage of comments. Subsequently, everyone could no longer contain their outrage. Stop feeling. This is just showing off. I'm losing my mind. Just moments ago, he was down to earth. And now he is flaunting over 100 premium source crystals. Please be a decent person, contestant 0100. Speak normally from now on. What do you mean this is little? Contestant 0100. Hey, how can this be just over 100? How can this be just over 50 million star coins? Is this too little? Upstairs. You truly are a remarkably ordinary math genius. I'm dying of laughter. One after another, comments flooded in as the audience vented their inner turmoil. Lu Yu's display of ostentation was indeed on point. Everyone believed he had come to absorb the power of the star source. Indeed, he had come to absorb it. But merely the star source power from the source crystals. Furthermore, he casually tossed out 100 premium source crystals, his face adorned with a look of disdain. Even the host was left dumbfounded. He had witnessed wealth before, but never to this extent. Others reserved their premium source crystals for breakthroughs, just in case, while Lu Yu seemed to treat them as mere rations. At the scene, Lu Yu was blissfully unaware that he was about to be labeled once more as a show-off. Slightly dissatisfied at this moment, he contemplated and opened the compartment of the black box once again. With a clatter, hundreds more premium source crystals tumbled out. Lu Yu even stepped on 2 of them, showing no sign of remorse. This scene struck the hearts of everyone watching on screen once more like a heavy blow. Over 200 premium source crystals. The value must exceed 1 billion. Still showing off. He must know we are watching him. This is deliberate. He absolutely cannot absorb this many source crystals. Haha, I'm waiting to see how he absorbs them. I want to uncover the first scandal of contestant 0100's life. It's a delightful experience to occasionally see the show-off king embarrass himself. Many viewers expressed their eagerness to witness Lu Yu's downfall. The reality was, with such an abundance of source crystals, once the star source power was unleashed, which martial artist could withstand it? If he failed to refine the star source power in time, he would surely burst. The host too wore a puzzled expression. Contestant 0100's methods were indeed unique and had previously surprised us. However, even the most gifted martial artist has a limit to the absorption of star source power. No martial artist of the 6th level could possibly endure such a massive influx of star source power. Therefore, contestant 0100 must have decided to absorb it in batches. The host spoke with utmost confidence. Who would be foolish enough to absorb so many premium source crystals all at once? Not to mention the expense. The body simply couldn't bear it. It must be absorbed in batches. The host's words resonated with those in the live chat. That makes sense, otherwise, it would be utterly irrational. Unless one possesses SS-level talent. But even then, they wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. It must be in batches without a doubt. Many concurred. Meanwhile, at the scene, after confirming his surroundings, Lu Yu promptly sat down on the ground. He began to absorb it directly. An ocean of star source power surged forth from the over 200 premium source crystals. The star source power was nearly liquefied, visibly flowing into Lu Yu's body. What left everyone stunned was that Lu Yu was indeed absorbing it all. This is impossible. He is definitely forcing it. He must be straining himself. There is no way anyone's physique could be this abnormal. I can't believe it. Isn't he afraid of bursting? As the audience in the live chat expressed their disbelief, a comfortable voice rang out. This feels astonishingly good. Lu Yu reveled in the continuous elevation of his realm. Feeling euphoric, his entire body was warm, and the star source power washing over him even produced a slight itch. Without hesitation, he absorbed the star source power while simultaneously practicing the mountain-splitting fist. The live chat fell into a profound silence once more. The host gazed at the screen, contemplating his very existence. What manner of monster is this? If you could absorb steadily, we could still rationalize it. At worst, you just set a record. But why are you simultaneously absorbing and practicing fists? Is sitting on tens of millions of source crystals not uncomfortable? If it is, please allow me to sit. You can train while sitting on me. The host fell silent. After a lengthy silence in the live chat, someone finally spoke. Did you all notice a certain issue? Contestant 0100's fist technique seems rather extraordinary. Extraordinary? Damn, I don't even want to break it down. It's grand completion. Grand completion fist technique. I can't help but feel it flows so smoothly, like the intent of the fist. With the grand completion spear technique and grand completion fist technique at the 6th level of body refinement, I seriously suspect contestant 0100 is a reincarnation of some mighty being. An 18-year-old at the 6th level of body refinement. This strength is simply astonishing. The viewers in the live chat were in a state of collapse. Lu Yu's performance was utterly beyond comprehension. Achievements that ordinary martial artists could never hope to attain in a lifetime seemed to come effortlessly to him. As easy as eating and drinking. Others would cautiously absorb such immense star source power, fearful of bursting their bodies. Yet this individual was concerned that the star power might not be vibrant enough, and had even started to practice his fists. Abnormal. The show-off king. At this moment, each viewer silently labeled Lu Yu. Not only were those in the live chat astounded, but in the command room, Fuxi was also left in a daze. If Lu Yu's earlier defeat of the Ice Spike Hedgehog had surprised him, allowing him to praise his exceptional talent, then now Lu Yu's actions left him utterly stunned. An 18-year-old at the 6th level of body refinement. Grand completion spear technique. Grand completion fist technique. Dual extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, an SS-level talent. And it appeared that his physique was equally formidable to withstand such a vast influx of star source power without batting an eye. What is this? A true genius among geniuses. This is exactly the kind of person the Federation desires. If he does not meet an untimely demise, perhaps the Federation's hopes built over thousands of years may finally see light. This thought inexplicably surfaced in Fuxi's mind. Throughout the Federation's history, how many geniuses have emerged? Countless. Yet, in his view, none shone brighter than Lu Yu. Lu Yushan was nearly bursting with laughter, his expression beaming. What do you think, Lord Fuxi? The person I brought back this time is quite impressive, isn't he? Very impressive. I will report truthfully to the higher-ups. This young lad is quite intriguing, Fuxi nodded. Lu Yushan too smiled as he gazed at Lu Yu on the screen. Lu Yu, oh Lu Yu, your future is boundless. As for whether Lu Yu could claim first place, Lu Yushan could only smile. Given Lu Yu's current strength, the other contestants might face a rather grim fate. It would be a unilateral crushing defeat. Chapter 050. 8th Order Star Beast, Brain, you act, I'll follow. In the forest, Lu Yu was blissfully unaware that he had garnered the attention of countless onlookers. At this moment, he was executing the mountain-splitting fist, with the final strike unleashed. A colossal tree, capable of being embraced by several people, splintered apart from 10 meters away. Simultaneously, a resounding explosion emanated from within Lu Yu's body, unleashing a terrifying aura that sent nearby beasts, drawn by the allure of the star source's power, fleeing in panic. Having barely reached the 7th level of body refinement, he still had a considerable distance to cover compared to others. Lu Yu smiled and spoke. What is a genius? It is to remain humble and avoid arrogance. Hence, Lu Yu modestly remarked on his modest progress, intentionally tempering his ego to prevent excessive inflation. However, this sentiment was misconstrued by the viewers in the live stream. I'm about to lose it. Modest progress? A considerable distance? Is there anyone else among the participants at the 7th level of body refinement? No, there isn't. What a total joke. I checked online. This guy was already showing off during his college entrance exams. Now, do you finally understand the plight of our warriors from Yuanwu City? To the brother above, I feel your pain. It's not easy to carry on when defeated. And maintaining a positive mindset is even harder. I'm cracking up. The host shared a similarly bittersweet sentiment. Has the era truly changed? Do geniuses now revel in such a contrarian display of arrogance? I remember my own youthful exuberance when I achieved a top 1,000 rank in the genius competition. Never expecting that the new generation would surpass the old, the host couldn't resist speaking up, seemingly to assure everyone of his credibility by encouraging them to check the competition records from that year, which left everyone in silence. It's all right, host, I believe you. Last year, there were only 1,000 participants in the genius competition. After a moment, a line of text floated across the screen. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. What a crushing blow. Ha ha ha. Hey, with 1,000 participants, wouldn't that mean the top 1,000 is essentially the last place? Why bring that up? That stings. The atmosphere in the live stream turned jubilant. At that moment, everyone noticed Lu Yu was on the move. After stowing away the unabsorbed source crystal, Lu Yu confirmed his position and swiftly headed northwest. This scene ignited excitement in the entire live stream. Was Lu Yu genuinely preparing to make a move? After breaking through to the 7th level of body refinement, was he about to confront the golden-horned rhinoceros directly? The host quickly grasped the situation. So that was it. Contestant number 0100 had been gathering strength, breaking through to the 7th level of body refinement, and now he was set on hunting the golden-horned rhinoceros. The host deliberately used the word hunting, evidently expressing confidence in Lu Yu's abilities. Others felt the same way. When the king shows up, the star beasts retreat. It's over. The golden-horned rhinoceros is done for. Golden-horned rhinoceros. Hello everyone. I'm the golden-horned rhinoceros, and Lu Yu is coming. What should I do? I'm panicking. Call for daddy. Everyone burst into laughter, while Lu Yu continued to race toward the golden-horned rhinoceros. As he advanced, he contemplated his strength. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, 7th level of body refinement. Replication points, 400. Replication limit, 5. Talent, SSS. Abilities, torrential ice needles, SS level ice. Crimson flame, S level fire. Earth spirit body, A level earth. Water escape, A level water. Wood healing, B level wood. Strength, 8,300 kilograms. Speed, 830 ms. Nerve response, SSS. Martial skills, mountain splitting fist, high grade common. Strength amplification 100, upgradable, mastery level, grand accomplishment. Stunning cloud spear technique, low grade spirit, strength amplification 120, attack speed amplification 30, mastery level, grand accomplishment. Weapon, crimson lightning gun, S level. Gazing at his personal panel, Lu Yu felt a sense of reassurance wash over him, having broken through to the 7th level of body refinement. His actual strength was already comparable to that of an 8th level body refinement expert. Slaying a golden-horned rhinoceros would be a mere trifle. Minutes later, Lu Yu arrived near the habitat of the golden-horned rhinoceros. The intelligence system issued a red alert. However, Lu Yu remained unfazed. After sensing the aura of the star beast, he quickly locked his gaze on a cave. He could detect a formidable presence concealed within that cave, and there were no signs of any beasts or star beasts active in the vicinity. It was undoubtedly the lair of the golden-horned rhinoceros. A smile crept onto Lu Yu's face as he brandished the crimson lightning gun. Silently, he crept into the cave. Lu Yu's plan was simple. Leveraging his superior realm, he would sneak in, stab the golden-horned rhinoceros, and swiftly exit with the points in hand. The viewers in the live stream had evidently deduced Lu Yu's intentions. Wow, that's sneaky. Indeed sneaky, but I like it. Haha. Don't hold back, stab it in the rear. To the one above, you're truly ruthless. The audience grew increasingly composed. With Lu Yu's realm surpassing that of the golden-horned rhinoceros, it would indeed be a simple task. As Lu Yu delved deeper into the cave, he finally spotted a rhinoceros, measuring 20 to 30 meters in length, resting in the dim cavern. It appeared to be in slumber, snoring thunderously like a tempest, and with each breath, a faint glow emanated from its body. Most striking was its golden horn. Seeing this, Lu Yu's smile widened. Without hesitation, he quietly approached the golden-horned rhinoceros, and just as he was about to reach out to replicate it, suddenly, a pair of enormous, cold eyes snapped open, fixing their gaze upon Lu Yu. Lu Yu froze, locking eyes with the golden-horned rhinoceros. Quite impressive, the little fellow was rather striking. Lu Yu smiled and gave the rhinoceros a gentle pat on its rear. In the next moment, without any hesitation, he thrust the crimson lightning gun forcefully into the creature's backside. Moo! The golden-horned rhinoceros roared in pain, its eyes blazing with fury. Lu Yu's smile faltered slightly. My apologies for the disturbance. Please, continue your slumber. I shall take my leave. With that, Lu Yu turned and bolted. What the hell? Who told me this was a 6th-tier star beast? This is clearly an 8th-tier golden-horned rhinoceros. Intelligence system, you better explain yourself. Apologies, contestant number 0100. It appears that the female golden-horned rhinoceros has left. What the hell? Before Lu Yu could finish his thought, a golden horn suddenly jabbed into his back. Uffed. Even with Lu Yu's current strength, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying out of the cave. After tumbling through the air for several revolutions, he finally managed to regain control and land. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lu Yu felt a twitch at the edge of his smile. Damn intelligence system, you tricked me. Hidden within was not a 6th-tier golden-horned rhinoceros, but rather an 8th-tier beast. Lu Yu's smile turned slightly awkward. Big guy. How about we sit down and have a calm discussion? Moo. The golden-horned rhinoceros glared at Lu Yu with fury, twisting its body and revealing its bloodied rear. Lu Yu. Chapter 051. The flower of life falls, the fire god descends. Lu Yu's expression turned somber. From the look in the golden-horned rhinoceros's eyes, it was evident that it was extremely angry. Who wouldn't he be upset if they were abruptly disturbed during their slumber by an unexpected jab? In the live stream, countless viewers began to mourn for Lu Yu. The flower of life falls, and the ground is stained. Your obituary has yellowed. Contestant number 0100, may you rest in peace. Rest in peace. Rest in peace 2. Rest in peace 3. In the live broadcast room, it became evident to all that Lu Yu was in dire straits. Initially, one might have presumed that Lu Yu, having reached the 7th level of body refinement, could easily dispatch a 6th-tier golden horn rhinoceros. However, to their astonishment, it was clearly an 8th-tier behemoth he faced. This escalated matters significantly. Even the host's demeanor turned grave. Contestant 0100 was evidently encountering a formidable challenge, having thoroughly provoked a powerful 8th-tier star beast. As a prodigy among star beasts, the golden horn rhinoceros led its peers at any level, and with 0100's unfortunate encounter, all they could do was mourn. One could only hope that contestant 0100 might find a way to escape. It was apparent that even the host held little optimism. If it had been a 6th-tier creature, there might have been hope, but now, facing an 8th-tier golden horn rhinoceros complicated matters immensely. Moreover, this beast was a genius among star beasts, further emphasizing the disparity. The crux of the matter was that the golden horn rhinoceros was a level above Lu Yu, which rendered the situation increasingly precarious. The host subtly suggested that a hasty retreat was the wisest course of action. Engaging head-on was unthinkable. Even humans of the same tier struggled against such a beast. The atmosphere in the live room grew subdued as everyone focused intently. Could Lu Yu possibly escape this perilous situation? Should he flee, his chances of survival would undoubtedly improve. At the scene, Lu Yu wore an expression of resignation. Brother, can we not have a civil discussion? Moo, the 8th-tier golden horn rhinoceros, with intelligence surpassing that of an average human, roared in fury at Lu Yu's words, its gaze almost predatory. As a high-tier star beast, the golden horn rhinoceros had begun to exhibit signs of a lordly dignity. Lu Yu's audacity infuriated it beyond measure. Recognizing this, Lu Yu understood that further negotiation was futile. Alas, I merely wished to interact with you as a friend, yet all I received in return was distance. Very well, the mask is off. Today, you may choose your own fate. With hands raised, Lu Yu spoke with an air of resignation. Truth be told, he was reluctant to confront the golden horn rhinoceros. The notion of a protagonist's aura allowing one to slay opponents well above one's level was sheer nonsense. After all, the rhinoceros possessed a slight edge in cultivation, making a confrontation rather arduous. It would be far more prudent to engage with other 7th-tier star beasts for a more leisurely experience. Yet, it appeared that this massive creature was intent on a life-or-death struggle with him today. There was no avoiding it now. Even if it meant fighting to the bitter end, he would do so. Lu Yu remained unfazed, for his actual prowess was also at the 8th level of body refinement. The outcome of this encounter was still uncertain. In the live room, all listeners were rendered speechless by Lu Yu's words. Was he truly prepared to stand his ground? The host's eyes widened in surprise. Contestant 0100's decision continued to astonish us. He had chosen not to flee but instead inquired of the golden horn rhinoceros how much it wanted to mature. Was he contemplating a barbecue? The host wore an expression of disbelief. Lu Yu's words seemed overwhelmingly audacious. If he were in the rhinoceros's position, he would undoubtedly be enraged as well. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Yu's bravado, the golden horn rhinoceros could no longer contain its rage. Its enormous golden horn radiated a blinding brilliance. In the next moment, the beast charged at Lu Yu with astonishing speed. Danger! All spectators held their breath. If he were to be struck, he would surely suffer grievous injuries. Lu Yu, too, wiped the jovial expression from his face, his gaze swiftly locking onto the golden horn rhinoceros. In an instant, he unleashed his spear. Unflinchingly, he thrust it directly at the rhinoceros's forehead. What was he attempting? Everyone was left in a state of perplexity. Rather than evade, Lu Yu charged forward. Clang! The crimson lightning spear met the golden horn rhinoceros's horn, producing a resounding clash of metal. The rhinoceros's horn was remarkably sturdy. It seemed quite valuable. Lu Yu mused aloud, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. At such a critical juncture, he was still contemplating profit. The golden horn rhinoceros, equally incensed by this act, attempted to lift its head to impale Lu Yu. Yet, in the eyes of the astonished crowd, Lu Yu, at the last moment, positioned the spear's tip against the rhinoceros's horn. In the blink of an eye, he appeared to be flung backward. However, in midair, Lu Yu adeptly adjusted his form, landing gracefully. He had cleverly utilized the rhinoceros's momentum to dissipate its power. Observant viewers gasped in awe, and the host exclaimed, "Indeed, contestant 0100 displays remarkable combat awareness." By exhausting the golden horn rhinoceros's strength, he effectively created distance, an exceptionally astute maneuver. Of course, such finesse necessitated formidable skill. Had Lu Yu's timing been even slightly off, the outcome would have been drastically different. The host's eyes gleamed with admiration. Without a doubt, Lu Yu's recent display showcased his capabilities. It was not only the humans who were perceptive, the golden horn rhinoceros had recognized this as well. It bellowed, glaring at Lu Yu from 100 meters away, and charged once more. This time, its speed was even more formidable. The golden horn shone with resplendent brilliance. As Lu Yu beheld the charging rhinoceros, akin to a mountainous beast, a smile crept across his face. Why is it so fixated on ramming into me? With that, flames suddenly ignited around him. An S-class talent, Crimson Flame. This sight left countless individuals in awe. P.S. Using his abilities. An S-class fire ability. How impressive. I envy the S-class talent. Many were stirred by excitement. Meanwhile, the golden horn rhinoceros was now upon Lu Yu, its colossal horn aimed directly at him. Yet, Lu Yu showed no inclination to retreat. Rather, he seemed poised to allow the rhinoceros to collide with him. What was he planning? All were left in a state of disbelief. As the rhinoceros closed in, Lu Yu unexpectedly stepped forward, forcefully stamping his foot down. Moo. The golden horn rhinoceros, incensed, threw its head back, intending to rend Lu Yu asunder. With a whoosh, Lu Yu was flung into the air. The audience tensed with anxiety. How would he land? The rhinoceros's eyes were filled with disdain as it gazed skyward. It had resolved to tear Lu Yu apart upon his descent. At that moment, propelled by immense force, Lu Yu reached his apex in the sky, 500 meters high. From this vantage point, the golden horn rhinoceros appeared no larger than a small aircraft, glaring up at him. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yu's lips curled into a smile. In the next instant, he began his descent. Simultaneously, the flames enveloping him blazed even more fiercely. As if stirred by the wind, he descended like a deity of fire. The crimson lightning spear was poised to pierce the golden horn rhinoceros's skull. Chapter 052, Speechless from Poverty, The Deluge of Ice Needles. Lu Yu's descending form was undoubtedly the most unforgettable moment for all viewers of the live broadcast, until they were jolted back to reality by the furious roar of the golden horn rhinoceros. Moo. The rhinoceros, gazing at Lu Yu plummeting from the heavens, displayed no sign of trepidation. Its brilliance had reached a fever pitch. Its fur shimmered with golden radiance. Its horn, akin to pure gold, emanated an aura of lethal sharpness. Its innate ability, Golden Holy Light. This was not a direct combat talent, but rather one that amplified various abilities comprehensively, accompanied by a chilling aura. Endowed with extraordinary talent, it can be said that at this moment, the power of the golden horned rhinoceros is infinitely approaching the 9th tier of the star beasts. How could Lu Yu possibly be unaware of this? What none could fathom was that a layer of golden radiance had silently enveloped him as well. He too possessed the ability of Golden Holy Light. Everyone watched the screen with bated breath, already beginning to pray for Lu Yu, uncertain if he could stand against the formidable golden-horned rhinoceros. At last, Lu Yu unleashed his spear. Boom. This sound was more terrifying than any that had preceded it. The tip of Lu Yu's spear collided with the rhinoceros horn of the golden-horned rhinoceros, producing a noise akin to a thunderous explosion that left everyone momentarily dazed. What was even more astonishing was that the force of Lu Yu's strike caused the golden-horned rhinoceros to lower its head involuntarily, and the ground beneath them began to crumble. What? How immense must that power be? Everyone was left in shock. At that moment, someone noticed that Lu Yu's spear seemed to slip, falling off the horn and embedding itself in the creature's skull. The head of the golden-horned rhinoceros was not nearly as resilient as its horn, and it was swiftly pierced by Lu Yu's spear, drawing blood. However, before the blood could even escape, it was incinerated to nothingness by the blazing flames. Even the flesh was being seared. This drove the golden-horned rhinoceros into a frenzy. It violently attempted to shake Lu Yu off, then lunged at him once more with its horn, only to be effortlessly evaded by Lu Yu. This scene left countless spectators in utter astonishment. Why, after all this time, had Lu Yu not suffered any setbacks? He had sustained no significant injuries throughout. Instead, it was the golden-horned rhinoceros that had been toyed with by Lu Yu. This script was not aligning with expectations. The audience erupted in disbelief, and even the host couldn't help but gasp in amazement. After much contemplation, he could only attribute this to Lu Yu's combat talent. Perhaps it was the result of the outstanding combat prowess of contestant 0100. Yet the most pressing concern was the golden-horned rhinoceros's impeccable defense. If this continued, 0100 risked being worn down by the beast. This was an unavoidable reality, as human endurance simply could not match that of the creature. The host's analysis was coherent and well-founded, but before he could finish his thought, Lu Yu suddenly opened a black box behind him and began absorbing dozens of top-tier source crystals. Host, why have you stopped speaking? Perhaps it's due to financial constraints. I sense it might indeed be due to being too impoverished to voice an opinion. The strategy of contestant 0100 is simply flawless. So much so that the host feels as though he has been utterly humiliated. Curse it, I harbor a disdain for the wealthy. This guy practices daily with top-tier source crystals, and now he is using them to restore his stamina. Is this even humanly possible? The live stream erupted once more. Initially, many believed Lu Yu's advantage couldn't last long. Yet, he surprisingly pulled out dozens, if not hundreds, of top-tier source crystals to absorb. How could this be played out? The star beasts couldn't even endure against him, as many felt indignant. Lu Yu was quietly contemplating his next move. The notion of exhausting the golden-horned rhinoceros had crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. There was no need. It would be a waste of time. With that effort, he could potentially break through to a new realm himself. But what then? This creature's hide was far too tough. Even the flames couldn't penetrate it, which was quite troublesome. As Lu Yu pondered, the golden-horned rhinoceros let out another furious roar. Feeling the pain in its head, it wished it could devour Lu Yu whole right then and there. Its massive mouth resembled a black hole. Staring at the creature's mouth, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. What a vast maw. That gaping mouth was akin to a bottomless pit, insatiable. With such a cavernous opening, what if I were to toss in a barrage of ice needles? A single golden needle won't suffice, but what if I unleash a multitude? Hiss, this might just work, even if it is armored to the teeth. It cannot possibly have fortified its stomach, right? Lu Yu's eyes began to gleam with excitement, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Oh, little rhinoceros. You seem rather famished. Shall I feed you well today? As Lu Yu uttered these words, an odd tension filled the live stream. That statement carries a certain depth. Hiss, is contestant 0100's taste this peculiar? Peculiar? This is downright audacious. What the heck? The live stream erupted once more. The golden-horned rhinoceros, equally enraged, charged at Lu Yu once again. Lu Yu remained remarkably composed as he evaded the beast's attack, then employed the same tactic, thrusting the red lightning spear forcefully into the wound on the rhinoceros's forehead. Moo! This strike elicited a painful roar from the golden-horned rhinoceros. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, and in the next moment, a sphere of chilling ice materialized in his hand. Go, little rhinoceros, savor my grand offering. Lu Yu called out, hurling the icy projectile towards the creature's throat. The golden-horned rhinoceros felt something cold slip down its throat, while Lu Yu swiftly retreated. Now it was time for you to relish this experience. A laugh escaped Lu Yu, reeking of cunning triumph. The live stream buzzed with chatter. What did he just throw? The grand offering. Is this what a man's grand offering looks like? Are you a girl? Yes. Yes. This is what a man's grand offering looks like. Which city are you from? We could have a deeper conversation. Amidst the lively discussions, Lu Yu scrutinized the golden-horned rhinoceros, gauging the position of the ice sphere within. After initially experiencing discomfort, the creature quickly regained its composure, intent on retaliating against Lu Yu. At that moment, Lu Yu abruptly halted his internal incantation and looked up with a smile. Almost there. Not only the golden-horned rhinoceros, but everyone present was left momentarily bewildered by Lu Yu's proclamation. Almost there? What did that mean? Just then, a sudden, crisp explosion reverberated. The ice needle barrage was unleashed. Chapter 053, A Sense of Defeat, The Little Sister. The ice needle barrage was unleashed. The eyes of the golden-horned rhinoceros widened in shock as it convulsed violently on the ground. As it thrashed about, it spewed forth torrents of blood, as if suffering an invisible grievous injury. The entire ground trembled with the force of the creature's thrashing. In the live stream, everyone was left dumbfounded by the scene. What was happening? They were puzzled, while the host had already rolled the recorded footage. Everyone, take note. Contestant 0100 seems to have tossed something into the mouth of the golden-horned rhinoceros. The screen magnified, and everyone finally discerned what had occurred. Lu Yu had thrown an ice sphere into the mouth of the golden-horned rhinoceros? An ice sphere? What is that? I can't quite grasp it. Is it a special weapon? But weren't weapons prohibited? That doesn't seem right. Look. The ice sphere suddenly appeared in contestant 0100's hand. Could it be an ability? What? Didn't he already possess dual abilities? Could he possibly have a third ability? 3 abilities? What the heck? Everyone was utterly bewildered by Lu Yu's display. They had certainly heard of dual abilities, but never of triple abilities. This guy had already reached such an extraordinary level, and now he possessed 3 abilities. Was it even fair? I'm losing my mind. So am I. Hold on. Don't break down just yet. I sense that the other competitors may falter first. A sudden wave of sympathy for others washed over me. In the live streaming room, countless viewers, at that moment, felt the stark disparity among individuals. Despite all being human, why is there such a monstrous difference? Meanwhile, Lu Yu had already approached the golden-horned rhino. This creature was currently bouncing about energetically, and to ensure its demise was thoroughly complete, Lu Yu decided to deliver the final blow. There's no shame in dealing the finishing strike. Observing the robust rear of the golden-horned rhino, Lu Yu chuckled, and, in the next instant, plunged his weapon into its old wound with fierce intent. Explode, you fool. You dared to roar at me. Still pretending to be tough? Oh, what is this? You've become akin to a dead dog? As Lu Yu inflicted a grievous wound upon the golden-horned rhino, it ceased its vigorous movements, collapsing in place, its body merely quivering slightly. Moreover, blood had thoroughly soaked the ground beneath. Was it truly to perish so swiftly? Lu Yu drew his weapon, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. The live streaming room fell into a stunned silence. Is this even human? Terrified that others might not die thoroughly, he still dealt the finishing blow. Not only did he strike, but he aimed for the rear. The damage may not have been substantial, but the humiliation was profound. Contestant number 0100, score 10-000. The voice of the intelligence system suddenly echoed. The points accrued during this encounter were undeniably monumental. Throughout the time Lu Yu engaged the golden-horned rhino, his ranking had been surpassed, placing him third. The first place score stood at 3,000. However, after Lu Yu's successful kill, the leaderboard transformed. Lu Yu ascended to the first position, 12,100 points, leading the second place contestant by an impressive 9,100 points. Furthermore, an announcement was dispatched to all contestants within the Star Beast region via their intelligence systems. Contestant number 0100 has successfully hunted the 8th tier Star Beast, the Golden Horned Rhino. It is recommended to proceed with looting. Location has been shared. This notification left everyone utterly bewildered. What the hell? This individual managed to slay an 8th tier Star Beast? You expect me to raid someone? Am I to rob him? Or is he to rob me? Contestants were left in a state of confusion, simultaneously feeling a sense of shock. An 8th tier Star Beast, particularly the formidable Golden Horned Rhino. How could it have been slain? In a flurry, countless individuals opened the leaderboard. Gazing at the towering number in first place, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 12,100 points, leading the second by 9,100. How can we even compete now? The second place contestant was likely contemplating defeat. Indeed, this was the case. In the northeastern corner of the Star Beast region, a young man who was engaged in hunting froze upon hearing the voice of the intelligence system. After opening the leaderboard, he nearly blacked out, ambushed by a Star Beast. What is happening? This number 0100 has slain a head of 8th tier Star Beast, faced with the 5th tier Star Beast before him. The young man was instantly stripped of all desire to compete. Compete? What a joke. Even if he were to risk his life now, there was no way he could catch up to this monster. The young man fell into despair. This scene unfolded among all 10 talented individuals. Upon seeing Lu Yu's score soaring at the top of the leaderboard, they instantly felt that life had lost its meaning. What did they strive for? Wasn't it because the gaps among them were not vast, and with effort, there was a possibility of reaching first place? Now it's futile. Many succumbed to despair, even losing the desire to chase after their ambitions. A freak, an absolute freak. Meanwhile, in a forest several dozen kilometers away from Lu Yu, Manhwaedit gazed at the intelligence system's notification, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. That fellow managed to slay an 8th tier Star Beast? Indeed. His claims of being merely at the 6th level of body refinement were a deception. Manhwaedit felt a surge of anger. But recalling Lu Yu's previous words made her cheeks flush slightly. In the northwest corner, Lu Yu, after a strenuous battle with a 3rd tier Star Beast, triumphantly collected 300 points. With this, he was now a step closer to Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled, only then noticing the intelligence system's notification. Upon opening it, his smile froze. Lu Yu has slain an 8th tier Star Beast? What the hell? Lu Yu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Repeatedly verifying the information, it truly was Lu Yu. Number 0100. No doubt about it. This Lu Yu stared dumbfounded at the leaderboard, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. Forget it. It seems my pride was too inflated. This fellow is not someone I can hope to rival. Lu Yu sighed, feeling as if a burden had been lifted. He had always believed that Lu Yu was only slightly stronger than himself, and that he had a chance to stand alongside him. But now, that notion seemed utterly laughable. This guy is a beast. A freak. An absolute freak. While everyone was reeling from this revelation, Lu Yu had already settled himself atop the Golden Horned Rhino, leisurely slicing meat from its carcass with a small knife. His current score was overwhelmingly dominant. There was no urgency in hunting more Star Beasts. Life is meant to be savored. The flesh and blood of an 8th tier Star Beast is a significant boon for the body. Just feeling a bit peckish. Let us indulge in a meal first. Lu Yu kindled a fire, his mood delightfully elevated. In the live streaming room, countless viewers watched as Lu Yu roasted meat, suddenly realizing they too felt a pang of hunger. It's only been a day and a half, and this guy has amassed over 10,000 points. It's truly astounding. I can only say it's terrifying. Damn, I'm so envious. The flesh of an 8th tier Star Beast sells for over 100,000 a pound. Indeed, this stuff is a tremendous energy boost for martial artists. Such a bounty is a waste. It's time for a lazy break again, haha. Even after the fierce battles had concluded, no one departed. Instead, they savored Lu Yu's meat roasting. As night descended, the sight of Lu Yu feasting under the flickering firelight was indeed enviable. While relishing his meal, Lu Yu opened his system panel. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, 7th level of body refinement. Copy points, 300, any copy count, 5. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Raining Ice Needles, SS Grade Ice. Scarlet Flame, S Grade Fire. Golden Holy Light, S Grade Metal. Water Escape, A Grade Water. Earth Spirit Body, A Grade Earth. Wood Healing, B Grade Wood. Strength, 8, 300 kilograms. Speed, 830 ms. Neuro Reaction, SSS. Martial Skills, Mountain Shattering Fist, Superior Quality Common Grade. Strength Increase 100, Upgradable, Mastery, Grand Accomplishment. Thundercloud Gun Technique, Inferior Quality Spiritual Grade. Strength Increase 120. Attack Speed Increase 30, Mastery, Grand Accomplishment. Weapon, Scarlet Lightning Gun, S Grade. The weapon he had previously handled had been copied to acquire the Golden Holy Light talent skill. Moreover, he had utilized it once. However, the Golden Holy Light ability is not the type that acts directly. Instead, It leans toward a supportive type, capable of enhancing one's strength. Strength increase of 50. Speed increase of 30. Neuro reaction increase of 20. Weapon power increase of 20. It's a rather remarkable ability. The key is that this ability can be stacked with other abilities. Now, that is truly monstrous. Lu content stowed away the system panel and continued to enjoy his meal. However, this tranquility did not last long, as distant sounds of intense combat began to echo. Is there a brawl? Lu, puzzled, rose to the summit to investigate. High-level martial artists can see clearly at night, and Lu could distinctly observe the scene unfolding in the distance. His expression shifted to one of surprise, because a man and a woman were being pursued by a large group. Coincidentally, the man and woman were familiar to Lu. Good heavens! Isn't that the little girl from whom I copied the water escape talent? Lu gazed at the delicate silhouette clad in a pink combat suit in the distance, unable to suppress a smile. Without further contemplation, he sped towards her. Having replicated another's talent and previously offered his assistance in times of trouble, he thought to lend a hand and perhaps seize an opportunity in the process. Chapter 054. I truly am the first. Lu Baiwang strikes again, offering assistance while simultaneously robbing them. Lu felt like a true genius at altruism. With little hesitation, he dashed towards the scene. In the moonlit night, Han Yueqing and a young man were fleeing rapidly. However, she was at the 3rd level of body refinement, and the young man beside her was merely at the 4th. The pursuer leading the chase, however, was a formidable presence at the 6th level of body refinement. Their escape was merely a game of time. Why do you continue to run? Hand over your points, and I might spare your lives, sneered the man behind them. With a swift motion, he summoned a soil dragon from the ground, charging towards the pair. Seeing this, the young man gritted his teeth and slashed downwards with his blade. Unsurprisingly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. 2 students, utterly oblivious to the situation, the man thought, amusement flickering in his eyes. As a 6th level body refiner with extraordinary abilities, how could these 2 possibly escape? Once he captured them, he would enjoy himself thoroughly. Just as his gaze greedily swept over Han Yueqing, he prepared to strike again. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them all. Halt! This is a robbery, Lu declared languidly. The other cultivators, lacking Lu's strength, took a moment to discern his features. Han Yueqing froze in her place, her expression shifting to one of despair. Another one here to rob our points? How can we possibly escape now? The young man inhaled deeply, as if weighing his options. Meanwhile, the man behind them was irked. Who are you? Planning to rob us? He gestured to the 7 or 8 cultivators behind him, and laughter erupted. Is this guy out of his mind? Forget the fact that our leader is a 6th level body refiner. Even among us, there are 2 at the 5th level. Does he truly not fear for his life? Hearing their derisive laughter, Lu felt a twinge of helplessness. He momentarily ignored the jeers, instead focusing on the girl in the pink combat suit. Are you alright? As Lu approached, Han Yueqing finally recognized him. It's you. Her expression shifted from surprise to melancholy. This has nothing to do with you. You should leave quickly. Their levels are too high. Indeed, although Lu was a 6th level body refiner, their leader was also at the 6th level and possessed special abilities. The others were similarly formidable. It would be challenging for Lu to withstand them. The man's surprise turned to mockery. Oh, so you know each other? What's this? Kid, are you trying to play the hero? His laughter grew even more boisterous, and the sycophants behind him joined in their derision. This scene left Lu exasperated. Why? Why must it always be this cliched plot? Why can't you believe me? I am the first. If you all run now, I might spare your lives. Lu laid his cards on the table, speaking candidly. Did he truly relish such a trite scenario? No, Lu did not. Upon hearing Lu's claim of being the first, everyone fell silent. Han Yueqing pondered for a moment, though she refrained from speaking. He must be saying this to save me, she reasoned within herself. The young man accompanying her, however, was not so convinced. After a brief hesitation, he spoke up. Brother, I recall you being a 6th level body refiner, right? At this, the pursuers erupted in laughter. Not to be rude, but even your own people don't believe you. Ha ha. The man roared with laughter, thoroughly entertained. The entire forest echoed with their merriment. Lu gazed towards the western tower, feeling somewhat dispirited. Why oh why? Do you all refuse to believe me? Meanwhile, in the livestream room, the audience was in an uproar. Initially curious about Lu's sudden actions, they soon realized he aimed to play the hero. Look at the expression on by Wong right now. It's so exaggerated. So this is the loneliness of being invincible? I'm dying of laughter. Do they really not know Lu is the first? Ha. They truly don't know. The AI might have notified them, but they've been too busy chasing and being chased to notice. Indeed, even if they had time, the contestants wouldn't be aware of the rankings. Got it. These brothers are doomed. Lu Baiwang is about to make his move. Let us mourn. May there be no Lu Baiwang in heaven. Laughter resounded, and even the host momentarily looked stunned. After a prolonged pause, he wore a sympathetic expression. Friends, we should feel pity for these contestants. Next time, remember to verify the identity of others before such circumstances arise, he remarked, eliciting more laughter. Meanwhile, the leading man, still chuckling, finally turned his attention back to Lu Yu. Kid, I find you quite amusing. Today, if you willingly hand over your points, I might let you off. He raised his blade, a sinister expression gracing his features. Lu Yu shrugged nonchalantly. I truly am the first. If you don't believe me, you can check the leaderboard. I am serial number 0100. Lu Yu was candid, and the feeling of being disregarded irked him. The man's laughter grew even more raucous. Who do you think you're fooling? You the first? Huh. Honestly, I'm being honest with you. I really am the first, serial number 0100. The man's voice dripped with sarcasm, prompting a chorus of laughter from the crowd behind him. What era is this? You can't even lie convincingly? By that logic, we're all the first. Han Yueqing's expression tightened. With your strength, you should be able to escape now. Just go. This has nothing to do with you. Han Yueqing urged. Hearing this, Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively. No, I promised you that if you encountered trouble, I would assist. Lu Yu shook his head. In the livestream room, a message suddenly flashed by. Lu Bai Wang. How could I not join in such a show-off affair? Instantly, the entire chat erupted in laughter once more. At the scene, the man had clearly lost his patience. You insist on being stubborn, do you? Fine. You'll be the first to feel my blade today. He sneered, swiftly drawing his weapon to strike at Lu Yu. Lu Yu observed the man's approach, shaking his head slightly. Why must it be like this? Why bring about your own demise? This remark only served to infuriate the man further. With all his might, he swung his blade, the light glinting menacingly. Simultaneously, another soiled dragon surged from beneath the ground, hurtling towards Lu Yu. Yet, Lu Yu merely thrust his spear forward with simplicity. Chapter 055, Shrimp and Pork Heart, a young lady cannot repay. Lu Yu simply thrust his spear forth. It appeared utterly unrefined, akin to a street child wielding a weapon. This caused the man to scoff, just as he readied to sever Lu Yu's head. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his chest. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yu, who had been standing still, had now appeared right before him. The spear pierced into his chest. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Silence. An eerie stillness fell over the surroundings. All eyes were wide with panic as they stared at Lu Yu. What had just transpired? The leader of their group, pierced through by a single shot from Lu Yu. Everyone felt their legs weaken, their faces paling instantaneously. Han Yueqing was no exception. She was first taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, her expression one of utter shock. She hadn't even seen how Lu Yu executed his strike, and then he had won? He had won? Han Yueqing was astounded. Your marksmanship is simply extraordinary, she exclaimed, thoroughly impressed. However, to everyone's surprise, the victorious Lu Yu displayed no joy whatsoever. Instead, he hurried to assist the man lying on the ground. Hey, brother, are you dead? Don't. I really didn't intend to kill you. Get up. This time, I promise you won't be able to retaliate, I swear. Lu Yu frantically shook the man's head. To be honest, he had never anticipated that his shot would be so powerful, piercing straight through the man's chest. Impossible. I clearly only used less than 50% of my strength. How could this brother not withstand it? No, don't die. I truly didn't mean to take a life, Lu Yu exclaimed, feeling as if he were questioning his own existence. Even more bewildered were the onlookers surrounding him. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, they were plunged into a state of confusion. What did he mean? He only used less than half of his strength to pierce through this man? Less than? The man, who had barely managed to open his eyes due to Lu Yu's shaking, upon hearing this, spat out a mouthful of blood with a gasp and completely lost consciousness. You have defeated my spirit, were the man's final words before he succumbed to darkness. Contestant number 0455 has lost all combat capability, disqualifying him from the competition. 100 points are awarded to contestant number 0100. The voice of the intelligence system rang out, and simultaneously, a rescue vehicle appeared in the sky. Under the gaze of all, the man was gently carried away. Everyone's expressions were filled with terror as they uniformly turned their eyes towards Lu Yu. Their leader was just gone? What had the intelligence system just announced? Contestant number 0100? It was only then that someone glanced at the leaderboard and, upon doing so, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. You really are in first place? The person spoke, already wishing for death. The others were equally disheartened. Their expressions echoed his sentiment, as if to say, you are indeed in first place. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had even hinted at your strength, we wouldn't have been so headstrong. Their gazes rendered Lu Yu speechless. What could he do? He had already laid his cards on the table. If they didn't believe him, was that his fault? The live stream was bursting with laughter. Oh my god, Lu Bai Wang's display of bravado is still as skilled as ever, huh? I clearly used less than 50% of my strength. It's truly classic Lu Bai Wang. This is a brutal win. Defeating you, and then pretending to help you up, fearing you might die, only to later claim, I only used less than 50% of my strength. Who could possibly withstand that? Lu Bai Wang, truly a model of bravado, masterfully playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. What do you mean playing a pig to eat the tiger? He laid his cards bare. It's their fault for not believing. This revelation is so compelling, haha. In the live stream, everyone was in stitches. Even the host could hardly contain his wide-eyed astonishment. Ruthless. It was simply too ruthless. Lu Yu wasn't merely taking lives, he was crushing spirits, leaving you in despair about life. After a moment, the host finally spoke. Contestant no. 0100's behavior is not something we would recommend emulating. It can easily leave psychological scars on other competitors. On the scene, Lu Yu remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had become a textbook case of bravado throughout history. Looking at the few remaining individuals, before Lu Yu could say anything, they simultaneously knelt down. We concede. After all, if they didn't concede now, they would later be beaten to a pulp and disqualified. Not to mention their mental state would be shattered. As they spoke, Lu Yu's intelligence system received a prompt. 6,000 points. Adding the previous leader's points, Lu Yu accumulated another 10,000 points. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Let us go? With a whoosh, 7 or 8 people scattered like birds, not daring to flee together, dispersing in all directions. This scene left Lu Yu increasingly speechless. Only then did he turn to Han Yueqing, whose dazed expression was quite endearing to him. However, out of modesty, Lu Yu smiled and remarked, "My strength is quite average, alas." His words struck a heavy blow to Han Yueqing's innocent heart. "So you're the first?" After a moment, she finally spoke. Lu Yu nodded. Having barely defeated an 8th-tier star beast to achieve first place, he was soon to be surpassed again. Lu Yu continued to maintain his humble demeanor, which made Han Yueqing unable to resist clenching her teeth. This guy, why was he so infuriating in his speech? Surpassed again? Surpassed by 19,000 points. The slight grinding of her teeth did not escape Lu Yu's notice. A slight bite of her red lips? A bashful expression? Based on his extensive reading of web novels before his transmigration, he believed that saving a damsel in distress could yield 2 outcomes. One was that the young lady, unable to repay the favor, would offer herself in gratitude. The other was that she would have no means to repay him, relegating herself to a life of servitude in the next life. The latter, clearly, was merely a good guy card. With a protagonist's face, exceptional talent, and a humble and low-key personality, he was the ideal type. He must be first. A smile crept onto Lu Yu's face as he quietly awaited her response. However, at that moment, the young man interjected. "Hello, I am Han Lingyun." The hand extended by the young man made Lu Yu raise an eyebrow. "A competitor? No matter. You lack talent," and the protagonist's face. "Hello." Lu Yu smiled, shaking hands and nodding, presenting himself as the epitome of a gentleman. Han Lingyun's lips twitched slightly as he spoke again. "On behalf of my sister and myself, I thank you for saving our lives." Chapter 056. I really don't want to duel. The Federation's most dazzling new star. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, momentarily unable to respond. Wasn't it supposed to be that the beauty would offer herself in gratitude? How had it taken this unexpected turn? "For saving your lives, I, Han Lingyun, have no means to repay, so I must stop." Lu Yu hurriedly interjected. This narrative could not continue. "You are her brother?" Seeing the young man pause, Lu Yu finally spoke. The young man's face darkened slightly. "Do we not look alike?" "Not at all. Han Lingyun, you saved both our lives. How about this? I and my sister will give you half of our points. Is that acceptable?" Han Yueqing nodded. "Don't refuse." Hearing this, Lu Yu longed to say, "Can I have your sister instead?" But considering that Han Lingyun might go berserk, he simply waved his hand. "I don't need that little." Han Yueqing, Han Lingyun, is this too dismissive? However, their conversation piqued Lu Yu's interest. "By the way, why were you two being pursued? Isn't it because of points?" Han Lingyun shook his head. "My sister and I have killed quite a few star beasts, which led to us being targeted by a group that specializes in robbing others of their points." This revelation surprised Lu Yu slightly. There's a team that specifically robs others of points? Of course, robbing others of points is much easier than hunting star beasts and carries far less risk. Han Yueqing nodded, her small face filled with anger. Her words prompted Lu Yu to nod thoughtfully, slightly lost in contemplation. What if he know, I am a serious person? Lu Yu hastily realigned his thoughts. Han Yueqing seemed to have noticed something and instinctively shrank back. "You wouldn't want to do that too, would you?" "Don't worry. I'll definitely let you off the hook when the time comes." Lu Yu inadvertently revealed his innermost feelings, causing the sibling duo to fall silent. "Then it's settled. Yueqing, whenever you think of me, you can come to find me alone, and we can delve into the profound mysteries of martial arts together." Lu Yu gestured to the spot he was continuously sharing, smiling as he spoke. Han Yueqing's expression instantly turned shy, leaving her at a loss for words. "If possible, we thank you for your assistance, brother. I hope we have the chance to meet again," Han Yueqing began, but was abruptly interrupted by the ominous expression of Han Lingyun, who had turned as dark as a thundercloud. After saying this, Han Lingyun seized Han Yueqing's arm and fled, as if escaping, moving even faster than when they were being pursued. He had the unsettling feeling that his sister might genuinely develop feelings for this fellow. What opportunity! It would be best if they never crossed paths again. Lu Yu watched the retreating figures of the siblings, his expression tinged with regret. Such a beautiful encounter. And now he had missed the chance to connect with such a prodigy. Lu Yu clicked his tongue, but soon his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to plunder the points of other competitors, amassing wealth? That seemed rather unnecessary. First and foremost, he needed to find someone. However, locating someone was exceedingly troublesome. After all, participants were constantly on the move, making them less preferable compared to the fixed territories of star beasts. Secondly, it appeared he had no immediate need to earn more points. With over 20,000 points, the second-place competitor only had 5,000. There was no necessity. It would be more beneficial to focus on cultivation instead. Resolute in his decision, Lu returned to his previous location, unfurling source crystals atop the corpse of the golden-horned rhinoceros, and commenced his extravagant cultivation. This unexpected action left countless viewers astonished. What the heck? Is contestant 0100 preparing to continue being a slacker? It appears so. No one seems able to contest with him now. I sense something amiss. Given contestant 0100's nature, could he be plotting something grand? Oh, that does seem plausible. The host, observing Lu fervently absorbing the power of the star source, fell into contemplation. Lu's actions, while seemingly logical, were also perplexing. The rationale was clear. With his ample points, he had no need to hunt star beasts any longer. He could simply wait. The inconsistency lay in his character. It was likely he was devising a grand strategy. Engrossed in his cultivation, Lu remained completely unaware that his casual movements were being speculated upon by so many. Of course, even if he did know, he would not be concerned. The sensation of rapidly enhancing his strength was simply marvelous. In the command room of the spaceship, Fuxi stared at the leaderboard, his expression one of astonishment. The little fellow you brought back is named Lu, correct? Fuxi turned to Lu Yushan beside him. Lu Yushan nodded. Indeed, Lord Zhua. This lad is quite intriguing. With only one day remaining, he may very well break the record set during the last genius competition, Fuxi remarked with a smile. Who held the previous record from the last genius competition? It was himself. How many points? 30,000. And now, with a day still left in the competition, Fuxi felt that Lu genuinely had the potential to shatter that historic record. He was filled with anticipation, devoid of jealousy, only envy. One must admit, Lu's talent far surpassed that of his own a decade ago. Hearing Fuxi's words, Lu Yushan's expression turned astonished. Fuxi would openly acknowledge this. It was well known that this individual was notoriously proud within the Federation, looking down on everyone. After all, he was the champion of the genius competition 10 years ago, having ascended from the body-refining realm to the profound realm in just a decade, a super genius. His praise for Lu left Lu Yushan deeply impressed. I hope Lu won't disappoint Lord Zhua, haha. Lu Yushan was delighted. After all, he had brought back this genius. If Lu could rise, he too would receive substantial rewards. Just then, a man burst into the room, his expression frantic. Not good, Lord Zhua. 3 9th-tier star beasts have escaped from the central area. 3 9th-tier star beasts have escaped? Fuxi's brow furrowed immediately. How could 9th-tier star beasts leave their domain without cause? We are unsure. It is speculated that it might be due to the mountain-moving beast. The man replied. This deepens Fuxi's frown. Mountain-moving beasts were bound within the center of the star beast zone, a measure enforced by the Federation. Although they claimed the existence of mountain-moving star beasts, the Federation would never allow them to truly roam free. Otherwise, no genius would survive to walk away. Even 9th-tier star beasts were secured within the central area and could not easily escape. Contestants faced only threats below the 9th tier. Clearly, the situation had changed. The escape of 3 9th-tier star beasts would undoubtedly lead to unimaginable consequences. Even Lu, with the highest rank in the arena, was only at the 7th tier. Lord Zhua, should we intervene or recall all contestants immediately? Lu Yushan inquired, furrowing his brow. But Fuxi shook his head. No. The genius competition is broadcasted live across the Blue Star. This would be tantamount to admitting failure in this event. Then what should we do? Everyone was perplexed. Yet Fuxi smiled and turned his gaze toward Lu. Let us not forget, we have a rare prodigy among us. Instantly, all eyes turned to the screen, where Lu was voraciously absorbing the power of the star source like a black hole. Lord Zhua, do you mean? Released the news, informing everyone, including the contestants, that 3 9th-tier star beasts have emerged. As for the title, consider it a trial, Fuxi declared. He was eager to see how Lu would respond to the appearance of the 9th-tier star beasts. This was, in a sense, a gamble. If Lu chose to flee, many contestants would undoubtedly suffer casualties. However, if Lu could rise to the occasion and even turn the tide, he would undoubtedly become the Federation's most dazzling new star. Moreover, the resources he could obtain would exceed anyone's imagination. After all, the Federation had every reason to nurture a genius capable of altering the course of human history. In the Star Beast area, a night passed, and the next day, Lu finally opened his eyes. Instantly, over 100 premium source crystals cracked and turned to dust. Lu rose, his bones cracking audibly. 8th level of body refinement. Just a hair's breadth away from the 9th. Lu mused, feeling the surging power within him, as if a single punch could bring down the sun itself. At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the entire Star Beast region. Chapter 057, 3 9th-tier Star Beasts. Is this too calm? A voice echoed across the Star Beast zone. To increase the challenge of the trial, 3 ninth-tier star beasts will now appear in the Star Beast region. Contestants, you now have the opportunity to withdraw from the competition. Alternatively, you may continue participating and receive even greater rewards. As soon as the voice rang out, everyone's smart devices received the notification. The command center had deliberated and ultimately granted contestants the choice. They could now either withdraw from the competition and nullify their scores or continue competing for more abundant rewards. But the question was, why release 3 ninth-tier star beasts? They were 9th-tier star beasts, just a step away from the mountain-moving realm. They were not something that contestants in the genius competition could contend with. In an instant, countless individuals found themselves engulfed in hesitation. On the corpse of the golden-horned rhinoceros, Lu was momentarily taken aback. To speak frankly, he never anticipated such a sudden decision from the Federation. It shouldn't be the case. Is not the territory of the 9th-order star beasts fixed? Observing the current situation, it seems that these 3 9th-order star beasts are about to commence their free activities. Lu pondered. His current strength stood at the pinnacle of the 8th layer of body refinement, merely a step away from the 9th layer. His true power was around the 9th layer of body refinement. System, personal panel. Host, Lu. Realm, 8th layer of body refinement. Replication points, 400, arbitrary replication count, 5. Talent, SSS. Abilities, torrential ice needles, SS grade ice, crimson flame, S grade fire, golden holy light, S grade metal, water escape, a grade water. Earth spirit body, a grade earth, wood healing, B grade wood. Strength, 9,300 kilograms. Speed, 930 milliseconds. Nerve reaction, SSS. Martial techniques, mountain shattering fist, common grade upper, strength augmentation 100, upgradable. Mastery complete. Surging cloud spear technique, spirit grade lower, strength augmentation 120, attack speed augmentation 30, mastery complete. Weapon, crimson lightning spear, S grade. Lu summoned his personal panel and, upon reviewing it, felt reassured about his capabilities. His actual combat prowess was at the 9th layer of body refinement, complemented by multiple extraordinary abilities and mastery in both spear and fist techniques. When facing a 9th-order star beast, Lu genuinely felt no trepidation. A one-on-one? The opponent would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Not engaging in a duel. If they couldn't defeat me, how could they outrun me? We are all at the same realm. Can they truly hinder my escape? As Lu contemplated, the live broadcast room erupted in chaos. They had naturally received the notification. Wow! They have unleashed 3 9th-order star beasts. Incredible. This is indeed more stringent than ever. The highest realm in the venue must be contestant 0100, right? 8th layer of body refinement? Exactly. With the highest being 8th layer of body refinement, how could one possibly contend against 3 9th-order star beasts? It's over. I suspect many will withdraw from the competition. The discussions in the live room were fervent. In fact, this was precisely the case. Following the notification, many participants with lower realms decisively opted out of the competition. The number of these individuals was substantial, exceeding 100. Over 100 people were whisked away by flying vehicles. After all, no matter how impressive their scores, life is of paramount importance. This further exacerbated the hesitation among the remaining contestants. If they chose to stay, according to the competition rules, the organizers would not intervene to rescue anyone. Encountering the beasts would mean certain death. And how could one hope to deal with 3 9th-order star beasts? In the live room, the host could not help but click his tongue. This genius competition had indeed surpassed everyone's expectations. The majority of contestants would likely have no choice but to exit regretfully. The remaining participants would probably choose to hide, awaiting the conclusion of the competition, thus securing more substantial rewards than those who withdrew. However, the peril lay in the fact that the area designated for the star beasts was not extensive for the 9th-order beasts. If discovered, it would mean inevitable demise. The host articulated his conjecture. In truth, this was a well-founded assumption. A portion of the higher-ranking participants had evidently ceased their pursuit of points and begun searching for places to conceal themselves. These locations were either caves or dense forests. Essentially, surviving the remaining 24 hours would be tantamount to victory. After all, in such circumstances, no one would be mad enough to hunt star beasts. That would easily attract attention. Therefore, overall, the leaderboard had ceased its fluctuations. The audience did not express dissatisfaction. They even found a semblance of excitement in the game of hide and seek. However, the cost of being discovered was exceedingly dire. Only death awaited. Contestants, you have 10 minutes left to decide. The announcement resonated once more. This time, dozens more opted to withdraw. They too were taken away by flying vehicles. Until that moment, the broadcast ceased its transmissions. Dear viewers, what you are witnessing may very well be the most intense and thrilling segment of this genius competition. Out of 1,000 contestants, only 813 remain. In the next 24 hours, who will survive? We observe that contestants have halted various actions, now busily seeking hiding spots. The host's voice grew slightly more animated. Compared to the previous hunting segment, this was evidently more exhilarating. Faced with 9th-order star beasts, the contestants of the genius competition possessed no means of resistance. They could merely hide. As for the Federation's motives, for now, they could only be attributed to testing the fortitude of the participants. In this daunting environment, nearly all remaining individuals were in search of places to conceal themselves. Yet, one individual stood out as an exception. Hey, why is contestant 0100 still wandering about? Why is he not anxious? Whoa, he is still roasting meat? Doesn't he fear for his life? Such audacity, I admire it. Wait, why do I feel like contestant 0100 had anticipated this would happen? Are you implying that his previous training was all part of a preparation plan? Everyone's gaze was astonished as they looked at Lu Yu on the screen. At this moment, Lu Yu was indeed roasting meat. However, it was no longer the meat of the golden-horned rhinoceros. After being left out overnight, it had developed a slight odor. Although the mutated goat was of a lower realm, its meat was exceptionally tender. Lu Yu took a bite and couldn't help but smirk. After pondering, he scavenged for a few wild scallions and sprinkled them over the roasted goat leg. Live room. This guy is far too composed, isn't he? The entire live room was engulfed in existential doubt, while others were desperate to dig their own graves. Lu Yu was leisurely roasting a goat leg, completely unfazed. This led everyone to speculate. Did this guy really know in advance? I feel that's the case. Otherwise, how could he be so relaxed at the 8th layer of body refinement? 8th layer of body refinement? This guy just broke through last night. Huh, broke through? When? About midnight last night, didn't you all know? As he spoke, someone shared a video. Sure enough, last night at midnight. Lu Yu seemed to have broken through his realm, causing quite a stir. This left everyone in a stunned silence. How could this guy's cultivation speed be so rapid? Burning over 100 million star coins worth of source crystals in a single night, would it not be swift? Upon hearing this, many fell silent once more. Even the host had gone quiet. What more could be said? He had the financial means to invest in resources, piling them relentlessly. The key was that despite this relentless accumulation, his combat prowess remained astonishingly high. This was truly an enigma. Yet, it's not entirely accurate. Even if he has broken through a minor realm, he still cannot contend with Ninth Order Star Beasts, can he? This remark echoed the collective curiosity of all present. Indeed, although Lu Yu was currently at the 8th layer of body refinement, he could not possibly match the strength of a Ninth Order Star Beast, let alone 3 of them. Don't make wild guesses. I just checked the map of the Star Beast area. The location where Lu Yu is situated is exceedingly remote. As long as he doesn't act too brazenly, the likelihood of being discovered by the Ninth Order Star Beasts is quite low. Someone chimed in, posting a marked map. The red-marked spot indicated Lu Yu's location, which was indeed quite secluded. Even the host nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Yu's position was very remote. As long as he did not, before the host could finish his words, Lu Yu abruptly set down the roasted lamb leg in his hand and let out a loud belch. Having satisfied his hunger, it was time for some exercise. Stretching lazily, Lu Yu glanced around and soon spotted a magnificent horse adorned with a stunning mane of fiery red hair around its neck. This horse was extraordinarily beautiful. Standing over 3 meters tall, the red mane shimmered in the sunlight, appearing as though it were ablaze, a sight to behold. A flame horse, a 3rd-tier star beast. Lu Yu quickly recalled the breed, his expression lighting up with joy. This horse was renowned for its splendor, typically reserved for the transportation of high-ranking individuals. However, due to its rarity and fierce temperament, Lu Yu had never encountered one in Yuanwu City. Now, witnessing it firsthand, his heart swelled with delight. Today, I must ride you. In an instant, Lu Yu vanished from sight, only to reappear atop the horse's back. Little horse, let us run, he exclaimed, slapping the horse's flank. The flame horse, bewildered, immediately erupted into a frenzy, attempting to buck Lu Yu off. Yet, with Lu Yu's superior prowess, there was no chance of being thrown off. Galloping wildly, Lu Yu reveled in the exhilaration. Meanwhile, the host in the live stream felt as if he had been dealt a resounding slap across the face. His cheeks stung painfully. The audience, once again bewildered by Lu Yu's erratic behavior, began to chatter among themselves. What on earth is he doing? I don't know. But I can tell you this, the host's face is about to swell up. Huh? Lu Bai Wang is truly Lu Bai Wang, completely disregarding the norm. He certainly is unconventional, but isn't this a bit too dangerous? Countless discussions erupted, with many expressing concern over Lu Yu's seemingly reckless actions. In such circumstances, to think of riding a horse was almost as if he were daring a 9th-tier star beast to notice him. Exiting the forest, Lu Yu found himself in a small meadow. Beneath him, the flame horse was nearly exhausted from his antics, no longer daring to resist. Lu Yu leisurely trotted the horse, surveying his surroundings, his expression slightly perplexed. Why hadn't he encountered anyone on his journey? Had everyone withdrawn from the competition? That seemed rather odd. Just as Lu Yu pondered this, he noticed a pile of rocks shifting slightly on the ground. Strangely, there was a round posterior jiggling outside the pile, as if trying to conceal itself. Quite plump, undoubtedly a star beast. Not bad. It seems intelligent enough to use something humans find intriguing to lure them in. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, not overly surprised. After all, there were countless star beast varieties, and even after thousands of years since the establishment of the Federation, new, undocumented species continued to emerge. Without hesitation, He slapped his hand down. Ah, sweet points in the bag. Lu Yu didn't even glance at the outcome of his strike. Would there be a star beast left alive after such an attack? If not dead, it would surely be gravely injured. Just as Lu Yu was about to change locations to continue his ride, a shriek pierced the air from the pile of rocks. Who slapped my backside? Mei Xian emerged from the stones, glaring at her bleeding wound with fury. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she would have been done for. Moreover, such a method of attack was unmistakably that of a martial artist. Her furious gaze swept the area until it landed on the stunned Lu Yu. Mei Xian, Lu Yu, how is it you? They both exclaimed simultaneously, only to fall into silence. Eyeing each other, it was Lu Yu who awkwardly broke the silence. Sorry, I thought you were a star beast. Have you ever seen a star beast with a backside like that? Mei Xian retorted, gritting her teeth in indignation. At that moment, she was bleeding behind her. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yu shook his head. I haven't but that doesn't mean there aren't any. As martial artists, it's always prudent to be cautious. He continued, by the way, why were you hiding among the rocks? Because I wanted to. Alright then. Lu Yu could only attribute her behavior to a peculiar desire to flaunt her figure. He then adopted a serious demeanor and approached her. Come, let me see your wound. Get lost. Mei Xian felt as if she could explode from fury, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation. Compared to a cave or something. I finally found a spot where a star beast wouldn't pay much attention, and just as I was about to hide, you went and slapped me on the backside. Sigh, I didn't mean to, but let us take a look at the wound. It could get worse if left untreated. Lu Yu maintained his serious expression, which made Mei Xian hesitate. Do you know medicine? Does it matter? It's not important. I'm mainly here to make amends for my mistake, Lu Yu replied. Hearing this, Mei Xian clenched her jaw again. Can you or can't you? I can. Mei Xian felt that Lu Yu had ulterior motives. Yet the severity of her wound was undeniable. The injury was not truly on her backside, but closer to her thigh. Lu Yu stared at her intently. Your battle suit is too obstructive. You see, let us just forget about it. Wait, it's not obstructive. Lu Yu gestured for Mei Xian to sit down, and after a serious glance at her long, fair thigh, he suddenly seemed to disappear for a moment. Moments later, he returned with some wild herbs in hand. Crushing the herbs in his palm, he applied them to Mei Xian's leg. That should do it. Lu Yu clapped his hands, signaling that the task was complete. Mei Xian felt a cooling sensation on her leg, her expression one of surprise. You really do know medicine? Of course, Lu Yu replied with a nonchalant smile. I'm not bragging, but my great-grandfather used to heal with just a single herb. I learned a thing or two from him. Lu Yu beamed with pride. This piqued Mei Xian's interest. Really? What does your family primarily treat? What do we treat? Lu Yu awkwardly pointed at Mei Xian, giving her a knowing look. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. You're deliberately teasing me. I truly didn't mean to. Lu Yu sighed as he observed the furious Mei Xian. I should have known better than to speak my mind. The world is so misunderstood. Lu Yu helplessly gazed upward, just as he was about to adopt an air of arrogance when he suddenly noticed a dark shadow looming in the sky. 9th tier star beast. The Tsang-Yu giant eagle is approaching. Contestants, please evacuate immediately. Chapter 059. Tsang-Yu giant eagle, do as you please. Just as Lu Yu lamented that his skill was unappreciated by the world, an urgent alert blared from his smart brain. Staring at the shadow overhead, Lu Yu was momentarily stunned. Is that a star beast? He looked up at the gigantic eagle with a wingspan of several dozen meters, feeling a wave of astonishment. The Tsang-Yu giant eagle? Goodness, it's a colossal creature indeed. It was well known that the Tsang-Yu giant eagle was exceptionally fierce. This breed possessed an extremely high innate talent, starting as a second-tier star beast from birth. Moreover, its innate ability, Wind Wing Slash, was extraordinarily formidable. Harnessing the power of wind, it could condense air into blades, slicing through anything. Truly impressive. While Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. With such formidable abilities, it would be a shame not to have a little interaction. Mei Xian's complexion had gone pale. Now you understand why I was hiding in that pile of rocks, right? Everyone else is hiding, and yet you're still out here wandering around. As she spoke, Mei Xian was astonished yet quick to react. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yu chuckled before replying, because I can't manage to hide with my backside sticking out. Mei Xian's face flushed red with indignation. That was because I hadn't hidden well enough. Stop talking nonsense and run. With that, she grabbed Lu Yu's arm and dashed into the forest. Lu Yu felt the soft sensation transmitting from his wrist, secretly astonished. This girl has quite the substance. Initially, Lu Yu had no intention of fleeing. Yet, being held like this seemed rather pleasant, didn't it? He decided to relinquish his resistance and allow Mei Xian to lead him away. Unbeknownst to her, she was running desperately towards the woods. However, even with her fervent pace, they were still lagging. Before they could dash into the forest, a dark shadow plummeted from the sky. A pair of claws, as if forged from gold and iron, sharply descended upon them. At a critical moment, Lu Yu instinctively wrapped his arms around Mei Xian's waist, narrowly evading the deadly grasp. Instantly, 2 gaping holes appeared in the ground. The giant eagle soared back into the sky, its piercing gaze fixated upon the 2 on the ground. What to do? Mei Xian began to panic. They were still several thousand meters away from the woods, with no opportunity to make it. Not to mention, even if they did reach the trees, the formidable Sangyu giant eagle would not be deterred by mere foliage. They were doomed. For a moment, Mei Xian felt utterly powerless. Simultaneously, the entire live-streaming room erupted in chaos. Lu Baiwang is in grave danger. I was just absorbing Lu Baiwang's flirtation techniques. And now he's facing a life-or-death situation? Flirting has gone too far. Now he's in trouble. You can't deny. This Mei Xian truly has an impressive figure and face. Those lecherous folks upstairs will be done for. You should be discussing this instead. The debate continued to rage in the live stream. Even the host could not hold back. Everyone could see that due to contestant 0100's prolonged exposure while flirting, oh no, being exposed to the Star Beast's line of sight, he had caught the attention of a 9th-tier Star Beast, the Sangyu giant eagle, which was extremely perilous. Although the Sangyu giant eagle may not possess the brute strength of other Star Beasts, its speed and agility were unparalleled. One could say that upon encountering the Sangyu giant eagle, contestant 0100 had lost all chance of escape and could only fight to the death. We can only hope that contestant 0100 can successfully slay the Sangyu giant eagle, otherwise. The host's voice trailed off. Everyone understood. If Lu Yu could not prevail against the Sangyu giant eagle, he truly faced a dead end. No one would come to his rescue. Meanwhile, Lu Yu patted Mei Xian on the shoulder. It's all right, I am here. Such a display of masculine bravado, coupled with the present scene, made Lu Yu feel extraordinarily manly. Yet, one remark from Mei Xian instantly shattered his confidence. I remember you are only at the 7th level of body refinement. Mei Xian spoke, her gaze filled with skepticism. Lu Yu took a deep breath and smirked disdainfully. I have already reached the 8th level of body refinement. As he spoke, his aura surged, causing the surrounding sand and gravel to be blown away. Mei Xian gazed at him in astonishment. How had it only been a short while since Lu Yu had broken through to the 8th level? It was worth noting that when he arrived, he was only at the 6th level. Had he concealed his true strength? Mei Xian could only think this. Her shocked expression greatly satisfied Lu Yu. After all, what man fears being deemed inadequate? However, the next moment, Lu Yu was struck down again. The Sangyu giant eagle is incredibly formidable, and it is at the 9th tier. Lu Yu, being at the 8th level of body refinement is still too risky. We should first see if we can escape, Mei Xian advised. Lu Yu once again felt the sting of disbelief. He gazed up at the circling Sangyu giant eagle, which was poised to attack, and suddenly smiled. How about this? Mei Xian, let us make a bet. What kind of bet? If I can defeat the Sangyu giant eagle and take you away, you must call me dad. No, that would be too much of a loss for me. How about you fulfill one of my requests instead? Lu Yu said with a teasing expression. Mei Xian's demeanor grew cautious. What request? Don't worry, it's definitely not that kind of request. Then what kind of request is it? If you ask that clearly, it loses its appeal. Forget it, I'll just leave on my own. With that, Lu Yu sheathed his red lightning gun and turned to leave, causing Mei Xian to panic. In the sky, the Sangyu giant eagle seemed to have found its opportunity and dove down directly. Wait, I agree. I'll do anything. Lu Yu asked nonchalantly. Mei Xian, visibly agitated, wanted to refuse, but seeing the Sangyu giant eagle descending upon them, she could only grit her teeth and reluctantly utter 2 words. Fine. Then it's settled. Lu Yu smiled. Instantly, the live streaming room erupted. Wow. Lu Baiwang can still flirt at this critical moment. I stand in awe. I'm impressed. Anything goes. Is that really true? Upstairs, what are you thinking? You understand? You lecherous folks should be more concerned about what contestant 0100 will do now. Someone pointed out, and it was at that moment everyone realized that Sangyu giant eagle had already launched its attack. It plummeted from an altitude of several kilometers, retracting its wings and talons, its speed reaching its zenith. Its objective was a single, fatal strike. The host's voice trembled slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. This principle applies to star beasts as well. It seems that this 9th-tier Sangyu giant eagle has no intention of granting Lu Yu even the slightest chance to retaliate. Its first strike is a guaranteed kill. The host continued. Although the Sangyu giant eagle had not yet unleashed its innate abilities, this strike could undoubtedly be deemed the most potent among ordinary attacks. If Lu Yu failed to evade, it would surely spell his doom. Moreover, he not only had to evade for himself, but also protect Mei Xian in the process. The difficulty increased exponentially. On sight, Mei Xian sensed the speed of the Sangyu giant eagle, and her gaze began to fill with despair. Lu Yu, you should run. I can't evade this. Clearly, even she believed there was no way to escape this time, urging Lu Yu to leave first. Yet, Lu Yu shook his head. Sigh, I want to escape too. But alas, you agreed to my condition. Lu Yu smiled, flames igniting from his body as arcs of electricity crackled from the red lightning gun. He resembled a god of fire. So, the 9th-tier star beast, the Sangyu giant eagle, wishes to seek death? Very well then, I have no choice. Chapter 060, Withstanding a Strike, Culinary Show. If it seeks death, then I cannot be blamed. Gazing at the descending Sangyu giant eagle, Lu Yu exhibited no fear. His strength was now at the pinnacle of the 8th level of body refinement, corresponding to the 9th level of body refinement. Coupled with numerous extraordinary abilities, perfected marksmanship, and martial arts, and most importantly, he possessed an SSS-level talent. Crushing you will be effortless. Lu Yu was confident. Yet Mei Xin remained unaware of the full extent of his capabilities. Seeing Lu Yu's demeanor, her cheeks paled, but she remained fixated on the sky. Well, dying together here with you isn't so bad, Mei Xin sighed. Lu Yu had the leisure to glance at her. Dying here isn't too shabby. It's picturesque. In good company. Just as Mei Xin began to speak, she suddenly realized that the Tsangyu giant eagle had already surged to a height of less than 100 meters above them. The howling winds accompanied the massive beast's body, emanating a pungent stench. It was at that moment that Lu Yu sprang into action. Transforming into a blaze of fire, he took a single step forward, causing the ground to tremble. He became a spear piercing the heavens, lifting his gun directly towards the Tsangyu giant eagle. Mei Xin could barely keep up. The Tsangyu giant eagle, taken aback, had not anticipated that Lu Yu would not flee but instead charge towards it. A flicker of disdain crossed its elongated eyes as it opened its beak, fiercely aiming to peck at Lu Yu. Clearly, it had already categorized Lu Yu as its next meal. Lu Yu, however, remained expressionless. This Tsangyu giant eagle was overconfident. Did it truly consider him mere prey? Yet, the outcome might very well surprise it. Lu Yu thrust forward with his spear, unwavering and resolute. Boom. A clash occurred midair between man and beast. The force behind Lu Yu's strike was nothing short of formidable. Remarkably, it instantaneously countered the descending momentum of the azure feather giant eagle. Lu Yu himself landed safely back on the ground. Above, the azure feather giant eagle circled, regaining its altitude. It now felt a slight dizziness from the impact of Lu Yu's strike, which not only neutralized its falling force, but also nearly caused it to crash to the ground from the rebound. Mei Xin was equally taken aback by Lu Yu's display of power. Your strength is truly terrifying, she exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Lu Yu merely smiled in response, indicating that there was no need for premature gratitude. He only needed her to remember his earlier words. In an instant, Mei Xion's face flushed crimson. The live stream was once again abuzz with excitement. The king of bragging is still at it, never forgetting to show off. Wow, was that strike really that powerful? The azure feather giant eagle seems a bit dazed now. Impressive. The king of bragging was indeed prepared. No wonder he appeared so calm before. Truly, this level of strength is astounding. Many expressed their astonishment, and the host was left utterly speechless. He had initially thought Lu Yu would flee, but to his surprise, Lu Yu stood firm. This guy, challenging a 9th-tier star beast while being only at the 8th level of body refinement. Hiss, what a freak. The host could only comment thus. Although contestant 0100's strength was indeed formidable, the azure feather giant eagle was clearly not to be underestimated. After failing to land a direct hit, it was likely to seek out other opportunities to attack, leaving contestant 0100 still in a precarious situation. The host's assessment proved quite accurate. Upon realizing Lu Yu's formidable strength, the azure feather giant eagle temporarily abandoned its assault, circling in the sky above. Mei Xian felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she observed this scene. What if it focuses on us now? She pondered. It's simple. If I abandon you and flee, it won't be able to do anything to me. Mei Xian. Under Mei Xian's reproachful gaze, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, no matter what, you are still my daughter. How could a father abandon his child? Lu Yu laughed heartily. Mei Xian could only sigh in resignation. For reasons unknown, she found herself often at the mercy of Lu Yu. This guy seemed to relish in teasing and bullying her. What to do now, with over 20 hours left in the competition? Mei Xian gazed intently at Lu Yu, fully aware that he was unreliable. Whatever happens, when it comes down, I'll just give it a beating. Lu Yu maintained a relaxed demeanor, casually hunting a star beast before commencing with barbecue preparations. Despite lacking any seasoning, the meat he grilled exuded an exceptionally enticing aroma. In a stroke of inspiration, he even utilized the resilient hide of the star beast as a pot, initiating a soup concoction. Although Mei Xian remained apprehensive about the azure feather giant eagle above, after merely tasting a couple of bites, she succumbed to the flavor. Wow, Lu Yu, this meat is incredibly delicious. And this soup is delightful too. How come it has no fishy taste? When I cook at home, I use loads of spices and still can't mask the smell. I'll eat half of this leg, and you eat the other half. Having savored Lu Yu's culinary skills, Mei Xian nearly forgot that a 9th-tier star beast loomed above, singing his praises without restraint. Lu Yu felt a swell of pride. His culinary talents were indeed unmatched. Moreover, the flesh and blood of star beasts were far cleaner than ordinary ingredients. Even without seasoning, Lu Yu's creations were brimming with flavor. In the live stream, all viewers were left speechless. I initially thought Lu Yu was the only foodie. Turns out, Mei Xian is no exception. What was once a brilliant competition has now devolved into a cooking show. How frustrating. Oh no, I really want to eat now. Forget about it. The mountain spirit pig that Lu Yu effortlessly killed is a 5th-tier star beast, extremely pricey, and it wouldn't be fresh by now anyway. Wah! I want to marry Lu Yu. He is such a great cook. In an instant, nearly everyone had forgotten the azure feather giant eagle's presence. Engrossed in fervent discussions about Lu Yu's culinary prowess, the host found himself drooling. Due to the nature of the program, he had scarcely had time to eat, relying solely on the stamina of a warrior. Seeing such delectable food being consumed, claiming he wasn't hungry would have been a lie. Just as the host was contemplating whether to make an excuse to step out for a bite, suddenly, a massive shadow enveloped the area where Lu Yu and Mei Xian stood. The azure feather giant eagle was launching an attack. Panic erupted among the crowd. The azure feather giant eagle had chosen the moment when everyone was most relaxed to strike. In the midst of the chaos, Mei Xian quickly regained her composure. She looked up at the sky. This time, the azure feather giant eagle was alarmingly close, less than 100 meters away. The intelligence of a 9th-tier star beast was comparable to that of an ordinary person. This azure feather giant eagle had cleverly bypassed the sunlight that would cast its shadow, approaching from the sunny side. As fear gripped Mei Xian, she suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder. Keep eating. In the next moment, she witnessed Lu Yu transform into a streak of fire. Chapter 061. This guy acts like a human. If you're capable, then come at me. Lu Yu was in a decidedly irritable mood at this moment. Why? What is the greatest achievement for a chef? Undoubtedly, it is when others savor your creations and sing your praises. Although he wasn't a professional chef, he had learned a thing or two before his transmigration. Just as Mei Xian was extolling his culinary skills, this brat had to come down and stir up trouble. Today he must pay the price. Lu Yu thought darkly. The azure feather giant eagle was caught off guard by Lu Yu's rapid reaction. However, at such close range, there was no possibility of retreat. With a malicious glint in its eyes, the azure feather giant eagle emitted a piercing shriek and lunged at Lu Yu with its claws. Caw! The black golden talons of the eagle shot towards Lu Yu. Tension gripped everyone's hearts. If Lu Yu failed to evade and was caught, he was as good as dead. The eagle's most effective hunting tools were its beak and talons. Among them, the talons were the most fearsome. A typical adult eagle could effortlessly lift prey weighing 3 times its own weight. And for a colossal creature like the azure feather giant eagle, Lu Yu appeared as insignificant as an ant. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, as the azure feather giant eagle's claws approached, Lu Yu not only did not evade, but instead thrust his spear straight at the eagle's wing. What was he doing? Was he attempting to exchange his life for the beast's? Everyone was bewildered. Even the azure feather giant eagle did not anticipate this move. Its eyes glinted with malice. And rather than retreat, it pressed forward. Splat! Amidst the collective horror, the sound of flesh tearing filled the air, followed by a shrill cry. Caw! The azure feather giant eagle was injured. Its right wing had been pierced cleanly by Lu Yu's spear. In contrast, Lu Yu was enveloped in a yellowish glow. A-grade talent, Earth Spirit Body. Upon activation, it bestowed him with a defense boost of 100 and a recovery speed of 50. Lu Yu had withstood the azure feather giant eagle's strike. Everyone was left in shock. What the hell? The king of bragging managed to endure that directly? And he isn't scathed? Incredible. Wait, is that an ability? It must be an ability. Are you suggesting that the king of bragging possesses multiple abilities? I'm losing count. No way. The king of bragging has at least 4 abilities. He is not acting human. He is not acting human at all. The astonishment among the onlookers was palpable. Some possess an extraordinary ability that can shake the heavens, while others bear 2 that are etched into the annals of history. Yet, Lu Yu surpasses them all, wielding a staggering 4 abilities. This is merely what is apparent. Who knows how many hidden powers he truly possesses? As everyone marvels at this, a few have begun to sense something amiss. Wait, why isn't Lu Biwang fleeing? What the hell? He has climbed onto the back of that Sangyu giant eagle? Damn! The spectators' eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. It was evident on the screen that not only had Lu Yu withstood a strike from that Sangyu giant eagle, but he had also scaled its massive form. At this moment, the two were soaring rapidly into the sky. The host could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be alarmed. Contestant 0100 must have been grasped by that Sangyu giant eagle and had no choice but to ascend with it. He will surely jump down soon. Otherwise, if the eagle flies above 10 kilometers, even a 9th-tier warrior would meet their demise upon falling. The host's quick analysis garnered considerable agreement. Indeed, although Lu Yu had just withstood a blow from that Sangyu giant eagle, he was essentially captured, helplessly carried upwards. Everyone thought he would undoubtedly leap down. Otherwise, falling from such heights below the mountain-moving realm would be certain death. However, reality soon proved them mistaken. I'll make you scream. Weren't you just staring at me? Why the sudden cowardice? You even disturb me while I cook. How irritating you are. Climbing onto the back of that Sangyu giant eagle, Lu Yu brandished his red lightning spear and began to stab fiercely. It seemed that fearing he might be thrown off, Lu Yu punctured 2 gaping wounds into the eagle's flesh. Unfazed by the blood, he dove right in. His intent was clear, to end that Sangyu giant eagle in one fell swoop. The eagle, of course, understood Lu Yu's intentions and let out a horrifying scream as it twisted and turned in an attempt to shake him off. Yet, Lu Yu had firmly secured himself. his spear embedded deep within the eagle's flesh, refusing to let go. This spectacle left everyone in utter disbelief. What is he doing? Digging for meat. Why do I feel like this isn't that Sangyu giant eagle hunting Lu, but rather Lu hunting that Sangyu giant eagle? Is it because he was interrupted while cooking? How utterly unfair. Everyone was utterly perplexed. They gazed at the furious Lu on the screen, utterly unprepared for the fact that his rage stemmed solely from the eagle's interruption of his cooking. Can we apply some logic here? If you claim he wishes to kill you, we would believe it if you were angry. Everyone was in despair. The host could no longer suppress a gulp. Contestant 0100's method is undeniably reckless. We can observe that the Sangyu giant eagle is currently soaring at an altitude of at least 5 kilometers. The host made it abundantly clear. How would Lu descend? At such heights, even if he were an 8th tier warrior, he would meet his end upon falling. However, Lu was no fool. The moment he encountered the Sangyu giant eagle, he had already replicated its innate abilities, an SS grade power, wind wing slash. This version was an upgraded one from the system, granting him brief control over the winds. Thus, Lu remained unfazed, continuing to stab into the Sangyu giant eagle's body. Once he had slain it, he could simply leap down effortlessly and land gracefully. Lu remained remarkably composed. Yet, the Sangyu giant eagle was growing frantic. It understood the human's intentions, and, no matter how high it soared, this man was clinging on for dear life. In a moment of desperation, a fierce glint flashed in the eagle's eyes. It let out an unprecedented shriek. Screech. In the next instant, the winds at high altitude seemed to cease. Then, a tempest erupted. Sheets of wind blades, as tangible as steel, manifested. Each one was razor-sharp. Should they strike, even a 6th-tier warrior would certainly perish. And there were hundreds of these wind blades. Human, are you truly seeking your own demise? Astonishingly, the Sangyu giant eagle emitted a voice akin to that of a human. Its eyes burned with fury, fixated on Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu paused momentarily, looked up at the eagle's eye twisted at a 180-degree angle, and chuckled. Who would have thought you could speak human language? What's wrong? If you have the ability, then try to cut me. With that, Lu thrust the red lightning spear forcefully into the Sangyu giant eagle's back. Instantly, the 2-meter-long spear sank entirely into the eagle's body, leaving only the handle protruding. This scene caused the host to erupt in shock, slamming the table. Goodness, how ruthless. Chapter 62. No justice in this world, left Chi's hopes. How ruthless. This is simply the epitome of savagery. While you're bouncing on its back. Do you dare to stab me? I only ask if you dare to stab me. If you stab me, you won't withstand the onslaught of so many wind blades either. If I die, you shall perish too. If you do not stab me, I shall continue to bounce, and it will still end with your demise. It's too cruel. The live stream erupted into chaos. Brothers, this is a textbook-level operation. Take note quickly. What a ruthless individual. Lu Wang remains Lu Wang. I reckon that Sangyu giant eagle is on the verge of a breakdown. Who would have thought such a shameless tactic exists? Come stab me, I dare you. Incredible, Lu Wang. In an instant, countless comments flooded in. Lu's move was undoubtedly savage. If you dare to come, I will die, and you will die too. If you do not come, then it is still your death. Regardless, it's a matter of how you will die. Everyone was stunned, eagerly anticipating how the Sangyu giant eagle would choose to respond. It was known that the eagle could speak human words, indicating its intelligence was far from low. Among the crowd, upon hearing Lu's audacious words, the Sangyu giant eagle nearly spat blood, teetering on the brink of a fall. Human, are you truly willing to perish alongside me? If I let you down now, I will not trouble you again. After a prolonged silence, the Sangyu giant eagle finally spoke. This was undoubtedly the greatest concession of a star beast. After all, the injuries Lu had inflicted upon it were substantial. No one expected the Sangyu giant eagle to actually take a step back. Just as they thought Lu would acquiesce, the outcome was completely unexpected. No. Today I intend to feast on roasted eagle wings. Lu raised the red lightning spear once more and thrust it into the Sangyu giant eagle's back again. Screech. Human, you truly do not know what is good for you. This time, the Sangyu giant eagle could no longer endure. Previously, it had held back due to its imminent entry into the mountain-moving realm, unwilling to perish at Lu's hands. However, Lu's actions had undeniably awakened the ferocity within its bloodline. Without hesitation, the Sangyu giant eagle commanded hundreds of wind blades to rush toward its own back. Whoosh! Hundreds of wind blades sliced through the air. Everyone's expressions turned to regret. There was no escape for Lu, even if he could evade them. He was already over 10 kilometers above ground. He would surely plummet to his death. Everyone thought this, including Left Chi in the command center, who could not help but furrow his brow. Left sir, let us wait and see. Left Chi waved his hand. He refused to believe Lu truly lacked a way out. Although Lu appeared carefree and unserious, he had come this far for a reason. Was there truly a fool among them? Left Chi dismissed the notion. Amidst the chaos, Lu gazed at the wind blades raining down from the sky, a smile spreading across his face as he drew his gun. I've been waiting for this moment. Lu boldly leaped from the bloodied hole. Standing atop that Sangyu giant eagle's back, the howling winds surrounded him. He surveyed his surroundings, making no move at all. Was he prepared to meet his end? Everyone was filled with uncertainty. Even Left Chi could not help but tense his brow once more. To speak frankly, Lu found himself bewildered by the actions before him. The wind blade was perilously close, and the azure feather giant eagle, glaring at Lu who stood upon its back, unleashed a series of furious roars. Humans, perish together. It bellowed, and to Lu's astonishment, the speed of the wind blade surged even further. Yet, amid this chaos, Lu merely smiled. Apologies, but it is you who shall meet your demise. With those words, he suddenly extended his hand forward. Stop, he uttered, and in an instant, the descending wind blades halted a few meters away from him, suspended in midair. The onlookers were rendered speechless by this spectacle. However, Fuxi's expression brightened with excitement. Wind-based supernatural ability, he exclaimed. Similarly, the host in the live broadcast realized the significance. Indeed, it is a wind-based supernatural ability. Lu has mastered it. What the heck? Lu Baiwang actually possesses a wind-based supernatural ability. An unequivocal S-rank, perhaps even SS rank ability. It is impossible to restrain the innate power of the azure feather giant eagle otherwise. Incredible. Everyone was astounded by Lu's display. Who would have anticipated that he wielded at least an S-rank wind-based supernatural ability? The azure feather giant eagle was utterly stunned. In truth, the creature was in a state of confusion. It desperately attempted to summon the wind blades, yet they felt as though they were severed from its command. Human you. Before it could finish, Lu waved his hand lightly. In the next moment, hundreds of wind blades shot straight toward the head of the azure feather giant eagle. With a series of slicing sounds, the giant eagle's head was obliterated. Its wings ceased to flap, and the massive body fell helplessly to the ground. Lu had already taken a step forward. With the wind-based supernatural ability coursing through him, he descended gracefully, as if cradled by the air itself. This scene left countless viewers in awe. Lu Baiwang. Oh no, Lu Shun, I bow to you. Goodness. Lu Baiwang had everything meticulously planned from the beginning. The demise of the azure feather giant eagle is truly tragic. You thought Lu Baiwang was on the first level, but in reality, he has already reached the 6th level. This decisive kill deserves a perfect score. Wait, how many points do you get for slaying a 9th tier star beast? Suddenly, someone realized an important detail. The host, staring at the screen, was momentarily taken aback before responding, 25,000. 25,000. Even before Lu touched the ground, he received a notification from the intelligence brain. Congratulations, participant 0100 has slain a 9th tier star beast. Reward points, 25,000. As the intelligence brain issued this notification, not only Lu but all contestants received the alert. They had all found a refuge to hide in. Yet upon hearing the notification, they were left bewildered. Someone killed a 9th tier star beast. The contestants were in shock. They opened the leaderboard, instinctively glancing at the name perched atop. Lu. 47, 100 points. A terrifyingly long string of numbers appeared before their eyes. 0100, it was him. Once again, this fellow. He actually killed a 9th tier star beast? Is there any justice left in this world? Is there any law? Everyone was in despair, while others were hiding, afraid of being discovered. He had the audacity to hunt a 9th tier star beast. The top 10 contestants felt their spirits plummet. There was no meaning in this, none whatsoever. They shouldn't have even participated in the genius competition. Was this a contest? It felt more like a spectacle to watch others compete, while simultaneously shattering their own morale. Liu gazed at that string of numbers, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Thank goodness I withdrew early, otherwise, I might have been crushed. He instinctively patted his chest. Now he felt that giving up wasn't such a bad choice after all. After all, how could one compete with beings that transcend humanity? Damn, what a freak. Liu couldn't help but curse. Meanwhile, in the command room, Fuxi chuckled heartily. What a fine talent. I must have a good word with Lord Yen about this young man. Fuxi was absolutely delighted. Lu had slain a 9th tier star beast at merely 18 years of age, having reached the 8th level of body refinement. Each of his numerous talents, if showcased individually among his peers, would mark him as an exceptional genius. How much more impressive was it that all these remarkable attributes coalesced within a single individual? Fuxi could almost envision the moment when humanity would rise triumphantly amidst the boundless starry sea. Our race is far from the weakest. Lu Yushan was equally ecstatic, contemplating whether he should claim some familial connection to Lu when they met. After all, regardless of how one looked at it, Lu was destined to become an extraordinary figure. To utter a blasphemous thought, given time, it wouldn't be impossible for Lu to surpass the one seated in the Star Hall. As Fuxi and Lu Yushan reveled in their excitement, a report officer approached. Lord Zhua, there's an urgent situation. The other 2 9th tier star beasts seem to be heading towards contestant 0100's direction. This revelation caused Fuxi's brow to furrow instantly. Both of them together? Lu Yushan felt a twinge of unease. How could they be so in sync? It's likely that the mountain-moving star beast is orchestrating this. Fuxi sneered. The star beasts have not relinquished their desire to annihilate our race. What do we do now? Lu Yushan inquired, frowning. Fuxi smiled. Do you believe in Lu? Absolutely. Lu Yushan replied without hesitation. Fuxi nodded approvingly. That's all I need to hear. I believe in this young man as well. I suspect he has already reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of body refinement. After his recent battle with the Azure Feather Giant Eagle, given his extraordinary talent, he is likely to have broken through. How long until the star beasts arrive? Approximately an hour, the report officer replied, lowering his head. Fuxi nodded. That is sufficient. Let us continue to observe and see what additional remarkable feats this young man can accomplish. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Fuxi's eyes. Lu Yushan also nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had just landed. Chapter 063. Breakthrough as effortlessly as drinking water, unintentionally leveling up again. Lu Yu landed with an elegant grace. Mei Xian was utterly mesmerized. She never expected that Lu Yu would truly slay a 9th-tier star beast. And at such a great altitude. The expression on Mei Xian's face was one that Lu Yu relished. Didn't you think I was incapable before? What do you think now? Am I strong? Lu Yu smiled, inquiring. Mei Xian, momentarily taken aback, nodded. Very strong. She praised without reservation. Lu Yu nodded. Shall we see just how strong I am? Try it. Was Lu Yu challenging her? To be honest, Mei Xian felt a thrill. Testing herself against someone stronger seemed quite enticing. Let us give it a try, she exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. Lu Yu grinned widely. Then let us do it. We can try tonight. Suddenly, Mei Xian realized that Lu Yu was teasing her. Should she give him a good beating? Yet she had a feeling she wouldn't win. Observing the internal conflict on her face brought further joy to Lu Yu. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were left dumbfounded. Did the king just get back down and start this again? The pace is a bit fast. Please hold on tight. Try it. If we're trying. I'm very strong. I seriously suspect that the Azure Feather Giant Eagle was killed because it interrupted the king's flirting. Azure Feather Giant Eagle. I'm so wrong. The live chat was buzzing with humorous banter. Back in the arena, after teasing Mei Xian, Lu Yu felt quite satisfied. Just remember the conditions. I'll be off to train now. This left Mei Xian momentarily stunned. Why are you training again? Aren't you close to a breakthrough? Another breakthrough? Upon hearing the news, Mei Xian's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Is Lu Yu about to break through again? The audience in the live stream, who had been engaging in frivolous banter, were suddenly taken aback. Wait, is that bastard really going to break through again? Indeed. Didn't he just achieve a breakthrough last night? Goodness. A freak is still a freak. Is he not afraid of having an unstable foundation with such reckless breakthroughs? Unstable foundation? What nonsense are you spouting? Song Yu Giant Eagle. I initially thought his foundation was unstable and considered launching a sneak attack. But who would have thought this kid would disregard martial ethics and deceive me instead? The host, observing Lu Yu on the screen, shared his insights. The concept of an unstable foundation is exceedingly broad. It is possible for someone to toil for a lifetime in cultivation, yet still possess an unstable foundation. Conversely, one might ascend like a rocket, yet still have an unstable foundation. However, it is evident that Lu Yu is extraordinarily unique. His breakthroughs seem as effortless as drinking water. The host could only describe it this way. Indeed, Lu Yu appears to advance through realms almost daily. Moreover, he continues to challenge opponents of higher ranks after each breakthrough. It is utterly absurd. While the live stream erupted in excitement, Lu Yu remained oblivious. At that moment, he sat cross-legged atop the corpse of its Song Yu Giant Eagle, spreading out hundreds of high-grade source crystals. He had brought a total of 200 high-grade source crystals on this outing, having already utilized half, leaving him with the remainder. Upon seeing such a plethora of source crystals, Mei Xian was left in awe. This is extravagant beyond measure. Lu Yu glanced at her. Care to join? Or perhaps not. It might disrupt your breakthrough. Mei Xian shook her head. She lacked the audacity to mooch off someone else's source crystals. Furthermore, if she were to absorb alongside him, it would undoubtedly diminish Lu Yu's intake of star source energy. Yet, reality proved that Mei Xian was overthinking it. Lu Yu's cultivation was indeed terrifying. Countless star source energies surged forth from the crystals, nearly liquefying. The sheer volume of star source energy was enough to overwhelm any 8th-level body refinement warrior. Yet, Lu Yu absorbed every last drop. He even drained the star source energy from the surrounding air. Mei Xian, standing over 100 meters away, felt a profound tremor within her, as though the star source energy within her own body was being drawn out. This caused her complexion to pale. What sort of talent does Lu Yu possess? Her beautiful eyes shimmered with wonder. To be frank, she increasingly felt that Lu Yu was an enigma beyond her comprehension. Such talent and strength, manifesting at this age, is exceedingly rare, if not entirely unprecedented. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream watched Lu Yu's cultivation with rapt attention. How long do you think it will take for the King of Blunders to break through? Based on previous instances, it should take more than 3 hours. 5 hours. The audience began to speculate. After all, a breakthrough is no trivial matter. For a martial artist, it represents a significant leap in strength. Although the numerical improvement may not appear substantial, it unlocks greater potential within the human body. The host chimed in, confidently stating that based on prior averages, the 0-100 contender would likely require around 4 hours to achieve a breakthrough. He was resolute in his belief. No matter how monstrous Lu Yu was. Could he really shorten his breakthrough time? That seemed implausible. The higher the realm, the longer the time required for a breakthrough. The host brimmed with confidence. However, he soon found himself at a loss for words. An invisible wave of energy radiated from Lu Yu, expanding outward. Even Mei Xian, hundreds of meters away, felt a heart-stopping aura emanating from him. Lu Yu had broken through, and he had done so in merely half an hour. Is this what it means to be at the 9th level of body refinement? Upon opening his eyes, the potent vitality surged within him, causing beads of sweat to evaporate. He tested his strength with a punch, obliterating the remnants of the Tsang Yu giant eagle's corpse, turning it into a mere puddle of flesh. A sprint transformed him into a blur, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. System panel. Lu Yu spoke. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, 9th level of body refinement. Copy points, 300. Available copy attempts, 5. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Wind Wing Slash, SS Grade Wind. Torrential Ice Needles, SS Grade Ice. Crimson Flame, S Grade Fire. Golden Holy Light, S Grade Metal. Water Escape, a Grade Water. Earth Spirit Body, a Grade Earth. Wood Healing, B Grade Wood. Strength, 10, 300 kilograms. Speed, 1. 0, 30 ms. Neural Reaction, SSS. Martial Techniques. Mountain Shattering Fist, Superior Grade Mortal Technique. Strength Increase 100, Upgradable. Mastery, Grade Accomplishment. Cloud Piercing Spear Technique, Inferior Grade Spirit Technique. Strength Increase 120, Attack Speed Increase 30, Mastery, Grade Accomplishment. Weapon, Scarlet Lightning Spear, S Grade. Gazing at the system panel, Lu Yu felt immense satisfaction with the figures displayed. His physical strength had surpassed the 10,000 kg threshold. His speed had also reached 1,000 ms. Nearly 3 times the speed of sound. It was simply staggering. A surge of confidence welled within Lu Yu. With such an arsenal of abilities, even mountain-moving beasts would not pose an insurmountable challenge. While Lu Yu pondered, Mei Xian approached. Lu Yu, have you entered the 9th level of body refinement? She inquired curiously. Of course. I inadvertently leveled up again, Lu Yu replied, continuing to display his humble demeanor. This elicited an exasperated reaction from Mei Xian. You know you're being insufferable, right? Alright, it was actually through immense effort that I achieved this level. I still prefer the notion of it being accidental, she retorted playfully. Now that I'm stronger, should we put it to the test? Get lost. Mei Xian ground her teeth in annoyance. This guy never takes anything seriously. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream marveled. Did you catch that gem? I inadvertently leveled up again. Truly. It was quite the accident, suddenly at the 9th level of body refinement. Humble and low-key. King Lu, I adore him. I too adore him. Traditional virtues. The live stream buzzed with excitement. In the midst of it all, Mei Xian tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked, so what now? Shall we wait until the time is up and then leave? No, we shall feast on roasted eagle wings now, Lu Yu declared, pointing at the wings of the Tsang Yu giant eagle. Mei Xian's expression brightened. Are you going to cook? Of course. Then I'll wait patiently. Mei Xian beamed. Although this guy always teased her, he was undeniably an excellent cook. At that moment, a sudden alert from their smart device interrupted them. Attention participants, 2 9th level star beasts are moving toward the southeastern plains. Chapter 064, 2 9th level star beasts, soft friction. Southeastern plains? Lu Yu and Mei Xian exchanged glances. Momentarily stunned, Mei Xian quickly activated the smart device, but soon her complexion turned pale. Lu Yu, the 2 9th level star beasts are heading straight for us, Mei Xian exclaimed. Lu Yu glanced at the map, and indeed, it was true. The southeastern region, where they were located, featured plains. Who else could they be targeting if not the two of them? Most critically, the location indicated that the star beasts were less than 10 minutes away. The live stream erupted in chaos. 2 9th level star beasts are approaching. They must have been attracted by the battle fluctuations. Lu Yu is in danger. Absolutely. 2 9th level star beasts. Hey, I suddenly want to see those 2 star beasts double team Lu Yu. What should I do? You must be dreaming. Lu Yu is no fool. He'll just pack up and flee. The audience engaged in fervent discussions. The host, initially feeling the sting of embarrassment, quickly switched the camera's focus. Upon merely casting a glance, his expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. A thunder-roaring lion and a giant spirit python. Everyone witnessed the host revert to the previous footage. Indeed, on the screen, a slate-colored lion and a massive python were advancing toward Lu Yu. Both star beasts possessed colossal forms, easily measuring several dozen meters. As they approached, countless trees were swept aside, disregarding the obstacles of the forest. This left the audience in a state of profound shock. Lu Baiwang is truly in dire straits this time. Both the thunder-roaring lion and the giant spirit python are exceptionally formidable combatants. Indeed, the thunder-roaring lion's innate ability is a rare thunder-based talent, once unleashed. It summons a tempest of lightning, truly fearsome. While the thunder-roaring lion is strong, the real terror lies in the giant spirit python. Absolutely. Though it lacks an innate ability, It possesses the bloodline of the rainbow giant python. The rainbow giant python was a dominant force when star beasts first appeared, a being that even the strongest of Tianyuan realm could not contend with. Countless individuals felt a wave of astonishment wash over them. Simultaneously, they sensed that Lu Yu was genuinely in significant trouble. Not to mention the giant spirit python, even a single thunder-roaring lion would pose a considerable challenge. The thunder-based talent is notoriously a weapon of devastating offense. Moreover, warriors endowed with thunder-based abilities are truly the elite among the strong. To complicate matters further, there was also a giant spirit python with its unique bloodline power. What a predicament! Meanwhile, even before the two star beasts made their appearance, Lu Yu felt the ground tremble beneath him. The very earth quaked as the two star beasts drew near. In mere moments, Lu Yu beheld the two star beasts materializing on the horizon, the thunder-roaring lion, and a giant spirit python. Lu Yu gazed at the resplendent patterns of the giant spirit python under the sunlight, momentarily taken aback. Mei Xian was already trembling slightly. The thunder-roaring lion and the giant spirit python, Lu Yu. Mei Xian turned her gaze towards Lu Yu, eager to discern his decision. Should they engage in battle? She would follow suit. Should they flee? Then she would run. Lu Yu noticed the pallor on Mei Xian's face and gave it a gentle squeeze. What is there to fear? Of course, there is fear. These two are not to be trifled with. Mei Xian, visibly anxious, spoke up, completely oblivious to Lu Yu's gentle caress of her cheek. In the distance, the thunder-roaring lion, having spotted the pair, let out a roar akin to thunder itself. This ignited a spark of intrigue in Lu Yu's eyes. Having studied the Star Beast Compendium, he naturally recognized the origins of these two star beasts. The thunder-roaring lion, endowed with a thunder-based talent. Its innate skill, Thunder Roar, can summon a storm of lightning. A truly formidable ability. Could he replicate it? When paired with the Scarlet Lightning Spear, it would be simply exquisite. As for the giant spirit python beside it, it held little utility. At best, it could be used for snake soup. Host, bloodlines can also be replicated. Just as Lu Yu was internally lamenting, the system suddenly issued a notification. This left Lu Yu momentarily stunned. System, are you certain that bloodlines can be replicated? As long as the host can afford the replication points, the system can replicate anything. The system's voice brimmed with confidence, and Lu Yu could even detect a hint of pride within it. Impressive. At that moment, Lu Yu felt compelled to give a hearty thumbs up. The host need not be overly excited. This is merely a minor capability of this system. And serving the host is the ultimate mission of the system. The system's voice resonated, leaving Lu Yu quite satisfied. Now this is a well-behaved system, unlike other systems that, upon failing to complete a task, would casually obliterate their hosts like a villain, utterly vexing. System, since you are so accommodating, why not grant me a few billion replication points? I'll seek out a significant figure to replicate. Lu Yu spoke with a smile. System, host, you are dreaming. Lu Yu, is that not what you promised? I ought to take you down. As Lu Yu silently grumbled, the two star beasts had already halted. They were now merely a few thousand meters away from Lu Yu. Such proximity was merely a matter of seconds. Mei Xian instinctively grasped Lu Yu's arm, drawing closer to him. Lu Yu, what do we do now? Mei Xian looked at the star beasts, which emanated a powerful aura reminiscent of a small mountain, her body trembling. This situation made Lu Yu acutely aware of the soft sensation on his arm, rising and falling. Quite pleasant. Were it not for their current circumstances, Lu Yu would have relished this moment. Do not panic, I am here. Lu Yu casually patted Mei Xian's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Mei Xian was about to speak. But Lu Yu interjected. Trust me, I am strong. I can handle this. He had already surmised what Mei Xian intended to say, most likely, that she wanted to flee with him. Mei Xian's words were cut off, and she bit her lip, nodding. Do you need any assistance? Indeed, after the battle, I will undoubtedly be severely depleted. You must provide me with sustenance. Lu Yu no longer glanced at Mei Xian, but instead focused on the two massive star beasts in the distance. The thunder-roaring lion, the giant spirit python. Mei Xian, observing Lu Yu's suddenly serious demeanor, found herself momentarily entranced. This fellow may jest, but when he is earnest, he appears rather dashing, doesn't he? The live stream was in an uproar. This is it. Goddess Mei Xian is about to fall. I am utterly amazed. Are girls so easily swayed these days? A few casual words, and they're won over? I find Lu Yu quite average. Average? You must be joking. Do you possess such charm? Or is it your strength that impresses? You should test your mettle in the genius competition and see for yourself. Indeed, the individual above seems a bit misguided. Although we call Lu by Wang derogatory names, one must acknowledge that his strength is truly exceptional. While it may appear that the genius competition is filled with mere amateurs, none can withstand Lu Yu. In reality, these 1,000 geniuses have emerged from among billions on Blue Star. The live stream erupted. And only when someone presented clear data did everyone truly grasp the extent of Lu Yu's prowess. Hundreds of billions of individuals. 1,000 participants selected from thousands of bases. They represented the pinnacle of genius on Blue Star. Each one was nothing short of a rare gem. Yet, despite this, they were utterly crushed by Lu Yu. This was an undeniable testament to his extraordinary strength. The host took a moment to collect himself, gazing at the screen as he spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. The most pressing question is whether Lu Yu can overcome these two 9th-tier star beasts. This statement drew everyone's attention back. They collectively turned their gaze to the screen, their hearts racing for Lu Yu. Can he win? Should he prevail, Lu Yu would undoubtedly be hailed as the foremost genius. 4. In the annals of Blue Star's history, no one of his age has accomplished such a feat. It is likely that no one ever will again. However, if he fails, it would be a tragic end. A profound regret for all of Blue Star. Chapter 065. Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. As Lu Yu assessed the two star beasts, he remained blissfully unaware of the discussions surrounding him. Had he known, he would surely have laughed aloud. To be honest, had he not just advanced to the 9th level of body refinement, he would undoubtedly have encountered some difficulties. After all, facing two star beasts of such formidable strength while at the 8th level of body refinement would be challenging, to say the least. However, now that he had reached the 9th level, if he were at the 10th level, he would easily dominate both 9th-tier star beasts without breaking a sweat. Lu Yu maintained an air of calm. This demeanor, in turn, offered Mei Xin a measure of reassurance. Lu Yu, give it your all, she urged. Lu Yu nodded. Remember, after the battle, I will need to replenish my energy. With that, he swiftly advanced toward the two star beasts. No one expected Lu Yu to take the initiative to strike. Even the two star beasts were momentarily taken aback. Of course, the intelligence of these creatures was not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing Lu Yu charging directly towards them, the thunder-roaring lion was the first to unleash a furious roar. The sound waves of this roar were almost tangible, causing the very rocks to crack. However, for Lu Yu, this posed no obstacle whatsoever. In mere seconds, he traversed the distance of several kilometers. With a single step, Lu Yu launched himself into the air like a cannonball, armed with the red lightning spear. His silver-gray combat suit shimmered brilliantly. Lu Yu aimed directly at the chest of the thunder-roaring lion and thrust forward. No one had anticipated that Lu Yu's speed would reach such astonishing heights. The lion, in a moment of shock, exhibited a human-like expression of terror in its eyes. It had intended to swallow Lu Yu whole but, for reasons unknown, sensed a profound instinct of life and death. It raised its paw to swat Lu Yu away. The spear met the lion's forepaw, and in the next instant, the majority of the spear's length penetrated into the lion's paw. The spear's brilliance pierced through its flesh. Roar! The thunder-roaring lion emitted a furious roar. Its forepaw had been pierced by this human with a single thrust. What staggering power was this? In its rage, it flung Lu Yu away. Grasping the red lightning spear, Lu Yu withdrew it effortlessly and landed a few hundred meters away, unscathed. He had gained the upper hand in their initial confrontation. Everyone was astounded. Had Lu Yu truly ascended so dramatically from the 8th to the 9th layer? It was worth noting that he had not faced the Tsang Yu giant eagle with such ease. The audience was in shock. Even the thunder-roaring lion regarded Lu Yu with a newfound wariness in its eyes. A low growl emanated from its throat. Lu Yu glanced at the lion, shaking his head in disappointment. Big fella, your strength is simply too feeble, Lu Yu lamented. Indeed, since reaching the 9th layer of body refinement, the star beasts of the same rank appeared weak in his eyes. The lion did not anticipate such words from Lu Yu, its gaze flickering with anger. Human, you are rather arrogant. The lion spoke, as those capable of reaching the 9th tier among star beasts possessed high intelligence. In the live stream, all the viewers were equally astonished by Lu Yu's audacity. Lu Yu is still Lu Yu, always declaring his opponents as weak. Haha, Lu Yu has broken through. Is his strength truly that terrifying? I was just worried for him. Let me guess, Lu Yu probably used less than 50% of his power. Lu Yu, hey up there, why are you stealing my lines? With Lu Yu gaining the upper hand, the atmosphere in the live stream relaxed. Meanwhile, the thunder-roaring lion fixed its gaze intently on Lu Yu. Lu Yu shrugged his shoulders. If you won't admit your weakness, how about this? I'll forgo my weapons, and we can engage in a one-on-one duel? You there? Yes, you, the one always sticking out your tongue. Do you think that makes you adorable? I challenged the big fella to a duel, but you'd better not interfere, or I might just chop off that tongue of yours. Lu Yu pointed at the giant spirit python, which was currently flicking its tongue, momentarily stunned by Lu Yu's words. Its tongue was out, forgotten in the air. After a while, it finally regained its senses. Human, are you courting death? Its serpentine eyes narrowed, filled with rage. It had yet to make a move. Yet this human was already so brazen. The thunder-roaring lion interjected. You should not meddle. With a voice that boomed like thunder, it spoke unceremoniously. Both it and the giant spirit python were 9th-tier star beasts, rivals in competition. Had it not been for a certain command, they would not have come together. There was no need for pleasantries now. The giant spirit python grew increasingly furious. Fine. Even if you are killed by this human today, I will not lend a hand. It declared, clearly disgruntled. The thunder-roaring lion scoffed. Huh. A human without weapons cannot hope to match my might. You will merely be my meal. It would be wise not to interfere. Its tone was so arrogant, as if challenging Lu Yu to a duel. If it's a duel you want, then let us see. You think I was afraid of you last time? Suddenly, lightning crackled around the thunder-roaring lion, and it roared at the giant spirit python. The python, too, did not back down, coiling its body and baring its fangs. This scene left everyone bewildered. What was happening? An internal conflict? I can't believe it. Lu Yu's words have ignited a feud between the star beasts. What a spectacle. I'm eagerly awaiting their fight. A brilliant tactic. The audience erupted. Even the host was momentarily stunned. It became clear that contestant 0100's ultimate goal was to incite discord among the star beasts. This maneuver was nothing short of brilliant. Contestant 0100 was revealed to possess both courage and cunning, worthy of admiration. The host could not help but exclaim. The internal conflict between these two ninth-tier star beasts was entirely unexpected. Even Lu Yu himself had not foreseen it. What have I done? I haven't done anything. I genuinely wanted to challenge you both to a duel. Hey, don't start fighting. Lu Yu was in a state of confusion. He swore that his initial intention was merely to trick them into a duel, making it easier to replicate their talents. But the outcome was far from his expectations. Let them fight amongst themselves while I stealthily copy their talents and loot the spoils. How ingenious. Lu Yu silently praised his cleverness as he crept closer to the thunder-roaring lion. As he gazed at the lion's fluffy leg, he was about to reach out to replicate its talent when, suddenly, the thunder-roaring lion delivered a powerful kick. Human, get lost. Lu Yu was sent flying several hundred meters before finally halting. He felt a surge of indignation. Did they truly not regard him with any respect? He was a person who also valued his dignity. Enough was enough. He could bear it no longer. Lu Yu, feeling increasingly irate, transformed into a blaze of fire, charging forward with lightning speed. In an instant, the crimson flames ignited. The next moment, the thunder-roaring lion let out a heart-wrenching howl. Human, you are courting death. Its eyes nearly bulged out of its sockets. It was gone. Completely gone. Lu Yu clapped his hands in satisfaction. Now, can we have a proper conversation? In the live stream, everyone was utterly stunned by Lu Yu's astonishing display of skill. Chapter 66. Laughing at your expense, I'll chop you down. The live stream fell into a profound silence. No one had anticipated that Lu Yu's actions would be so audacious. It was almost beyond belief. I can't believe it. Lu Yu is ruthless. He just obliterated that lion. This is the greatest humiliation for a male lion. Its existence has lost all meaning. Thunder-roaring lion. It's gone. Completely gone. My happiness is no more. I'm dying of laughter. This is too much. The live stream erupted into chaos. No one had expected Lu Yu's strike to be so merciless. This was more unbearable than outright slaying the thunder-roaring lion. The host gulped nervously, unsure of what to say. Well, everyone, just watch and don't imitate this. The host was at a loss for words. Was this even human behavior? He shivered. Meanwhile, the giant spirit python was utterly flabbergasted. It took a while to regain its composure and then burst into laughter, extending its long tongue. Thunder, you're finished. Ha. All the lionesses in your den now belong to others. Ha. Kid, you did well. I admire you. The giant spirit python joyfully rolled on the ground, shaking the very earth beneath it. Who could have imagined that the lifeline of its old rival would be lost so easily? It is an utter disgrace. More humiliating than being defecated upon. In response, Lu Yu maintained his composure. Fear not, for shortly, I shall render you powerless. The giant spirit python stood frozen in place, its tongue forgotten in its astonishment. It sneered with its serpent eyes. Human, you seem excessively inflated with pride. Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively. Whether I am inflated or not, why not test it for yourself? With that, Lu Yu turned his gaze towards the thunder lion. Now that you've lost your precious manhood, are you ready for a proper one-on-one duel? A smile graced Lu Yu's lips. The thunder lion was now teetering on the brink of chaos. Bolts of lightning crackling around its form. Its lion-like eyes were bloodshot, fixated on Lu Yu. Human, I shall see you dead. The final roar erupted from the thunder lion in a furious crescendo. In the next instant, it transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging directly at Lu Yu. At this moment, the thunder lion was consumed by a singular desire, to annihilate Lu Yu and reclaim its honor. In the live stream, countless viewers were transfixed by the unfolding scene, their focus sharpening. Is the thunder lion truly enraged? Of course. Wouldn't you be? Its future happiness has been obliterated. Let us see how Lu Yu counters. The thunder lion's current strategy might cost it dearly. The host's expression reflected the gravity of the situation. The thunder lion was now unleashing its full power, driven by fury. Given the recent turn of events, it could unleash a ferocity far exceeding its usual capabilities. Lu Yu was in peril. The host explained. Yet, Lu Yu's strength was equally formidable, having ascended to the 9th level of body refinement. He wielded a significant advantage with his weapon, giving him a substantial chance of victory. However, Lu Yu appeared to relish in contradicting the host's expectations. Just as the host mentioned weapons, Lu Yu plunged the crimson lightning spear into the ground, erupting into a blaze of fire as he charged towards the thunder lion. The host exclaimed, "Why do you insist on slapping me in the face daily? Have you no pride left?" Unperturbed by such thoughts, Lu Yu had a straightforward rationale for discarding the crimson lightning spear. He had previously declared he did not intend to use it. Now, having advanced to the 9th level of body refinement, he felt confident enough to face the Thunder Lion barehanded. Using a weapon? A waste. It was better to test the limits of his physical prowess. After all, there would come a day when weapons would not be at hand. Why not rely on his fists? With mastery of the great accomplishment fist technique, Lu Yu felt no fear. The distance of several hundred meters was but a fleeting moment for both Lu Yu and the Thunder Lion. As they closed in on each other, the Thunder Lion, with its crimson eyes glaring, swiped a massive paw towards Lu Yu. Human, you shall surely perish when competing against the might of my beast kin. It roared. Lu Yu, however, remained unfazed. Oh, is that so? With those words, he unleashed a powerful punch. Great accomplishment mountain-splitting fist. His strength surged by 100. Simultaneously, a brilliant golden light enveloped Lu Yu's form. An S-rank ability, Golden Holy Light. This all-encompassing enhancement added 50 to all attributes. Notably, this 50 was not in addition to the original base, but rather a boost applied after the mountain-splitting fist enhancement. In essence, the 50 from the Golden Holy Light corresponded to an increase of 100 from Lu Yu's original foundation. With double stacking, Lu Yu's punch was thrice that of his original base. One punch, 40,000 kg. As Lu Yu's fist struck forth, a terrifying wave surged. The air compressed to the point of explosive resonance. In the eyes of the astonished Thunder Lion, Lu Yu's fist collided with its outstretched paw. In the next moment, the Thunder Lion's right forepaw was shattered. Flesh and blood splattered in all directions. One could see massive white bones exposed from the gaping wound. Roar! The Thunder Lion let out a wail, unable to bear weight on its injured limb. It had never anticipated that Lu Yu's punch would possess such terrifying power. It had barely managed to offer any resistance. Its forepaw had been reduced to nothing but pulverized flesh. In the live stream, viewers were equally dumbfounded by Lu Yu's display of strength. What kind of power is this? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Did he just obliterate the Thunder Lion's paw with a single punch? The force of that punch is conservatively estimated to exceed 20,000 kg. Countless spectators were left in awe, and the host nearly choked on his own saliva in disbelief. What on earth? How did Lu Yu cripple the Thunder Lion with a single punch? Has this fellow been hiding his strength all along? Meanwhile, at the scene, Mei Xian finally exhaled a sigh of relief, her palms slick with sweat. This guy, so strong, yet he pretends to be weak, she silently criticized. If Lu Yu had showcased such strength from the outset, why the pretense? It was utterly terrifying. She patted her chest, feeling the tumultuous waves of emotion. But one could not fault Lu Yu. He had no choice. If he had displayed his prowess too early, what if it scared them away? If either the Thunder Lion or the giant spirit python fled, she would suffer a significant loss. How do you feel? Lu Yu smiled at the Thunder Lion from 100 meters away. Even in its fury, the beast was jolted awake by the pain. Its narrowed eyes gazed at Lu Yu, a tinge of fear creeping in. Human, what realm do you inhabit? Chapter 067. Human, you deceive me. How do you possess my abilities? Is this truly the 9th level of body refinement? I was a fool to believe it. Deceiving a lion, are we? Can someone at the 9th level of body refinement truly inflict such damage upon me? The Thunder Lion swore it would never believe it. In response to the Thunder Lion's inquiry, Lu Yu shook his head. I truly am at the 9th level of body refinement, and I just accidentally broke through. Oh, and by the way, when I struck you, I only used, about 80% of my strength, Lu Yu mused, carefully choosing his words. He was primarily concerned about appearing too formidable. What if the Thunder Lion fled in terror? It was wiser to remain humble and understated. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, his statement was perceived by the Thunder Lion as a clear display of insecurity. Only 80% of your strength? This human must surely have used all his might. Trying to deceive a lion, are we? The Thunder Lion was resolved to settle the score today. Human, your humility betrays your fear. With a roar, the Thunder Lion unleashed a brilliant display of lightning. Beneath its azure fur, arcs of electricity danced. This thunderous display augmented its physical prowess. It was an alternative application of its innate ability. Once more, the Thunder Lion lunged at Lu Yu, its paw crackling with electricity. Lu Yu was momentarily stunned by the Thunder Lion's words. Am I humble? Has it perceived something? Does it realize I am being modest? He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. In the past, whenever he expressed such sentiments, others dismissed him as pretentious. In this vast sea of humanity, he had found a kindred spirit. Now, he felt a heartfelt connection with the Thunder Lion. Who would have thought you recognized my humility? Alas, why must it be so? Truly, one does not appreciate another until they engage in combat. As a kindred spirit, Lu Yu vowed to exert himself fully. Overwhelmed with emotion, he delivered another punch. As he threw this punch, the golden light around him blazed forth. His fist resembled a miniature sun, crashing into the Thunder Lion's electrified paw. Human, you deceive me. The impact of Lu Yu's punch shattered the Thunder Lion's other paw. The Thunder Lion howled in fury, its gaze filled with malice as it glared at Lu Yu. You humans are truly cunning. You claim to have given your all just moments ago, yet now you reveal you have not even unleashed your full potential. Lu Yu was left bewildered by the Thunder Lion's words. What on earth? I just mentioned that I had only exerted 80% of my strength. And yet you do not believe me? Huh. The words of your human race are utterly untrustworthy. They always turn out to be the opposite, roared the thunder-roaring lion, genuinely taken aback that Lu Yu had managed to deceive him. In an instant, his gaze grew filled with trepidation. Lu Yu's expression fell at once. What the hell? I've spoken the truth, and yet you doubt me. What can I do about it? Lu Yu's face darkened as he spoke. The live chat erupted in laughter. Incredible. The thunder-roaring lion, so clever, has been outsmarted. Does he not realize that I, Lu Bai Wang, am always honest? Thunder-roaring lion. Initially, I thought the same. This kid claims to have used 80%, and according to human nature, there must be some exaggeration. Who would have thought he would be so sincere? Ambushing an elder of hundreds of years. Haha. Self-inflicted delusions, the deadliest of all. The live stream was in a frenzy of laughter. While the thunder-roaring lion began to contemplate retreat, this human's schemes were too profound, and his strength was formidable. He realized he could not contend with him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he turned and fled, even rising on his front paws as he ran. The giant spirit python, initially a mere spectator, was momentarily flabbergasted by the scene. Lu Yu was equally dumbstruck. Run. No way. I haven't copied your talent yet. Don't you dare run. Lu Yu took off in pursuit. Feeling that his speed was insufficient, he activated his wind-based talent and soared into the air to chase the thunder-roaring lion. With his front paws injured and unable to run fast, the thunder-roaring lion stood his ground. Human, do you truly wish for mutual destruction? The thunder-roaring lion's fur bristled as he let out a deep, resonant growl. Lu Yu merely smiled. Who is seeking mutual destruction? Get down. Lu Yu descended from the sky, landing a heavy foot directly upon the thunder-roaring lion. Boom. Instantly, the massive lion's head slammed into the ground, producing a dull thud. Copy. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu commanded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully copied the S-rank talent. Thunder Roar. Thunder Roar, an S-rank lightning ability, granting an increase of 100 in strength and 50 in speed upon use. Additional ability, Thunder Roar, inflicting 40 points of lightning damage to the target. The system promptly issued a notification. Lu Yu felt a twinge of confusion. He hadn't leveled up. Perhaps he should copy it once more? Just as Lu Yu pondered this, the thunder-roaring lion was already enraged. Human, you are courting your own demise. He bellowed, and in the next moment, countless arcs of electricity danced around him. The previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. The next instant, a deep blue lightning bolt shot forth from the oppressive clouds, aimed directly at Lu Yu. At that moment, countless viewers felt a surge of anxiety for Lu Yu. Quick dodge. Otherwise, if struck directly by the thunder-roaring lion's talent, he will surely be injured. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Yu not only did not evade, but he also sat squarely on the thunder-roaring lion's head, inviting the strike. Boom. The lightning fell. Everyone instinctively squinted, but to their surprise, the bolt of lightning seemed to possess a will of its own, veering away from Lu Yu and striking the thunder-roaring lion instead. A woo. In the next moment, the thunder-roaring lion's fur stood on end as he let out a wretched cry. He attempted to rise. Yet with Lu Yu seated atop his head like an immovable mountain, resistance was futile. Human. The thunder-roaring lion roared. Lu Yu, however, remained unfazed as he plucked a tuft of lion's fur. Hey, you missed your strike just now. Keep going. I'll stay right here. Whoever moves is the dog. Lu Yu stated with utmost seriousness. The thunder-roaring lion's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. This is unexpected. It must be a coincidence, he mused, and activated his talent once more. In an instant, a bolt of lightning much thicker than the last descended. This time, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Shockingly, once again, it did not strike Lu Yu. Instead, it landed squarely on the thunder-roaring lion. Zzz. The arcs crackled, and the thunder-roaring lion's fur erupted in a frenzy. He felt his consciousness fading, and Lu Yu could even smell the scent of roasting meat. Hey, big fella, keep it up. This time I'm lying down. Your chances of hitting me are surely much greater now. Lu Yu directly lay upon the thunder-roaring lion's back, speaking with utmost sincerity. The thunder-roaring lion felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was the lightning not striking him, but rather hitting me instead? Human, you are mocking me. The thunder-roaring lion bellowed, his fury ignited. Yet Lu Yu, with a grave expression, shook his head. I warn you, thunder-roaring lion. If you cannot even wield your own talent properly, do not slander humanity. Get lost, human. The thunder-roaring lion summoned all his might, attempting to fling Lu Yu away. This time, he activated his talent again, his legs trembling with exertion. Human, prepare to turn to ash. The thunder-roaring lion's voice grew fervent. With Lu Yu now distanced from him, surely he could not be struck this time, right? However, Lu Yu merely shook his head, glancing up at the sky. The next moment, an immensely thick bolt of lightning descended from above, crashing down upon the thunder-roaring lion. Boom. The thunder-roaring lion collapsed, his limbs twitching. His gaze gradually lost its focus as he looked toward Lu Yu. Human, why do you possess my ability? Before his demise, the thunder-roaring lion finally grasped the gravity of the situation. for the storm clouds above were not summoned by him at all. Meanwhile, in the live stream, countless viewers were left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing the thunder-roaring lion's words. Chapter 068. The unfinished bond between man and serpent, proving oneself. What does this mean? Lu possesses his abilities? Does this imply that Lu has lightning powers, and his rank has risen to surpass that of the thunder-roaring lion? Incredible. The live stream fell into a hushed silence. As for Lu, they had grown accustomed to remaining calm. Calm is good. Just how many abilities does this fellow possess? Never mind, I can't be bothered to count. As long as he is not human, that's sufficient. The audience remained indifferent. However, the host could hardly contain himself, nearly choking on his drink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, what a freak. He mumbled quietly, and in an instant, the previously quiet live stream erupted into chaos. The host speaks wisely. What a freak. I support that absolutely. Not many, just who knows how many there are. Lu, just about 80 or 90 abilities, not many. While the live chat went wild with commentary, Lu had already turned his attention to the giant spirit python. The thunder-roaring lion had been dispatched with remarkable ease. The storm clouds had been blocked by his own forces, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. He was gone, just like that. As for the giant spirit python, the moment Lu looked in its direction, it cowered. It truly cowered. For the past few hundred years, it had fought to a standstill with the thunder-roaring lion, both evenly matched in strength. Seeing Lu dispatch the thunder-roaring lion so effortlessly, could it still consider itself a contender? Ha! Little brother, what impressive skills you possess. Effortlessly dispatching that scoundrel thunder-roaring lion. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Little brother, you have avenged me for hundreds of years. I am delighted to meet you. How about this? Instead of waiting for a better day, let us become brothers today? The giant spirit python flicked its tongue and spoke. Those who know how to seize the moment are wise serpents. With the thunder-roaring lion defeated so decisively, could it hope to escape? Better to concede first. The once cheerful live stream fell into stunned silence upon hearing this. Then, one by one, they burst into laughter. What in the world is this snake? The enemy of my enemy is my friend? Becoming brothers? I'm dying of laughter. This snake is something else. So understanding. This serpent and brother Lu do not seek to be born on the same day of the same month in the same year, but rather wish to perish together on the same day of the same month in the same year. In the live stream, everyone was laughing until tears streamed down their faces. Who could have anticipated that just half an hour ago, the giant spirit python had stormed in with a menacing aura, declaring that humanity was doomed? Now it was unequivocally backing down and even proposing brotherhood? The host was left utterly dumbfounded. The Federation had encountered countless situations over its millennia of existence, yet never had it faced one where a star beast sought kinship. In other words, this serpent was exceedingly cowardly. In truth, could the giant spirit python afford to be brave? It was currently coiling its tail tightly in fear, seriously doubting that Lu's previous remark about chopping off his own was merely a jest. What if he truly did? The giant spirit python tightened its grip even further. Lu's expression had turned peculiarly strange. What was this? This serpent wished to be brothers with him? Apologies, but rather than forming a brotherhood, I would prefer to chop you up. Lu replied with a faint smile. This sent the giant spirit python into a state of sheer terror. No, little brother. I have several daughters at home. Perhaps you might like to meet them. In its desperation, the snake disregarded everything else. Observing Lu's youthful and impulsive demeanor, it spoke out directly. This startled Lu. What the hell? Is there some unfinished business between man and serpent? Apologies, but today I cannot play the role of Su Xian. Die. Lu extended his hand, and the red lightning spear soared through the air to be grasped firmly in his grip. Simultaneously, the thunderous abilities activated, lightning flickered, and dark clouds gathered ominously. The giant spirit python was nearly paralyzed with fear. What was wrong with this kid? He showed no interest in the little snake? In fact, my wife. Damn it. Lu was thoroughly alarmed, vanishing from his spot only to reappear atop the giant spirit python's head, delivering a forceful stomp. Thud. The giant spirit python fell silent, unable to utter another word. This relieved Lu. Copy. Without hesitation, he commanded. Ding. The required copying points have exceeded the remaining points of the host. Would you like to use a free copying opportunity? The system chimed, momentarily leaving Lu dumbfounded. He still had 200 points left, yet it was insufficient for a single copy? Damn it. Lu became exhilarated and decisively declared, copy. Ding. Copy upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Half-Blood 7-colored giant python bloodline. Ding. Bloodline mismatch error, converting bloodline. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline development potion. The system continued to announce, leaving Lu somewhat bewildered. However, he had no time to ponder these matters. The most crucial task at hand was to silence this foolish serpent. If it continued speaking, he would be doomed in Mei Xian's eyes. Lu admitted to being young and impulsive, yet he had no desire to engage in an interspecies romance. Die. Lu raised the red lightning spear and thrust it with all his might towards the giant spirit python. The giant spirit python was paralyzed with fear, attempting to break free. But how could that be possible? The moment the red lightning spear pierced through, the giant spirit python's brain was impaled. Lu, fearing that it might not be completely dead, repeatedly stabbed it to ensure it was lifeless before finally exhaling in relief. That was close. I almost lost my reputation. Lu panted, feeling more terrified than after surviving a life-or-death battle. This naturally left all the viewers in the live stream disheartened. Alas, what a pity. What do you think the giant spirit python wanted to say? His wife? Could it be? Hiss. How thrilling. You lot are such perverts. How can you have such tastes? But I can't help but laugh. What do I do, ha ha ha? Quick, write this down. This will be essential blackmail material for future occasions for King Lu the Braggart. Ha. Countless viewers were laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. Meanwhile, Mei Xian rushed over. She looked at Lu with a somewhat anxious expression. Lu, are you alright? Seeing Mei Xian, Lu felt a bit reassured. It seemed she hadn't overthought things. Just as Lu was about to signal that he was fine, Mei Xian's expression grew complex. And she bit her lip before speaking. I actually didn't expect you. The words she left unspoken were sufficient to send Lu into despair. Damn. No way. I must prove myself. Prove my worth. In an instant, Lu pinned Mei Xian to the ground. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her delicate face flushed. Lu, what are you doing? Mei Xian exclaimed in panic. Yet Lu seized her face and revealed an intensely affectionate expression. What do you think I'm going to do? Just as everyone's eyes widened in anticipation of the screen. As Lu was about to lean in for a kiss, the intelligent brain chimed in. Congratulations to contestant 0100 for successfully slaying 2 9th-tier star beasts. This round of the genius competition is concluded early. Chapter 069. The paper is ready. This path is mine to open. Congratulations to contestant 0100 for successfully slaying 2 9th-tier star beasts. This round of the genius competition is concluded early. The competition has ended? Lu was momentarily taken aback. Then, the intelligent brain's voice sounded again. Congratulations to contestant 0100 for earning 50,000 points. 50,000 points. This was the reward for Lu slaying the Thunder Lion and the Giant Spirit Python. A truly astronomical amount of points. Coupled with Lu's original 47,100 points, his total now reached a staggering 97,100, approaching the monumental threshold of 100,000. This information was naturally received by all contestants. They listened to the intelligent brain's voice, their expressions filled with shock. Opening the leaderboard, a serial number prominently displayed at the top. 97,100 points. And the second place had only 5,600 points. The disparity was beyond compare. Yet, beyond the points, what left everyone astonished was what contestant 0100 had just accomplished. Simultaneously slaying 2 9th-tier star beasts. Is this even human? Including the previous one, 3 9th-tier star beasts had all fallen to his hand. The top 10 contestants exchanged bitter smiles. What else could they do besides smile wryly? Chase. The thought was too absurd to entertain. Meanwhile, Lu maintained a calm demeanor. Quite composed indeed. Thankfully, I had no expectations. Otherwise, I would be fuming right now, haha. Lu chuckled, relieved by his own cleverness that saved him from calamity. In the command room, Lu Yushan exhaled in relief. This kid, Lu, is no ordinary talent. Lu Yushan smiled. Zhuiqi nodded, his expression one of satisfaction. The bet he placed earlier had paid off. This kid was 3 times the talent he had been. They could prepare to return home. Zhuiqi spoke, internally contemplating what kind of reward would be suitable for Lu. Given Lu's financial status, ordinary rewards would undoubtedly fail to impress him. However, it would be unreasonable not to reward such a talent. After much thought, Zhuiqi found himself somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, Lu was still atop Mei Xian. Her face was flushed crimson. She glared at Lu with gritted teeth. Just do what you must. Lu's expression was one of surprise. Good heavens, is she even more eager than I am? There's no rush. Tonight will offer plenty of time. Lu replied. Mei Xian, now flustered, found that Lu had calmed down. Instead, he spoke leisurely, which drove all the viewers in the live stream to the brink of madness. I'm fully prepared. Can you show me this? You're driving me mad. Does anyone know Lu's address? I want to send him some local specialties. Damn it. My mentality is crumbling. There won't be a live stream tonight. I'll go. I'll secretly live stream for you guys. To the brother above. I've already followed you. I'm waiting for your stream. In the live broadcast room, the participants were seething with frustration. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed, announcing that all contestants must reach the southeast plane within 3 hours and board the flying vessel, or be eliminated. The moment the announcement was made, every participant emerged from their concealed locations. Was this truly the end? They gasped in disbelief, casting incredulous glances at Lu on the leaderboard, feeling as though they were about to spit blood. Yet, they had no choice but to head towards the southeast plane. Mei Xian tossed her hair back, glanced at the map, and spoke. The southeast plane is where Lu is located. Do you know how to roast eagle wings? Of course. Upon hearing that Lu would be cooking, Mei Xian's spirits lifted immeasurably. Meanwhile, Although only a few minutes had passed since the announcement, several contestants had already arrived. On the plain lay 3 colossal corpses resembling small mountains: the azure feather giant eagle, the thunder roaring lion, and the titan python. All 3 were 9th-tier star beasts. Slain right there. They watched in horror as Lu, sprawled atop the azure feather giant eagle, carved its flesh. Was this the infamous contestant number 0100? One person had defeated 3 9th-tier star beasts. Instantly, those who had rushed to arrive early retreated to the far side of the plain. No one dared to approach Lu. He was far too formidable. Lu, however, remained unfazed, slicing off a generous chunk of eagle meat and savoring the process of roasting it. Though he ate little, Xin indulged heartily. Before long, she was stuffed. I'm so full. Lu, I can't eat anymore. Can't eat anymore? Lu nodded and extinguished the fire. Only then did he notice that several hundred people had gathered across the plain, all standing at a considerable distance from him. It was utterly terrifying. He had slain 3 9th-tier star beasts and was now treating the azure feather giant eagle as a mere barbecue skewer. Who would believe such a tale? The spectators were astonished. Lu, however, was unconcerned and glanced at the intelligent brain interface. Only an hour had passed since the time limit was set, which was quite normal. The area of the star beast zone was not vast, and if warriors sprinted with all their might, they could easily reach it in an hour. Above, a massive flying vessel hovered, descending slowly as it approached Lu's direction. Let us go, Lu said, leading Xin to the entrance of the vessel. Behind them, hundreds, if not thousands, began to line up in tacit agreement, none daring to cut in front of Lu. Wasn't that common sense? They hadn't boarded yet. And who would want to provoke contestant number 0100, who might very well squash them with a mere flick of his hand? As Lu prepared to step aboard the slowly opening hatch, he suddenly halted, sensing something amiss. Xin, do you feel that something is off? Something off? Xin blinked, momentarily confused. Suddenly, Lu slapped his forehead. Oh, I see. How could I not notice? This is just too perfect for a heist. Standing at the entrance of the flying vessel, I'm practically blocking the door for a robbery. My points will surely soar. Though Lu's points had already reached an unparalleled level, one could never have too many. If he was here to compete, he intended to be the most exceptional contestant in history. I will set records that no one can break for millennia to come. Resolute. Lu turned back and inquired of the intelligent brain. If I rob their points now, will I be able to acquire them? Yes, contestant number 0100. The genius competition only truly concludes when you step onto the flying vessel, came the response. Is it possible? Lu chuckled. The other contestants exchanged bewildered glances, suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. The next moment, Lu proclaimed, this path is mine to traverse. This tree is mine to plant, if you wish to pass. Leave behind a toll. At that instant, the crowd was collectively stunned. Not only those present, but also the viewers in the live broadcast room were taken aback. Wow, King Lu is bold. He is really blocking them at the spring. I can't believe it. Is he trying to incite the wrath of everyone? Indeed. Isn't he risking a counter-robbery? Counter-robbery? Ha. While the live audience found Lu's audacity amusing, those on site fell into a stunned silence. No one spoke up, and not a single person dared to step forward, which gave Lu pause. Aren't you going to resist? He wondered, preparing to exert his dominance. The crowd took a step back, disheartened. Resist? Did you not see the 3 9th-tier star beasts lying dead nearby? Suddenly, realization dawned on them. This man was far too ruthless. He was not satisfied with merely 50 points. If he killed them, he could directly claim 100 points. Gasping in fear, countless contestants glanced at Lu with trepidation. This left Lu even more perplexed. I'm merely attempting a heist. There's no need to be this terrified. As time slipped away, someone finally stepped forward, leading the way for thousands to queue up. Contestant number 0100, points 1000. Thank you. Contestant number 0100, points 800. Much appreciated. Contestant number 0100, points 900. Thank you for the passage. Many who passed through Lu's blockade felt as though they had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. That was too perilous. Thankfully, T lashed out. Outside, the chorus of voices from the intelligent brain and expressions of gratitude flooded Lu, making him feel somewhat bashful. They are far too polite. Why are they thanking me when I'm robbing them? After a moment's hesitation, Lu tentatively proposed. How about I don't take your points? Not take our points? The contestants froze, exchanging fearful glances filled with dread. This is it. He truly desires more than just 50 points. He wants it all. In an instant, they turned to flee, but upon seeing the countdown on the intelligent brain, they hesitated desperately. Please, take our points. I truly don't want to die or lose my eligibility. Contestant number 0100, I beg you to accept our points. One by one, the contestants adopted pitiful expressions, some even pleading with Lu. No one doubted that Lu would strike if provoked. If he could slay 9th-tier star beasts with ease, what was stopping him from doing the same to a mere human? After all, it was within the rules of the competition. Lu, bewildered by their overt politeness, thought, this is exceedingly courteous. Truly too courteous. Sighing softly, Lu reluctantly accepted the gesture, for he was not one to turn down the goodwill of others. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entire live-streaming room. Who the hell can explain this situation to me? Oh my god, I'm losing it. Why is Lu being begged to accept this? I suspect it might be due to my brother's charismatic charm. Charismatic charm? Excuse me, the girl named Yao Yao Ling upstairs. Are you sure you haven't wandered into the wrong place? Charismatic charm. Haha, the king of brilliance possesses infinite charisma. Incredible. The audience was in awe, having witnessed individuals scrambling for points, yet never had they seen someone pleading to be robbed. Wasn't that a remarkable feat? Meanwhile, the host felt utterly bewildered. Could this be played in such a manner? His mind was in disarray. At the scene, Lu sighed as he continued to collect points until Liu approached him. Brotherly? Lu expressed his surprise. Liu shrugged. Just as he was about to concede, Lu pushed him aside. You go ahead, I won't accept your points. Lu's words caused Liu to furrow his brow. What did this mean? Did he look down upon him, deeming his points too insignificant? This was blatant disdain. After contemplating for a while, Liu felt he gleaned some insights. Lu, you shall take these points today, whether you like it or not. Liu stepped forward, speaking each word with determination. He could admit he could not catch up to Lu, but that did not mean Lu could trample on his pride. Upon hearing Liu's declaration, Lu waved his hand dismissively. Brotherly, what are you saying? Just go. I truly can't accept your points. Can't accept? Liu thought. Clearly, he was looking down on his meager points. Upon hearing Lu's words, Liu felt increasingly belittled and declared, Smart brain. I concede to contestant number 0100. Ding. Points deducted, 50. Congratulations to contestant 0100. You have gained 1,500 points. The smart brain's announcement left Lu momentarily astonished. 1,500 points? That's equivalent to 3,000 points. Not to mention, 3,000 points would at least secure a spot in the top 30. How did Liu, with only a second level of body refinement, manage that? Lu's surprise was not lost on Liu, who felt an immense sense of satisfaction. After being overshadowed for so long, he finally astonished Lu. Those 1,500 points were well worth it. With a confident toss of his head, Liu departed with a stylish demeanor. Watching Liu's retreating figure, Lu felt a wave of emotion wash over him. In truth, he wanted to express, I truly do not need your 1,500 points. Given the calculations, Liu's actual points must be around 3,000. If he were to leave now, even if he placed second, his ranking would certainly not surpass Liu's. The resources acquired would undoubtedly be inferior to Liu's. It was a pity. Brotherly is indeed a magnanimous person. I, on the other hand, cannot compare. Lu shook his head and, with tears in his eyes, accepted the 1,000 points. At that moment, Lu's points surged past the 100,000 mark. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your genius competition points have reached 100,000, successfully unlocking an unprecedented achievement. Reward, 2,000 replication points. Gasp. The sudden notification from the system left Lu utterly astonished. Goodness. Is that even possible? Surpassing 100,000 points grants me 2,000 replication points? Lu was filled with exhilaration as he quickly opened the achievement details, which were clearly outlined. Bronze achievement. Unprecedented, genius competition 100,000 points. Silver achievement. Unmatched, 300,000 points. Good heavens. 300,000 points? Lu glanced at the 800 plus participants behind him and chuckled. With 800 people, even if each had only 500 points, the total would still reach 400,000 points. That would certainly suffice. Lu was brimming with excitement as he anticipated the rewards for the silver achievement. The heist was ongoing, yet Lu had adopted a rather zen-like demeanor. Each contestant willingly surrendered, with no need for him to initiate conversation. Each participant voluntarily conceded, and the points streamed in effortlessly. How relaxing. In such a scenario, Lu's points skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. 150,000, 200,000, 250,000, 300,000. Finally, with around 200 participants remaining, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the silver achievement. Unmatched. Reward. Physique development potion. A physique development potion? Lu paused momentarily. Previously, during the bloodline transformation, he received a bloodline development potion. Now, another physique development potion? However, Lu had no time to ponder and quickly finished robbing the remaining 200 participants before boarding the aircraft. At that moment, his points had reached an astonishing level. 520,000 points. Chapter 071. Profound Combat Techniques. The Flame Master wishes to meet you. 520,000 points. 100 times that of the second-place contestant. So high it left everyone in despair. As the last to board the aircraft, all eyes turned to Lu with a mixture of respect and awe. This power was truly terrifying. Lu paid little mind to their gazes as he searched for the figure of Mei Xine and was about to sit down when Lu Yushan approached him. You've performed admirably. Lu Yushan patted Lu's shoulder, his face radiating admiration. Although Lu Yu's subsequent actions slightly bent the rules, they remained within the bounds of propriety, and no one could fault him. Given Lu Yu's displayed potential, it was hardly an issue. In response to Lu Yushan's praise, Lu Yu smiled humbly. Lord Lu, you are too kind. My performance has been quite average. I barely managed to secure first place. Barely managed? The words caused everyone to twitch their lips. Even Lu Yushan felt a twinge of frustration. When one should be confident, they ought to display the vigor befitting a genius. Lu Yushan remarked. Excessive humility is not advisable. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly. Indeed, I must admit I did not exert my full strength in this competition. I was quite surprised by the 500,000 points. Lu Yu spoke candidly. In a daze, he had secured first place. Upon hearing this, Lu Yushan's expression darkened completely. The other contestants couldn't help but lower their heads. What a show-off. How can one casually claim first place? Is that even a reasonable statement? The livestream audience erupted in laughter. Why must we force King Lu to speak the truth? Ha! Humbly low-key King Lu. CTMD, traditional virtue. As the laughter echoed, the host gathered his notes and addressed the audience. All right, everyone. The second Blue Star Genius competition has concluded. Thank you for tuning in. Let us look forward to the next decade. The host's announcement prompted discontent among the viewers. Hey, I want to see King Lu. What the heck? What about King Lu? I want to see King Lu. Keep broadcasting. If you don't, how am I supposed to learn the art of showing off? One by one, the viewers voiced their demands, yet the live broadcast was abruptly cut off. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft, Lu Yushan led Lu Yu to the command room. Lord Fuxi wishes to see you. Remember to maintain a good attitude. Lu Yushan instructed. Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement. A good attitude was essential, especially when dealing with a powerful figure in the profound realm. As Lu Yu felt a wave of excitement at the thought of replication, he entered the command room, where Fuxi stood at the forefront. His countenance exuded authority, possessing an aura that commanded respect without the need for anger. Upon the arrival of Lu Yu, he was greeted by a radiant smile from Fuxi, who appeared genuinely pleased. At long last, I have the pleasure of meeting you in person. Your performance in the competition was quite impressive, Fuxi remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he regarded Lu Yu. Given Fuxi's prowess, it was evident that Lu Yu had established a robust foundation, otherwise, he would not have exhibited such extraordinary combat capabilities. In response to Fuxi's commendation, Lu Yu smiled and humbly replied, You flatter me, Lord Zhua. Oh, quite the modest one, Fuxi mused inwardly. However, a moment later, Lu Yu continued. The primary reason I secured first place is largely due to Lord Zhua's fair and impartial judging, which allowed for such an excellent outcome. Hearing this, Fuxi's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Was this a form of flattery? Who taught him this? He glanced at Lu Yushan, who was now wishing for a rope to hang himself. This young man was supposed to exhibit good manners, not fawn over others. Noticing the change in their expressions, Lu Yu felt a slight perplexity. What is going on? Did I fail to flatter sufficiently? Just as he was about to speak again, Fuxi interjected, as the champion of the Genius Tournament, what reward do you desire? Reward? Lu Yu paused, unable to suppress a smile. An SS-grade weapon, perhaps? With an SS-grade weapon, he could replicate it several times, undoubtedly upgrading it to an SSS-grade weapon. That would be splendid. Upon hearing this, Fuxi's eyelids twitched again. Choose something else. That's preposterous. There are hardly any SS-grade weapons in the entire Blue Star. How could such a reward be granted? This caused Lu Yu to sigh somewhat. How about a martial technique above the Earth grade? That can be arranged, Fuxi nodded. Is there anything else? Anything else? Lu Yu slightly shook his head. A casual few billion star coins would suffice. My demands are not extravagant. Unbeknownst to him, this statement was rather audacious. A mere casual few billion? The reward for the Genius Tournament is only 2 billion. No, at most 2 billion. But I can personally sponsor you an additional 1 billion, Fuxi replied, shaking his head. This revelation startled Lu Yushan slightly. Fuxi was willing to provide an extra billion? He must hold Lu Yu in high regard. Lu Yushan smiled. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to Lord Zhua? Oh, thank you, Lord Zhua. Lu Yu exclaimed, extending his hand. System, is there anything I can replicate? Lu Yu quickly inquired. Although the system had not provided any prompts, he remained skeptical. Could it truly be that a person at the Profound Realm had nothing to replicate? Ding. Profound Realm combat technique. Would you like to replicate it? There exists such a thing for replication? The term combat technique refers to a rather elusive concept, akin to martial skills. These are unique techniques honed by warriors through years of battle. While not inherently his own, there are certainly elements to be gleaned. How many battles has a Profound Realm warrior experienced? Replicate, then comprehend it as his own. Without hesitation, Lu Yu immediately initiated the replication. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully replicating the Profound Level combat technique. As the system chimed, 300 replication points were deducted. An overwhelming surge of understanding flooded Lu Yu's mind. Lu Yushan observed Lu Yu, who was still holding Fuxi's hand, and felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. That's enough, he whispered. He seriously doubted that Lu Yu was behaving quite normally. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu quickly reacted and released Fuxi's hand. Fuxi, unfazed, spoke with a calm smile. You may return now. The Genius Tournament has concluded. Simply enroll in the first Martial Academy. There will be personnel to escort you, and you will receive abundant resources. Oh, and by the way, Lord Yin is quite interested in you. When you arrive in the capital, I will take you to meet him. Xueqi's words left Lu Yu momentarily stunned. Lord Yin, he wishes to see me? Lu Yu's mind was flooded with memories of what Lord Yin represented. The strongest being in all of Blue Star, a guardian of the realm. Worthy of the title of Lord Yin. Since the establishment of the Federation, Blue Star had seen over a dozen Lords Yin, each a superpower beyond the celestial realm. It was no exaggeration to say they possessed the ability to obliterate small asteroids. The thought that such a formidable being wished to meet him was electrifying. Lu Yu could hardly contain his excitement. How could one not be thrilled? Seizing the opportunity to replicate something, regardless of what it was, would be a tremendous gain. Lu Yushan was equally astonished. He never imagined that even Lord Yin would want to meet Lu Yu. You, my friend, are truly set for greatness. Just don't forget about me, huh? Lu Yushan said half-jokingly. Lu Yu chuckled and shook his head. Lord Lu, you jest. It will be quite some time before I catch up to you. This remark brought a slight comfort to Lu Yushan. Well then, let me take you and may Xian lead you back. At the landing platform, Lu Yushan led Lu Yu and the others aboard his flying vehicle. During the journey, the trio remained silent. Mei Xian glanced at Lu Yu, who sat across from her and had not spoken a word, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Why is he ignoring me? Is he going to forget me once we return? What a scoundrel. Mei Xian thought about initiating conversation, but hesitated. In reality, Lu Yu was far from being a scoundrel. He was engrossed in researching bloodline enhancement potions and physique development potions. The more he examined them, the more astonished he became. Wow, this is incredible. He couldn't help but exclaim.